we're not made in God's image. God is not able to overcome all adversity. And so I'm on the path right now of just relearning that, because I don't believe it all the time. I sit and I get worried too. And I might sit and really harp on myself, especially I get to drinking, which I know I shouldn't do. And then something bad will happen from that, or, even I say bad, but just negative. And then I click back out like, oh, I've been listening to the devil now for that was 12 hours just now. What was I doing?
Or
I got to get back. Whoa. Yeah.
That's why I'm so thankful about Flat Earth, though, because Flat Earth got me so rooted back into creation and realizing that God is real. And not only that, but then I went, when I started dealing with that, and started coming in terms with all that, I went through an experience where I was in serious trouble. It was like a life death situation, and I needed a miracle. And so I started reading the New Testament and stuff, and trying to understand Jesus, and trying to understand what the hell he was talking about and saying, and what it all was, right? And then I had this epiphany, this religious experience when I was doing that, and realized that I've been my whole life, right? I've been praying, because I've been in a situation where I'm always I'm trying to pray, but I was never praying right. I wasn't doing it right. I didn't understand what it was and what faith was and what it meant. And I've actually even been in situations at low points in my life where I even tried to invoke Satan in my life, and wanted him to come in. I wanted to sell my soul and was speaking out loud to him, say, "Come on, show yourself. Come on, do it."
Were you on blow at that time, or under the influence of any kind?
No.
Okay, just checking.
But not that time. But anyway,
yeah, there you go.
Where was I? Okay, so
you're at points where you're invoking the devil.
I was in this situation, right, where it was life or death, and I started I gave myself to Jesus, and I gave all my problems to Jesus, and I finally understood what it meant to have faith, and it meant what it meant to pray, and what the whole meaning of all that. And what I took from it was, in order to be truly faithful and have faith in Jesus, it's no fear. You can't have any fear. If you have something bothering you, if you're facing something, and you pray about it and you give it to Jesus, say, "Jesus, I can't deal with this. I need your help. Please take this from me and see me through this." You have to leave it there and walk away and not be afraid and know it's going to work out. And not just, I mean, it sounds so easy to say, but you have to practice that. You can't be scared. You can't think about it after that 1 minute. You can't ever doubt. There's no doubt once you give it up.
And that
to
goes
Jesus.
back the
Just
real
no doubt.
definition of hope. You ever heard that before about that?
Well, I'm just telling you this, bro, because it happened to me, right? I did this, and I was given that miracle, and everybody thought I was dead, bro. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's over." They was looking at me like, "Oh."
Like I'm on the.
What you say?
Lost one. Bet his phone died. What do y'all think?
I think my phone breaking up, man. I didn't hear
you. Well, for anyone who doesn't know about the biblical definition of hope, hope has kind of been psyoped into this thing that we are not certain about in the future, and we just hope that it'll happen. We use it colloquially, I guess, that way. Familiarly that way. But it doesn't mean anything that's definite or certain. Whereas in the Bible, when it's used, when they say we hope for something, it is that having faith and having a you know it's already. You essentially know it's already happened. You hope it, and I'm not wording it too well, but it's what
You
it
saying
is.
I willed it into
I'm gonna
existence,
ramble like
and
him if y'all.
it wasn't. You saying I willed it, not Jesus. You saying I willed it into existence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even. I think my headphones came unplugged, so I just thought I was like alone for a second. My bad. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I cut you off, probably, bro. My bad. Last thing you said was getting rid of the fear.
Yeah, so that's
That's the
what I was
last
talking
thing I
about.
heard. My bad.
Right. So when I say get rid of the fear, that's what I realized faith means. Once you pray and give your worries to Jesus, that's the end of it. And you should never think about it again because he has it and he's going to take care of it. My whole life, I was never doing that. My whole life, I would pray and I would ask for help with this and that. But then as soon as I was done praying, I'd go back into my everyday life and I'd be constantly worried about it and thinking about it. And I didn't trust Jesus. I didn't have faith. But
Didn't even.
finally, right. And nothing ever worked out for me. Right. And then finally, one time I did it and I had faith and I knew and I said it and I told him and I put it up to him and I had no fear and I didn't give a fuck what happened because I knew he had my back. I knew he was going to take care of me. I knew it was going to work out. I knew it because I understood finally the word of Jesus. I understood the word of Christ. I got it. And bro, what can I say? It's working. It's still working. It worked then. It's still gonna work.
Yeah.
That's my testament, man. That's my testament. That's my.
And I know I'm better off for hearing it. And I hope some of the lurkers are as well. But it really, I mean, that's it. We're all constantly growing and learning in it. But that's that hope thing. It's not, and sorry, I had to go back to that, but it's like I didn't will it or anything. Maybe it sounded like my phone was in my pocket. You probably didn't hear it anyway. But it's, when they say hope, it's not that assumption. It's real, or it's not that maybe. Man, I really hope it doesn't rain today or whatever. It's nothing like that. That's what the devil wants us to believe. It's really just, when you hope in the name of Jesus, it's already done. Like like what you're saying. I hope to get rid of this fear. I hope my baby girl's healthy, happy, etc. You're saying that with complete certainty.
It wasn't a
Not
hope, though. No, it
maybe.
wasn't a hope. It was me. It was. I was never a place of hope. I
No.
asked Jesus for forgiveness, and I said, "I didn't do this. I don't belong. I know you're not gonna let me. I know you're not gonna. You're not gonna let this happen. I know it.
Yeah.
This is going to work out. I am going to
That's
come to the
literally
other
that's
end. And you know what I mean? I knew it, but when nobody else knew it and everybody was like, bro, you better get ready for the long ride. And I was like, nope, not me. It's not going to happen. Jesus got my back.
not
I
gonna happen.
don't, you know what I mean? It was full on, like nobody, bro. Nobody believed that I was going to come out of where I was. And I said, y'all, all of you are wrong. All of you are wrong. Like I shouldn't have, bro.
And that's what, so that is the definition of hope.
It wasn't hope.
No,
It
no,
wasn't hope.
listen, I'm telling you, that is that what you're explaining right there, that trust and that faith, that everything, that is the actual definition of hope. Hope, the definition of hope has been changed to make it uncertain. What you were talking about there was hope. That's what it's supposed to be till they changed
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
But it is that, like, so we got put into putting it another way. But see, it's, and it is, man, just keep, whether it's that time or anything, we just got to keep on moving forward. And that's like places like this. I've never felt, it was crazy between Telegram and this and COVID. I never thought I'd even find like-minded people that I could even talk to. You know, I was slowly but surely, people would get married, drop family, doing their thing, friends doing theirs. And it was just, it wasn't that it was driving a wedge. It was just a natural occurrence of, we're in two, like me and my people are just in different systems of belief at this point. Like, what the fuck am I going to go and talk about the Redskins for? Or the Carolina Panthers? Like, do y'all know what's going on? We got the shape of the earth mixed up, y'all.
That's what's so difficult, man. So there's so many distractions.
Do you have that Flat Earth app from Dave?
You know what? I think I do. I think I do have it, but it's hidden back in somewhere in my apps. It's not like I haven't probably looked at it in a year or so. I'm pretty sure I have it though.
Well, and I honestly don't like it for any of the content portion of it, the videos and whatever. Like, it's such an ugly app in general as someone who's in software. But what I do like is the friend finder or whatever functionality. I straight up went on there, and like I said, the closest town to me is about half an hour away, and it's only 80,000 people. And then where I live is more like 15,000 people. And that's just total population. Yeah, there's a friend finder part where you click on it and it goes to a map of your area, and there's a little dot everywhere that there's another person with that app. And you can message them. You can message them and everything, bro. I found one in my small town that meets up every Saturday.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about the Flat Earth? Is this it? The Flat Earth Clock? I have FE Clock app.
Yeah.
What is this?
That's it.
Allow FE Clock to access devices location. Dude, I haven't opened this app in forever.
So if you go over on the right side, there's 3 columns of things, and the very top left thing in those 3 columns are 2 hands that are shaken.
Is it the app that has to be bought?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you say left or side or right side?
On the right side.
I'm not seeing. I must not have the same.
And it's good sound, but feel free to use my referral code.
Full detailed weather forecast requires FE Clock yearly subscription. I don't have the subscription.
Okay, so it's like, I think the app itself to buy costs something like $3, and then you actually have to subscribe for about $10 or $12 for a year, something like
yearly.
that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Okay.
But,
and then
that was, well, and I'd never done it either, but I realized it was, I play a little phone game or something and drop money every now and then doing that, whatever. And I can't tell you how crazy it was to go on there, though. And actually, I messaged like 50 people out of the blue, and only one of them two of them, but one of them talked back. And she's like, yeah, I've actually got a little group and we meet every Saturday. And you should come hang out. So that's the part of I like about it, because it is let me meet some people, let me get away. Not saying I don't love the Discord chat, but to go and sit at a coffee shop or take a walk in the park, that's just a little different, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And meet some like-minded people in my area that are, because flat earthers, we tend to be, it's an interesting, I know there's lots of different sects of it or whatever you'd say, but we know that the earth created, which is a hell of a thing compared to what society's giving us these days. So, shit, you hit me up, bro. I'll send you see how much it is. I'll send you a $12 Apple card right now.
I don't want that shit. Send me a fucking DM, dude. Well, oh, damn! I just looked at my. I'm about to not even accept this fucking message request from fucking Couch dude, man. Fuck. I don't even want.
He sent me 2 CIA papers or something. I didn't click on them yet.
I don't even want to look at that shit, dude. Fuck that.
Is it laser related? Is that what y'all was talking about?
Man, who the fuck knows? That's the thing. It could be fucking anything. Don't matter. See, that's the whole thing, man. That's why I like being here, and that's why I like. I'm not into. That's why I love the dudes that are in here that are passionate about fucking debating globers, because that shit is important. But that's not me, dude. I don't care about that shit. I care about just talking to people that want to talk and have conversations and that are really interested about shit, not debating globe flat. Like, bro, I'm not interested in that shit at all.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of everybody's got their reason or their season for it, right? Like this, and I'm that way of where I can talk to my friends on some of the real basic levels, but when it comes to QE and them, and maybe someone who's balls deep in the globe, I got nothing to say to them. It's like, well, y'all, but they got that spirit for it.
Well, and if I'm honest, dude, I've had to take a step back for the last couple of weeks because I realized that, and I'm not trying to, fuck, maybe I shouldn't even say this. Fuck it, I'm going to say it. I've realized that since I've been back here, took a break for like 5 months and came back, it's different now. Like, a lot of people are so into social media and so into being a character and so interested in trying to like be somebody and have followers in this medium, which is okay. It's cool. If you know, more power to you. If you can do it and you can get a following and maybe make money from it, and as long as your heart is in the right place and you're waking people up, cool. And I feel like this kind of Discord is kind of being dominated right now by that type of thing, which is, it's fine. But sometimes
but it's got stuff like this right now too, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got to think, and I know that we all want to be like, oh, it's just some shills that are LARPing or whatever. But I mean, imagine you've been interested, if that was your mindset, you've been interested in flat Earth for a decade or something like that. And now you got it with some like-minded people. It's natural that they'd be motivated to run it. Like, man, we could make some money like doing this. It's like my brother playing golf for a living. He can't even believe it. He's just doing what he loves. And so with them, but I feel you, because it just brings.
It just makes me feel weird sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm very skeptical about. It's like I was always very cautious when I first got into flat Earth. When I was looking at YouTube videos and I was looking at certain people that had 500,000 followers and things, I was like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Because I went through the whole Alex Jones thing, and so I'm very cautious about who I invest my time with and who I promote. You know, I'll listen to everybody and hear what they got to say, but I'm very cautious about, you know, I take everything with a grain of salt, especially from personalities and people that I think are just trying to be a personality. It's very, that's just me, man. I'm fucking skeptical. I'm untrustworthy. I don't trust nobody.
Are you in a bathroom doing lines right now?
No, all that noise you're hearing, that's not me. That's coming from somewhere else, bro.
Sound like someone else just straight tooting. Sorry, that's all I could hear. But no, and there was one day I was on here. I just left because they were talking about like how to monetize and do all this stuff in TikTok for an entire day. And I'm sure, just like the way this group works, and maybe even the conversation we're having now, maybe the live chat is not the place to be doing it. And we need to look at getting more disciplined about that or something. I don't know, but
well, see, that's why I was feeling that way lately, because I noticed that with a lot of these big time people in this medium that have a huge following, there's not a lot of cross promotion, especially with this stream. Because I feel like this stream, I thought, is pretty much the best place for people to come to, and because you can actually converse with people and talk to people and ask questions, whereas You can't do that with watching a YouTube video, you know.
Yeah.
But there's nobody with their YouTube videos that have 500,000 followers. There's nowhere in their video or anywhere on their channel that they say, hey, if you want more information about this, or if you want to talk to people and understand our position, this is a good place to go to 24/7 Flat Earth. There's no promotion. And I was kind of, I don't know, that didn't sit right with me. And I've mentioned it to several people here, and I thought it was kind of, it bothers me.
Think it's something malicious, or the fact it's just someone they're just not social media content creation savvy?
I think it's just people don't give a shit about. I think for some people it's more about self promotion versus actual information. They care about being somebody and propping themselves up in a situation, and it's more about them than the information. I think maybe possibly. I'm not calling anybody out. I mean, what else could it be?
Dude, how many times have you gone an entire year without thinking about or calling one of your loved ones in your family? Right? Or 6 months or whatever. Or go times where you don't even remember that you have a brother. Right? Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, dang, I have a brother. I better call that dude.
I've never felt that.
Humans get focused on what they're doing, right? And they get stuck in blind or tunnel vision.
I'm confused. I don't relate to that at all. I don't know.
Dude, that's the way most humans are. They're focused on what they're doing and their niche and the people around them that are functional towards what they can accomplish. People don't have an infinite amount of resources mentally or emotionally. Like in a community, if there's a void of people doing cross promotion, then that means somebody who recognizes it and is currently not doing anything has an opportunity. They could do cross promotion on behalf of other people.
Well, I don't have a social media presence, so that really wouldn't work for me. You know what I mean? So
maybe you could join content creators that you like, and on there start promoting other content. Be like, hey, you guys like this content? Why don't you try out that content over there?
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not saying that I'm some kind of. No, you're right. You should be the change that you want to see in the world. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm a piece of shit, and I'm just as, I'm not trying to say I'm. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
like for example, in here in this chat, right? A lot of times there's some big. Let's just call them bigger, headier conversations, right? And then other times there's menial conversations. And other times there's tragic conversations, which are horribly argued, bad points. The guy's making a complete fool of himself, right? And then people want to do critiques on the sideline. And sometimes people talk about what we should talk about all the time, but they don't actually step up when it's dead air to talk about the flat Earth content. They only wait until other people are talking to chime in and interrupt. It's like, dude, get real.
The thing is that many times they want to shoot the messenger. I don't know why it is, but it's in many different things. That, for example, I raised an issue about how much we watch television and how much that's affecting our lives. And the first comment in my post was that, okay, where is your source? Where did you read that? I don't trust you, because the investigation or the whatever survey was done in 1995, and an average American was using 9.5 years with the television in his life. And he didn't believe the message I'm bringing, and therefore it has to be incorrect. And then I brought out the source, because I have the source, and I brought it to him, and then the silence. Then I ask again, like, okay, are you happy now? I have the message and I have the source of the 1995 research of how much people in America are watching television, and do you now believe it? But there is now silence. So the attack to the person who is bringing the message, whether it's flat Earth or something that they don't want to kind of hear, they are kind of attacking the messenger. I don't know why.
You have that? Do you still have that source? Can you share that with us now? Because I'd love to see that too. That stuff interests me.
That post is in my it's in Finnish language, but it's in my what's it called? But I will put the documentation link to the survey or the investigation about that.
I won't
Yeah, but you got to think about it this way. You got to think about it this way. Do you really need a survey to understand that people spend a large portion of their lives watching media and doing nothing else but just sitting there?
No,
So the
because I watch
point
a
is
ton of media
point is
myself.
when you
I already know.
my point was when you put a number of 9.5 years of your life sitting on television and watching television, what would you do 9.5 years of your life? That's the
dude. You could have went to college, right, and then worked in that field for 5 years. So you went to college for 4 years, worked in the field for 5 years, then become an expert in the field, right? That's what you could have done.
The Dodge Viper.
You can say the same thing about video games right now. I mean, the amount of hours that people spend playing video games is astounding.
Yeah, I know.
And
I know.
I'm not saying I'm guilty of it too. I love playing video games.
Me too.
You know what I mean? But
I play also, but I acknowledge.
Bro, that Call of Duty Black Ops, I'll never forget. It always used to have those stats whenever it was loading and matchmaking or whatever. And it said something like, there have been enough crossbows shot that if you lined them up, it would go back and forth to the moon 23,000 times. And I remember I was wasting my life playing Call of Duty, so I was like, oh, okay, I need to...
Did you say to the moon? Wait, what? Say that again, please? Say that again.
It was like if you laid, that you had the crossbow in the game, and those bolts, if you had set the crossbow bolts, if you had set them, or arrows, whatever, tail to head to tail, however you say it, tip to tip, if you did that, it would go back and forth to the moon 25,000 times. And that's, I don't know what they said, it's 280,000, but it was that many of it. And so there were all those kind of stats on it though. And it was just, and I was just adding to them any stat they had, like literal hundreds of, between all the people, who knows how many years. But my daughter just woke up, boys. This has been amazing.
Your one hitter against that, bro. I'm about to shoot another one of these arrows.
But I gotta go, fellas. My little one's staring at me, and I'm about to cook some bacon. God bless y'all. It was a pleasure. Paul, I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, bro. Love you, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, what is it? 2 to 4 hours with video games, right? So probably I would guess the average is probably around an hour to 5 hours a day for, maybe that's too broad. But forget about video games. What about media as far as Fox News or CNN? The person that doesn't play video games, the amount of time they're not playing video games, they're probably watching that same amount of time they're watching Fox News or fucking CNN. So what is, what's worse? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And then they want to criticize the other person for wasting their life on vacuous media.
Yeah,
you're stupid. You watch
sports. The other people that aren't watching that, bro, are watching the fucking live stream for the ISS.
Oh yeah, dude.
But in video games, it's also the competition in video games, because you want to be better and better when you play, and you want to kind of implement your.
True.
At least for me, it's like I get an achievement from an Xbox game. I'm very happy with that. I'm an Xbox achievement hunter. So basically, I have a couple of games. I'm trying to get all the achievements, like 1,000 gaming score points, or what game score points they are.
Hey, let me ask you a question on that. When you were growing up as a kid, were you surrounded by a lot of kids your age? Did you have a lot of competition with everything you did when you were growing up? Because I'm the total opposite of that.
I was never kind of competitive with the others.
Oh, really?
I was only with myself. with others.
I hate online gaming. That's why I said I just want to immerse myself by myself when I play a game. I hate online fucking shit and achievement. I hate that shit. That's why I was asking. And I thought that because when I grew up, I was very isolated as a child. I had an older sister, but she didn't want nothing to do with me. In the neighborhood that I grew up in, when I was very young, at those real young ages, there was no other kids my age around to play with, so I was always by myself.
Yeah, but check this out, dudes. How much of your life in an intercommunicational stance on a societal level is based on a shared common media experience? And I don't just mean media in a vacuous sense, but like the arts, the movies that are artistic in nature or historical in nature, or interesting in a weird explanation sense, like the movies The Matrix, right? We have these movies and these icons and these archetypes embedded in our psyche, and we're able to use them as a means of communication. So we make references to all this shared media, right? And we're able to experience the same internal state, right? And communicate it to others with that we couldn't if we didn't have that. So it does serve its purposes.
Well, yeah, and it's all made up, right? They're not real experiences.
Right, but they're archetypal experiences, which means that they're imprinted upon everybody's lives and the way they deal with things. So like the Matrix movies, right? The Matrix movies is about an illusory world that you're put in by someone who's in control over you, and then they give you a chance to be free, but they're really manipulating you the whole time. Now that plays out in people's lives, in people's marriages, in people's jobs. It's palpable to human experience. And those are the stories and the experiences that really resonate with us, versus like absolute vacuous retardation, like YouTube shorts of people just smacking themselves in the face and then eating a hot pepper. There's two different statuses there.
Bro, that's why Flat Earth is so important, because all of us in this chat right now, all of us, we all took so many different paths in our journey to get here. I mean, my experience from your experience, night and day. All of us. It's so different, but we all ended up here. I mean, think about that. I mean, if you heard anything that I've said over the last couple hours about my experience growing up and what happened to me, I know there's no way you have an experience at all similar, right? But we are still all here today, Flat Earthers.
Yep.
By the way, we had a small Flat Earth meeting here in Finland. I'm from Finland, and it's a very small country in Northern Europe. We have had a couple of meetings, and we had one in like a month ago or so, and we had a very special guest there. If you know, Alex Michael, Conspiracy Music Guru, joined us with a Zoom meeting there. It was amazing to have him chatting with us like 20 minutes or so.
Oh, hold on. Was he in person or on the video?
On a Zoom meeting, this
Zoom. Okay, yeah.
Zoom. I don't know how to pronounce Zoom. It's very hard to say the Z word in Finnish slang. We don't use it in here. Like we pronounce it very differently. Like for example, sorrow, the character we call Sorro, or Z.
Yeah. Well, over here, Zorro is a hero with a sword.
Yeah, that same one, but we call him Sorro. It's pronounced very differently. The Z word or Z what is that character? But yeah, it was nice to talk with him, and I'm waiting for him to do more things. He has produced so many great songs, and also I actually bought one of his these storybooks and ordered that from Amazon.
Oh man, dudes. Yo, what up? We lose the call.
Hello? What?
Stinky
You
stink.
talking to me?
What's going on?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we had a server disconnect.
I thought I heard somebody say my name, but I wasn't sure.
We just had a intermittent disconnection for a bunch of dudes. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so check it out, cross promotion, right? So Mr. Alex, conspiracy music guru. Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh,
he has done lots of great content to the Flat Earth community and also the other.
right, so he wants to verge out into TikTok, right?
I don't know what you mean.
So I'll tell you shortly. Hold on one second.
I actually had the same idea. Well, mine is different than his. Because I don't have any interest in being like, I don't have any interest in being having a social media presence. But I do have plans on starting a TikTok just for the purpose of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord to bring people here, and it's
Right.
going to be all about that, and it's not going to have anything to do with me at all.
Do it.
Yeah, so I'm going through a bunch of turns, but I want to explain that there's opportunities with these guys with cross promotion that can make money for people, right? And now the reason why it needs to make money for you is because time is, you got to spend your time. Right, you need to be compensated time because you still need to pay your bills and all that. But the thing is, there are people that produce content, right? Like Alex, who don't want to do the meat and potatoes grind of putting their stuff on different social medias, and they are willing to share the proceeds of any of their talent, right? Like physical products, buying songs, with the person who's willing to do all of the legwork on the media presence, right? So some person be like, I don't want to really promote myself, right? But I got these skills, and the other person's like, well, I got all these talents, and I ain't got the time or energy to focus on all the logistics because I'm an artist and I want to produce the art. So those two people come together as a team. One person does the one part for the one guy, and the other person fulfills the content. And together, they benefit each other. The one guy gets to then be free to do the art, which we love, and the other guy gets to facilitate that guy's art to new people, right? Okay. And so it just so happens that these people now are starting to look for these relationships. And so there's a call out there to people who have the skills and the time. Okay, the time is important. You don't want to ruin your family time. You understand? You want to have free time, but you also maybe could make some money and offset your, let's say you have a secondary income stream that you don't like. Maybe you could do this instead, and it might eventually make enough money to where you can drop that other thing you don't like. So I'm just saying everyone needs to keep their eyes and ears open for these opportunities, because those are the opportunities that are going to grow the ideas of Flat Earth and create more segues and more interconnectivity, and then reach an exponential increase in people that are getting the message, let's say, for lack of a better term.
Yeah,
that doesn't worry you at all, though, AI, about when we bring that type of thing into this realm. When we talk about money and we try to talk about monetizing it, isn't that sort of where everything goes to shit?
Yes and no. It depends. I mean, everybody has to do what they do, but here's the thing: if people are free from the burdens of seeking money in grinds that don't promote their passions and arts, then their passions and arts and messages are diminished. So, like, if you have to do a 9-to-5 job or a second job, and
That
then
seems
you want to
very
focus on flat
utopian,
Earth,
AI. That seems like a very
What?
utopian idea. Yeah, like
How?
you're always going to be confronted with a bigger payday.
Dude, it's not like that. It's very simple. Okay? People like Alex. Okay, do you like conspiracy music, gurus music?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. In order to make that music, he has to have free time. It's that simple. It's logistics. So to get him free time, to make the music, to make the content, which, by the way, will emotionally impact lots of people, it's good stuff, he has to have the time to do it. So he has spoken to us and told us just the other day, which you can listen to the recording if you want, it's on Miggy's Rumble,
He's a
that
bad example.
he would love,
He's a bad
he
example.
would love,
And-
who?
Guru music. He's a bad example because he's
Why?
an artist, and because he's an artist and he cares about this.
Bad example of what, dude? What example am I making?
He's a bad example of somebody who will not be corrupted by a
What?
record contract.
Who cares, dude? Okay, I don't care. You understand? I'm trying to make a point that these things that you're worried about they matter, but they don't matter. The people who will be corrupted will be corrupted. The people who won't. Who cares? Let the chips fall where they may. The point is that if you like someone's content or artist content in general, and you want them to produce, okay? Yes, they can produce by going and working a 9-to-5 job in a factory, and then after they're all tired, focusing on their art as a free resource for everybody to take advantage of after they just spent 2 shifts in a day and sacrificed their family time. Or you could pay them some money and they don't have to work as hard in a stupid job, and they can focus on the thing that you like about them. So you pay with your money to support people's interests and passions and time. So money is not the problem here. In other words, yes, truth is free, right? But people's hours and labor isn't free.
Yes,
The Bible says that those who bring the truth are worthy of a double portion. You know what that means? It means somebody who dedicates their life to a passionate interest in a particular topic and uses that to give it to others. The Bible says that intention and that focus that they're giving you a service is worthy of double pay. Because they're putting their whole life into giving you something that you wouldn't have otherwise. Because think about it. A lot of people spend the majority of their time working, do they not? And a majority of their time getting ready or functioning things in their lives to get to work or from work, showering, cars, all of these things, certain types of clothes. It's all designed around their work. And so they focus most of their life on what some might consider menial tasks, or let's just say it's not their passion or whatever, it's just to make money for their family. They don't then have the time to do all this research. They don't have the time to do this media production, right? And so other people are willing to do it. But, they got to feed their families and pay their bills also. So the only way to make it fair is the people that are working hard at a job and have no skills or talents in these other things, the people who are skilled and talented receive money from those other people, and they benefit each other. It's a symbiotic relationship.
You know what it comes from, AI? Is my whole life I've been growing up and I follow somebody and I listen to people that I think are giving me truth. And I listen so long until finally I realize that truth starts to get spun and starts to change because of money, And that's not anybody else's fault but mine, because I'm lazy and I don't want to do my own homework. So I leave it to other people and I follow other people. That's my fault. But that I think that happens with a lot of people. Every person that I thought was about truth that I listened to and I followed, eventually I feel like ended up being probably a shill. And I'm just worried about this place kind of turning into that, I guess, is something that's always in the back of my mind and bothers me.
Well, that's fine, but no one's going to change the fact that the logistics of the situation are, if producers, right, are spending the majority of their time in the menial tasks of life, they're not going to be producing the epic content that people want. You know, it's a catch-22. We don't live in a utopian society where we can just say, okay, you're an artist, and so we're just going to give you money so you can focus on art so we can enjoy your art, right? And we're going to remove that money from the market forces, which may or may not sway you. Because think about it, if you have a market that you're trying to appeal to, sometimes that market sways your morals, because you're like, okay, the market says I should do A to make more money, and then I have a choice to make. Should I do A, and doing A may be doing something positively or removing something from your repertoire. So you're either going to commit something or omit something based on your market.
That's why I don't like the whole aspect of trying to monetize it, because I like fishing, right? Nobody pays me to go and fish. I go and fish because I enjoy it. So
Yeah, that's fine, but
it's not, does
that's
that make
you.
sense though?
See, that's your recreation time, right? So you're trying to say is that everybody should do all this content like they're fishing.
You make time for the things that you care about. So if you care about a certain topic, you make time for it regardless of how busy you are. You make time for the things you care about regardless of how much you have to work.
Right.
When it becomes about a monetary issue, then you start changing the topic and you start maybe holding back on what you would normally say because you don't want to scare away potential subscribers.
Yeah, but let me offer you this. Do you know why that happens to a lot of people? I'll tell you why.
Sure.
Sometimes because the people that should be supporting them in their endeavor don't. Okay, so for example, you go to some flat earth channels, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are flat earthers on there getting the content for essentially free, knowing full well that this person, let's just say Nathan Oakley, for example, he has to put his show on, he has to have a place, he has to have a computer, he has to have all these things. Now, don't get me wrong, some people have donated like the computer and everything to him, but a lot of these people go to his show knowing full well that the amount of logistics, because he talks about it on the show all the time, that is required for his show to continue, yet they never, ever, ever offer him a single dollar. They just want the stuff for free. They want to take what this man has to offer and never give him anything in return. Now, the Bible says that the laborer is worthy of his reward, and you shall not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. So when you go to like the Nathan Oakley show and you just consume, and you never return anything, right? While Nathan, yes, he has his channel monetized, and it doesn't really sway him that much. But the point is there are plenty of people who are of the same mind, like Flat Earth and all of this and truth in this, but they're never willing to put their money into the community. Never. They'll never do a super chat. They'll never do a Patreon. They'll never send a gift. They'll never do a damn thing. They will just talk and flap their gums and make comments, but they'll never actually contribute any skin in the game.
You know what? You're right, because I am guilty of that myself. And that's pretty much all I really have to contribute, because I'm not tech savvy at all. I don't have a social media presence. All I can really offer is money. But I don't know who to give it to, AI. Who do I give it to?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
Why should I give it to you?
I don't know. I could teach you how to cook.
Exactly. I mean,
But you see my point, though. Is that
yes.
You go to a global channel, like, okay, so why is it that Fight the Fat Fight the Fat Tits will never go to a different channel other than the certain vetted channels that he has in his circle. He won't come to here or anywhere to do a debate. Why is it? The answer is, I'll tell you the answer. You want to know? The answer is simple. Because he wants the super chat money all for to be controlled by him and his group. And now when they do these streams, the Glober zealots show up and pay him. You see? When the flat earthers do the streams, the flat earthers show up and take and never pay the people doing the work. So why do you think that the Globers pay each other? I don't know, but they do. That's the point. So there is an appeal to give into that side because that side's actually willing to pay you for your work. Whereas the truthers don't want to pay you a damn thing because they're so truthy truth, they think that you should work for free like a fucking slave.
Damn.
One comment about when I've been in a Globe discourse, Globe believers discourse and so on, is that you can mention almost any religion, but when you mention the name of Jesus, they will kind of, not to silence you, but you can talk a little bit that, but not much. So there is something so-called supernatural, if you like, going on there. Also between the flat earth and the globe earth kind of our conversations, if because I want to bring out my religion. I believe in Jesus, and when I bring that out, it's very common that I will be kind of silenced, like, okay, we should talk something else, don't mention Jesus.
Yeah, thank you for that, sir. Hey, AI, if I could really get back to your point real quick, because I understand what you're saying and I agree with you. But the point is, too, Globers can say whatever the fuck they want to say and get paid because it doesn't matter what the fuck they say. They're never speaking truth. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this medium here. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to give my money to. I don't know who to reach out to because I'm always worried that, okay, I'm gonna invest in this and I'm gonna put my time and effort and I'm gonna give my money to this person and then they're gonna turn out to be an Alex Jones.
What? Why do you want to give your money to achieve what?
To help
Spread
this
the
platform.
Oh
yes.
Yeah. TikTok kind of works.
Is that not? I thought that was a conversation we were just having about money and monetizing this conversation. Thought that's what we were fucking talking about. Maybe I'm wrong.
I just got.
Well, look, if you're worried about the content like that, then maybe you should be putting yourself, rather than into a personality or a particular person, put yourself into a method of quote unquote spreading the message that has a team that curates small clips of content, right, that you can be a purveyor of. So for example, you're willing to put your money into a small group that, as a team effort, however that structures itself out logistically, creates small things to put on TikTok, right? And so let's say you are willing to create the TikTok, name it Flat Earth something or other, right? And we'll put our little things that we create on here, right? And so then you might find someone who's a graphic artist or something who's going to make the graphics for you, right? But he doesn't have a lot of money, and he does good graphics though, and he can prove it. And so then you might say to him, okay, I'll pay for your Photoshop subscription for the year or whatever, right? Because Adobe has a suite of tools that they'll rent you essentially for 1 year. For like $600, and you get the whole suite of tools for a year, and I think you get like 1 or 2 code keys, so you can actually have it on 2 machines, right? So you're willing to put that in for your group, and then it goes away, right? But you're putting money where your mouth is, and you're facilitating someone else who has the talent, who doesn't have the money, but then you kind of get a commitment out of them to make the graphics for your little clips. So one home bro is making the little graphics. The other dude is actually listening or scouring media for clips and saying, oh, this is a good clip, that's a good clip, that's a good clip. And then another one of your little team takes the clips onto their computer, downloads them, right, keeps them on their hard drive. Maybe you're willing to give that guy some money and be like, yo, bro, why don't you buy this 5 terabyte super drive, which double backs up all the videos? Because I want to tell you right now, backing up good content is important. A lot of people think they've backed up good content by bookmarking it, by saving the link, by putting it into their library and their social media. That isn't backing it up, friends. Unless it is ripped as a separate copy onto your hard drive or onto a data stick or a CD, the server where that exists can alter it at any time and restrict your access. So if you watch like the most eye-opening truth video you ever seen, right, and you're like, this is the most important video I ever saw, you better believe it, friend. You should rip that crap to your hard drive.
Damn, yeah.
Well, I've said too.
So even that is a good way to commit money, dude. Commit money maybe to a server bank where other quote-unquote truthers can upload or download off of the social media onto a privately controlled data store. Whether that be a physical hard drive you buy for someone or a data space on a server that's encrypted where Facebook can't access it to delete the movies that you ripped off of their website. You see what I mean?
Can you do that right now?
Yeah, it's possible.
You can do it? You can do all that.
Oh, me?
You yourself. Yeah.
Well, of course, I could do all of these things. The problem is I have to earn a living and pay my bills, so I have to do construction work.
How much money does that cost? What does that cost?
Well, dude, like, okay, check this out. Like a terabyte.
I think he's suggesting an idea, Paul. He's suggesting.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I know. I just want to put.
I'll throw some prices out at you. For example, a media thing is like $600 a year. For most programs, are $500 a year, right? To gift someone a professional program, or have it yourself, and then when you want someone to use it, you let them use the key, or a hard drive space on a server, or a hard drive, like a good hard drive, a couple $100. A physical hard drive, you can start ripping. Now check this out.
But
let's say homebro
every year. See, I didn't understand that.
That's fine. Check this out.
Right.
Check this out. You can do an intermediary where somebody's willing to do the work and use their home computer and home internet link to download these things for people. Because a lot of people say, hey, I want this archived, but they don't have the means. Oh, so you say, yo, I see you want that archived. My friend Home Sauce number 2, he has high-speed internet because I gifted it to him, right? So he has like 1 gigabyte download, right? Send the link to him, and he will have it saved. And then anytime you need it, you can access it via the server that we have. So that server will ping his hard drive from his house and stream it to you, right? But it'll also do a backup on the server. And that server space is only going to be a few $100s a year. You could probably get like 5 terabytes for a couple $100 a year or less. I mean, they got places on servers where they'll rent you a petabyte for like $1,000 or something, which you might not even need.
Isn't Dropbox cheaper yearly?
Look, sure, a lot of these services are cheap, but the problem is some of them are kind of licensed services where you're not actually owning the server space. You want it to where you are like the quote-unquote proprietor of the server space. So that way it's yours, it's private to you, the company isn't going to access it, you can encrypt it on your end, et cetera, et cetera.
Make sure.
And now, yes, and then every so often, what you do is you copy your server space to a different company. That way you have your data in 2 different companies. So if company A wants to say F you, right, and shut their server down by literally unplugging it from the internet, you got company B backup waiting for you. And then you have person C who saved it all on a physical hard drive in their basement. So you got three means of never losing the stuff you produce.
All right, yeah, I'd like to bring something up from the topic that you guys were discussing, Paul. what's interesting is that you guys are right about the Globers having like the advantage, and the reason why, because the funding for this is plentiful, right? Because everybody's a globalist, or they begin that way, right? The truther doesn't have that advantage. There is no corporation supporting that in the sense of like what we're doing here. Because if that were the case, it would be an entity against the disinformation and the lies that we have out there right now. But there is no such thing. There's only you and me.
Is that you, Mayhem?
We can, huh?
Is that you, man? Is that Mayhem?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. Sorry, bro. Can I?
So-
I want to stop you for 1 second, because what you're saying is true, but I feel like also the truth doesn't need that system. We don't need to be on the same level as them. We don't need all that money. We don't need. The truth speaks for itself, bro.
Yeah, but here's a lot of the mentality, the people like that think like you, Paul, don't realize that people that are trying to produce content and bring the information out is a lot of work in and of itself, and that in and of itself,
Right.
that doesn't have any backing. And so the mentality that you have is actually it's poisonous. And you actually, when you say the things that you do in a public forum, other people think that it's okay to say that when you don't have any skin in the game, like AI was saying. But when you're on the other side, trying to push out content, waking up every day, trying to organize the people together, that in and of itself is work. But you don't see that because you're on the other side.
Bro, I don't. Okay,
the consumption of the
I want skin in the game, but
hang on, but 1 second, dude, because like I'm trying to bring this to a point here, and I know you want to interject, but like it's not going to get its due diligence. And so like people that are listening to this and they're sharing the information, like, well, truth doesn't need to be monetized, right? I can understand what you mean by that, but not cheapening the message. But there's also people that are trying to figure out, how can I make this my passion, my day to day, without having to go to a physical grind like AI was saying, and then be totally wiped out from that, and then also produce content because you're not giving it your best. But when this is all that you do, you focus 100% of your energy in giving the best that you can to the people that are going to consume the content. And when that is the case, when everybody's supporting you and you have everybody, like, because like I said before, there isn't corporations fighting against the mainstream narrative like that. So we only have each other. And when that's the case and we're relying on each other, and the people that you rely on are letting you down by saying that we don't need to monetize it. What are you talking about? No, you guys need to work as hard as you need to work, and we don't need to pay you anything because the truth doesn't need to be monetized. Like you understand that? Like, so
bro,
that
it's more than that though. We're all jaded in this community, bro.
I understand.
We've all funded things and we've all been a part of things. So I don't know. Okay, you, for instance, I've never met you, bro. I love you.
Yeah.
You seem like a fucking awesome person, bro. And I'll send you $100 right now. But you know what? How long can I? I've done that so many times with so many folks, and I've always been let down in the long run.
Right. Remember, there's a passage, and I'm only going to refer to this to kind of bring your mind wrapped around this. There's a passage in the Bible where Yeshua, Jesus, asked Pontius Pilate, or actually Pontius Pilate asked Jesus, he's like, what is truth? That was the same question he asked him. Because a lot of people don't know how to discern what that is. But I think the more that you spend time listening to it, you can actually start to realize and discern what is truth. So if somebody's speaking it, you understand, like, whatever character, like you mentioned, like, did you say Alex Jones? I'm not sure if you said him or not. But let's say you were supporting him in the past. You're not at the level right now that you were back then of understanding or discerning what truth is. So you're capable now of being able to say, wait a minute, like the guy was saying, I don't know, the politicians that we're listening to are not good to hear. Then all of a sudden he's turning around and saying that he thinks the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? Like you're at a different.
Okay. Mayhem, though, the problem with that analogy with Alex Jones, right? If you followed him from his roots from the beginning, he is not the same person he is today. He didn't give a fuck about being this big giant media mogul. that he is now, that all of a sudden became important to him. All he cared about was putting out information, making small videos, doing these small grassroots thing, putting out information. I don't know what happened and where it became this, where he wanted to be this giant media mogul.
Yeah, I
And
can
that's
see.
what I'm talking about. Like, there's so many other people like him
Yeah, I can see
that
your
start
point.
out the same way, small, and
Yeah, Paul.
actually really putting out good information and truth.
I see your point, dude. I know what you're talking about. But what I'm saying
Right.
is we have what it is in this community as the all or nothing fallacy. The all or nothing fallacy usually happens on a person when they think Alex Jones is just throw him completely out. Has he said things that are true? Of course. Has he said things that are not true? Yes. I would agree with people that saying that he probably said things that, but like when we take somebody like that and invest all of our energy in saying this guy's only speaking truth, and we don't put in the factor that he's a human being and that he can be coerced into saying like maybe a commercial for the globalist agenda or whatever, and then because of that we're going to hallmark him as a as an agent, let's say, then are we
let's talk about it.
I don't know. Go
Let's
ahead.
talk about it from a logistical standpoint, right? So when you're doing a show, if you ever go and watch like the production of a show, even a show that's 2 hours can take 6 hours to produce on the back end and prepare for, and all of these types of things. You have essentially an 8-hour shift for a 2-hour show, right? So that's a full-time shift, a full-time job producing a 2-hour show 5 days a week, right? So if that person isn't doing it with receiving money, they then have to have a secondary income stream, which means another job, a full-time job, to give them a full-time pay so they can have a family. So they're now working 2 jobs, one for free. Most people aren't willing to do that, right? So they want to receive some kind of money. And like I said earlier, a lot of times the truth community isn't willing to pay, right?
Well,
and so, quite frankly, when somebody is giving and giving to a community that's not willing to pay them for their efforts, and another community says, hey, we're willing to pay you, that's going to sway people. So I would submit to you that a part of the problem of why a lot of people become corrupted for seeking money is because they have a passion for spreading an information, and they're jaded by the groups of people who claim to be on their side, never lifting a finger to help them out, financially or otherwise. All they want to do is consume.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be on no high horse at all. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm the worst. But what we were talking about earlier about the amount of time that people spend watching movies, watching TV, playing video games. I mean, you take that energy and you put it into what we're talking about right now. And I know about business. I know about working. I understand there's a difference between you can do these things, but you don't need to. Okay, for example, I know a lot of people that will come and want to work for me, and they want to learn how to roof and how to side. And immediately, once they learn those skills, they think, you know what? No, I know how to roof. I know how to side. I don't need you anymore. I quit, and I'm going to start my own business. And then the first thing they go out and do, they take a big old business loan, and they buy brand new trucks, and they buy all this equipment, and they have no work. It's the same thing that we're talking about right now. You don't need all these giant, like Alex Jones. He didn't need that giant studio. He didn't need all that. He wanted that. He didn't need that at all. He was doing fine with the information he was doing and how he was doing it. Just like I think we're doing fine right now in this forum.
Well, that's the thing. So check this out. When somebody has a passion for a topic, right, and let's just say they want the world to know, they're going to start out small, and they're going to affect a certain amount of people. They're going to say, you know what, this isn't enough people. Why aren't this message taking off? Well, the answer is simple. Because the people who came and got the message went home and then didn't reproduce what that person was doing. So they didn't leave the business after they learned from the mentor to then go and make their own business. So when you want to have a message that reaches the world, it's either going to be all on your shoulders, which means you do need a big studio, or other people are going to reproduce after you. You're going to influence them, and they're going to reproduce what you did because you're going to impassion them to do the same thing and share. And so you either have to have a conglomerated source of quote unquote the message, or you have to have many little people, little things that reproduce over and over again. Those are the only options. So when a lot of people are unwilling to do the little reproduction and do the little work, it all rests on the shoulders of that one person. And so those other people being unwilling to bear the burden of the yoke of the message force the other person into a position where they have
You don't
to.
believe that AI. You don't believe. Come on, bro. You actually
Dude,
there's going to be
what I am telling you, what I am telling you is that too many people are willing to put the burden of responsibility for a thing on somebody else rather than do anything themselves. And then they wonder how this thing got corrupted. Well, the answer is that they didn't do anything about it. That's the point.
Yeah. Can't argue with that.
So think about it this way. If Alex Jones is the single person, I'm not saying this is true, we'll use this as a hypothetical. If Alex Jones is the single source that people could go to, a single source could easily become corrupt. But if everyone else does their part, you then have 1,000 sources. And in that, you have a more of a mixture of the ability to countercheck each other, right? So you have 1,000 sources of truth versus one source of truth, which may or may not be corrupt because it's based on essentially a single human leader. And we know that humans can become corrupt. But this is the point I'm submitting to the community, is that many people in this community are unwilling to do any work or pay any money to anybody who actually deserves the money for what they've done for them. Because let me tell you this. Many flat earthers are just as much selfish punks that they were when they were globers, because they want somebody else to do all the work, give them all the answers, and they don't want to pay them.
Yeah. You're right.
I put myself out there, Paul. Like I do want to be that kind of guy that gets out there and puts a message out, but at the same time, me doing this every single day, it takes a toll on my finances if I'm not doing something else. And the other thing that I'm going to be doing, like I was saying before, because I put up my Rumble, I have all my information out there. Anybody can contribute freely. Nobody has to be coerced into doing anything. And I don't need to be saying like, hey, come on, guys, you need to give to me. Like, I don't need to do that. You know what I'm doing. If you want to help me, you can do that on my Rumble. All the information's there. You can just easily support that. I got 3 people supposedly right now at this time supporting me. Where's the rest of everybody that's supposed to be in the same category with me? Like, am I leaving that burden on someone's shoulders? I think that everybody in here is smart enough to understand that we all need to like have a way to make life for ourselves. Like, how are we going to lay that burden on someone else? Like, that needs to come from a place of like, you want to help the person, not, oh man, here comes Mig again with his like advertisements. You know what I'm saying? Like, it needs to it needs to be like, hey, you know what, bro? I believe what you're doing and I'm going to help you out. That's where it needs to come from. Not from a place like, oh shit, man, I got to shell out another $20. You know, like I don't want that. I'd rather you say
Mickey, that's my problem, man. I'm upset because I want to shell out $20. I just don't know where to put it, bro.
No, my Rumble's been sitting there, bro. Like, and I'm saying like anybody.
Yeah, let me give you an opportunity, and this is for everyone listening as well. There's a way to spend money in a community that you enjoy without actually supporting the community directly, but using the money. For example, Alex Jones or whatever. When I go onto a platform that has a lot of audience, what I try to find out is a way that I can take over. So what I do, if I can, is I find out how they do their super chats or whatever, and if they do a mandatory read based on a certain amount of money. And then I use that opportunity to say what I want to say. So I co-opt their platform to get my message out to their audience. So let's say it's $20 minimum read. Or sometimes, hey, check this out. Sometimes some streams, if you get in the first 10 minutes, you can pay $2 and they'll mandatorily read your chat. But after a certain amount of time, you have to pay money. Yes, listen, check this out. They want to make money.
How do you hold them? That's not real.
Just listen, dude. It's simple. Yes, it is how it works. Let me tell you. I'll explain it to you. These people understand that they work and they want to make money. So they offer to their customers, which is you, the viewer, if you contribute this amount of money, I promise I will read your chat on my stream live. And so it's a deal. If you give me $2 or 10 or 50, depending on, the popularity, I will read your chat to my viewers. So I have access to their viewers that person will 100% read my chat, and they may comment on my chat. Now think about the power that holds for you for your money. For example, I commented on this one chat, and I got it read, and my point was heard. Okay, so I paid. I want to say it was only $10, and don't get me wrong. Sometimes you have to pay more money for more words or whatever. That's fine. But you commit. You say, okay, I want to. This thing is talking about this topic. I think the topic was interconnected relationships between men and women, right? And how it's affected by certain things in the media and public. So I made a comment on it, which had some segues to some other topics like truth or flat earth or whatever. I put my money. The host read it to their audience, and everyone listening was essentially forced to hear my message. So that for that period of time, that was my show for a very small amount of money. I do it often wherever I decide to do it. And it doesn't. Let me contribute. No, look. Sometimes it fails, but you gotta understand that they have a time constraint in their shows a lot of times. So sometimes they can't get to all of them. But guess what? Almost without fail, they'll take time out of their show and say, "Okay, hey, time to stop talking, friends. It's time to read our super chats." Do you know why they do that? Because they recognize that they are providing a service and money, and you've paid them, and they owe you to do what they promised to you. Now, check this out. It's not that expensive. Sometimes I get my comments read for $2, for $5, right? And I get to say what I want to say to that entire audience, and not only the live audience, but everyone who listens to that stream in the future. My message is there in perpetuity, and it only cost me a small amount of money. Now, true, that money went to that person. I may not even like that person. They may be somebody I disagree with, and yes, I just paid them, but guess what? They were forced to give my message to their audience, and I win.
That's an interesting spin. I didn't think about it like that.
But it's just one message, man. What could it do?
Well, it seems too that... See, that's what I would...
Well, I'll tell you what... Hold on, friend. Hold on. I'll tell you what it could do. When you make a pithy comment, right? A sharp, pointed comment that is clear and stark and sticks out from the rest, people will hear it and read it and see it. And it may segue to some other seeds that have been planted in their mind. And then they will say, wait a minute, who's that guy? I'm interested in what he has to say. I have to look into where he comes from. And then they will say, where does he come from? And then they'll say, oh, search this, search that. And it'll be, whoa, I ended up on Flat Earth 24/7 Discord, or I ended up on this other server because this guy made a comment on a video and he spent $5. Now I'm here listening to you and my life has changed. Okay, yeah. To sit back and say, well, I'm just going to not make a comment. I know it happens because we have people come here and tell us it's happened. I know it happened because it's happened for me, and it's happened for people here.
Nice.
Some people have come to certain topics because of one comment. For example, Mr. Quantum Eraser, right? Love him or hate him, he came upon this concept by one simple phrase. Whether true or not doesn't matter. The point is that it impacted his life and made him turn a new page in his life. This one simple phrase. How do you have gas pressure without a container? He heard that in his ear hole. That one sentence, which, by the way, you could have paid $5 for and have read on live on a chat, right? He heard that, and he thought in his mind, wait a minute. If the Earth has pressurized gas and it's next to a vacuum, how the heck does that work? And then his mind started turning, and he went down certain avenues of interest, and then he ended up here being Quantum Eraser that he is today. All because of one phrase.
AI,
by the way, this is...
You're going to have me wasted throwing money at people now saying shit.
By the way, just listen. This is Quantum Eraser's own personal testimony. One phrase, one short sentence, about 8 words long, 8 words changed his life when he heard them, because he recognized the truth of it, and at least the inquiry of it, like, wait a minute, I've got to think about this. I've got to investigate this. One phrase changed his life.
Right. Nice. I see.
And I will submit to you that you have the amount of money or the amount of time or the amount of effort needed to say one phrase to one person who needs to hear it. And if you affect one person's life, because each life is of infinite value, then you have done something of infinite value. And that is worthwhile. So I would submit to you guys to go somewhere and spend your money in the community, whether it be spending money on Fight the Flat Earth so he has to read your super chat to the audience, fine, so be it. Or giving money to Miggy to support his Rumble, fine, so be it. Do something, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, QE has his channel up for how many years, and how many people in this community have benefited from his wisdom, and how many people have come at him and said, you know, I like what he's saying, but I don't know, man, I'm just not going to shell out any money because money corrupts and blah, 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 yada, yada. Because they already know how he is. You know how QE is, bro. Like, if somebody comes at him with anything, he's going to retort back in the way he does. He's not going to change the way. Like, you already know he stands where he stands.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and if you want, right, and you don't like him, you could contribute to his channel, which will, by the way, spread the segue of the message alternatively. You'd be like, hey, QE, you're a punk-ass dumb bitch, and you're stupid because of A, B, and C. And by the way, I just made you read the super chat, and you're a dumbass. You could do that.
Yeah.
Is it possible in any way to make a subscription to this Discord channel, like an option that you can subscribe to create a pool of money? Because I support Nathan Oakley by being a member and giving him like £5 a month, because then it's sort of a little trickle money. Is there any option to do that for this Discord? Because I'd pay to be a Discord member as an option. Obviously, it'd be free to everyone. Is that possible?
You can do that with the Discord has an option to do what's their payment plan for that? Nitro. They have the Nitro that you can purchase, and then you give it to the Discord, and it supports the Discord directly. Because the more Nitro subscribers that we have, like, we keep our level of being at the top of like the algorithm for Discord. People see that there's money being contributed to this Discord itself, to the Discord specifically. So that's a great way that and it benefits you as well because it comes with perks. Like, you don't get whenever you're talking in the chat. Like, if you say if you say a curse word, it's not going to automatically throw you in detention because Discord Nitro it gives you immunity. So there's a lot of things that you can do that could directly benefit the server directly. Yes.
And also, it does benefit you. So some of the other perks are we get more bandwidth. We get better audio quality on our production, right, and talking with each other. Also, we can share larger files with each other. So sometimes people want to share files. If you join into our server and you're a member with each other and you go into one of the off chats, you can then share bigger files with each other. And the more nitros we have, like the less criticism we get and the more algorithm boost we get. But also, let's say for some reason one of our friends can't pay for a month, right? Your subscription will make up for that because you need a certain amount of subscriptions to be at a certain level on a server. And it does give us direct benefit, and it's not that expensive if you do feel like you want to contribute to this server. I mean, it's like $5 or $10 a month or $99 a year for a subscription, and then you just put your booster token onto our server. Now, that's not creating a pool of cash that we can use for certain purposes, and there are certain reasons why we don't necessarily want that, but there are members we have here that you can speak to that have endeavors that they need cash for, and you could theoretically pay them directly.
And you know what? It's weird because it's only a small amount of money a year or a month for Discord, and people still don't even contribute that amount to this Discord and what we do here. That is amazing. How somebody doesn't have the umption to actually do that. Like, that's upon the person, you know? Because that's
why I brought it up, because I feel guilty about that shit. Because I think about all the crap I pay for, Disney, fucking Hulu, football, all this bullshit that I pay for monthly, right? And I feel, I'm not contributing anything to this community. It doesn't feel right to me, bro. That's why I brought it up.
Exactly, and that's, I think you're starting to see the point that everybody has made here before, because the other side or the other mentality is to come in here, kick your shoes off, relax, and understand that you're going to be hearing some great content, but at the same time, the people that are pushing the content that are content creators, right? I consider myself that, but then I don't hear my community saying, you know what, man, I'm gonna support you. I'm gonna take care of you. Don't worry about it, man. I got you. I don't hear that. I hear more like, the hell, why do I need to give you money? I'm a part of the truth. You're telling me truth. That's no, I don't have to pay for that. And so it's like they don't understand the logistics, what it takes to, Sometimes my wife is talking to me. She's like, why you got to spend so much time on that? I tell her, this is my passion. This is what my calling is about. I was being called to do this a long time ago. First, it was like speaking of the truth, like biblically, in my perspective, the way I was coming up. And then it shifted off into flat earth, and like this whole message that we have to talk about here. Nobody's saying, you know what, man, we got to rally the troops. We got to be the force to strike a blow against these guys, these corporations, these, you know what I mean? Like, we don't get that. On our side, the people that are saying like, oh, I like what you're saying, I'm just not going to help you out, bro. Sorry, brother. Like, it's like, well, what the fuck, dude? Like, when you think I'm going to wake up every day and it's going to be like hunky-dory for me to be on here and being a part of this without having to be like a part of the monetary system? Like, it's just natural, bro. And then if somebody gains excessive amounts of monetary, gain, then you're going to look down at me and say like, I'm some kind of agent? What the fuck? Like, how is that possible?
Yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
People are
let me offer a
used to
critique.
being hustled, bro. That's what it is. People are so used to being hustled. They think everybody, even like, even somebody that
That's
they
fine.
think is speaking truth to them, there's still a part of in their mind where they think, is this
Right,
guy
but-
hustling me? You know what I mean?
It don't matter, dude. You don't have to give money in advance. You can give money after. So you view something you like and appreciate. You recognize that it's true and you're willing to endorse it. And then you give money afterwards, right? So you say, okay, I got a good meal. Just like when you go to a restaurant, you don't pay in advance, do you? You wait to see if the food's absolute ass. And if food's absolute ass, you tell the restaurant, dude, I ain't paying for this crap. But if the food's good, you pay, and then what do? You give a tip on top of it.
That's how it used to be. Nowadays, most restaurants, you actually do pay. You go up to the counter or
What?
order and pay, and then
Yeah, there's a few, but the majority of the service things you see, you still pay afterwards. But the point is that's the way you could curate your content. Now, there's another way to do it, which you could pay in advance to shit on somebody, right? So I go into flat Earth, fight the flat Earth, right? And then I pay, and then I say something that's dumping on his face, right? There you go, problem solved. So I win either way. What I'm saying, it's entirely within the purview of everyone. Yeah, but listen, it's entirely within the purview of people to control spending their money towards negative actors, but doing it in a positive way, like I just described, or spending their money towards positive actors only when they're giving them positive content. You don't have to pay for crap. Like, you could say, okay, that show that I just watched was great. Here's $5. That show that I just watched was crap. Here's $5. Now you say, wait a minute, why would I give you $5 to say the show is crap? Well, I just got my comment and opinion about your show sucks read by your audience for $5, so I win. Either way, I win.
That's really funny because, yeah, I guess I never looked at it like that, because every time I'm ever listening to a show and they're reading those, I just kind of tune out and I don't even hear them. That's always the kind of thought it's a sucker. It's a sucker payment you're paying somebody to read a sentence. But now that you put it that way, I mean, it does make more sense, because there's people that are listening and hearing it.
Yes, dude, there are people whose entire interaction with certain topics are in the comment section and the super chat section because they want to interact with the audience. So some people go to certain topics not because they want to talk to the speaker, not because they want to hear what the speaker has to say, but because they want to shit talk on people in the comments, right? And so they're there with their keyboard warrior selves, and there are other people there trying to counteract them. And so you, right, should be, let's just say, for lack of a better term, better than the common keyboard warrior. So you can write something that's a zinger, that's way more zingy than what they're writing. And when people see your zing and they see your pizzazz and they see your charisma in your little comment, they're going to be like, holy crap, something's going on here. And people on both sides are going to focus on you. And for a small amount of money, you can get that attention on your message. And so one thing you got to learn how to do, and don't get me wrong, it takes some skill, but it's easy to learn, is how to make a comment that is pointed, how to make a comment that has double entendres, that segue into other subjects, that says what you want to say, but also links somebody to something more. Right? So you spend your money wisely is what I'm trying to say. Because you only get a limited amount, right? You don't have an infinite amount of typing. You can't write a thesis and nobody's going to read it. You have to write something short, quick, to the point, get your point across, gets people interested.
Wow. I'm so glad I brought that up because, I never looked at it that way. I always kind of looked at those things as like a John move, like paying a hooker. Like it just seems so silly to me.
But you know what brought that mindset up, Paul, is because you've been exposed to the truth that you were consuming, and now you have discernment, bro. Yep. You have discernment, whereas before you couldn't see it that way. You didn't have that discernment. Now you do. So you can see the point that we're making here, and it can actually make a difference in your mind versus before where you were just like, nah, fuck this. Like I'm not gonna give into this.
Yeah. Let me use your example, brother. So hooker, right? So let me ask you this question. Have you ever ordered anything off of a delivery service where they bring you food?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fine. Go on a street corner, find a prostitute. Tell that prostitute, you know what? God loves you. The earth is flat. I'm going to give you the money that you require for your services. But what I want in return is I want you to go get me a sandwich from the store and bring it to me, just like a delivery man. And I will give you this money. And you could spend that hour that you'd normally spend getting used and abused, relaxing. When you're at the store getting me my sandwich, buy a coffee for yourself. Treat yourself to the most expensive coffee they sell. Then come back and bring me my sandwich. And that will be our business together.
Damn it.
You will change her life.
That AI. Damn it. Yeah.
If you speak to a woman like that on the side of the road, dude, she will wonder why you are so kind and so benevolent that you are not willing to abuse her and use her, but you'd rather give her the money that she would normally be used and abused with to benefit her. That might change her outlook on life, bro.
And then she'd be
so
like,
what I'm trying to teach you with that is you can pay a whore in a positive way. Rest assured she's a whore. Rest assured you gave her the money, but you made a positive thing out of it.
Yeah. And that's the whole point.
Or to a homeless dude.
Or
a homeless guy, yeah.
To show somebody, yeah, fuck you, asshole.
Dude, she might come back and drink the coffee and want to speak to you and you'd be like, you know what? She'd be like, why were you so kind to me? You'd be like, you know what? We live in a flat, stationary, created realm, clearly placed here by a creator who loves us. We live in a world of evil, right? Because of whatever. And then we're tasked by the creator to love each other based on the love that he showed us, whatever. And then you look, I'm not going to say you must speak my message of what I believe, but that's an opportunity to intimate with somebody, right? And really give them something valuable and palpable. And see, the thing is that it's the exact same amount of money. It's the exact same person that you're giving it to, but you've switched it to something positive. And you could do that anywhere. You could do it on the Alex Jones show. Anywhere that they're willing to listen to your message, you should be there saying your message. Right, think about it this way. Like a lot of people, they will bring up biblical allusions. Like Jesus, they accuse Jesus of being, associating with sinners. Oh, you hang out with whores and thieves. And he's like, you know what? Whores and thieves need somebody to be a positive influence on them. Duh.
Well, and we're all born into sin. We're not, we're all sinners. There's no one greater sin over another.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow when you don't know those biblical concepts, though, Paul. To an audience coming from different places in their religious view. So
Yeah, but even without knowing from the scripture directly, let's say, many scriptural or religious or even philosophical, humanistic worldviews have these same principles. The point is, most people don't ever act on them. They accept them in their mind. They understand that other people will take care of it, and then they do nothing for nobody ever. Sometimes you got to recognize that person right there needs my help, and I am going to handle it because 1, I have the power, 2, they need it, and 3, I'm not going to make an excuse.
Yeah, that's true. Because we live as selfish.
I mean,
Yeah.
all this is just me projecting, right? Because I've been so, I feel like,
hated.
just taken by so many things, and I've spent so much energy and invested so much money and time in certain things, and I feel like sometimes I look back and like, it's just, why did I do that? Why did I do all this? Why did I, you know what I mean? I feel like there was no.
Yeah, your analogy could fit like the version of like somebody looking at love in that same way. If my heart's been broken many times, what's the use? I might as well just give up and not love anyone. But then again,
it's not that I want to give up. I just don't know. I'm cautious of where to direct my energy now.
What I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the analogy is that like something that you could give somebody is like, because you've been jaded by so many relationships in the past, you're scared to do it again. But like the same advice somebody would give you in that instance is that like if you don't put some time and money, you don't know that, or the effort to love somebody, then you'll never know if the next person is going to be the person that's just going to be like loyal and faithful, and because you've been jaded and you're going based upon your being hurt to like not loving anybody anymore, and using that as the hallmark of why you're not going to love somebody anymore. And that shouldn't be the way forward.
Well, maybe not anymore, but you can take a pause, man.
I don't want to be a follower anymore. I feel like I've always been a follower, and I've always done this, and I've always put out this information and spent money to spread this message. But it wasn't my message, right? And I didn't invest time to really verify that message. And so there's probably a lot of times I put out bad messages, and I don't.
Well, there you go, bro. Bro,
you know what I mean?
You've now come full circle to where you've met me, and I've told you exactly how you could spend your money and only contribute your message rather than promoting other people's message while using their platforms and their notoriety that they've already established for your benefit. And that way you're in control of the message that you're putting out. And look, I may not agree with your message, but I'm just saying from your point of view and your own standard, I want to control what I'm speaking. This is how I'm going to go about doing it. I'm going to put my money in a wise way to where every time I put my money, what I want said gets said.
Oh, shit. Now I got to figure out what my message is, huh?
Well, yeah, that's the crux of the issue, isn't it?
Have anybody else new in the chat? We got cryptic stick beats. See if
thanks for spending time with me, AI and Mayhem. Thanks a lot, bro.
It's a labor of love, bro. If anything, you gain any benefit, this is a conglomerate of people that come together. We only have each other, Paul. That's it. Like I've always preached on this. We don't have big corporations to back us. We only got each other. And if we can't even rely on each other, then we're shit out of luck, bro.
Yep. Let me use some crude scriptural allusion here. What I mean by crude is it applies, but anyway, forget it. I'll just do it. The Bible says that how people will know that you're my disciples is that you love one another. The intercommunal group, right? That's disciples of the certain type of way. In this instance, in the scripture, it's the followers of Jesus. But let's just exclude that for a second and just say the group itself. Any group. How people know you're a member of that group, if it's a good group, right, that has good morals and good ethics, is how they apply those ethics to each other. Because if you say I have this great ethic, this great ideal, and this great message, and you should join our group, and they look at your group, and your group is a bunch of people who aren't even willing to help each other out, why in the heck would they join your group? You're not offering them anything.
But what if the bad
this
guys
community
do that
well?
too?
I kind of thought that I was seeing like not a lot of support for this channel in the greater community on YouTube. I don't see anybody really repping this server at all. That's one of the main things that's kind of been irking me and why I've been thinking about these things lately. Is there's so many people out there with hundreds of thousands of followers, yet I don't see them directing people after their videos over or anywhere to, if you want to have a conversation with people instead of just watching this video, this is a great place to go and chat with, actual real.
I often get mad at people about that when they're in here, Paul. And they're like, hey, check it out, friends. You can talk about Eric Dubay. We could recommend you his videos. I'm like, hold on a second. Wait just a fucking minute. What about 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? We've been putting out content every day. We have a conglomerate of people who do it every day. Like
That's what pisses me off too.
I'm putting people up on game here. What about AI? What about Elijah? What about Indio? What about those guys? You want to talk about Eric Dubay in this chat? Like, what has he done for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Like,
I can tell you what he's done, bro. I can tell you what he's done. Yeah, but check this out. I can tell you what Eric Dubay's done. He's made it to where we have to argue against flat earthers that the horizon isn't going to render at exactly at eye level at all altitudes. That's what he's done.
Yeah, he's contributed a portion of the contentious part of it. But what I'm saying is recommending somebody who in here has done the work, and then we get well, check out this Mark Sargent video. I'm like, no, check out 24/7's content. Go to
That's
YouTube.
what I'm talking about, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody talks about.
Even moderators in here come and they rep and fucking promote certain people's content on YouTube.
Yep.
And it pisses me off.
And we're over here.
We're repping in here are not.
Okay, stop getting. Hey, bro,
the same love on their channel,
bro.
Sorry, I'm gonna go.
From now on, instead of getting pissed off, take it as a information to you that's where you need to be spending your money. For example, hey, we're going to recommend Homebro Sauce Flat Earther number 12. And then you go, aha, Homebro Sauce Flat Earther number 12 is a new up-and-coming Flat Earther. I'm going to go to his platform, and while simultaneously contributing to him, which is going to increase his footprint, I'm going to say, hey, what about this other place you should come check out? And then you increase the amount of segues he has to new people while simultaneously increasing the amount of segues to those new people that you've just paid for and helped him to this platform if this is the platform you want to promote. So rather than saying, why aren't you guys doing that? You can go there yourself. No one can stop you. You could spend a few dollars here and there. Say, hey, bros, I like what you're doing here. But don't say but. Just say, I like what you're doing here. This place over there is also really good where you can actually interact and have conversations. So why don't you guys should check that out and then come back here and we'll all be one big community. Obviously, you might not be able to write all that, but the point is, if you spent $20 in the right spot strategically, you could write quite a bit. Contribute to that. Make your segue an advertisement for here if here's where you want to advertise, and boom, problem solved. Now, people may not come. That's up to them. But at least you could say, I put my effort in. I reached a new audience. I spent my money in a message that I want to say. And then for lack of a better term, you can pat yourself on the back that you set out to do what you wanted to do and you did it and you contributed your money in a positive way. Problem solved. Check this out, brother, especially if they do live streams or anything like that, or it's recorded in a chat. Your link, your message that's associated with that content, anytime anyone searches that content and investigates it at all, they will find your message. It'll be there.
Now I feel like even more of a bigger piece of shit because I don't watch any of that stuff. I don't follow nobody. I don't watch videos. I don't listen to live streams. I come here. That's about it. So like I said, I'm part of the problem. I understand. I could be doing more, and that's why I feel,
Yeah, that's a huge deficit. You're right. So check this out. Huge deficit in the flat Earth community is people from one group who like their group going to other groups and interconnecting and letting those people know that the other group exists. We've had people join Nathan Oakley and join our server who claim to have been in the truth flat Earth community for 10 years, yet have never heard of us. But they've heard of other people. Check this out, though. They've heard of other people who have frequented our platforms. So they're only 1 degree of separation away from connecting as a community. 1 degree of separation, and that only requires one person to tell the other person about the other thing. And then that connection of separation is removed, and now you just have interconnectivity. Now, check this out. There's actually social studies about these spheres of separation and interconnectivity that once they reach a certain ratio of interconnectivity to where the degrees of separation are removed, and you know and become aware that a certain significant portion of your social sphere is speaking about a certain topic, the taboo of the topic is removed, and then everyone in that social sphere instantly, overnight, becomes freely open to talk about it. And that right there, we, the flat earthers, in this server have dubbed the paladin ratio. Why we called it the paladin ratio, I don't remember, but that's what we call it, the paladin ratio. Once you reach that ratio, that entire community of people who's interconnected will then freely talk about a topic. And that is why it behooves people to mention it cross-platform or cross-community. So if you're in community A and community B, maybe you should tell community A that community B exists. Because once you close those loops, your message ability to reach more people grows exponentially because you reach that person and that person's community, which that person's community has 100 people. And those 100 people have 100 people. And those 100 people have 100 people. And very quickly, you've reached 1 million people. Or you could come to this Discord and complain. Now, that wasn't said to anyone in particular, just in general. Like, if the shoe fits, wear it.
I'll just complain.
I complain a lot. That's all I do, especially when I go to restaurants.
No, but I get your message, man. It's good.
Hey, look, even people who complain are valuable because if nobody complains, then nobody understands that something's not being done correctly. And then nobody gets to hear a message like this because everyone thinks everything's hunky-dory.
I just don't. The reason why, though, right? Everybody understands where I'm coming from. I just don't want to lose what we have now. Because I see it. Well, whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll comment on that real quick. So you have a family line, let's say, a progeny, right? A legacy, a history, a line of people before you. And the only reason that you're here today is because people before you got together and reproduced. You understand? They didn't rest the entire thing on the people that were present at the moment. They made new people. And those new people then created new people. That is the way to continue an idea or an organization that's greater than a specific spot. So, for example, Flat Earth Discord 2.0, 24/7, right? If this place goes away and never sees the light of day, it's because everybody who's a member failed to reproduce. You can't have all your eggs in one basket, because think about it. This thing is not an object, right? Flat Earth Discord 24/7 2.0 isn't an object that exists in three-dimensional space. right? It's an idea, and it's an organization, and it's a group of people doing something together. And that can be reproduced. So if they destroy this, what we have here, we could just make it again tomorrow because we're still here.
Yeah, correct.
Check this out, friend. Check this out, friend. Check this out. This is very pointed.
I think.
Most people don't understand that you can actually pay for internet space, server space, programming space, and create a flat earth Discord completely on your own with your own efforts and money for the interconnected community. Why do we use this platform? I'll give you 2 reasons. 1, because most people aren't willing to pay. And 2, this one already has a group of user base that we can access, and it's ease of use to the common man. So if we made our own, it would be very hard to get it off the ground. It would be fine for us in our interconnected community, in our small, close-knit group, right? But it'd be bad for spreading it out. Having communities like Discord and Facebook and YouTube and all of these things, the appeal of those communities is the user base that it gives your message access to. So you need both. You need a small group of community that has a core and can do it on their own, but then you need to be able to segue that into an avenue that's advertising your message to a wide group of people that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get.
And it's weird because you think about it, like, even if somebody says, well, shit, I'm not going to pay for that. Somebody has paid for this, whatever it is, to actually be here for what it, what it's worth. And for you to be on it, taking advantage, saying the things that you say, and having a platform for you to say the things that you say without you having to shell out a dime. So somebody else paid your way in here. So it always costs something in every single aspect. So the truther mentality that I think is poisonous is that we can just sit and consume, like, back to the premise of what the discussion was about. We can just sit here and take advantage of the wonderful truth without having to put any skin in the game. And that's just it corrodes the mind to think like that, because in every instance, I think it's an entitlement. It's like, well, I deserve to hear the truth. People need to tell me what's going on without me shelling out anything. Not even any time, any energy, monetary means, anything. I'm here. You tell me what's going on. And now that you are a contributor, I think the difference is when you become a contributor and you're like, I want to help. Tell me where to help. Do you need me to create some content? Do you need me to do something for you? What is it? What can I do? And then you're like, what is that speech that John F. Kennedy said, AI? Don't ask what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Is that what he said? Like, in the same effect, like, that's how we should be with each other in here. Like, what is the great message in here is, like, we got to help each other out, man. That's just the bottom line. We don't got other.
I agree with you, but I also disagree with you, because once you speak truth, you are putting yourself out there and you are taking a great risk, and you are alienating yourself from possibly everyone around you. So it's more than just a monetary thing, a money thing. There's people that have lost their entire families because of this truth.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I take this very seriously when people are in here kind of being nonchalant about it.
Bro.
They're nonchalant and they're just acting like this doesn't cost anything. And I'm always like, you guys don't even, like, that's why it pisses me off when Matthew Learn comes in here, or like these guys, and I know it's their content and for them to be on here, yada, yada, right? But at the same time, these assholes are doing something in this platform, making us look like we're a joke. Like, oh, well, I'm in here debating you guys on flat Earth, but I don't have to, because other people are going to tell you that the Earth's a globe. So I'm pretty satisfied in that. Like, that weaselly way of saying things to us in here, knowing that we've put some skin in the game, and the cost that the high price that we had to pay for truth is that we got ostracized by our family, by our loved ones, like all these things that we paid for. Yet people want to come in here, kick their muddy shoes off on our platform and act like it's all hunky-dory. I don't think so. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to understand what cost that was for each and every one of us to actually stand up and say the truth. That's what I'm bringing to the table here. Is the awareness that we bring forward. There's awareness to know like what truth is and what the cost factor for that truth is once you start to speak it. It's just not monetary means. It's you actually lost something in this whole thing. And that's why, like I said before, once again, we only have each other in here to help each other. And when we don't even have that, fuck, man, we're lost. It's like it's a losing battle at that point. But when we have each other and we stand side by side and say, you know what, we're going to do it together. That's what this server is about. That's why we're here, and all of us aren't like, we're starting from a place of like, okay, what are we going to do? Let's get this plan of action. What do we need to do? Well, we need to get out on as many platforms as we can. Take advantage of whatever constructs that are already out there, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is. And then the mentality behind all this is to get the word out, the awareness, so that more people can come here. And more often than not, people come into the server and they're like, oh, I heard you guys on TikTok, or I heard you guys on Rumble. And you've heard it. People say that when they come in here. Why is that? Because somebody was willing to take the step forward and actually go out there and put themselves out in front of the public eye, even though they know they risk that they're going to be ostracized by their loved ones. And that's why I'm saying, like, wouldn't you support somebody like that? Wouldn't you want to be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to help you out, bro. Like, don't worry about this. I got you. Like, that's the kind of thing that people don't see in this community. It's like people that are putting themselves out there. It's much more than monetary. It's you're going to be awesome. If people know, like, Paul, if you put yourself out there on a platform, what are the people that you care about going to even your community? Like, some people in your hometown be like, dude, I saw you on a flat earth debate or whatever. You think the earth is flat? Like, they're gonna there's a cost factor here, man.
Yeah, I know. One of the things I'm struggling with too, though, in this platform is where the direction and who's steering the ship. Because it seems like there's a lot of chiefs and not a lot of Indians, and everybody has their own ideas and things that they want to do and use this platform for that. And some of it seems almost like clownish, like a show, and it's I don't like that aspect of it sometimes, when it seems too much like a clown show, and it's more for entertainment and content than actual, helping people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. But I would say to that, be the change that people want to see, Paul.
Yeah.
Be the
I wish
change
I could.
people want to see. Well, like I said, either that, or if you know somebody in here that's actually doing that, what you just said, or what I just said, then you support them. One way or another.
I don't want to be the face of flat Earth, you know what I mean? But I would love to stand behind somebody that is willing to put themselves out there and back them, and stand next to them or support. Well, I don't want to be the.
I was talking to people in here. I'm like, it took a while, but we actually are gaining some momentum right now, currently. And there's a group of us that are trying to formulate like a little small grassroots movement. It's not much, but I think that's the essence of what we do here, is that we are not much in the eyes of like the world, but we strike a mighty blow against the conglomeration of the corporations of this world. All the entities, we have the upper hand, because if God be for us, who be against us? We're unstoppable when it comes to the truth. And if you see that, well, wouldn't you be behind that bulldozer that's knocking down all these, platforms and taking apart like all the arguments? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I want to see that. So I want to be the change that people see. So that's what I'm doing. I'm like, screw that shit. I'm not going to wait for another guy to come out and do what I think should be done. I'm going to do that myself. And when I'm creating these, these accounts on TikTok and Rumble and YouTube, I'm doing that with that in mind. That hopefully somebody will see what I'm doing without me having to say, come on, bro, like, what's up, man? I thought you said you were trying to help the movement, but I don't see you trying to contribute in any way. Like, you just wanted me to do all this content without you having to say, well, let me help you out, right? I want people to see that without having to say that. Like, I know it's kind of weird, but like, doesn't a relationship between a man and a woman, like a husband and wife, it doesn't that the wife say that sometimes to the husband? I would rather
No,
you do
you know what?
it
It's
without
not even about
telling
that. You know what? You just made me realize it's not even about that, because as long as my intentions are good and I'm doing something that I believe in, regardless of what the person that say I'm supporting and backing, that's the mouthpiece of that thing, if they go ahead and do something that I disagree with, well, that's not on me, that's on them, and I shouldn't feel. And then
Yeah,
I just move on. So I don't know why I'm so worried. Yeah, you know what?
yeah.
Yeah,
That's well,
absolutely, bro.
yeah, the same thing. Like whatever message, and I use this as an example, but whatever message Alex Jones was saying at the time, you probably agreed with it at the time because he was saying something that was true. But now he turned around and did something that was like against maybe now your perspective on what you see now. Well, of course, you're not going to agree with him now, but it's not like, hey, let's just toss it all out into the fire because we just can't get with that no more. No, maybe that other message that he still said was still somewhere in the archives, but that doesn't make it null and void what he said back then. It just makes what he's doing now null and void, not what he said back then. That still stands as truth.
Yep.
But
Yeah, let me comment on that real quick. So check this stats out real quick. So we have, over the last 5 years, 3,650 episodes of this 24/7 Discord, right? Now, suppose it takes 1 hour to skim through a 12-hour show, right? That's 3,650 man hours. If you get 5 people to work on it, right, then they do it 2 hours a day. It'd take a year for them to scrub all 5 years, and then come up with the juicy bits, right? Now, it just so happens that there's been people that have practically been here in the community for all those hours, essentially, and all the arguments that went on during that period of time, right? All the debates, all the anti-flat earthers doing their arguments, right? So there's a wealth of knowledge in the people that are present today, but also in that content from the past. Now, a lot of times, people in the past thought that was some juicy content, but they didn't clip it, they didn't save it, they didn't reference it. So they're in the present, not being a prolific speaker or debater, right, or researcher, having relied on the fact that other people have produced this content, and they can't access it today because they never linked it, referenced it, anything. And so they're basically, if this community went away tomorrow, they would be out in a vacuum of loss of information, right? They'd be like at day one. They'd be like, I don't know what I'm doing. Where do people go that I usually rely on to know all of these things and to reference them for me? Because I never lifted a finger to do it for myself, right? So you could see how, like, there's a lot of people that value things, right? But they're not putting in any effort. They're not even linking it, not even saving it, not even referencing. No, they always rely on somebody else to be there for them when they need something. And I mean, I think, don't get me wrong, everyone's guilty in some way in their life of doing that, where they say, okay, this thing is taken care of. I don't need to do anything about it. I just need to access it when I need it. Well, what if the time to access it comes, but the resource isn't there anymore? Because nobody did anything like, pay for a server, download the video, archive things. And all of these things are so simple to do that people can volunteer to do. Somebody could just say to themselves, you know what? I got a big ass hard drive that I bought and there's nothing on it. So I'm going to commit that when somebody says such and so YouTube channel has an awesome video, I'm going to clip that right out of the context, cut and paste it into my computer, right? Put it in my downloader, and it'll be on the hard drive, and then I'll let people know that I have it or whatever. There's so many just small things you can do that will make it later on, people need it, that'll be available.
Definitely. It's one of the things too that I think about a lot of time. Every time I come here, and as soon as I join the chat, I'll immediately also go to YouTube and go to the live stream, and I'll open that up and I'll immediately like it and then close it and come back to the chat. And I always notice there'll be, sometimes 50 people in the chat, and there'll be like maybe 12 likes on the, on the live stream. And it just seems like that's another, just a simple, and maybe that doesn't mean anything. I don't know. Do those likes even, I don't know if that matters. Maybe it doesn't even matter. But it just always amazes me how it doesn't seem like there's a lot of support amongst just us, all of us in here. And I don't mean the newbies. I mean our people, us that are here every day.
The globalists are always trying to reset. Every day they never want the conversation to move forward because they think they want just science, math, and human, progress of what the world is to just abruptly stop in the 1600s. Copernicus said it, done. That's all there is. And then just drive on to these like meth-fueled government symposiums. That's why it's important to back this stuff up, because the same talking points from the globalists keep happening. Every day they ask the same questions over and over again. Bottom-up obstruction. Where does the moon go? All the same things. So if you got the answers already with the citations, and you lose them because like a server gets shut down or gets deleted, it's like having to rebuild all that framework and that foundation just to keep giving them the same answers.
Excuse me. Yes, the moral of that whole story is there are things that you can contribute to with your time, resources, and money if you so desire that are entirely within your purview to control how you do so and the output. Be a helper, be a financier, be a content creator yourself, all different things you could contribute to the community. If you feel compelled or you're currently critiquing the community that it's not doing something, right? And by all means, contribute in whatever way you can, whether that's linking videos to people, whether that's going onto free platforms and making comments in the free section because you don't have money, or whether that's spending some of your money making a comment so you ensure that it gets seen, whatever it is that you're willing to do and capable of doing. And as to everyone listening, you got to do what you're capable of doing to the zeal that you feel you have for the topic and the amount of influence you want that topic to have on others. Because if you truly believe that it's going to be good for them to have the information, right, then do something logistically to ensure that that's going to happen. Find something that you can do with the resources you currently have and the talents and abilities and time you currently have. Plug in and do it. Don't even feel like it's an obligation. Just do it occasionally. If you feel so inclined, do it on a schedule. Whatever. It's up to you. With that, I just wanted to take this moment to just let all the Globers know that 70% of the Earth is covered in water. Water's flat and level. I'm sorry. Go cry about it. All right.
Is there one of the channels where you see if somebody left a server? Like it says X, user ID left.
Yes. You have the ability to look at that channel. I will. Let me see. Hold on. I'll ping it to you.
Okay.
I can't. Man, I'm having a hard time remembering which channel it is.
Yeah, there's a one that shows if they got banned or not. And so the guy's saying he got banned. So I looked there, and he's not on the banned channel, where it shows a mod banned for whatever reason. So I was just like, I'm pretty sure that he just left on his own accord, and then just claiming he got banned.
Well, sometimes, like if it's within 24 hours, it may not update. Dang, which one is it? Yeah, I mean, so there's the channel called Banlog. Can you see that one?
No, the mod log. I don't see the ban log.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, then we have that one restricted for your rank at the moment,
Okay.
which is fine. I mean, you could just ask.
Oh yeah. I just remember. I thought I remember seeing it in the past, but yeah, it's fine. I know he's full of shit.
I think it will. There's one, as I remember, just doing it by searching. Let's see, so if you search for people based on their username, as their username is, word for letter for letter, it shows you certain information. If you search based on their ID, it shows certain information. And then if you search based on their moniker, like their nickname, it'll show other information in the search. Yeah, just put the name of the ID in the back chat, and then you can look it up from there.
Boring. Oh, let's see. We got a semi-new person, Mr. Shift-X here. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. Yo. So you joined Thursday, 22 June. Oh, very new. Mr. Shift X, if you want to speak or interact, you need to go to the voice verification channel. We can meet you up there, have a short conversation, make sure you agree to the rules and the decorum of the server, and you'll be granted the ability to speak. You don't even have to speak right now, but then you at least have the ability when you want to. Although it's not mandatory, you can just listen. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, what are you up to? Oh my goodness, dude. Crit. That kid ain't banned. What are you talking about? He's just in cog dis. All right, that's it. You're gonna have to listen to a bot audio. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see, what's a good bot audio? Oh, you know what's a good bot audio? Dogs are gods. That one was good. Tore him a new one. Let's see if this is the one. Heck yeah. Alright, so we're going to listen to this audio. It's 3 hours long. It's got a lot of good content in it. However, those who are able to control the bot should periodically, if they so desire, pause it on points to encourage discussion about those points. Among the flat earthers to hone their craft, or among the globe earthers to offer critique and criticism and the opportunity for a rebuttal, which you then can counter rebut.
Hey,
So let it provoke. Go ahead.
Hey, before you start that, can you just put it in the bot channel? I'll play it in a minute. I'm just going to see if Shift X is here or not. We got Shift X in the channel.
Yeah, I'll paste it in there.
Thank you, bro. Shift X, we just unmuted you. If you're there, you can say hello to the panel. Shift X. You have control of your mic, Shift X. Shift X, are you there? I guess Shift X isn't there. How about Cryptic Stick Beats? Cryptic Beats, if you're there. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you now. All right.
Yo.
What's up, man?
What's good?
Hey, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
My mate added me.
Someone added you?
Yeah, my mate.
Okay. And so, have you read the welcome page as on like the rules of the server?
I skimmed through it.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. So, you know, your friend brought you here. Also, with that, what is your position on the topic of the server?
What do you mean? In what way?
Do you think that the Earth is a globe? Are you on the fence, or do you know the Earth is flat?
I think it's a globe, but you know.
Okay. Well, is there any evidence that you have for the Earth being a globe, Crip?
Not really. Not anything specific, I would say.
And what would be the strongest argument you think that you have for the Earth being a globe? If there's no evidence, what do you think would be the strongest argument you could bring forward for the case of the globe, right?
I do not understand why it would necessarily matter.
Why would the message of what we're saying here matter, or just why would somebody like, I don't know, like you have to be a bit more specific on that.
Just why would it matter either way? You know, what's the point?
Well, it undermines, first of all, your worldview. So your perception on what it is. So you might think that it's a Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Well, what if that's not the case? It would matter,
Honestly,
wouldn't it?
Not really to me. You know.
Why wouldn't it matter though? Why do you think it would matter to you?
I don't know, I guess people shouldn't be kind of worried about it. Would be my.
I'm just trying to figure out why does it matter to you?
Because why not?
Well, I can build up a case for it if you want me to. I can show you why it would matter.
Sure, I can't really talk. I got to be kind of quiet, but I'll listen if you want to talk.
Yeah, what really? I just want to get to the heart of why you think that. But at the same time, if you can't really speak on that, I would just ask you: is there any direct questions that you'd want this panel to answer? We'll answer you directly. Sure. So any it doesn't matter how ridiculous they sound. Ask your question. We'll answer your questions directly, and in return, we'd ask that you do the same courtesy for us. If we ask you anything directly, you answer directly, honestly as well. And we'll be that honest with you. So we're establishing, we're going to establish like a rapport between your honesty and ours.
Yeah. Okay.
So ask any questions you'd like directly. We'll answer them directly.
Yeah. My first one would be, why would anyone want you to believe that the Earth is round if it's flat?
Right. It's a method of control. So if they control the agenda of why the Earth is a globe, then they become the arbiters of that knowledge. And if you want to gain any more access to that knowledge, you have to go through their gatekeepers, which is academia. So in order for you to get higher learning on the subject matter, you'd have to study for it. And certain arenas like academia, college, high school, elementary, all these institutions that are there are set to push out the agenda in regards to what information they want to cater to. So if they say that the Earth is a globe in a vacuum of space, spinning, whirling, twirling, whatever it's doing, right? Then the only way that you're going to get more information is if you go to these institutions and apply for more learning. So if you can see that they become gatekeepers, that's a great method of control, because now in order for you to know more, you're going to have to go to a subject matter expert, like an astronomer, an astrophysicist, that kind of guy. So you can't know more about the universe unless you go to one of these guys, and you'd have to defer because you don't know more than they do, because they've been studying this for 20 years and you're just a regular Joe. So in that way, it's a method of control, and it gives you a paradigm, a worldview that you didn't previously have just by looking upon the Earth as what it is. Can you see that perspective at least?
Yeah, I can understand that.
They are the arbiters of that knowledge, and you can't get any more knowledge unless you become some type of expert or you go to an expert, and then you know more. So it stops like knowing like whatever the Earth is outside of your perception. It stops at like you can only reach a certain glass ceiling. After that glass ceiling, you can't break through unless you become a part of the institution itself. You're a professor, or you're some teacher that actually has some investment in teaching people this. So it's a method of control, and not only is it a method of control, but it holds you to a worldview that either keeps you indifferent about the topic, like, well, what does it matter anyway, or it puts it more of where you lean towards the side of the agenda, where you're like, dude, we got to clean up this Earth because we're running out of resources, we're killing the planet, killer asteroids are coming, whatever. Like any other agenda that's attached to it, climate change and all that. you're going to be controlled by that because of the fundamental information of the Earth being a globe. Because it's a globe, there's consequences, right? Like all the things that are attached to it being a globe flying in the vacuum of space.
But wouldn't the consequences be the same? Like, what are the consequences of it being a globe that would be different on a plane or?
Yeah, well, yeah, I know you're saying that if it's not a globe, what is it, right? So the cosmological that shifts the kind of conversation a little bit, but not really.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to shift it. I was just saying, wouldn't it be the same problems? But
we're still talking about like the information, right? Like that's been presented. Yeah. So when it's on the people who are telling you what's going on, then they are the gatekeepers and the arbiters of knowledge, and you have to go to them to gain more knowledge. When it's on the other hand not up to them, then you become the arbiter of that knowledge. You become the researcher. You're the one who actually investigates. So it's not them anymore. You take the power out of their hands, and your mind, where you lend it over to those guys who are these quote unquote subject matter experts, you become that, because you're now, what you're doing is you're essentially taking power away from them that was originally yours. Your critical thinking, your logical understanding, all these kinds of things are brought back to your mind, whereas it was lent over to them because, why would they lie? So that whole thing that you are now looking at things as it's things are a mystery now, whereas it was all discovered, and I'm talking specifically about cosmology. So we're in that cosmological aspect. You were thinking of it only being like, I have to be this kind of expert in that. Now you know that you can actually know the same thing that the other guy knows. So it becomes like you take the power back away from the structure that's been put in place, that was already here when you got here. So
my question would be, what do they gain? What do they gain? Power? Is it for money? What's the purpose of keeping people in the dark?
We can say a lot of things, but up to and including hiding God, the creator, hiding the creator, money, power, more land. A lot of people say that there's more land, a lot of other things, right? But we could use all these ideas and then say that's why, but I don't think that supports that. I think more often than that is to have you under a different paradigm mindset. And if I have you in that paradigm mindset, it's like anything if let's just say, for example, if I'm the arbiter of the knowledge, you have to come to me and find out about what the Earth is. I can then use that to my advantage and say, I don't know. Let me just think of something. Giant creatures are crawling up out of the Earth from the ocean, and we need to combat them. So I need you to give me your money because we live on a planet, and in this planet, this certain phenomena is taking place. So you guys need to pitch in and help me. So anything that I say, you will capitulate to, because I am now the arbiter of that knowledge. And
you're saying basically with power comes everything, right?
Oh, everything. They control every aspect. So when you look at people out now in reality, out in the world, everybody's controlled by certain agendas. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Political, religious, it doesn't matter. But whatever they're controlled by, when you go back to the source, you find out what the agenda for that control was about. It was either for the people or against the people. And usually it's against the people. The more often than not, right? Whatever the it doesn't matter, but whatever it is to control the people that it's the agenda's for. And there's always either a conglomerate of people that are at the leadership of all of this, whereas it's like a behind closed doors, only certain people know about this. So we understand something very true about all of these things, is that the majority of the people that think that this is true, that about shifting it back to the Earth, that think that the Earth is a globe, they only believe it to be so because of the information that they've obtained. Oh, so they don't know that the Earth is a globe. They just believe it as a blind religious belief. And that's it. It doesn't come from a place of fundamentally verifying the things that they know. Because I've asked these people many questions, Rip. I've asked them, how do we know that the Earth is a globe? By way of measuring it with drop over distance. Like any time in history, think of a we're standing on top of an oblate spheroid, right? This geometric shape that we're standing on has geometric consequences. So it would mean that if we're standing on a ball, then that ball would have a radius, diameter, and circumference. Basically, that's what the public information is telling us. When you type into Google, how big is the Earth and so forth, it gives you the values and the metrics, right? Like radius, diameter.
Yeah.
So these values are established. They're established in the sense of saying that, well, that's how big the Earth is. So when you and I are talking about the size of the Earth, that's its metrics. It has metrics to like the size.
It has a volume.
Right. And so we can say, okay, well, that information's out there. We all know that. But what we're doing in here is a step farther. It's not like saying that it's just a globe because they're saying it is. We're like, okay, so the information's out there. Now let's go someplace on Earth and test it. Let's test the globe to see if it actually stands for the claim that it is with its geometric consequences. Well, upon our investigation, anyone in here can do this, right? We find out with a small sample set on the Earth that you can find out from point A to point B over a set distance that there is no curvature, as in drop over distance. Now, you might think this is crazy, right? You're like, well, the Earth is too big. No, the answer is it's a set size. It's not too big. It is a certain size. Within that, within the confines of it being a certain size, it would be able to be measured. So if it's a definite size, what we can do is apply some kind of rigor to it, like and say, okay, let's try to figure this out. If it's a certain geometric shape, then what we can do is go to some place over the water where there's no land topography, which would get in the way, right? Because we'd have hills and valleys and mountains and stuff. So let's get away from the land topography. Let's go to water where there's not that. We don't have to worry about land topography. And we can like shoot across the water a sight distance. With that sight distance, we'd be able to determine whether or not the Earth that's beneath that line of sight is curving away with drop over distance. That would be the best way to achieve that. And if it is, well, guess what? It is, right? No harm, no foul. But if it is not, then someone's lying about this. And not saying that we're going to pin it on some boogeyman, but what we're saying is that the information that we received is not congruent with what we see in reality. So it becomes fundamental. It becomes something empirical. Either it is a globe by the metrics as it stands, or it's not by the metrics. So when we apply simple geometric math to this Earth, and we say, let's take a line of sight, because like as you know, shoot across the water, line of sight, we're going to find out how much drop there is from point A to point B over the distance of an arc, if that's the case. So we do that. We use a small sample set. You can go anywhere from like 10 miles to 20. And of course, hopefully you know, that you can see that distance fairly easily, like 20 miles away or whatever. You can see buildings that are in the far distance. Well, we apply certain understanding to that. Okay, so we got elevation height from the surface of the point of origin to the target, right? Point of origin would be where you're standing at, like, let's call it the beach. At a beach, we'd be standing at a specific elevation off the ground, close to the water, because we want to get as close to eye line from the water as possible, and shoot across that water, line of sight. What we're going to do is head for the target, which is going to be the horizon. The horizon is our target. So from the target, from the elevation of whatever we're standing on the beach, to the horizon, which is the horizon is defined in the Oxford Dictionary as where the sky meets the earth. So what we're doing is examining this test, right? We're going to check to see if the earth definitely has this consequent of geometric shape. So when we shoot across the water and we don't see the drop over distance that should be there, then we have issue with the earth being a globe per the metrics, per the values that they've given it. So now what we have is we have falsifiable information of the earth being a globe, or not being a globe, rather, I should say, because of the fact that per the claim, not that you or anybody else thinks that the earth is a globe, but that the claim as it stands has been falsified, as it's not been proven that it's a globe. So people that want to come in here and say rockets and NASA and all that, it's not going to do any good if you can't provide geometric shape, drop over distance. If we're standing on a blade spheroid, that it definitely is a globe via the metrics. So if you can't show me how it comports over to reality, that the metrics comport into like what the Earth actually is versus what people are just saying, then you really don't have any evidence at all. You just have a blind belief in that somebody told you that there's curvature, and they show you images of rockets and on and on, curvature from space. And because I'm trying to now take what you're saying and test it. And so when I test it with line of sight, and if I don't find drop over distance, then you don't have an Earth being the globe that they're telling you that you have. It's really that simple.
My question would be, if it is so easy to figure out, why isn't it common knowledge? I mean, right. It's not like every person is going down to the water and doing that, but also,
right. So if
it's so easy to find out, why isn't it? Let
me interject on that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Same.
So hold on, friend. So it actually is the truth that the Earth being flat and stationary is common knowledge. Let me explain. When you're a child, that's how you experience the world. That's what you think the world is. There's actually a sociological study that identifies the psychological developmental stages of a child where they're introduced with the concept that the Earth is a globe, contrary to their common experience, because up to that point they believe and know through direct experience that the Earth is flat and stationary. They are then told by an external source that the Earth is a globe. They are given specious evidence, and because of their psychological developmental stages, they take it on faith based on the authority of their parents and the institutions that their parents give them to. The child then develops a dual Earth philosophy, that there is a local Earth that is flat and stationary, and that when they leave the Earth, it then becomes a globe. This is the way the psychologists have gotten the kids to explain it, that there's two Earths. So it actually is true that we all intrinsically know the Earth is flat and stationary. We are then given counter information which we believe, and it becomes a belief in our minds. We never know it. So it's actually the case that everyone knows the Earth is flat and stationary, and they only believe because they were told that it's a globe. Interestingly enough, the major arguments, right, about the globe concede this point, that the Earth is experienced as flat and stationary. Everyone agrees on this. They then go on to tell additional stories of why the belief they want you to have is contrary to what you experience. For example, the Earth is so big, therefore it looks flat. See, it's an excuse.
Yes.
Contrary to your experience. It's very interesting that way, is it not?
I would argue that if you had, let's say a hot air balloon, a huge, huge hot air balloon, and you put an ant on it, the ant would probably look around and say it looks pretty flat to me because it's tiny.
Remember what I told you, though, Crip. Remember what I told you is that it doesn't matter what you see. It only matters what you can measure. So you can see whatever you want, and your eyes can tell you whatever, but the geometric consequence of it being an oblate spheroid has to be tested. So let's just say, right, I have a basketball in one. Yeah, if I have a basketball in one hand and a box in another, you could say the geometric shape that both of these items that I have, one of them's a sphere, one of them's a cube. So if you're able to tell me that difference between them, you understand that each thing that I hold in my hand has a consequence of it being a shape. So that shape has its specific ranges of like what it's described as, right? Radius, diameter, circumference would be the sphere, and the box would have certain dimensions of like the faces of a cube would have. So then you would be able to describe to me how in geometry that makes sense to all of us to describe these things, right? The physicality of it. So with that being in mind, we're going to now test the basketball and the box, right? We're going to measure to see what is the actual size of the sphere that I have, which is a basketball, and the cube, which is a box. We're going to be able to determine with measurements what size this ball is. So with that, after we measure drop over distance with the basketball on 2 points of reference, then we can determine on a small portion of that basketball, I can tell you the arc that ensues from point A to point B. I can tell you, okay, with this small little arc on the basketball, I can tell you how much drop there is or elevation change there would be from any given 2 points. So that's going to give us a great way to determine that the sphericity, right, be based on one sample set of this basketball that we're taking. So that's the same thing we can do with the Earth. It hasn't been done, because if it was done, then the Earth would definitely be understood to be the size that they claim that it is. But like the example that you're giving right now is to go up off like the basketball. Basically, you're saying let's get on a balloon, fly up on the basketball, and we're like, why are you going up when the only thing you have to do is be on the ground and do a line of sight and see how much drop there is, because that would be the easiest way. That would be the easiest way to find out, right?
Yeah, I think you actually misheard me. My only point with the ant was a response to I don't know what his name was, but who said about the child who knew that the Earth was flat.
Correct. So I understood your point.
Response to that. Was nothing
I understood
else.
your point. I understood your point, and I'll explain it again. So the child experiences the Earth as flat and stationary. That's their common experience. From their point of view, that's knowledge. Someone else comes along and tells them, no, the Earth is actually a giant ball. And the child scratches their head and say, no frickin' way. The person that's telling them then says, well, if the Earth was a giant ball, you wouldn't be able to experience it because it'd be so big. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. You can trust me. Now, check this out. What they have given that child is a logical fallacy and an appeal to credentials, which is another logical fallacy, saying because I'm telling you, you should believe it, and I'm telling you an argument from absence, right, to prove my position. So when that kid accepts that proposition, he's accepting it on belief and faith alone, with zero verification. Because while it is true that if something was beyond your perception, you wouldn't be able to perceive it, not perceiving it is not proof that it's true. That's called affirming the consequent, which is a formal logical fallacy, which you cannot get true knowledge from fallacy. So the kid doesn't know the Earth is a globe. He still knows the Earth is flat and stationary, just as his experience informs him.
Yeah, okay, I do understand your point, and yeah, you are correct. But also my point is, you perceive stuff as a kid. Oh, sorry. You perceive something as a kid, or you can't perceive stuff as a kid. You go, well, that could never be true, and then it is, right? Like if you raise a kid in a box and you never let him out of this white box, walls on each side, nowhere to go. He can't imagine anything else.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily true.
Let's apply that standard to the kids growing up being taught about the globe. So the kid clearly experiences it flat and stationary, and they come to a knowledge and a belief that they will assert that that's the case until a time when an authority, whether it's their parents or someone else, tells them otherwise. Now, that proposition at that point is a logical fallacy, right? Or not conclusive at best. It then requires an additional step to solidify it, and that step is called validation. The child must then go out into the earth and validate which proposition is true. The proposition that's congruent with his experience directly, or the proposition that's not congruent with his experience directly. And what's required to arbitrate that is material evidence in the physical world. And that can only be done through direct measurement of the object in question. You just go to the object, right? Like, you tell a kid, oh, that dinner plate over there is actually a sphere. Believe me. And the kid goes over to it, picks it up, measures it, finds out that it is actually a plate and not a sphere. And then he says to his parent, wait a minute, you told me a falsehood. It's actually flat. And then the parent goes, wait a minute, I told you it's a sphere. I told you so. And then you reply, but I measured it. You are wrong.
Yeah. I do understand that. I'm just saying your original point, saying that because kids perceive it that way, they're not less likely to be wrong just because they didn't know it to start with and they were told it. It's still 50-50 completely.
No, it's not.
But
It's not because he verified it. He verified that it's not a globe. Well, I should say falsified.
Yeah,
He falsified that it's a globe.
But until it is verified, the kid doesn't know, right? Is my point.
Well, yeah. Just based on observation.
No. The kid does know. Hold on. The kid knows implicitly and internally that they experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That is
But my
first-hand
point was
proximate knowledge.
sometimes when kids do know stuff explicitly, it can be wrong.
Well,
Yes, but that's not the point. The point is not telling your child that Superman isn't allergic to kryptonite, right? And then you go into the comics. The point is their first-hand proximate experience is of the Earth as flat and stationary. That is a truism that is agreed on in all camps.
Yes. Yeah, but
so to go beyond that experience and say reality is actually contradictory to your direct experience requires extraordinary proof. And the childs are not given that proof. Now, I will submit to you, and my friend here, Miggy, will help you go down that trail, that such proof to validate that the Earth is a globe does not exist. And the proposition stands as just an assertion that is expected to be believed, not known in any practical experiential sense. All the appeals that they do are appeals to proofs that you cannot validate or experience for yourself. And it's essentially an argument from absence backed by a appeal to their authority. We're the experts and we're telling you so. You should believe us. And you go, wait a minute, I don't experience that. And then they say, well, you shouldn't experience it. And because you don't experience it, therefore it's true.
I do agree with that.
Plus, there is a claim out there. They've claimed it's been measured. They've given us measurements of the claim of Earth curve, and we've debunked it.
Well, supposedly it was measured in 300 BC or something, right?
Yeah, they say that. But like, remember, I'm telling you this so that you can wrap your mind around like why it hasn't been done the way as simply as I told you, Crip. If we're dealing with a geometric shape, the easy way to go about it is to measure it directly in the specific type of consequent that it would be. So if we're using a cube, for example, we know exactly how we would be able to measure that because we can see how a cube is defined. A sphere would be defined with the same type of consequent of being radius, diameter, circumference. And so we're going to apply a different method for this method of how we're going to measure a geometric shape. If you're standing on top of one, then it would be able to be measured as such. There's no other way around that. Like, if I tell you, okay, let me just throw an example or an analogy. If I tell you, go ahead and look to see how the sun moves across the sky, that will determine the geometric shape you're standing on. You're going to be like, no. And I'll be like, why not? You can see the sun move across the sky, and you could tell me easily that the geometric shape that you're standing on is a sphere. And you're like, why would I logically, right? Logically, you'd be like, why would I have to look at the sun if the thing in question is the thing I'm standing on? Wouldn't I have to measure that first? And the answer is yes. Yeah. So the way that they're telling you to go about looking at the sun, excuse me, my words are getting jumbled, but looking at the Earth as whatever geometric shape it is, they're telling you to indirectly look at it as it's a geometric shape. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. If I'm holding a sphere in my hand and a cube in my other hand, I am able to determine what shape these are because I know the values and the properties they have because of them being the geometric shape that they are. And so if I'm going to measure them, I'm going to measure them directly. I'm not going to hold a basketball in my hand and then look at the sun as it moves across the sky to determine the basketball's shape in my hand. That doesn't make any sense. I'd rather measure the basketball. That's the easiest way to determine what shape this is. So the I'd like to say trickery or the confusion is that whenever you're looking at the Earth in that similar way, your mind changes. You're like, well, that basketball and the Earth are not analogous. I'm like, and my retort is, why wouldn't it be? If they're both geometric shapes, can they not be measured in the same type of way that you would measure, just in a different way? But you could find out on a basketball and on the Earth that there's geometric consequences, which would be drop over distance. That's pretty simple. You don't have to go to like Eratosthenes measuring sticks and shadows, Al-Biruni standing on top of a mountain. I could easily measure over a line of sight how much drop there is and then figure out if that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just really simple. There's no magic trick, there's no gimmick, there's no like trying to confuse you. It either is the geometric shape or it's not. But then we have to live with the answer. That's the only thing. And not make up excuses, you know?
Yeah.
That's the only other thing.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what I said before, if it was that simple, right, why isn't every 1 in every 100 people doing that, finding out somehow, right? Like,
because they think it's a foregone conclusion, Crip. They think it's a foregone conclusion. That means that the people, like you said, what was that guy, 300 BC? That's where it began. So why do I need to go back to caveman days to figure out if the Earth is a globe? Whereas we're in the enlightened age today. We're enlightened because we have all this technology and information. That would be pretty redundant for me to actually go back to history to question the thing that's already established. You know what I'm saying?
I can answer that more in depth from an educational, systemic viewpoint. So, like I told you earlier, kids believe a certain thing and know a certain thing when they're young. They trust their parents implicitly and explicitly for their life and limb and home. The parents then hand that trust over and stamp their authority onto the education system and say, child, go learn about where you live and what you're supposed to do. The child then adopts that internally and says, I'm here based on the proximate authority of my parents to learn about my world from these experts. That is the mode that they take on when they go to school. The school then tells them what the system that they're currently present within wants them to understand. It uses a deliberate and systematic educational philosophy to teach the child certain ideals. One of those ideals, right, is authority. One of those ideals is science and the authority that comes with the veracity of the scientific method and such things. The child is taught that these things lead to truths. And they're taught this at a time in their life when they absorb it psychologically without even trying. So they adopt these things and imprint them on their ego identity, that science is true, that the authority is true, that we have studied this, we have measured it long ago, it's a foregone conclusion, it's settled science, etc., etc. They put that away in a compartment because the majority of their life, they will never actually need it. So they never need to challenge it because it's never practically useful or challenged in their daily life. So they have no reason to think that they should do anything about it because as far as they're concerned, it's already done for them. So the reason why the majority of people aren't out measuring the Earth is because they don't feel any need to do so or any desire. Because one, they've been told it's already done, and two, the curiosity about it has been taken from them. For example, there's this movie called The Truman Show where a kid is in a prison, right? And everybody's watching him on TV. And what they teach him all the time when he says, I want to be an explorer, they tell him it's already all been explored. The same thing they tell kids nowadays. We already explored the whole Earth. The only thing left to explore is outer space. But guess what? You'll never go there because you'll never be an astronaut. So you have to trust NASA to tell you about the outer space adventure. You just stay here on Earth, go to work, pay your taxes, subscribe to Netflix, eat Cheetos, and sit on your ass all day.
Okay, so this isn't a rhetorical question. So you guys think that any job that involves measuring large plots of land or anything like that is all fake, or?
Okay, I'll answer that specifically. All plots less than 20 miles or 200 miles are surveyed as if they're flat and level. Absolutely no accounting for curvature whatsoever, period.
Mm-hmm.
There's no need to, because we in the building community understand that on a practical level, there's no need to account for anything beyond a local plumbing level. So we shoot lasers, we use levels, we shoot grades, we do all of these things from a level line with absolutely no regard whatsoever for any concept of curvature. It's absolutely irrelevant.
So again, to then claim that there's curvature present is just arguing from absence. There's no proof that it's there because there's no demonstrable need for it whatsoever. Now, don't get me wrong. You can go out to the internet and find people claiming that you need to do that. But people who build and people who understand and people who know look at those claims and laugh at them because they're beyond the tolerances of the material. So, for example, there's this bridge in New York City called Verrazano Narrows Bridge. That bridge is on a famous TV show called Modern Marvels. And it says that this bridge had to account for the curve of the earth, that the top of the towers are out of plumb from each other by 1 5/8 inches. These towers, which are hundreds of feet tall, right? Now, check this out, friend. The bridge is constructed with cement, concrete, steel. Okay? And it's 100 feet tall or more. And you have to build forms, and you have to make it, and you have to build it, and you have to construct it, and you have to interlace the pieces. The steel pieces have to be weighted. And what I mean by weighted is you have to sit there and wait for them to expand and contract to match the temperature of each other so you can put the bolt through the hole. Because two pieces of steel that are dissimilar temperatures will be at a different size. Now check this out. The Verrazano Narrow Bridge has a deck that's suspended by cables, which is counter-tensioned on the towers, right? Of which towers, right, are leveled and plumb. It then has the deck that throughout the course of the year, through thermal expansion alone, varies in height by 11 feet. 11 feet. The platform that you drive on as a car, certain times of the year, will be 11 feet higher than it was previously. Yet they want to tell you that this thing that expands and contracts with a variance of 11 feet, that they're going to precision engineer it with steel and concrete to 1 5/8 inches for some reason. It's absolutely ludicrous. The tolerances of the material would not account for that. And even if you could, which you can't, right? There's nothing that exists that you can make these towers intentionally 1 5/8 inches apart. What's left with anybody who understands practical building is that the idea that they're 1 5/8 inches apart is simply a claim made by a mathematical projection. So the globers, people who say this, would claim if the Earth was a globe, if plumb lines were radial to the center of the Earth, if they constructed these things perfectly plumb, then they would be 1 5/8 inches apart at the top. Notice how there's 3 ifs in that statement. There's no validation that this is true. It's just an if-then statement, a hypothetical at best, unproven and unvalidated, and impractical. So it's not the case that people are going out there and utilizing the globe in any way, shape, or form in their daily lives, in their construction of things. For example, there's claims that the military uses all these global calculations. I was in the military, never came up once. And I wasn't in fields that were to be excluded either. I was a range operator, a gunner, an armorer, dealing with artillerymen, all these types of things. The idea of a globe being necessary for anything we do was ridiculous. In fact, looking back at my time in the military, I realized that I was able to target enemy vehicles or utilize weaponry that was able to target enemy vehicles at a distance to where that vehicle should be precluded by the hump of Earth curve they claim is between me and it. Yet I'm expected to shoot at it and clearly see it plain as day. Now, back then, it never crossed my mind. If I can see this thing plain as day, and there's no hump of Earth curve in the way, what's going on here? I never thought of it. Then one day, I realized what they're saying about the size of the Earth is fake. And then I look back at my experience, and I realized, wait a minute. My experience is not congruent with a globe that they claim of a certain size, because that hump of Earth curve was not between me and the enemy vehicle. It wasn't there. So what's up? I go back to my experience. I didn't see a hump of Earth curve in between me and the vehicle. It wasn't there.
Okay. Next question would be: have you ever done a interview with a airplane pilot or a anyone from Navy or anything like that?
Well, I don't understand what's the point of an airplane pilot. I want to submit to you, friend, that you said that as if it's just listen. I want to submit to you that you said that as if I should know something about airplane pilots being intrinsically linked with some arbitrational position on whether the Earth is a globe or not. You didn't inform me of that. You just assumed I would know that. Why?
No, I figured that, in my opinion, if you're an airplane pilot, you must have to, if you thought the Earth was round, you must have to account for, obviously, the Earth being round in terms of fuel, everything.
I'll explain it to you. The pilots don't deal with the fuel. Pilots don't decide the fuel. The fuel is given in an excess amount of the expected trip. The trip is done by lanes, which are preordained. The pilot doesn't calculate those lanes. The pilot must go in pre-approved traffic lanes, essentially, from point A to point B. Now, the plane goes up, it maintains its altitude, it descends. That's all the pilot knows. Stay in my lane, make sure the plane don't crash. The pilot is not doing any calculations or considering the Earth as a globe whatsoever. He maintains the attitude of his plane based on his attitude indicator, which works off the assumption of plumb and level, which I already explained to you that plumb and level is what we all experience, right? Level, plumb, vertical, horizontal. Where's the assumption of curvature? There isn't any. Now, speaking of pilots, we have a video, which we could give you, of a Dutch pilot who was like a 28-year veteran female pilot who one day had an epiphany that her gyroscope didn't flip over when she went across the hemispheres that they claim exist. And in her mind, she knows that if my plane is upside down in comparison to when I began, my gyroscope should be upside down when I look at it. Yet it's not upside down. It's exactly the way when I took off. Ergo, somebody's lying about something, either the way gyroscopes work or the shape of the Earth. Transversely, we have a pilot who's an anti-flat earther who has claimed that he has the data from the black box, or he can get it, to give us, to prove that the attitude of the plane flipped. That's like 7-8 years ago now. Still hasn't given us the data. So there's no proof. Where's the proof? It's all stories, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that every one of these is stories. Now, there's another claim that you can see the curve of the Earth from an airplane, right? That's false. Okay? I could give you 2 hostile witnesses, which means they believe in the Earth as a globe, but they understand the mathematical and optical principles of being able to see a curvature in your periphery, left to right. Here's the deal. The horizon on a globe would be, theoretically, if the Earth was a globe, but just imagine a perfect sphere in an ideal free space. The line of sight to the horizon is the same distance 360 degrees around you. No differential in distance whatsoever. It's equal.
I do agree, yeah. Yeah, makes sense, yeah.
Also, concordantly, the drop angle to the horizon is equidistant. The same angle, 360 degrees around you. So you have the same angle of entry and the same distance. No variable. So, if that's true, and the horizon appears flat when you're close to it, when you get further away, the relationships of distance and angle hasn't changed. So it would look exactly the way it did before, which, by the way, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, a famous astrophysicist, in response to a video which people claimed was the curve of the Earth, he went on and said, no, that's not the curve of the Earth, friends. I'm speaking of the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner. He jumped out and said, I'm jumping down to the Earth. And they had a fisheye lens camera. People thought it was the curve of the Earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson said, dudes, there's no way you can see the curve of the Earth at that height. Not possible. What you're seeing is a fisheye lens.
I think I've actually seen that clip.
Right. Now, he's correct. However, another guy who's a planetarium director, like Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson and involved in astrophysics astronomy field, Paul Larson, did a lecture at his university, teaching the children there, the students, that not only would you not see the curve from the ISS, right? Think about that. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you wouldn't see the curve at the Red Bull jump. Paul Larson says Mr. deGrasse Tyson is correct. However, check this out. The same mathematical principles apply at the height of the ISS. You're still in the same situation. So what they're showing you from the ISS is also fake. Now, that guy believes in a globe. He runs a planetarium. But he is honest and mathematically proficient enough to understand that it is impossible to see curve of the Earth from the ISS. Now, funny enough, when they show you curve from the ISS, it's curved in a way that the Earth would be an eighth sometimes, or a sixth sometimes of the size they claim it is, clearly demonstrating to anyone with a clear mind that it's fake. Yet, why do people still think they're looking at the curve of the earth? I'll tell you, because they were imprinted in their ego identity that the earth is their home, that the earth is a globe, and the authority in science has concluded the matter. And that is why, no matter what you put in front of their eyes, they will say, I'm looking at a globe. It's true. Even if a globe believer, a expert in their field, tells them this is not the curve of the earth. I'm an expert. I'm a legitimate scientist. I'm a legitimate university professor. Here's the mathematical principle. The globe zealot will look at them and say, no, I saw the curve of the earth with my own eyes. And the other guy who's an actual expert in the field will be like, dude, there's something wrong with you. All right, so I've been gas bagging for a minute there, but I think it was all relevant. So I'm going to, do something else for a few minutes, give you guys a chance to breathe.
Yeah, sweet.
Shout out to everybody that's joined us on the panel early this morning. We got AJ in here, One Deck, Amish. What's up, guys? A Person, Colors of Country, Cryptic Beats is joining us. Conspiracy's in the house. Batman from Australia, Lino Tomo, myself, Morvis, Paul V, Resolve, Wrecked is in the house. Dude, I haven't seen you in a while. We got Shiftx. I think I spoke to you, but you didn't return anything back. TOS UK, the cameraman. Yeti Your Problem, the mystery guy that's in the text chat's always helping us out there. Warrior, Ethergrass, and Carr, the silent partner. What's up, guys?
We're all good, Mayhem. We're all good.
Yeah, just another beautiful day, isn't it? What's up, Carr? You there? Carr doesn't usually speak. That's why I always pick on him. But he's been with me thick and thin.
What's up, man?
What's going on, bro? Yeah. Talking to... go ahead, Carr. Do you want to say something?
Nah, I just had you trying to make $1.
Yeah, you're moving some dirt wherever you are?
Yes, sir.
He's a heavy equipment operator. Carr is. At one time, we were having him on a video chat, and he was in his big digger and just digging up dirt because that's what he does for a living.
The guy you were speaking to, I didn't listen to. I was in and out because I was working, but we're talking about we having to go to space, so-called space, and look at the globe and all this. But like I said earlier, these measurements were given to us supposedly years and years ago before we could get to the supposed elevation needed to see curvature. So it must have been measured directly from the surface of Earth. So if it was done that long ago, then it should be able to be done now using the same methods or more efficient methods and better equipment and tools to do so.
And don't forget, I got a couple of channels that you guys can follow me on. I'm on Rumble. I have a YouTube channel, and I also have a TikTok now. And we're trying to increase that audience so that we can gain more popularity in that arena. So if you want to just contribute subscribe to my channel or follow me on that channel if you have a TikTok, I'll put it in the live stream voice text. Trying to get more eyeballs.
Still live streaming the chat, Mayhem? On
yeah,
YouTube?
But
or no?
I do, but like currently because I've been switched. Okay, so like I did it on YouTube, so I had to expand on Rumble because that's a platform I actually want to have live streams on. because Rumble seems to be the better place for somebody that the truth that we speak, so that we won't get deplatformed.
Right.
So the heavy conversations are going to happen at Rumble. YouTube is kind of like a bit less light. It's a bit, you can have the conversations there, but it won't be as heavy as like debates and stuff would happen in like Rumble. And then of course TikTok, I just started in on that. So all these platforms were, a bunch of us are kind of brand new to. We're helping each other kind of grow on them. Like there's, I would
Is
say
there
about
some
10 of us.
bugs when you're going live with Rumble? Because I noticed that I'll get,
Yes.
you know, a notification that you go live, and then I'll get another one like 10 minutes later saying you're going live again. So I'm wondering, is like something happening where your live gets cut off and you have to restart it?
Yeah.
Is that why I
That's
keep
what-
getting messages? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens. And I'm trying to figure out the issue, but it's not, I don't think it's on my end, because I got a, you know, the setup that I have here. So it's not what I'm using. It's just the internet. Or I would say basically maybe the platform. I don't know, because like it's a new platform that I'm using, and Rumble doesn't have the same kind of expansion that YouTube does. But it's, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't have the resources yet. But it is a better platform for having these kinds of conversations that we can be a bit more free to have, versus like not be worried that YouTube's going to kick us out.
Hey, Miggy, really quick for a sec. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right, sometimes my headset cuts out. The thing that always gets me, man, while you were talking to him, and I know he was being somewhat, like somewhat reasonable, I guess, if you call it that, but like the way that they appeal to authority, you know, the why would they lie question when they appeal to authority is almost assuming that that authority has some reason to be honest. And when you ask them about, you know, oh, does your government lie? Yes. Oh, but why would they lie? It's like, dude, that's just the most blatant way to say that you have a blind belief. I mean, at best, they should be able to admit that, because what that clearly states is that they do have a blind belief. And the ones that kind of surpass that by going, you know, and they gish gallop around it, it's like, no, dude, you're appealing to an authority that you admit lies. Like, it fucking gets me every time.
Yeah, check this out, bro. Humans are liars. But once you get 10 humans, it's impossible for them to lie as a group.
That, or at least that's the thinking behind it, right? That's kind of how they're reasoning. Like, nah, I don't think so. Because when you got like 10 people, there would be a whistleblower in there, like to say, "Oh, you guys are all full of shit." But that's not the case, right? Because if one guy is the arbiter of, like, let's say, a secret knowledge, like, I'll give you an example. If we're all walking in the desert, there's 10 of us, and I find a stream of water, and I'll say, "Hey, let me go see if I'm going to go ahead and come back and see if I can find water." And then I come back with a jug of water, and I tell you, well, I didn't find anything but this jug of water. It was just sitting there somewhere. And you're like, where is it? Nah, I found it, but here you go. And I give you some water, and you drink from it. Once that water's gone, where do you think you're going to have to go to get water? Me.
Yeah.
I am the
I always
arbiter of
find
that jug of
question
water.
that interesting too. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
No, yeah, go on, Paul.
I always find that interesting too when they say that, because to me, what they're saying is they will accept the lie as long as there's a good reason for it. That's basically what I hear when they say, "Why would they lie?" Well, you know, so if the reason is good, whatever I tell you, then you're okay with the lie and you'll accept it and go along with it. Isn't that kind of what they're saying? To me,
Well, yeah.
that's what I hear.
If I tell them, dude, I climbed over mountains, hills, valleys. It was so hard to get through, and I brought you this jug of water, but I brought it to you anyway. So it's extremely difficult. It's a painful process, but here you go. And then you just like, well, that's a good enough reason for me to give you money so you can give me the, you know, like.
Right, but then guess what? Then guess what, bro? I tell my children that when you went over the mountain, you had to fight a dragon, right? And you snapped the dragon's head off with your bare fingers. And then my kids are like, "Oh man, he's so powerful. We should revere him." But that's like the same thing people do to their kids with NASA and the government. They tell their kids, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that, you should believe this, you should believe that," and they're really just telling their kids fanciful stories that they've never validated, which are only given to them by an appeal to authority, essentially.
You know, I wonder if a lot of people do that just because they don't want to have that painful conversation. Like, I think probably most people instinctively know, right, that they're being lied to pretty much about everything. But it's such a hard thing to face and swallow. And then to try to talk about it with someone else, especially your child, that's, whew. I can kind of get that and not want to try to go there. I wonder if that's what a lot of people struggle is,
Well, yeah, another thing too. I hate to bring it up, but in a sense, and I know not all flat earthers are like that, but in a sense, if the world was flat and there is a dome, that would strongly perhaps indicate, a creator. It would at least, at best, dismiss the Big Bang altogether. And, that takes a huge impact on somebody's ego. And their ego is, this idea of themselves that they've created throughout their entire lifetime, all the things that they've been told, and this image that they've put together, and a lot of it can be a little bit, unnerving when you're pulling it apart, because some people have lived maybe not the most honest or morally correct lives, or lives filled with lies. So when you start plucking apart certain things like that and they start piecing it together, that's a big owie subject for some of those guys, I feel like. Could be, at least.
Yeah, some people, you might have to come to the realization that, hey, I might actually have to pay for these some of the things I've done. I might actually have to, confront somebody higher than me. Definitely.
I put my TikTok in the live stream voice 6. I've been working on that. I'm doing well. Got 640 followers from like 2 weeks already. And if you've been with the group that goes into chill chat, you're gonna get into like a little TikTok college. we're learning the fundamentals of like getting on that platform, and we're sharing that information with each other. So anyone's welcome to join, really. Yeah, I'm trying to build myself up on different platforms. Dude, we got to get the word out, man. There's a lot of normies on TikTok. A lot of normies. And then you got people mishandling flat earth conversations over there too. So there needs to be the standard over there as well. Well, we're going to try to bring that in here. I personally, I want to funnel that traffic to 24/7. I want to like advertise this place so we can bring them here, which is what I'm going to do.
Can I ask you a personal question about that?
Sure.
Why is it important to you personally?
Bringing awareness. The truth is important to me. I think that the Creator gave us a mind to discern what truth is, and a lot of people are being taught how not to think. And it pains me every day that I wake up that people have this like really tough cognitive dissonance state, and it's like a rippling effect. It doesn't just affect my loved ones; it affects everyone else around them. It's like a mind virus. And the only cure for that is truth, right? And the only way to administer truth is being able to, and how we administer truth. So it's like on the one hand, you deal with everything case by case basis, right? You could deal with somebody with the soft kid's glove on the one hand, and the person who's giving an energy that is like, abrasive, a different type of energy, like a kick in the pants. And just different people, depending on who you speak to, will respond differently to that type of, energy. So I think it's important because to bring awareness to people that they don't know what they don't know, right? They think they know what they know, but they don't really know. I'm going to get a little twisted there, but
no, right. Like it's freeing, right? It's, you want to,
yeah.
I look at it like freeing people.
But they don't know they're in prison though, Paul. That's the issue. They think that, what are you talking about, man? Like there's nothing wrong with the earth. Like the gentleman Crip, he was like, I don't really see a difference. I know that because you're in prison right now, and the prison they constructed for your mind is built such that there's no reason to look any farther. Just stay within the parameters that we've set for you. Or it's a globe, and somebody brings any other idea opposite of that, well, it doesn't really matter because we got experts in academia on our side to verify that it's a globe. So don't you worry your pretty little head on this. You don't have to think for yourself. Just know that if it's not a globe and they're saying that it's not a globe, just say, well, it don't matter to me. I still go to work. But that's a way out of the conversation not to have it. Believe me, this agenda is ingenious. It's almost like when you see the art form of what it is, you're like, damn. Like there's no buffer. There's nobody out there to speak against it because it's like facing an army, and you look at the army, you're like, how am I going to defeat 1,000 of those troops? I'm just one man. But you forget that truth is the army backing you. It's the bulldozer that will take every one of those guys out. It's an illusion, basically, is what I'm saying.
It's over 100 year, plan. It is ingenious. It's amazing.
It is. It's almost like, remember, like, I don't know if it was said in the Matrix, but when he took a look at like all of it, from the fields of people that were being born to like the precision of how they put the people inside the pods and all that. Like he called it like I don't know, he was in awe of like the beauty of it, like the awesome, the awesomeness of it, of how it worked. It was all like a perfect system that was meant to keep people in prison in their pods. And it's like, I don't know, that's kind of like the thing that we see. We understand that. We know what this system is. And it's designed to keep people from being critical thinkers. And if we can break through that barrier somehow, it's like we disconnect them from that system. We unplug them, and now they're able to see what the system looks like from a distance. Like you see it, Paul. You can see it. You're like, dude, this is wild. How come people don't just, like, how come we can't just tell somebody, look, they told you a lie. This is the truth. There you go. If it were that easy, then everybody would be able to be converts. But that's just not what happens. We don't get that.
Right. I feel the same way about it. That's the most important aspect about it for me, is just freeing people's minds from that, because I don't believe in this idea of a tipping point where there's mass awakening and something's actually going to change. I don't think that's actual reality. I don't, they're so far ahead in all of this than us. They're ready for that point, and people are so quick to fall back into their sleep that I feel like any kind of little bullshit thing that they can come up with and spin, people will swallow and be like, "Oh, okay, back to sleep." It's just like the gentleman.
The gentleman was saying in the conversation when we're talking about the geometric consequence, and I said, we'll just easily measure it. But he went to, but what are land surveyors doing, and what are pilots saying? So he's almost lending his mind over to like these guys who are experts in their field, right? And those guys would then lend credence to possibly saying, no, don't you worry, go back to bed, it's a globe, I'm a pilot, I know it's a globe, I fly over a globe every day, don't you worry, it's a globe. So they want to be comforted by someone who's going to be telling them what their confirmation bias would be, which is it's a globe. So their mind is wrestling with the fact that they don't want to look at the information. They don't want to see the evidence that it's not a globe. They want somebody to tell them that it is a globe so they can go back to bed, because this is startling information. It's provocative. And so that's what we're doing. We're waking them, not in the sense that we're doing it, because I truly believe that this is a spiritual awakening. I can try to shake you awake. It's not going to work. I don't care if I tell you the earth is flat till I'm blue in the face. You're not going to wake up. That's not how.
Sometimes, not until you're right. Yeah, until you're
sometimes
ready.
you're woken up by somebody, right? Because you have to be somewhere, and so you become aware that you're being woken up, but you're tired still, and the comfort of the sleep that you were just in is calling to you. So you close your eyes and you tell yourself 5 more minutes. You then enter into a different dream that you were woken out of, and that dream consumes you. And you spend in that dream, even though it seems like, days, weeks, you spend like an hour and you end up being late for work, right? Because that dream is so nice. It's like, oh, I'm at the beach, or oh, I'm with a woman that I love, or oh, I have kids, and you're in a dream state. So you were awake for a very short amount of time, and you said to yourself, it's more comfortable to be asleep. Right? And rest assured, friends, many flat earthers that we have come to know over the past years are already put themselves back to sleep. We've witnessed it with our own eyes.
Yep.
And I mean by returning to the globe idea, or by just copying the exact same behaviors that they had when they were a globe believer and just perpetrating that under a new flat earth banner. So, for example, they find themselves a leader. They let that leader tell them everything about the world they live, and they just eat it up based on faith of what that leader's saying, with some evidence, sure. But the point is, they haven't really changed. They're just as much a sheep as they were before. Now, check this out. Throughout history, when there's been major shifts, there's almost always been a precursor of some kind of Hegelian dialectic, which means problem, reaction, solution, right? A problem is introduced, the people react, the solution is prepared. So rest assured, the mainstream is going to consume this new quote-unquote flat earth awakening into their paradigm somehow. And a lot of people who have come to the flat earth are then going to accept that new paradigm. Why? Because the flat earth will be part of the new paradigm, right? So they will walk down the halls towards the new goal just like they were before, just as much sheep as they ever were.
Right.
But I can understand that in the different flat earth sort of leaders, like you say, you've got different. I'm not going to mention any names. You've got different people talking about different things and speculating on different things. But I'm surprised. I mean, you did say it, but I'm surprised any flat earthers going back to a globe believer as they used to be. I find that very strange, that one. But I understand what you mean about the different flat earth speculations. Sorry, Diz, you're right.
Well, the majority of people that have allegedly gone back to the globe, the most prominent one is theorized that he did it for financial and social reasons. So it's just it's a practical thing. And the other ones, who we knew, quote unquote, to be flat earthers, not people who just came on the scene and just immediately claimed, I was a flat earther, but now I'm a glober again. Obviously just trying to, muddy the waters and, be like, well, you could trust me, right? They're clearly playing a game. But the people that we've known in the community for a while that have gone back, okay, the main reason why they've gone back is because of the philosophical and ergo metaphysical implications of the topic. And they want to go back to the secular materialist penumbra where a lot of esoteric and mumbo-jumbo beliefs are, rather than having any kind of concrete, like we was said earlier, accountability for the universe. They want, let me quit talking about them. Let's talk about people that we know that are in heliocentrism that have done this. People like Einstein, right? And other such people who are on record saying, we had a way of interpreting the data that we get from observing the quote-unquote universe. And one way might say we're the center of the universe, and the other way is we're just a floating speck in a big old nothing soup. And they say, in their own words, in their own lectures, in their own books, we chose one over the other because we thought one was philosophically scary, philosophically repugnant. Mute your mic, son. Philosophically repugnant, right? So they chose to interpret the data based on their philosophical bias because they didn't want to accredit the universe as being specifically created for us by a specific agent. Even if that's not true, they don't even want to go down that train of thought. There's people that have written that they've committed themselves to a secular materialistic interpretation of the data because they want to exclude the metaphysical, the spiritual, or any type of God whatsoever from being on the table of options. Right? This is known that they've done this. Because they clearly have an agenda. They're clearly biased. Yet people will say, oh, science is true because it's dispassionate and cold hard facts. Nobody could possibly be inputting their bias and lies and deceptions within it. Not possible, because humans, once they don on a white lab coat, all of a sudden become the pinnacle of morality. In fact, you could go on YouTube right now and find scenarios where people don the lab coats and present themselves as scientists and get their test subjects to do horrible things. It's hilarious how people are so sheeple that they will be told what to do by somebody who has an alleged expertise and authority, and they'll just obey. Contrary to their own personal morals, they'll obey. For example, the Milgram experiment, where they tortured people, right? They tricked people into torturing people up until the point of killing them. By when they wouldn't answer the question correctly, they'd get an increasing electrical jolt. They were informed by the quote-unquote scientist that if it goes up to this level, that could be a lethal dose and it might kill the patient. Yet they kept on telling the person every time nothing other than this. Listen to what they told them. Check this out. This is hilarious. How easily manipulated these people were. The people would ask the scientist, wait a minute, should I press the next button? Even though this is my instructions, to keep pressing the buttons every time they get it wrong. Should I do it? I mean, the guy might die. And all as the guy said is, go on, continue. The experiment must continue. Nothing more than that. Just simple, passive affirmations to continue the experiment. Some of the people pressed the button to deliver the lethal dose. That person was sheepled into the point of killing another human being rather than standing up and telling the scientist, dude, you are out of your goddamn mind, bro. I'm not going to kill this person because you're telling me that this experiment must continue. This is immoral. I'm going to kick your ass, and I'm going to call the cops, and I'm going to rescue that dude from this retardation. Not one person in the entire experiment did that. Not one. Not a single one stood up and slapped the quote-unquote scientist in the face for being a stone-cold sadistic sociopath. Think about that. Not one. Not one person had the resolve, the moral fortitude, or the I'm going to stand up and embarrass myself, perhaps, attitude to stand on their own 2 feet and go against what was clearly evil.
That reminds me of the whole, what is the saying, AI, about the reason why evil persists is because good men stand by and do nothing.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'll submit to you that good men who do nothing are evil men as well.
Correct.
Voice check.
What
up? Exactly.
Hey,
I mean,
what's up?
you're just as guilty as, the man committing the evil if you're standing by and just witnessing it and not doing anything about it. Absolutely.
We got some new people in here. We got Limondo. Limondo, I'm going to mute you. Welcome to the server. Limondo 75. Are you there? You have control of your mic, Limondo 75. Limondo 75, are you there?
Limondo, while you're waiting to decide whether you're actually there or not, in the meantime, make sure you read the welcome page. Because we're going to ask you to agree to the rules and a few primer impactos of how you're to behave here. So hopefully you have that done. Basically, we're not the Flat Earth Society. Okay, Flat Earth Society is a controlled op designed to cast aspersions on flat earthers for being stupid and scientifically illiterate. Whereas we are real flat earthers, meaning we've come to the conclusion that the earth is flat based on observations and weighing the evidence for ourselves. Now, that being said, go ahead, friend.
Yeah. This topic that was introduced today about
Stop right there. I just wanted you to know what it feels like to be stopped in the middle of something that's important to you.
Apologies.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought I had to go ahead before. Sorry. Okay. No, a topic was introduced today about those who would go back to the globe.
Yep.
I see. I'm going through this process where I'm actually challenging myself to become a good glober and to see if I, fell into this flat earth too easily, because it was something intriguing. It was new. I was learning taking in a lot of new information I didn't know before. And, you can get into something like that and just be swept up. And again, because it was so intriguing and actually enjoyable. So I've tried to stop now and really think of really good arguments against the flat earth.
Yep. Okay, I'll submit to you before you continue, because you can go left or right or up or down. There's only one argument against the flat earth. Okay, flat is a proposition of a surface quality, a descriptor, right, that can easily be disproven by demonstrable surface curvature. So the rebuttal direct to the point proper of the flat earth globe earth paradigm is directly measured surface curvature. Anything else is a derivative, a subsidiary, a corollary, or ancillary at best. So if you want to prove the globe to yourself again, what you must do is get verified, practicable, demonstrable validation of surface curvature of the earth. Once you do that, you can gladly, happily, honestly, sincerely embrace the globe again.
Okay. Good point. I just did something a little different. I started on, for me, what was the most convincing argument. And I think when I ask about this, I think it's recognized that gas pressure without a container is not a flat earth argument. We'd agree on that, right?
Well, the proposition about an object existing within a field of gas that's contained or uncontained has no contingent bearing on the shape of the object within that gas. So whether the Earth is a globe, or whether the Earth is a triangle, or whether the Earth is a raptor, gas pressure still requires a container, right? So it's a non-contingent argument. Now, it does destroy a vast amount of arguments for the globe, which removes those as options, right? So, for example, you could have a flat planar realm that continues on indefinitely to the left and to the right, right, and to the north and to the south, and have an atmosphere above it, right? And that atmosphere could gradiate off into the distance, right? Or you could have a globe with the same thing. So yes, you are correct that it's not contingently necessary for the proposition that the Earth is a globe or flat for gas to do A or B.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I'm saying yes. I agree with you when you mention that. Yes, the curvature thing is, but I sort of have that second on my list to look at. I was just talking about something that
What's first on your list?
I beg your pardon?
What's first on your list?
That's what I was telling you about, the gas pressure without a container.
Okay.
That hasn't given you anything about the shape.
Right. Yes, and I'm acknowledging that. But I picked that one because I was trying to think through the number one thing on my list. Sorry,
man. You're overthinking this. I think that's the case that I've heard you speaking here is you're overthinking this. You don't have to. It's really simple when you think about it. It's just a geometric consequence. That is all. So if there is a geometric consequence of the Earth being a specific shape, then that shape would be defined by us being able to measure it. It's just that simple. You overcomplicate it by saying things like you're trying to figure out the mysteries of the universe and all kind, yada yada. You don't need to do all that. The geometric consequence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid would be that it would be defined, right? The definition of the Earth would be defined to you and me and everyone if it was what they're telling us that it is. It's really simple. You're overcomplicating it. You don't need to. So if it's not that, then it's not what they're telling us. For you to say that I got to go back to put myself in the Glober's shoes to actually articulate myself better because I maybe fell into the flat earth, too quickly, you're not going to the crux of the argument, and that's the shape of the earth. Is there, by geometric consequence, an earth as an oblate spheroid measured with drop over distance? Pretty simple.
Isn't it beautiful, that, though? Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Down to simplicity. I mean, I'm at a point now where I don't really have to think about it much. I'll talk about it still, but just show me and demonstrate how Earth curve is measured in physical reality. That's your claim. Just explain how it's done.
Yeah, bro, is this sheet of paper flat or a globe?
Listen, and again, I'm trying to get a specific point across, is that every one of us who came to a specific place where we are right now came probably from different routes.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, Humble. The only thing that you should be concerned with is that if it's measured to be as the geometric shape that they're telling us or it's not. When you start to go into the mindset of like, well, everybody comes from different paths, who cares? The understanding that if it's a geometric shape or not should be the only thing that you're concerned, like hyper specifically focus on that. And if anything can demonstrate that it actually is, then voila, you have supporting evidence that it's a globe. If not, then no. You can't just go back and let me put myself back into Glober's shoes, ask 20 questions to the flat earthers and see if I can come back around to a flat earth that way. You just no need for that. That's irrelevant. You don't need to do all that. You're putting too much work into something that's easy.
I know. Sorry to interrupt. All you need to do as well is sort of you can preempt what their rebuttal might be to the so-called physical Earth curve measurements with so-called Eratosthenes and Alberluni. And we know as long as you know how to deal with that and explain how that is not actually drop over distance, it's something entirely different. Then you've got it cornered. Pardon the pun.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, but would you not say that the removing of one of the bricks that hold together heliocentrism, right, as a whole, like the whole model?
Oh my God!
I know. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
Humble, you're overcomplicating this, brother. You really are.
Oh no,
I don't know why. You're thinking too deeply. Well,
that's a funny question, a funny statement to hear on a platform where we do dissect things and arguments. And if I put something out there as a discussion topic, an argument, I just that's cool. I get you. If it's not,
well, dude, you gotta consider it like this. You gave the topic, the gas thing. I explained to you through direct logic that it's a non-contingent factor to the argument in itself. Okay, because you can have a sphere or a flat surface cube or a triangle within a gaseous environment, right? So it doesn't arbitrate whether the Earth is a sphere or flat. It doesn't arbitrate that. It can't in principle. It's pointless. Now, you could say for my benefit of understanding, I would like to know what's the nature of the gaseous environment that's around the Earth that I reside on. But that's a separate question from whether the Earth is flat or not. For example, you said we got here on different paths. That's all right, that's fine. All roads lead to Rome, you might say. But whether Rome is flat or curved depends on when you're there if you just measure the thing.
Okay, I get your point. All right. my exercise was, I guess, all right, I get you. Thanks.
Well, it's a lot of people do that. That's why I'm saying, Humble. A lot of people come into this thinking like, well, there needs to be more complicated. Why is it so simple? And that seems to be the reasoning behind people like, I have to see a way where I'm gonna go across the table to these intellects that I'm gonna speak to as globers. You know, they come in here with these $10 words and saying all kinds of things. And so if I just say, hey, it's as simple as measuring drop over distance, they're gonna laugh at me. I need to make this a bit more eloquent, so that when they hear me speak, they're not going to just laugh me off right away. They're going to listen to me. And so I think that's the approach you want to have.
I'll submit.
So,
yeah, I'll submit to you that your thinking in that matter is an artifact of being a glober, because when you were a glober, you were presented with your world in a phenomenological interpretive matrix where they tried to interconnect all the phenomenon with one explanation, right? So we've had that our whole lives, especially since we were children. And so it's intuitive to us to try to reconstruct that interlaced, interwoven story about where we live, as if all of these things have to be explained by one common thread. Once you remove the logic of that, because it's not logical that that's absolutely necessary, then you free your mind from that prison of interpreting the world. So, for example, if the Earth is flat, it's flat, period. I don't need any more than that. I don't need to describe what the sun is doing. I don't need to know whether the stars are angels or spaceships. I don't need to know any of that. If it's flat, it's flat. It's that simple.
I suppose I'm sorry?
So that's one thing I've really learnt from this server, because I used to listen to a lot of these debates before I came here, and you would get confused by these globers and their, like Miggy said, the $10 words, and they think they're smart, and then you start thinking sort of along the same lines. But the argument is that simple. We don't need to go into these things. We don't need to worry about these things, because they just simply don't have that drop over distance or a measurement. It's it can be so confusing.
Yeah, as I was saying, I've been there. I've done it. I've drawn myself mad with it, thinking, well, even though when I realised it was that easy, I've still gone in and talked to people about all the other crap involved with it, in gravity and all the other nonsense that goes with it. Well, I don't need to. But you get into a habit of thinking you have to do that, but you don't. You can be really quiet now and silent and just say, where's your evidence of drop over distance? Please demonstrate who did it, when it was done, and what equipment was used.
Yep. It's damning, isn't it, One Deck?
Yep.
They're scrambling together. Ruhif is trying to disprove, what's his face? The guy who did the
Al-Baruni.
No, well, not Al-Baruni, the other character that does the infrared shots.
Oh, right. I can't think of his name.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Like
Taboo Conspiracy.
Taboo Conspiracy. He was trying to disprove him, and he came in here with this whole spiel about like how he disproved him, and he had a video on it and all that. So it was a very embellished way to say that he didn't have any drop over distance evidence. But yet in his mind, he was using Al-Baruni's approach, using that using a theodolite. It's even like, we can get into that, but like he was trying to disprove something using an old method like Al-Baruni, where there was no geometric observation consequent measurement. So it was based on Al-Baruni's method of looking across the way at the horizon and such, and then just inferring certain information. But now that we understand, like, he didn't have anything, his illusion that he did coming into this argument, right, One Deck, when he shot you the DM, he's like, no, I have drop over distance measured. And I was like, cool, come on in and let's talk about it. When he did come in here, he didn't provide any of that. He was totally lost. And we demonstrated that in the conversation.
Did I just say something? Mayhem did. Sorry, mate. Just while I was on that topic, very quick. Did it tell you wrote a poem about that?
Yeah, I heard your poem. You read it when he was Ruhif.
The LB Ruhif. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Which is like, but because of the fact that he was solid in his stance, telling you, no, I got this information. I'm going to support it when I come into the Discord. And I was happy to hear, come on in, like, bring that evidence with you. And the moment he came in here to demonstrate this, which was the first point of the 3 points of the questions that I asked him, it fell straight on its face, like not evidence at all, because he was doing he was going about it in an approach just like Alberoni, which is of course not measuring any drop over distance. And that's why I even told him, I was like, well, that's not it. And he's like kind of in stark revelation, like, what do you mean? That's exactly, it's a measuring the, no. Specifically what I'm asking for is what I want, and you can't give that to me by anybody in history, which it would support the case of the Earth having that geometric consequence, that it's a sphere, right? Elevation change. But if you can't provide that evidence, then what are you showing me?
Yeah.
And of course, his... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Humble, if I demonstrate you gas pressure without container, what then you will think?
Well, this is again more about what affected me to even look further into this, because it was one of those things that you can hear it. And I think even if you would ask QE, he would say to you, well, as soon as I heard this, I knew that my worldview had to, change. And I think it's still one of the leading questions on FED as what do they call them? The questions that they have. I believe it's still there, right? So I'm saying, when I said, okay, this is the thing that really affected me, really, when I was listening. I said, if that one thing didn't affect me this way, would I have looked much further? So that's why I was saying, but you're right, it does not have anything to do with the shape, and I think that's probably the thing I have to focus on. But I was trying to answer the question of, did information influence me without taking a deeper look at it, right? So, but I understand what you gentlemen are saying, and it's legit. So it'll probably become a personal sort of research project for me. But I just thought if I put it, to the test in front of some people about this part of the model, but it's okay. I got you.
Just going on Ruhif, sorry, Rumble, I get your point, mate. But just Ruhif, when I was chatting with him, I was asking him that question, drop over distance, who did it, when did he do it, and what equipment was used? And his answer to me was, that's irrelevant because I've done it.
Yeah.
That was his answer. So I'm saying, well, if this has been done, if somebody's done it, and where did he do it, and what equipment was used, it will be documented. It has to be documented, so send me the documents, the original documents of who,
that's fine,
and what was used. And
well, that's fine, but again, if we want to be proper with argumentation, if Ruhif wants to prove the direct measurement, and he says, I don't care who else has done it or claimed to do it, I have done it, and here's my evidence, then it's sufficient to look at his evidence and determine whether he met the task or not.
Yeah, true. So your point.
But he didn't do that, so hence
he comes in so confidently, doesn't he? He comes in.
Yeah, what I said on its face, it wasn't evidence on what he was presenting. But based on like what needed to be understood is like, where did you get this idea that you can do this in the first place? So if he doesn't have that, how does that support his is he the only guy on Earth to think that the Earth is a globe and there's nobody ever in history that's ever measured it? So is he the only guy? That's another issue. But on top of that, on its face, what he was presenting was not any information leading us to the geometric consequent. It was just Alberoni, which is looking over the horizon from a mountain. Well, from an elevation at what he was doing.
And Miggy, in that three questions, the first two questions it's about Earth, let's say. And the third one it's also about Earth. But third one it's specifically destroying the heliocentric model in how to say in all.
In its entirety. In its entirety.
Can I explain sort of the practical side of what I was saying?
Only if you can do it in less than 2 minutes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, maybe I'll have to take a pass then.
Oh, there it was gonna be more than that. AI, you see, you can't escape the AI algorithm here in this chat. Just saying, man. There's no way to negate that.
Yeah, well, check this out, friends.
Well, maybe let me try and make it really quick.
All right, go for
It would
it.
be difficult for me to do an Alberuni type Earth curvature sort of measurement thing, right?
What? What? Wait, hold on. Rewind yourself, bro. Bro, stop. There's no such thing as an Alberuni type Earth curvature measurement. Alberuni wasn't measuring any Earth curvature.
But I think we would all agree that he is referenced in order to justify that.
Yeah, who cares? What Alberuni did
No, please.
was not a measurement, dude. So you saying I can't do it doesn't matter to the point.
What I'm saying is that sort of thing that he's claimed that he did in order to get a certain answer. Right?
Okay, you said you can't do it. You said you can't do it. That's fine. Why would you want to do it anyway?
Well, I'm not saying that one specifically. Anything else that people have done in order to claim that there is some curvature there. I'm saying that there are people who claim that there is a guy they reviewed the other day with a bicycle that went out and rode across some flat plane and then claim he could use that to calculate the curvature, right?
But humble, that's why I was saying, once you ask him for the measurement, the drop over distance, you know what they're going to come back with. Eratosthenes measuring elevation angles and shadows, and Alberuni not really measuring anything at all. You just need to know how to deal with that and break it down how that's not measuring curvature. You need to explain how it's not that.
No, but what I'm saying to you is that if I take a topic like that to someone to have a discussion about, they would say to me, well, this was done by somebody in history, or here's a YouTube of a guy riding a bicycle improving it, right? I'm saying, then if I say, oh no, all of that is not legitimate, they will say, we have pictures from space that shows it, and these people on the ground are verifying that picture that we're seeing is true.
Humble, you've just jumped there from somebody measuring the Earth curve to go into space. What you need to be able to do...
No, please stop. Just let me clarify that before you say... I'm saying that even if I went with these things that people did on the ground, right? And I said to them, well, these are not legitimate. He says, well, they feel they have that as proof of what they see in these pictures from space. That gives them two different witnesses to the fact that what they're saying about... maybe I'm not communicating well enough. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, Humble, just break down how Eratosthenes was wrong. Tell us how he didn't measure Earth curve.
That's not my point. Please, that's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making.
Who cares, bro? Who cares?
Okay,
nobody cares. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
No, it's okay. We're speaking probably two different languages.
Oh my goodness. Let me explain it. Let me explain it, friend. You asked about your journey, and you're now using the word them, and they. Okay? Personalize it for yourself. I don't care what they are going to think. We already know what they're going to think. This is about you. So you have to personalize it to how you're interpreting this. If it's compelling to you about the pictures from space, then ask us about what your issues or your points about it are. Because otherwise, you're wasting our time if you said, I want to talk about my journey, and now we're just talking about globers again.
That's a really good point.
So what is compelling to you about the globe arguments that make you have compunctions about the flat Earth points. Since you don't accept at this stage that the single arbitrational factor is direct surface curvature, right? Let's just say whether you accept it or not doesn't matter, but you have other issues that you want to talk about. Talk about them from the sense of what you're struggling with, not what the Globers would say. Okay, we're here for you to talk about you and what's going on with you. We already know what the Globers would say, and nobody cares what they have to say. We care about you.
Oh no, that's fine. Somehow I'm not sure if I'm connecting today, but it's okay. Not to worry. Thanks.
I wouldn't.
Okay, if you're worried about pictures from space, there is no validated pictures from space. So case closed. So they don't have a validated piece of evidence there. And their attempts at measuring Earth surface curvature are all a bunch of fallacious non-measurements of Earth surface curvature. So they don't have anything validated there. So they don't have two validated pieces of evidence. So they don't have this idea of two witnesses to tell them that the Earth is a globe. What they have in both instances is logical fallacies and appeals to authority at best. So they just have a faith-based assertion that makes them feel good about saying the Earth is a globe. That's not direct evidence. If you go out and measure the Earth to be flat, right, then it's flat.
That's all I wanted to say, Humble, was, why would you want to recreate Al-Biruni's assumed measurements of a globe when you can just go out and take a look for yourself and see that it's flat? You don't need to go back to Al-Biruni and all that. You can see it yourself.
But maybe you are in a position where you can't do anything practical. It's out of your depth, right? By finances or physical health or logistics, right? And so you're relying on the argumentation and the evidence provided by others that's given to you for you to make your decision, okay? But I will also submit to you that it's entirely okay to reserve judgment completely. Just say, I'm not certain the Earth is a globe. I'm not certain the Earth is flat, but I am certain about certain other truths that I know explicitly and implicitly. And I'm going to rest my life on those truths, and I'm going to let God or whatever higher power I believe in handle the other stuff, because I can't personally do it. That may be true. And it is okay. It is entirely okay to reserve judgment and say there's more important things based on what I can know for sure. And then leave it to other people to pursue those other things. In other words, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I believe in your worldview that you believe God is on the throne of what's going to happen. So you, right, in particular, don't need to know all the details and all the pieces. It's okay to, for lack of a better term, leave it to the youngins who are up and coming to go into the next generation and fight that battle. You don't have to fight that battle necessarily. And so you could take that burden of trying to find out because you feel I can't truly decide because I don't have the tools. You can take that burden off your shoulders, brother. Rest assured, I could carry that burden and smack people over the head with it just fine without your help or your worry. And so can many other people. So just commit that to somebody else's purview. And just leave it as an unknown, and then just ask if you believe in a creator or a higher power that will give you what you ask for. Just ask, if you want me to have this wisdom, give it to me. And I'm just going to rest and not worry about it anymore.
I think you're hitting on the another level of this thing, because I don't know your personal experience, but I would like you to just imagine having been in a situation where you had a certain particular view on the nature of where we lived. And you've had that for decades. And then all of a sudden, you run up into something that throws all of that into question. Then you then say, well, wait a minute. How come I didn't see this before, even though I was reading this piece of literature that I was putting my faith and my really trusting your life in, and all of a sudden, a very vital part of it, you were convinced was completely the opposite of what it was. I don't know about you, but that tells me to be careful about my decision making in the future.
Right. And you know what one of those decision making is? The ability to reserve judgment. To recognize, I don't know. It's beyond my purview at this time. Therefore, it's not incumbent upon me to make a decision because I don't have to. I'm not being asked to make a decision about this. It's not being demanded of me. I owe nobody. I have no obligations. It's something that is in control by a higher power that I have no ability to change. You know that old saying, let God handle the things that are beyond your control and just be happy being able to deal with the things that are within your control.
Right. But now I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the nature of where we live is a provable fact.
Yeah, sure. But what did from your worldview, check this out, friend, from your worldview, okay, which I believe is informed by the biblical scripture. The biblical scripture says that the nature of the world is designed to be self-evident of a particular thing. And that particular thing is not itself. That particular thing that it's designed to point to is the creator, right? So the summation of your experiences in the material world are supposed to inform you of the qualities of the creator. So if you're focused on the object itself, then you've lost sight of the purpose. It's like Bruce Lee said, if somebody's pointing at the moon, right, because the moon is looking splendiferous tonight, and you come to the person and you start to admire their finger, and you start to look at the finger, and you're like, holy crap, dude, that finger is pointing so eloquently. It's just pointing like the best pointer I've ever seen, ever. And you walk away. And then you don't tell your friends about that pointer finger. You missed the moon. You missed the glory and the splendor that the moon was giving off that night because you focused on the wrong thing.
And I'm hearing you, and I'm not disregarding it, please. But from my side, I had an understanding of the Creator. It was, I'm telling you, a vital part of my life. I'm saying, though, that as a part of that belief, I would actually defend heliocentrism in speaking to people about what that creator did.
Yeah.
Now, I'm facing the fact that I may have been passing on wrong information to them, that in my heart and my mind, I wasn't trying to deceive anyone.
Oh, well, too freaking bad, dude.
Feeling I was telling them something that was true. Now,
yeah, that's great.
I'm saying, now that
what are you going to do to make it up, dude? What are you going to do to make it up?
No,
I'll give you a hint. It's impossible.
That's not the point of what I'm saying. I am just saying the lesson that I now have is to be very careful from here on in.
Sure, absolutely. So I'll give you an example. Dude.
2 minutes to refresh your arm.
Check this out, friend. I'll give you an example from what I just said. The way I parsed my language earlier, I described reality as no matter what it is, of being self-evident of the creator. I didn't have to go into specifics. Now I can. There's no worldview that doesn't have the hint of the essence of the necessity of a sentient mind as the primal causal agent. Okay, there's none. And the reason is because we possess a sentient mind, and our first order approximate knowledge is that without the presence of the sentient mind, reality isn't present. Okay? We know this intrinsically and implicitly in our nature. Okay, so there is no worldview that excludes the necessary antecedent of a mind. So in my opinion, all expressions of reality and interpretations of reality, except direct denials of reality, point to the creator. So I don't have to get into specifics. Now, what I do is I argue points without accepting the points. So, for example, I can argue to prove a creator from a Big Bang cosmogony. I can prove a creator with Big Bang cosmogony. Now, does that mean that the cosmogony of the Big Bang necessarily is true because I use that argumentation? No, it doesn't. So all you have to do is just divorce yourself of using this definitive, this is reality, I know it, I'm saying so, and then just argue the point as the point itself. And then you loose yourself from the guilt of telling somebody wrongness about reality, which, by the way, we have a lot of flat earthers doing of late, where they come upon an interpretation or an explanation for a phenomena in the world, and then they say, this is reality, this is the truth, this is the way it works, rather than just being honest and saying, this is my interpretation of it.
But you would not go to someone and say, this is my interpretation of because if it is, then yeah, we can end the discussion here. Would you say to someone, this is my interpretation of the shape of the earth, and leave it at that?
Look, if I had to take that parsing in an argumentation, okay, if something could be an interpretation and also true simultaneously.
No, I'm saying you would not. I get the feeling that you yourself were convinced. I don't think you were born a flat earther or just woke up by yourself independently and came to this knowledge, did you?
No, but I will say this. Throughout my entire life, I had the knowledge and the accepting of the premise that the world is under a grand deception, and that grand deception has tendrils into almost every facet of life, whether that be the sciences, the arts, the humanities, the political structure, the financial structure. I've known my entire life that there is a corruption to it. So to discover that corruption also goes into the idea of the shape of the earth and the place in the cosmos, I already knew that because, atheists would argue, that the Big Bang proves atheism, and there's all kinds of arguments, right, throughout the years when it comes to evolution and all of these things, abiogenesis. There's always been these debates about these topics. And I've always known from a young age, yes, I was informed from the scripture that this is true, that there's a grand deception perpetrated on the earth, that the world, quote unquote, is twisted or evil in its agenda. And because of that, everything is corrupted by human influence to a degree. And you have to have checks and balances in order to remove the probability of that influencing screwing things up. So once I followed a train of thought about all these corruptions down the line, the idea that what they were telling us about the earth was also corrupt was easy to accept.
Very good. So now, what is the value of that information to you now? Once you use it in your understanding of the nature of the earth, you're here a lot talking to other people about it. With what purpose?
Too many steps right there on.
But you measured his time? Your 2 minutes are up, sucker.
Because you're in danger, they're lying to you.
Dude, it's like, why do people do anything? Think about it.
I can tell you, Humble, that I was in the same position, that you know, I used to read the Bible as well, and I didn't even realize that the sun was done on the third day. I used to see the morning and night, and, you know, there was the first day and the second day, and it wasn't until I came to Flat Earth that I actually realized those verses in the Bible for what they were. And I'm just glad that I did. Now that I actually know what it is, what it says, you know, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Well,
and look, from that point of view, you don't even have to argue whether the Bible is true or not. For example, there's different religions in the world that have different scriptural texts. However, there's a common thread among all of these scriptural text believers that they will side with the mainstream science claims rather than what's written in the scriptural text they claim to believe. And they do it their whole lives without even realizing it.
very true. Very true. Yeah, we see that happening right now, right in front of us. Yeah.
Yeah, so for example, like he just described, the sun was created in a particular order relative to the earth, but mainstream science says it's the opposite. So there's a big contradiction there. You can't believe both to be true, so you have to make a choice. Most people choose the science side over just a plain reading of their scriptural text they claim to believe.
Sorry, fourth day I was wrong. Yes, Miguel.
So the question then becomes, why is it important for them to learn what the Bible truly says? If you have the majority of Bible believers and Bible readers today believing it's heliocentric, would we even try and talk to them about it being flat? Why?
Yes.
Why disturb your world?
Well, if everybody had that thinking, that's you having the truth and burying it, right? And what does Yeshua tell you about doing with the good news that he teaches you?
To teach it to others.
Right. So that's what you're doing here. Simple.
But like AI said as well, you may not be in the position to do that right now. You might not be at that stage. That doesn't matter at this exact moment. I feel like you're putting a lot of stress on yourself.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. You are right, and I've made no secret about the dilemma that I'm facing. Like, you are completely right. I'm just saying now that yes, what I'm hearing is that.
Oh,
sorry.
I've got a word for you, okay, brother. Here's how it goes. A lot of people, they get caught up in the affairs of the world and how things are going to play out. And especially in light of what they've done throughout their lives and the opportunity they've missed and the things that they can't repair. And they have this weight, like, my impact on the world has been a net negative because I've caused all this trouble for all these other people. And I can't undo it. Even if I try to start now, there's no way I could reverse the amount of negative impact I've had because I've told people that the Earth's a globe before with veracity, and maybe they might go down a track of, you know, not believing the way I believe, and the salvation offer that's within my paradigm might not be given to them. And so I could be responsible in my own worldview of damning people to hell, let's say. And that's on my shoulders, right? And I am responsible for whether these people are saved or not. The Bible doesn't teach that. The Bible teaches that it's entirely God's work. And he also teaches to you who suffer with the weight of these things a calming assurance. My grace is sufficient for you. And that's all you have to do. You just have to rest that these matters are well in God's hands, and if he truly is the creator of the universe with a purpose and intention and the power to carry out his word, he says at the beginning that all of this is for his purposes and it will accomplish his purpose. So rest assured, friend, that God is sovereign and he will accomplish his purpose, which he set out to do. There's nothing that can stop him, not even you screwing it up.
Humble, actually. When I found the flat Earth, it was an immediate realization, and I felt so overjoyed. I had no evidence, no proof. I'd never spoke to anybody, and I felt so happy. The sadness come later when I had to talk to family and friends, and then I became depressed and anxious because of the grief I was getting. But now I've come back round, and I'm at a peaceful place with it all now. I feel like I've done what I had to do. I've come through. I've started off great, went through a load of shit, and now I'm feeling peaceful again with everything settled.
Yeah, now I feel sorry for those that can't see the truth. It's done a backflip.
Yeah. Thanks very much. I feel a camaraderie with you gentlemen who are going through the same thing. Yeah.
You're a good
Well,
guy.
if God be for us, who'll be against us?
You're a good guy, Humble, but I was surprised to hear that tonight.
Surprised to hear what?
Your question and what you were saying, because I've seen you in and around quite a bit on here and a few other servers, and I was a bit surprised when I heard that tonight.
Oh no, that I'm putting myself through a questioning to make sure that I'm,
No, not that. I think it was probably more the way you explained it. You're putting yourself back into the Globus sort of shoes.
Oh no, please. I to be honest with you, I can't see that happening, mostly because of what the scriptures say. What I'm going through is to make sure that I, for one, use arguments like I learned, like that the gas pressure thing is not specifically related to the shape of the earth, right? I get it. No, I don't. One of the sad things for me is I don't see a way back. Yet, close companions, people in my family, are not there, and it's very. Anyhow, yeah, that's. I don't want to take too long talking and dragging it out. I'm just saying. Yeah, part of the problem is I don't see a way back out of this.
You should be happy that you have the truth.
Yeah, it sounds like a prison more than it is like a release from prison. It shouldn't be that.
Everything you guys are saying is true. Like I'm just saying, though, that yeah, I'm dealing with a situation that is yeah.
It sounds like social. It sounds like social pressures, Humble. Not
it is.
You're grieving the fact that well, there's certain prophets of old that were looked upon as who was the weeping prophet? Was it Jeremiah? I think he was the one. You're looking at the day and age in this time frame, and relationships between people that you care about, and it seems like these things that we speak of in here are deal breakers for them, and they're things that would separate you from them, and you're grieved in your heart about that. Not the fact that you know truth, but the fact that people can't come to truth like the way you have. So you're grieved in your heart about those things, and we all are. Each and every one of us have a cost. We've been talking about this morning. There's a cost factor to actually, and of course, in biblical principle, there's a cost factor there too. Yeshua spoke of this. They will hate you like they hated, but they hated me first. So in order for you to understand you're with truth, you know that the world's not going to agree with this. It just isn't. Not the nature of things.
Doesn't like truth, does it, Mayhem?
No. They're going to outright reject it. And the thing is, you have to rejoice in it. You can't look at the way the world's receiving it. You have to see how you are dwelling within truth. So your peace of mind and your rest comes from the truth, not the fact that people aren't getting it, but the fact that the Creator himself has actually plucked you out of that select group and put you in a position where you are now an advocate for truth, or an ambassador, if you will. And that you should cherish, and that you should rejoice in. Not the fact that you're looking at how bad things are, but how good things are. That the Creator has you firmly in His hand. So don't put yourself back in that position where He took you out of. That mindset is what I'm talking about. Because once you do, it's like the goodness that He has given you, you're like, well, let me just go back to see if I didn't miss anything. And it's like, there's nothing that you missed. Because the other people that might be kind of questioning the reason why you're a flat earther are the ones who are amiss, not you. So it's not in your presentation. It's not anything like AI was saying. The Creator has already demonstrated throughout all of creation what the world is. It's not our fault that people are still deceived by what people say versus what is out there specifically self-evident to everyone as what the earth is. So we try to help people bring awareness to them, and just like the biblical principle, it's like don't hide your talent or bury it. You have to shout it from the rooftops, as it were.
The more people speaking truth today, the better it's going to be.
I think my experience has been that for every door that closes on you that you think closes on you, another door opens. Now, sometimes you got to look for that door, but as Mayhem just said, if you feel that you are isolated, go out into the world. I don't care if it's a library, beach, restaurant, retail establishment, no matter where, and preach your truth. Because if you preach your truth, you will sooner or later come to love speaking the truth. And then you will not care about the things that you lost or the people you lost. You will literally rejoice that they didn't get it and you got it, and you're spreading the truth to other people. It's the most wonderful, freeing experience I've ever experienced. And it comes with virology as well as cosmology.
Appreciate everybody's input, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got to go too. Thanks for the chat, Humble. Thanks for the chat, everybody. Sorry, it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. Got to go to sleep. It's hard to catch up with you guys on your morning show.
See you next time.
Okay.
AJ.
See you, Mayhem. See you, mate. See you guys.
Take care. Okay, bye.
Just the good gentleman who's sharing the story. Do you live around water, either fresh water or salt water?
He left, Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Forget it.
Both AJ and Humble H left. They both left the call.
I came late. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just telling you that so you don't speak to him when he's not here.
Alan's going to school me in three minutes on reciprocal zenith angles. And he's going to help me. We're going to put a video together about psychological thermodynamics and boats over the horizon and stuff like that. So we're going to talk about it. We'll get a video together in the next 30 days, and Alex has given me permission to use his music in it. So we'll do a video and we'll get it out.
Isn't it great to have him like in this channel? Like Alex is such
great,
a boon.
Man.
He's a boon to the community, man. Like he really is.
He really is.
He's a great guy. Alex, he's a great guy. He is. Such a great guy. He's so giving too to the community. That's why I was like, yesterday we had a conversation about getting him on like TikTok. And just so that he can bring more awareness to the people that on TikTok can hear his music. Because it's a gift to the community, his music. So
yeah, if we get more people that believe like we do on TikTok, we're gonna drive the Globers on there. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just. I mean, you got Blitz and you got Jorge and you got Nixie, which are the big astronomer physics people on there, and then you got your bullies like Globy and Russ and Globechild. I call him Globechild, and so you got your bullies. And then you got your morons who just come on and just say, no, you're wrong, flat earther. Sorry, bye. It's just unbelievable. So You've been there. You know, you have 507 followers now, or more. But you've been there. I've only been there since October of last year. And so,
actually, Jim, go take a peek at TikTok right now.
Oh, you have more followers?
Yeah, go take a look.
Okay.
I might do a TikTok. I might do a TikTok flat Earth poetry. TikTok.
That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome.
Just reading poems out about flat Earth.
Sounds great. But in case you guys have missed it, we're starting a little community here, a little grassroots movement within our community. It's like a sub community of being on other platforms, and the platform that we're talking about currently is TikTok. And if you want to join in, we're doing like almost every day. We'll kind of chat, and in chill chat, we'll talk more about it. I'm just in here telling you guys who are joining us, if you want to take part in that, just come through me, or Elijah, or because yesterday we had Alex and we were talking to him, and Jedi was there, and we're just going over the basics. So, all right, later, Jim. See ya.
TikTok, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It was only a matter of time. TikTok. It was only a matter of time.
Whoever just said that, is that a Q reference?
No, he usually makes poems, so that's one deck. He's the poem guy here.
Yeah, man. I was just saying TikTok. It's a clock. It's a time. Everyone's into it. There's something going on. We're all going to get on TikTok. It was only a matter of time. TikTok. Just putting words together.
Yeah, that's something that the Q people say a lot. I was just curious.
$300 away from live streaming on YouTube or TikTok.
All right. Kill the chat.
I'm in and out, but I was just thinking, and I'm not speaking for Humble, and I mentioned it earlier. I can't compare myself to some of you guys like Miggy and AI and Nathan and some of the guys. I haven't. There's some knowledge I haven't got, but I think I've got to a point now where I am able to help people understand this, what we're talking about, in a much easier way. And it's been a bit of an up and down journey, but I think I've come to some peace of mind where I'm in a position, the first stage position, I'm going to call it, to prove that the globe is a lie. And I can only progress from there. But I feel confident now I can speak to people about it and explain different things. And I'm sure I'll only get more better as I go on.
Excellent.
So do you guys talk to like the normal everyday people in your lives about this? I do a lot, and I think it's quite funny because like just some of the things they say, like at least 50% of them get angry, and I know everybody knows that, but I like it just blows my mind. It's weird. I've categorized all the people that I still care about, all these people, but half of them are in this category where it's like, I'm not going to stop talking about it. I don't care. I just point things out. It is what it is. I don't not care about them. But it's just weird how mad these people get when you just say, wait, why are you mad that I don't believe what you believe? Like, I don't care. You can continue to believe what you believe. I'm giving you information and I like to talk about it. But why does it make these people so fucking angry?
But because the world is being destroyed, or they're seeing that there's a possibility that their world is going to be destroyed. And some of us...
Avenue.
So,
Use the exit from the left, turn left onto Baltimore Avenue, then turn right onto the I-95 North ramp.
Oh, right. And then, so the world's going to be destroyed. The globe world is going to be destroyed. And some people just cannot accept that at this time. Because they're not in a position to be able to do that. So
Hey,
they'll
one
fight
Vic,
to the death. Sorry, mate, go on.
don't forget to take I-95, man.
I don't know, yeah.
Well, that's the weird part for me. Like, I just can't relate. You know what I mean? So it's like, I guess it's like trying to understand how some schizophrenic feels about something. Like, I just don't have any way. Usually I can look at people and I can be like, oh yeah, I disagree wholeheartedly with whatever this thing that this person believes in, but I kind of understand their point. I think about it differently and I disagree, but I understand where they're coming from. And this, like, I just cannot wrap my head around it, no matter how much I think about it. It's weird how angry, and it's like literal anger. They're mad that I don't believe.
Yeah, well, you're taking the world away from them. This is an extraordinary thing. All us here, we found it, and like I said, I found it, and I was immediately at peace. I only found the hard times once I started talking about it to people and my family. Then the depression came and the difficult times came. But initially, it was the creators give me this information, and I was like, wow. But then after that, I've been through a shit journey, but I feel at peace again. So, and I'm able to sort of show people this truth and knowledge that I've acquired on this journey over the last several years that I've been on. Is it a mic check 1 2 or what?
I'm about to have to get out for a minute, but I'll be right back and we can continue. I'm in the same boat, man. I'm kind of the same experience. Except I don't know if you were religious. I was not religious at all. I would not have called myself an atheist, but I was the closest thing you would get to it. I would always say that I was agnostic because that's the intellectually honest position. But it was quite shocking to me when I proved this to myself. So I was already at peace with dying, and it's something that I guess I thought about a lot, but then it didn't worry me. It is what it is, and I thought about it. But I get the peace. It's different, kind of just experiencing.
It's like you're saying about where I go to work sometimes. There's a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses that stand on the corner, and I've approached them regularly, having nice chats with them about what the if they believe in a creator, do they believe that the Earth was created, or do they believe the Earth is flat or a globe? And they believe the Earth is a globe, and I've been down the road if it's a Big Bang situation, and that's not creation. And then they claim that what's in the Bible, and I explain, well, in the Bible is explaining creation, not a Big Bang. So I keep meeting these guys probably once a fortnight, and one of the guys is quite okay, and he's it reminds me of what Humble just said. I've seen him again today. I said, how are you going on with your, have you looked into the flat Earth anymore, guys? Or now one of them's at it. Well, he said, he said, I'm still looking into the gas pressure thing that you spoke about. I said, well, that's good. It's got you thinking, and have a look at that and what the globe, claims. But the other guy, who's the old Jehovah's Witness, he was adamant, not in a violent, not in an aggressive way. He said, listen, he said, I've looked into it. He said, but at the end of the day, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Everyone's entitled to their own belief. And I just purely follow what the Bible says. And so but that was my original point a few weeks ago, saying the Bible describes creation, not a Big Bang mistake situation. But he's adamant that, the Bible doesn't read that way, and it's he's just not having it. He's promoting creation on the street, but he's a globe believing person. And but I've planted the seeds. I've enjoyed it. We've had a few conversations, just nice chats outside the shop. I've had a cup of coffee with him and just chatting, and hopefully I've planted a few seeds. But it's been good. But one of them's sort of having a think about things, and one of them's adamant he's sticking to his belief, and that's fine. That's his decision.
I'll be right back, man.
Yeah. Man, let's do a collab. Poetry junket. TikTok.
Poetry.
That's right. TikTok. You ain't on a floating space rock. It was only a matter of time. Tic-tac. NASA's a crock. I hate to drop the dime. All right, next person, go.
Tickety-tock. It's not a globe. Tickety-tock. We're on top. Tickety-tock. It only took time. Flat word in your mind.
All right, next person. There's only 2 people here. Oh, well. The rest of you are NPCs.
No, I'm definitely here. I just don't have any flat earth related material just at the ready. Was those supposed to be freestyles?
Tickety doo dah, tickety day. No one's been to the moon. Hey, hey, hey.
Maybe I should take the time to write one. Because I write pretty savage political lyrics, but barely.
When I sit down, I write savage political lyrics. Then I thought to myself, flat earth, why do they fear it? Obama talking about it on the mic while Neil deGrasse Tyson dropping it. I wonder, how are they going to be stopping it? The flat earth is rising, not in the sense of the flat earth society, but in the sense of taking over mind sobriety.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry,
I kind of fluffed it on the end there.
It's all right. It was good that. But I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The globe is unusually in the mind.
All right.
I'm actually going to try and rap one of my poems now. I don't know how this is going to go. I didn't choose a flat life. Flat life chose me. At this moment, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I've had plenty of ups, I've had plenty of downs. At times, my life has been upside down. Now I'm obsessing myself on flat level ground. I didn't choose a flat life. The flat life chose me. We all end up where we're supposed to be. Things happen for reasons between you and me. Providence is a friend of mine. Me and flat earth are doing just fine. I no longer fight it. I just let it flow. And in the end, the globe had to go. Things happen for reasons between you and me. Just open your mind and you'll eventually see. That's how flat life in the end chose me. Boom.
I like it.
Straight out of Compton. I enjoyed it as well.
Man.
We got golden light. We got golden light breaking the ice and winter nights. Let the light and dark fight, day and night. Dark and light, wrong and right. The fight for love, the fight for life. Without the day, we'd have no night. There wouldn't be dark without the light, and everything would be wrong if it wasn't for the right. So, golden light, show me what's right, and keep me on your path of light.
Interesting. Well done, mate. Well done. Man.
Cultivated plain overview of city.
I should really try and rap my first fucking poem. I'm gonna try it, mate. The globe is flat. It was measured like that. The globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. They measured angles using sticks and shadows. The globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Alberuni knew the globe was flat. He measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable, with not one use of a curve.
You got to get your rap voice in play, bro.
Yeah, you gotta.
I know. I'm working on it, mate. I think I might have to do a bit of UK grime. I might have to grime this out, mate.
Well, you got to get a beat going in the background that's relatively close, and then try to match it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just improvising in the area at the moment in my van. I'm in a work van improvising while driving.
Oh, not bad.
So it's not doing too bad.
Surviving while driving.
Oh man, I'm about to buy some crystallized ginger. Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought that was about the.
Oh, that stuff is mint. If I can find it at the store.
What's the? You're not just better off chewing on raw ginger, or what?
Nah. It's not as palatable.
I always find if I get a sore throat, what I do, I just get a bit of ginger and peel the skin off and just and I chew it, and it's really good.
That's what I got, bro. Yeah. I got the air conditioning overnight induced sore throat.
Yeah.
You know, you wake up and you've got like, you know, thick mucus with blood on the end because your lungs are like, you froze us to death, you jerk.
Yeah, it's taking all the moisture out, isn't it? That's what it's doing. It's just a dehumidifier. It's just absorbing the moisture and drying out your room.
Dude, I want to do a collab with, you know how Neil deGrasse Tyson says there's a magic speed? So what he means by that is like, okay, people got an argument, like, why is the moon's craters all perfectly round and not elliptical if there was, you know, sideways impacts? And so he was saying that you can have any angle of impact as long as it's at the perfect speed and it'll look like it hit directly straight on. So I want to make a song that's I Got the Magic Speed, sung to the tune of I've Got the Magic Stick by 50 Cent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be good.
Magic Stick. That's right.
Yeah.
See, I got the magic speed and you grab the pipe.
Exactly.
Right?
Now, look, you could also do that with Aristosthenes. Like, I've got the magic sticks.
I was thinking of doing something similar with. I have got some rough notes somewhere, but it was using the. You might not know her. Susan. Is it Susan? Today I am small blue thing. Remember that one? Like a marble. Suzanne Vega, was it? Small blue thing. Gonna do something with that. So much we can all do.
I have so much shit going on nowadays. It makes me want to get back into writing and just make it a page with a bunch of bullet points and subjects to touch base on during the flow, if you will, and then just to do it because I know it would be savage because I have other raps that are just straight savage with a decent vocabulary. Honestly, that little back and forth in here, like, is like sparking inspiration.
Is this? Oh, wow. Weird. Does
I
anyone
did
know
write
who-
one. I
Never
did
mind.
write one once, but it's a bit fucking.
Is this, dude?
It was a bit angry. Like that'd be a good. Trying to find it now. Called.
I have a verse in particular that I'd like to share, but it's not really flat Earth related. It's more abroad and political aspects. Nothing too crazy though.
I'll just read this fucking. You don't mind me swearing, do you? But it's called this. It's called The Same Old Story. Shut up about this fucking globe. The story's getting old. Same old, same old. Yes, shut up about this fucking globe. Reminds me of stale old mould. Rebuttals cold. Story not sold. Getting old. Truth unfold. Fool's gold. Old globe. Story not sold. Same old shite. The shite globe fight. Yes, that's right. The same old shite. The same old globe fight. Get your fucking facts right before you come to fight. Yeah, that's right. Same old globe shite. Angles from curves, bent straight lines, disappearing boats. Helium doesn't float. Gravity in space. bending of time, 17 horizons. Make up your fucking minds. The globe is a joke. The story's getting old. So shut the fuck up about your spinning globe. All the lying bullshit is growing fucking old.
Hey, did she say that? Shove that up your. I don't know. So take that globe and shove it up. I don't know. Whatever.
It's something along them lines.
Shut the fuck up and take. That's good. I like it.
17 horizons. Is it 17 horizons they've got now? I think there's 18, but one of them's invisible. I might have got that wrong.
Invisible. Is that the tangent line?
Yeah. Where is this fucking tangent line? Did they pull this tangent line out of the pocket when they're on the ship? Get an elevation angle. Is it just like an extendable stick they pull out the pocket?
He said out of pocket.
It's dinner time.
That's funny.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Show me this fucking tangent line. I'm dying to see one in reality.
You're not talking to me, right?
I'm just talking bullshit to myself.
Right.
Just speaking the truth out into the aether, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Wherever it goes, and that's where it's needed. Sorry about that.
What is this shit? Crash security.
Yeah, I've got one about I've got one about a tangent line. I'm a tangent. Hello, I'm a tangent. I'm a straight line. I make tasks on the globe model work just fine. I'm a handy little line, making the globe measurements work just fine. I have a partner in crime called Dingleberry. He just dangles underneath me willy-nilly. Partners in crime, propping up the globe all of the time. But I'm a tangent line and I measure angles for globes. My job suits me fine. I measure angles on top of curves. I guess on globe believers' nerves. But I'm needed for the angle, you see, especially with the sextant when I'm out at sea. Well, my name is Sextant, and I don't need you, Mr. Tangent and Dingleberry. What you gonna do? I've been out at sea, you see, measuring angles in physical reality. So, Mr. Tangent and Dingleberry, don't mess with me. Well, Mr. Sextant, don't take it out on me. The globe believers, they need us, you see. They don't care about globe believers. My measuring is fine. You just a pathetic, sad excuse of a lie. And your mate Dingleberry is a globe-lying swine. I'm Mr. Sextant and I measure angles just fine. Anyway, let's have a wrap now.
Yeah, that's a good one. You guys can keep rapping that way. I don't have to listen to music today.
Can no one do beatbox? Can no one do a bit of beatbox?
I'll beatbox.
Go on then.
Oh, you want? Oh, yeah. You're serious? Okay.
Oh, just let someone beatbox, someone bang some fucking spoons on the table, and someone shake a fucking container of salt, and we'll just start jamming, live jamming.
Jamming, man. Maybe jamming. I'm trying to look for my
your beatbox machine.
No. It was actually my harmonica, but I'm not going to use it.
Oh, I'd love to play the harmonica.
I do.
No, I'd love to. I like a bit of Neil Young.
Okay. Do you want to try rapping too?
Harmonica's quite easy as long as you have the proper key that whatever you're playing along with.
I think this is a G.
Well, let's find out.
What's wrong side? Not that good though.
It sounds like C to me.
C, is it, man? Probably C. Yeah, G's would be lower, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, because like when I hit this note, it's a C.
It sounds like a C or a D, but what we all really need is an E.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, I guess I'm done with this. E, huh?
I have a kalimba. I think that's also in C.
Here, I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
Got a random question for anybody listening that would care to answer. It seems like when the sun's out, like super bright, crisp day, even if it's hot, my body reacts, even when I'm indoors, with higher energy and just I'm in the zone or I can flow. And then if it's dreary, overcast, ton of chemtrails or just not a crisp, sunny day, my body reacts to that as well, and I feel low and just kind of like not in the mood.
I think that's interesting.
Plus, it's like the sun. Like the sun it provides life on Earth, doesn't it? Really, when it pops over the ecliptic into the northern circle, that's when spring kicks in. Blossoms arrive on the tree. It's lambing season. Things are ready to grow. Life starts to exist, and it has that cycle. So so it will give you them good vibes, mate. That sun, vitamin D, and the sunlight coming through, it's going to give you good vibes. Some people suffer with SAD syndrome, don't they? I can't remember what it stands for now, but some people are more perspective than others on the lack of light. I actually do, not regularly, but I do a bit of sun gazing myself, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I have light blue eyes, and I've always been plagued with having to have sunglasses. Gotta wear sunglasses, and I've been making myself go without quite a bit. And I'm not sunburning near as bad because I run outdoors and I cycle outdoors a lot. I'm not putting sunscreen on at all. I'm getting a pretty good tan, and I haven't been doing the sunglass thing, and I think it's helping a lot. I'm getting used to the brightness.
like the sun, you know. It's like I sun gaze, but only at sunrise or sunset, or
Right.
the beginning of the day or the end of the day. But it's like the sun. It's like anything, isn't it? You've got to respect it, and because it's got its benefits, but also it can hurt you. You know, if it's not, you know, if you don't watch yourself, the sun can burn you. Skin cancer. Well, you know, there's other things. So you got to just get it right, the balance right. Everything's balanced, isn't it? Really, everything's. That's what my granny used to say to me.
You get roofied.
Balanced. Eh?
You can get roofied.
Roofied. Yeah.
Roofied, drugged. Never mind.
I was talking about this in the. I was talking about someone the other week about these. They say the sun causes like these bushfires, don't they? But is it the actual sun that's causing fires?
No, I've seen a lot of stuff where there's technology that can set fires all over whenever it wants, floating around up there. And I mean, that may not be true, but they're starting out of nowhere, and I don't think it's from lightning every time.
Even if it was from lightning, they can control and manipulate the weather.
Yeah.
They could cause droughts for an extended period of time, and whatever happens, and then now you got a lightning storm, and they can have their regulation be like, yeah, let's shut down all these programs for, you know, the upkeep of these forests. Let's not go in there and clean up all that dry debris, all those little pine needles that are just laying there, they're all kindling, covering the entire ground. It's just so ridiculous. They did it on purpose, and today I'm being affected by it again. It was cool for like a week, but now it's just like on my forecast at 65 degrees, smoke is the thing. Like, it's not rain or fog, it's smoke. So I have to deal with this shit all day again.
Where are you at, bro?
I'm in Buffalo, man. Like
I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude.
Sucks, bro. And it just got worse too, actually. So, anyways,
it was clear. It was clear all week. Like, you would think it's over, but apparently, nope. For the past like 3 weeks, there's just been like raging fires that are just raging on, burning up all the things that give us oxygen. You know what I mean? So like, this is the thing. Like, I know they'll just use this to be like, oh, climate change. Oh, the climate change is because you guys, you know, it's because you breathe and drive cars, and it's because of cows and farms. But no, it's like they're letting these things burn. Like, they're burning up so much trees. Like, it's giving off a bunch of fucking shit into the environment, right? The atmosphere. Yeah. And it's destroying the things that are supposed to fix it at the same time. So it's like, god damn.
Absolutely. It's out of hand.
It stresses me out, dude. My whole house, my bed, my sheets, everything smells like smoke. There'll be like a layer of like thick soot on top of my car.
That's bad.
It rains and then it's like black. It just runs on this. Oh god, it's terrible.
Yeah, bro. That sucks.
It was, but like I'm saying, the weird thing is it was gone for like a week. There was nothing. Now it's just here we go again.
Yeah, which is weird. And then I don't know how many acres they burn. Oh yeah, something like another 30,000 or something burnt down around there. That's a lot, dude. But
that's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but last year there was last year or the year before that, but California burnt down 120,000 acres. I guess it was in like less than 24 hours or some crap.
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
And you just, dude, like, I mean, all these different places now, it's our turn.
Huh?
It's like all those places that was happening, and now it's our turn here.
Yeah, exactly. That's your turn. So, like, it was like up in Oregon, and then it was down in California, and right now Arizona's on fire. Right now, just on fire. So is Quebec. It's not normal. I'm telling you, this shit is not normal. It's burning lots and lots. I mean, we're talking like burning green forests, just fully green forests, dude, just lighting them up. Crazy.
I mean, I know there's things when like they fly over and they just like they inject like a ping pong ball with 2 chemicals of some, I don't know what they are right now, and then you just drop them, and then like after like 10 minutes they just start a raging fire.
Oh yeah, well, and not only that, well, I was watching this thing where they were pouring fire actually on it. It's called
molten like steel or some shit.
You know, it's like something like to stop the fire. Something you like burn a in between it or something like that, right? So it has nowhere else to go. It's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I guess that's supposed to stop it or some shit.
Starting more fire, yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, yeah, dude. I don't know.
To stop it. Let's Let's start our own right here.
Dude,
This thing's
that's what
10
they
miles.
use,
Like
bro.
you can
Like,
drive
for
for 10
real,
and a
I
half
don't-
hours. That's the perimeter. But yeah,
So
let's start a fire
weird.
right here. That'll fix it.
And then, so what's so funny is there's a street like fucking 15 feet away from it too. Like, what the fuck? I don't know, man.
Oh, it's a controlled burn, gentlemen.
Yeah, control burn. That's what they said, anyways. But yeah, I don't know.
Let's leave it to the experts.
Definitely not no
Nothing is
fire
available.
expert. That's for sure.
There's nothing. No clothes that I like on Amazon. It's got a fucking tag.
23.
Ah.
Huh.
Meow.
Any of you guys like really deep bells like in your yards, like like hanging a bell? I don't know if you guys like wind chimes or anything, but it works really good. Like an old well, not even old one, it could be new, it doesn't matter. But it's like the full size truck rims. You hang it from the where you bolt it on at. Dude, that thing is so fucking loud. It's got the well, these ones do anyways. It's got the perfect vibrational tone, and the harmonics where it all vibrates. It makes anyways. But yeah, it sounds great. It sounds awesome. I didn't think it would work so good, but it works great. McDonald's in there. I hate those fucking things, man.
What things?
Things that rub their legs together.
What?
Whatever. The crickets.
I just play that sometimes when it gets too quiet in here. I'm like, damn, crickets. You gotta make some noise at least.
Oh, crickets.
Well, those things won't shut the fuck. So I've never had crickets before, man. Ever. Like, and then all of a sudden I get them this year, and there's fucking tons of them, dude. I don't know, how do you get crickets? How does that work?
There must be a hole somewhere they're getting in if they're in the house. But I was gonna say the most annoying thing is just one cricket in the house, just one. That is annoying.
Yeah, that's for sure. I've actually had that happen.
Yeah, me too.
I literally had
green.
to. I literally had to fog the house because I couldn't handle it anymore.
Wait, what do you mean fog the house?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Fogged the house like a flea fogger or something like that. One of those little that kills insects. Because it was in my house for over a month, dude. I couldn't.
You only had one?
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Oh, you couldn't find? Yeah, they're so goddamn loud, man.
Fucking A, are they? Holy shit! Holy shit!
You know those little it's like a little beep prank thing like that you can hide in somebody's hand and it'll go off randomly. It's like that, except for it's alive and it will move around physically to different locations randomly.
Yeah.
Playing tricks on you. So that is funny. That's why I said just one cricket's the worst. Having multiple, then you can kind of ignore it because there's a chorus, but when it's just one, that is annoying.
Yeah.
Too, especially when it hits you just right, man. It's just like, really? Like, how the fuck can that little thing be that loud? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
High frequencies, man.
Yeah, because they can reach a high pitch in a small room. It resonates real. Yeah.
It's a high pitch for me, but yeah.
It's funny. Oh, sorry.
Fine.
Sometimes there's latency, so I end up talking over people and not mean to. We just happen to talk at the same time.
That's a nice excuse.
Yeah, it's just a reason. I don't believe in excuses. Excuses are for noobs. Reasons are for reasonable people.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was kidding. Like,
I know. Kind of like saying likely story to somebody when they say something.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll turn it off.
Man, it's a pretty slow day. It's already like about 1 o'clock for the East Coast, and we don't have any Globers in here telling us that we're idiots or anything. Weird. At this point, like I've at least heard one person call somebody a retard or something, but nope, we're just hanging out here.
Yeah, he's hiring. Yeah. They need an
There we go. That should help.
The assistant director.
I switched my headset on so that the speakers don't feed back through the microphone. Yeah, I know, it's annoying. I accidentally did that last night when I was trying to listen to a song that QE shared, and it ended up going through it was done. It's a beautiful morning. Oh, really though, I should go outside for a while.
Let me check that AQI out for me.
No, stay on Discord forever.
Yes. And be a zombie staring at a screen for all eternity.
You mustn't go outside.
The word Discord is interesting to me. It means disheartening. I mean, this place is kind of disheartening sometimes.
I do often wonder why they chose that name.
Yeah, they were going to call it something else. Yeah, well, they were going to call it something else that was related to some campfire thing, and then they decided to call it Discord. The only reason why I know that is because it gives you random facts when it loads.
Yeah, I've seen that.
The AQI in my area is 154.
Yeah, mine's 155 last time I checked.
Really? From the same place?
Oh shit, it's up to 191 now. 193.
Where the fuck are you?
I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense then. It's just crazy, bro. Like
yeah.
Normally, like if it wasn't like this, I would be up at that beach right now with my guitar, my amp, and all my equipment, with my AC power bank, and I would be fucking jamming.
Nice, dude. You say the beach? I'm jealous.
Well, it's not like a beach. Yeah. I mean, hold on, I'll send you what it is.
I mean, if it's water and some sand, I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly, right, though?
It's kind of weird. Like, last time I was I spent a month in San Diego. I loved it. I don't know about y'all, but I love the beach. I'm a beach bum. But, I just I'm sitting out on the beach thinking, man, it's just dirt and water. Like, why do people like this so much? But, there's just something about being able to just lay down and relax.
Get it right. It's sand. It's tiny rocks in water.
Yeah.
Dirt has a little bit more in there. It's some organic matter.
Like on the surface, it's
but
not
you're
really
right. Yeah, it's just a sandbox.
Yeah. But there's something about
the air quality index where I'm at's 84.
Damn.
Did I send it to the right person? Maybe not.
I know you guys got me onto something new. I'm going to start checking the AQI every day now.
33 here.
Oh, Illuminati confirmed.
And sorry about that. I think we had some overlap, CB. I mean, well, you are on the West Coast, so that would happen. I'm on the opposite side of the continent.
No, I'm not on the West Coast, but it's all good, brother. All good.
No, well, I assumed you were West Coast.
No, I'm in Ohio, baby.
We got some. What? Well, you're not that far.
Oh, okay.
Well, it is, but it isn't. I actually almost went there to go to Cedar Point one time. Like, I was invited from some friends.
Nice, yeah, Cedar Point, yeah.
Yeah, they had the world's largest wooden roller coaster and stuff.
Yep, sounds about right. What's going on today, though, guys? No ballers? Any activity? I saw a couple people in here this morning when I woke up, but I was too tired. AI was in here, Mayhem. I see they're probably down there doing their TikTok thing right now, aren't they? See Miggy and Elijah probably talking TikTok game. They're trying to get this thing going on TikTok, I think.
I just got to stop procrastinating and get some videos done.
Word. All right. Get her done, man. Get her done. I'm just wondering when we're going to start doing the split screen TikToks where it's like on the top, it's us talking or whoever, somebody making a point. And on the bottom, it's like some GTA, somebody playing GTA with a car drifting. It's like half the TikToks are like distraction on the bottom, the thing that keeps your attention, and then the point or the message is on top. Like I'm just kind of wondering when we'll put our videos up that'll have like the drifters on there for no damn reason.
Or it's just no, or like I don't know, like women's football or something, or fucking women pole vaulting or women's sports, because that keeps people's attention more than anything. Like,
I haven't seen those, but I have seen lots of the ones where it's like some just random distraction on the bottom.
Man,
just to keep your attention. Yeah, it's funny how that works. It's already freaking like a 60-second clip, but Lord knows people don't want to pay attention, so you got to throw that drifter or the the girl, whatever he said, doing pole vaulting or whatever the hell.
I don't know. You don't picture this? Oh fuck, man! If I swipe through, I mean, I see shit like that all the time.
I haven't seen like the pole vaulters and stuff. I've seen tons of the drifter.
I've seen weird video games. I've seen a bunch of different types of games.
Yeah, the games or the cars, they're like doing off ramps and like they're just destroying cars.
The guy's coming down and he's doing these like weird things, and he's just like playing Grand Theft Auto, and he's like going down ramps. And
yes, I've seen so many of those.
Yeah.
It's stupid. They're all like copy and paste of each other too. But anyway, it'll be funny when we have flat Earth clips with it.
That's what I want to see.
And rants and shit.
They'll be suppressed.
It
just sucks because like it's like some of the content that's up ain't even great. Like there's this girl that's playing guitar and does shorts, right? And she can sing, so that's cool. But like before she's putting up these shorts, she sucked. It'd be like an 8-second clip of her butchering a famous song. But since she was standing there with like her stomach and her shoulders and her whole body out, and then her friend was sitting there in the background shaking her ass, twerking in the background, and she's monetized now.
Yeah.
It just pisses me off because I feel like I'm a better guitar player than her.
Right. Yeah, but dude, you gotta show some show a little skin, you'll be fine. No, it's crazy how that all works, man.
It's not fair because like you'll see like the dumbest shorts in the world, like some little kid like unsynced as fuck doing that thing when they like stand and they fucking collapse and it like, you know what I mean, or whatever it is. It just be so unsync and so bad, and they'll still have views.
Yep. It's crazy what goes viral, random stuff. Almost can't predict it. So what kind of videos were you thinking about putting out? Are you talking about flat Earth stuff or what?
I already got like almost 500 videos.
Oh,
I got a bunch of shit. Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it's called Versatile Venue, like the name. It's a venue where you can see a bunch of versatile shit because I'm versatile. So versatility is the whole thing right now. And I mean, there's a section for, music, gaming, politics, time lapse, music shit, and then Satan News, people of the internet, which is like basically Omegle. But Satan News was fantastic. Like I put too much work into it and nobody cared and I got no views, so I stopped and I just started doing the guitar shorts.
Honestly, that sounds funny. Satan News.
Dude, Satan News, man, Satan News 3 and 4. I wrote a script for those two, so they were better than the first two. But it was my way of talking about things that you probably shouldn't mention even in this server because I understand it's live stream. But like, there are things. To go against the censors, you boast about them and how wonderful it is, and how and then I'm just dressed as Satan with a bunch of like Biden and Harris pins on me and like gay pride stuff, not regular.
Oh, dude,
the weird stuff. You know what I mean?
You're the guy who was doing the news thing, weren't you? Yeah. Like the Satan. Yeah, that's you. I remember you. You're a cool dude. That stuff's kind of funny. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's pretty good, yeah. But it took us so much time, so much effort, and I got no views. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just keep playing guitar.
Yeah. They censor the heck out of us, dude. Doesn't matter. You can even try and play at that angle. They'll still censor the heck out of us.
Yeah, even if it doesn't get like blocked, they'll just censor it by like keeping you hidden and buried in the algorithm.
Yeah. It's like they put you at the bottom of the list, so the odds of anybody finding you is astronomical. There's no way. It's funny that we use that. I think it's hilarious that we use astronomical as a word to describe something unbelievable.
Isn't it? Come on now. Facts. That's a good fucking point.
I know, right? So that just occurred to me. Like, wait a minute. Yeah, that is funny.
Holy shit. That's great.
Not gonna lie, as soon as you said it, Ether, I was thinking, I'm like, oh, you just said astronomical, bro.
I know, man. That's all. It's kind of like the word incredible or fantastic or enchantment. Like, people don't know what it means, but it is directly exactly what's happening.
This is kind of random, but there's a meme that's floating around. I've been noticing it's picking up more steam. I find it really funny. The send the asteroid or send the meteor meme. You guys seen this before? If you see like you see some ridiculous video, sometimes you go to the comments and people will be like, all right, dude, it's time for me to log off. This is my cue to go outside for a walk or whatever, right? But every once in a while, you'll see a comment that's like, just send the meteor. Just send the asteroid. It's like, it's not uncommon to see that comment. Even like the Whatever podcast. Maybe you guys are familiar with the Whatever podcast. He has they have soundboards, but he also has like a digital, like a type of visual thing. It's like a visual soundboard, if you want to call it that. So it'll hit the visual and it'll display something on screen. So he has like a send the asteroid button. So he'll click that and a bunch of asteroids will like come and smash down on the table and look like they're just obliterating the room. So it's like a funny meme that I've been noticing. Send the asteroid, send the meteor. And so it's funny because like as a flat earther, you would never say that. You know what I mean? You would never, you don't think there's like impending doom based off of a space rock. But it's like that is common for a lot of people out there. So hopefully you guys will notice it now that I've said it. But yeah, send the meteor, send the asteroid. They're like, all right, we're done with this. This is terrible. Just send the asteroid. Just take us out of here. This is funny.
Land spacecrafts on those things too.
On what things?
Spacecrafts on the asteroids. That's what they say.
I'll try to find a clip of the whatever podcast where they do the asteroid.
Yeah. And the runaway, what was it? The runaway black hole last month or some crap? What the hell that was? NASA's retarded. I literally think that they literally look like they actually really do hire like special needs people. Like,
Sorry, I just had to watch a clip. I could post a couple in the chat of the semi-asteroid thing. That was funny. So what's the latest, guys? Anything new? What I miss? All right, there's some examples in the chat from the whatever podcast. Send the asteroid. Yeah, dude. Like that only works on globers, right? You as a flat earther would never consider that maybe one day an asteroid's going to come and wipe us all out. Like I watched a video yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many of these too. This guy was like, well, if a needle hit the earth at a certain speed, it would wipe out all of humanity. They have simulation.
Well, I would if one would bounce and the other one didn't. That's the only way I'll believe it.
It'll bounce.
It's got to bounce it's got to go through the roof of a house and then bounce off the wooden floor and then land in a corner of someone's house, and then I'll believe it.
Well, before that happens, make sure you guys.
I know it actually did happen. I actually made a post. It actually did happen.
I think I heard about that actually.
Yeah, it was a chondrite meteorite. They used the whole Operation Mockingbird or something like that. Yeah, there was like all the news stations were using broadcasted it and everything. Stupid, but anyway.
Yeah, pretty sure I heard about this. Some lady's house, right?
Yeah, some lady's house. Well, yeah, and that's funny too because they interviewed her sister and then her and then anyways, yeah. Silly. Oh, hey, bro, she even used the Satan sign too. Here, I'll push you my video. Pointing up with two fingers. Just pointing up with two fingers. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, she's pointing up with two fingers, bro. That shit was intentional, straight up.
I mean, dude, honestly, I don't like. They don't just go to random people's houses. I feel like if you're gonna be on the news or whatever, like you kind of. Especially for something like that, a big story like that. I mean, you kind of got to be approved. Like, they wouldn't they wouldn't come into my house and ask me questions because I'm gonna take the mic and I'm gonna say something they don't want me to say.
I got you.
I don't know if you guys remember there's a meme that went around a couple years ago. To keep it clean, it's like a news station, ladies out in the corner, broadcasting the news, and some random guy comes up and takes the microphone and goes, "F her right in the P." I don't know. I'll post a GIF.
How long is that anyway, sir?
This was a few years ago.
I posted it. You guys
There it is. There's it in the
compilation of him doing it several times. He's a legend.
Okay, this actually happened, like, because he says Norwood. That's like, I don't know, a 10-minute drive. This is like right in my house. This is in my neighborhood. That's my local news station right there. Yeah, it's just funny that this happened. But if the news came to me and they're like, "Hey man, what do you want to comment on, or you want to comment on this?" I'm taking the mic. I'm saying something else. Not necessarily what that guy did, but I'm gonna be like, "Guys, the Earth is flat. Space is fake."
How come I can't put when I post it? It just does that. But anyways, whatever.
Here, let me. I got you, bro. I got you. 1 second.
No, it's all good. Need like 3-minute video on it or something.
That's me right from space. Here, I'll take over.
Yeah, it wasn't anything that I put together. I put that one together real fast, but yeah, you do better than that.
I like how it has 2 S's, NASA.
Yeah.
Fuck her in the buzzer. That shit was so funny. But yeah, bro, they have simulations of people saying like, "Oh, like, if I dropped a needle from outer space, it would kill everyone due to
That's what I think. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. If you yeah, and I actually at the end of my video I show how, dude, NASA has so much data, dude, on what an asteroid will do. Well, shit, they've had an asteroid society for hundreds of years, dude. That goes back like hundreds and hundreds of years. It goes back to like Roman times or some shit.
Wow.
Well, yeah, and I'm not trying to run my mouth or anything, but no, I'm not giving you a specific day. I'm saying from what I remember, it was quite a while ago. I remember looking at it. Well, I was looking at when it was last night when I was saying what's his name was damn thing. How did I forget his name? He was a Mason. My dog loves to fuck with people. Annoying. Man.
But just the ultimate thing is just this. It's like this. People will come and ask you, "Why does it matter? Why do I need to know whether the Earth is flat or not?" And it's like, well, for a few different reasons. You could just go back to sleep if you want to, but they're telling you that there's shit falling from the sky. The sky is falling, and as a flat earther, you're not going to believe that rocks from outer space are coming and crashing. You know what I'm saying? Like
that, you're kind of in danger too. I mean, we're all going to be as one. So the end of it, or because we're more powerful the more we get, right? It's like
yeah.
It's kind of like you have like a little pebble, and you only have so much clay to cover half or a third of it, and more clay you get, you can cover the bitch up, and I'll never see it again. Whatever.
Yeah.
That was a really bad analogy, but yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think it makes you less gullible. That's a good start. You wouldn't be so gullible to purchase space insurance and freaking.
Oh my god!
All space insurance. Oh, you want to hear? I got you. I can sell you. I'm about to start up a company. I'm selling a couple space things. I've got. We've already got a business,
bro.
We've already got a sponsor. Make sure you guys check out our. All right, buddy. Go ahead, brother. Okay. Yeah. So we have a space restaurant. We're sponsored. Make sure you guys get a. We have. No, I'm dead serious. Yeah. Of course. You have to get it instead of DoorDash. You have to get it space dashed to your place, and you have to have space cash instead of like actual cash. But yeah, if you guys, it's a new crypto. Basically, it's like space cash.
Oh.
So yeah. So if you convert some of your cash into space cash, you can order from Space Dash, which is like DoorDash for space, and then you can get our sponsor Spacies. You can get it delivered to your house directly from outer space. So if you guys are hungry, make sure you guys check out our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
Is that you, bro?
No, dude. You think I'm joking?
Oh, is that you right there?
No, that's not me.
Oh, okay.
That's an actual restaurant. Spacies.
Oh, okay. It sounded like you.
Really? I mean,
yeah,
I'll take the compliment. So make sure you guys order. This is our sponsor. We got to keep the likes, the likes paid up here. So,
but where are you at?
Me?
Where's the restaurant at?
It's in space. And they also, like, if you're thirsty, you can order some space beer as well.
Brought to you by Spice Forex. Spice Forex, because Spice VB is pissed.
I have a spaceship though, so.
No, that's why you get it space dashed to your house. You don't, just like DoorDash, you don't have to leave, bro. They DoorDash it to you, but it's from space.
Oh, I'm not in space though. What the? I don't understand. Like,
yeah, they it's like DoorDash, but instead of like you don't leave your house, they deliver it to you from outer space.
Oh yeah, but do they deliver it in Oregon?
Yeah. You can just satellites. They can just drop it.
Bro, I'm so confused right now. What the fuck? You're blowing my mind. You're blowing my mind right now. What are we talking about?
Well, dude, you've seen those videos that are like, we ordered McDonald's and sent it to space and then delivered it to someone's house. Have you seen those videos before?
No.
Oh, let me try to find a link. There's a couple of those out there. Oh, we put a potato in space and then delivered it to someone's house.
I can understand that because they're everywhere. But what you're speaking of is that, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, this is the newest. This is the newest hotness, bro. Instead of ordering it from McDonald's and then putting it in space, there's already a restaurant in space. They personally linked up a deal with the Flat Earth Discord because they felt like we got a lot of traffic and it would be a good target audience. So
they just pick up the food for you, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so like they make it out there. They're doing a special this month. Gravity. Okay, they're doing like heliocentric hamburgers with gravity gravy. Jupiter juice on the side. So I mean,
it is on Rick and Morty. So I mean, come on.
Is it really?
Yeah, I've seen that kind of stuff on Rick and Morty.
That's funny. Now, just to stop confusing our friend here, it's from a show,
I know
Dragon Ball Z Abridged on YouTube, and they poke a lot of fun at the idea of outer space. That's one of their skits that they had. A space restaurant called Spacies. There's space beer and all this funny stuff. So I'll drop those.
Like 10 years ago, you couldn't get a fucking Starbucks line out to your house. Like it was almost there, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a plumbing Starbucks line, it was pretty close.
There's a clip in the chat if you want to take a look for the visual, just so it's less confusing for you.
It's like Sonic.
Yeah, it's a spin off of Sonic. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, we got one of those right here.
I really love that commercial, dude. All the music and everything. It's so good.
It sounds like Jedi.
It's you guys should check out DBZA on YouTube. It's quite funny.
Space. And dude, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, gotcha. That's what it is, y'all.
I mean, I joked about it in one of my songs. I was like, Space DoorDash. Yeah, we got the space cash. So,
hopefully you're serving it with the big ass.
I think the next line was, shout out to Space Cats. Need some space rats because of the, the rats or whatever that were, I mean, I don't necessarily believe it, but they sent the rocket up and there was like a little mouse on the rocket or whatever, a little rat. Maybe you guys are familiar with this. on the burner of the rocket, there was like some people said it was ice, some people said it was a mice, some people
I will say it doesn't look like it doesn't really look like a mouse to me. It looks like some type of, I don't know. It doesn't, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah, okay, cool. That was the joke though. Need some space cats. All the space rats. Oh man.
Gotcha.
Funny stuff. Songs are fun, man. Like, there's a lot of ways to condense the flat Earth information. One deck does poems. A lot of people have songs. Some people do drawings and stuff. So whatever it is that calls you, go and do it. To get inspired, go and make some content. Go and make a meme. Go and make a song or whatever it is.
Oh, I make videos with my channel like that and stuff. I got some here. I got actually set the balloon up into the Atmo. I went pretty high. Interesting. A couple of these. I gotta build my truck. I gotta build my truck this year, though. If I get to it.
What kind of truck?
1954 Fargo.
Oh man, that's nice.
It's a 2-ton. It's a 2-ton. A tilt bed. It's a dually, long bed. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Be sick, yeah.
Those old trucks.
I'm actually gonna try to turn it into. I have a 500-gallon tank and a couple others. I was gonna turn it into a steampunk, and then run it off of compressed air. Oh, see how that goes.
Okay.
Sounds badass, boy.
Really does, actually.
What else is going on, panel? I see a few people have piled in. We got Amish. Congrats on new gold, by the way. That one's long overdue. Make sure you guys, if you see Amish in the panel or in the chat somewhere, make sure you guys give him a thumbs up. Let him know congratulations. Top of the panel. Newest gold member.
Chill out. They're all chilling out.
We got Andy Level Up, Andy Flataday, the man, the myth, the legend. We got Back to Sleep, Climate Collapse. I don't think we've spoke, so welcome.
Oh, thanks.
You new here, or what's going on?
Yeah, well, I was in hibernation over in the Heliocultist convention for a few months. So I had to get in VC and I guess apologize and make a case to get out, and I did it. So I'm back in the free world right now.
Ooh, all right, awesome. Yeah, the VC is a good way to plea deal your way out of timeout. So good, glad to hear it. Cool, man. Well, welcome back, and let us know if you have questions. The floor is always open. We're just going to shoot in the breeze at the moment until then. But
okay.
Just saying hello to the panel is all. So yeah, if you have a question or whatever, let us know. I'm sure the panel will be happy to help answer some questions or whatever.
Yeah, I was just thinking we should do some skits. It'd be kind of funny. I heard Owen Benjamin talking about doing some skits, and he had some funny ideas. Because I listened to his podcast.
Yeah,
and because I was thinking how much Globers sound like they sound like people that are tripping on like drugs.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because like when they're telling you, dude, if we didn't have gravity, we'd be all floating off into outer space, man. And like, I'm like, yeah, that's not something someone that is sane says. Like,
right.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, like even like children, they probably wouldn't come up with that unless they were told or hypnotized to think that they should be floating. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Tripping globers. That's funny.
Like we should have somebody that you go up to somebody and then you start telling them like, yeah, man, there's this thing called gravity, and it keeps everything on the ground, and if we didn't have gravity, everything would fly off into space. We wouldn't have water. We wouldn't have anything, man.
Yeah.
And the person's like, you're tripping.
You like talking heads for that or something, like to where the mouths move or something. There's like 5 different heads on the screen.
I thought of that in a different way, CC. I was like, because some of the stuff they say is so crazy. It's almost like if you went and knocked on your neighbor's door and tried to tell them the thing they tell you, your neighbors would think you were crazy. So it's like I'm picking up what you're putting down. How there's a couple ways to get it out. Have them trip in, or just like go to your neighbor and be like, "Did you know that your house is moving?" They'd be like, "What? Get the hell out of here!"
And it is, but not that much.
Well, do you want to talk about that? Maybe we should talk about that, because I'm talking about traveling. Like when you go to bed and you woke up and now you've traveled millions of miles through another medium.
Only on the Wizard of Oz. Only on the Wizard of Oz.
So that's what I mean by moving house. I don't mean like vibrating or whatever. Even Sonny said like his house shifted and there's some house near him like shifted and fell and collapsed or whatever. So I'm not necessarily talking about that, but I mean like if the Earth is rotating, then everything on the rotating surface is moving with the surface, buildings included. So I'm saying that buildings don't move. But if you like, since the globers are so passionate about that, they'll come here and be like, no, they do move. So then you go to your neighbors and you go, hey, kunk, kunk, kunk. I just want to let you know, your house is moving. They'd probably shut the door in your face and call you crazy. So that's not a bad idea for a skit. Have ballers like me seem like they're tripping. Did you know, man, that like if there was no gravity, we'd like totally be floating, man. What do you mean floating? Yeah, like something's like pulling you down right now, man.
Yeah, they're like, well, we're moving because stuff up there's moving. That's how you know.
Right.
Like, well,
Right, and you can have a scientist come on and be like, I'm a scientist and I'm wearing my white coat.
Yeah, I have a pin on my badge. I have a badge here. You don't see my science badge?
You got my clipboard in there.
Yeah, my clipboard makes it extra official. Yeah, exactly. Hey, that's funny, man. Well, you got to start it if it's your idea. You better get the drawing or whatever. Get the right.
Pro tip. If you wear a white lab coat, you're never wrong.
That's correct.
Anyone ever watched a NASA splashdown?
What's that?
Oh my!
Anyone ever watched a NASA splashdown?
That sounds dirty. Oh my!
Well, they're supposed to be coming in to orbit, or where? Not to orbit. Coming into our atmosphere, right? So the thing's probably going to be, I don't know. It says coming in, it's 5 Kelvin or some crap. I don't know, something like that, 5,000 degrees or something. Not Kelvin, but 5,000. Whenever you see a splashdown coming in, that thing doesn't have any temperature to it whatsoever. You would think when it hits the water, it would do steam or bubble or something, but there's nothing going on with it. So, and every time that thing's like lofting in with 3 parachutes too, there's no. Anyways, I observed it every time when it comes in. It's kind of silly.
Those goofballs can do anything they want at this point. Their target audience is such in trance. They can say, do anything, and they'll just eat it up. The people will eat it up. Hey, look, guys, we backed in a rocket. We landed a rocket on its tail end. Yep. Everyone's clapping, applauding.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Go ahead. Yeah. I was just going to mention the car in space. We put a regular car in space, and it's just in space. Nothing happened. The tires didn't explode. The paint didn't peel off. And the seats are okay. Everything. It's just a car in space, man. Just a regular car. It's absurd. The absurdity of it all.
Yeah, man. That's another reason. That's another answer you can give people when they ask, like, well, what do they gain? They gain a bunch of blind followers,
Yeah.
like to the point where they can say literally anything, and people will applaud it and go along with it. Hey guys, we're going to test the rocket. Oh, it blew up.
Then they feel smart because they watched a cartoon.
Yeah.
And you don't believe in the cartoon, so you're retarded.
Yeah.
I'm with what Truth Flat Earther is saying right now, though. There's so many people who they're extroverted types, but like I added to, I kind of did a yes and to it. They have 8-second attention spans. They're not worth talking to. Why waste your time? They're good for content, but you're not going to fix them. They're not going to put all their stuff down. Like, in order to fix their attention span, they'd have to stop using their technology the way that they're using. They'd have to actually have an entire world change, fix themselves. A lot of the salvation issue, as far as like not even to get religious, just saving yourself from yourself, involves literally critically thinking, like ego death, dying to self, and then critically thinking about reality. It is what it is. Like, that's quite literally what Scripture even says.
That's deep.
To me, the Bible is an anti-retard book. And I can prove it. Using only Proverbs, I can prove that the entirety of the Bible is an anti-retard book.
I mean, we are kind of anti-retard around here, not going to lie.
It is what it is, though. That's the whole point. That my people perish for a lack of knowledge.
Well, it's also a lot of people don't have any wisdom either.
Yep. So. And so they all, for all their knowledge, they are but fools because they can't even apply what they have.
Right. Yep.
Well, I know how to do math, and then they calculate a freaking fantasy.
Rip.
I know there's a lot of folks that probably call me a blasphemer and a heretic for saying that the Bible's an anti-retard book, but it quite literally is. I mean, it's quite obvious that it is.
I mean, who's going to stand up and say, no, we're pro-retard?
Yeah. Well, it's the spirituality of it and the religious aspects. People and most of that is just fantasy in their head. They're trying to apply things on a fantasy level and not in the real world. It's kind of like prayer. All right, prayer without basically, if you pray and you're not actually putting feet to your faith, you're not actually applying it and doing something physical, your prayers are meaningless and they're not going to do anything. You have to actually put action to it. It's kind of like, if I pray for you, I hope you're not hungry. All right, I hope you be all right, and I don't feed you. What the hell did I do to help you? Right. Nothing. And that's the thing. There's a lot of believers out there, so-called, quote-unquote, and they will not lift a finger to help anybody. But they'll say meaningless prayers off into the aether as though that's going to do something. We're called to help, not just talk shit.
Bars. Now, let them know, AG. You tell them. That's a good point, though.
This is one of the things I'm passionate about, though, because I don't care is worse than love and hate. You can love and you can delude yourself in love, and you make some mistake, or through hatred get blinded, because both love and hate can blind you. But I don't care is the worst thing in the world.
You're channeling your inner flat man can again. That's a good thing.
The way I look at it, we are sisters and brothers. We are kind of like a brotherhood of one accord. We may disagree on things, but at the core, we are of one accord.
Nice. Yeah.
Hey, what's your take on the whole face slapping sport? What do you think about it?
Power slap? Hell no.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Guys,
I'm a real MMA fan. So
we have a VC check-in. Somebody's new.
Oh, okay. Hey, welcome.
Well, no, they're not here. So they're in VC check-in. Sasha.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look. Oh, nose goes. Who wants to check him in?
I think I can hop up there. I'm feeling all right. I don't like doing check-ins when I'm feeling sick because then I'm like not 100%. But yeah, I'll be right back.
I will try check them in, but then they're gonna say, "Are you on crack?" Because my voice, but it's better now. Thanks to Ethergrass that prayed for me the other night.
What's going on, Gems? You feeling all right?
Yeah, I've been good. It's just that I had
I know what it is. It's Parasite. No, I'm just kidding.
I had a pissing match. Yeah, Parasite. The Parasite was trying to get in my head.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. No, I was gonna tell him about Parasites, but it was, bro. The guy wanted to find me, so I wasn't gonna back up. I was just right there standing and yelling back because if he wanted to punch me, I can punch back too. But I wasn't gonna throw the first one because I don't want to go to jail.
Right. Smart man.
And he said himself that he had he was on probation. Oh, yeah, you wanna fight? Come fight. Anyway, where's the new people? Where's the new people?
I think we're just chatting with Climate Collapse, who's been released from Helio Cult, and then we're looking for Siberian Tiger 47 from the VC check-in shortly. Other than that, a lot of familiar faces. Michael's just popped in. No roles. If you want to, someone's in the VC check-in right now, Michael. If you want to get some permissions to speak here, why don't you pop on up to the VC check-in 1? You can grab a VC pass. You can come back here and ask us some questions if you want. Cool.
Wait, Siberian Liger. The mixture with a tiger and a lion. Liger.
Good looking out, Sasha. So we'll keep an eye on the VC check-in. Just a brief intermission, folks. We'll be back after these short messages. We do a little bit of trolling around here. Especially for all the trolls that roll through here. If you're going to try and troll us, you're going to get trolled back. No one, like the troll skills here are pretty heavy if you want that smoke. All right, so What I was gonna say was, people ask us about the edge all the time, right? Like, well, there's ways to troll that back, if you will, because if they are trolling. I grew up watching WWE when I was a kid, and there was a guy named Edge. It's like, dude, one of these days someone's gonna pop in and be like, "So where's your edge?"
You think you know me?
Hey, CB, both of these guys seem pretty cool. You can grant them VC verified role. I was trying to tag you, but for some reason it won't let me tag anybody. Like the moderator's goals, I don't know why. VC check won't let me tag. But they're both straight. They're good.
Gotcha.
But Grim's in there too, so I think Grim's going to do kind of like a, yeah. Now let me hop back up there.
Copy that. I see somebody named Bo Saud just popped in. VC verified. What's going on, partner? Let us know if you have a question for the panel or just questions or comments or whatever. The floor is definitely open. Just kind of shooting the breeze at the moment. So glad to have you. Glad to have everybody in the panel. POS just popped in. Let's see. We got Carr, the Gettier problem. We got Sydney, Sasha, Russ, Resolve, Rion, Morvis, Gemsy, FE Batman, and a whole bunch of people listening on Rumble and YouTube and Twitter and all that good stuff. So welcome one and all. Make sure you guys follow us on Rumble. We have got a couple channels live on Rumble. Yeah, Getty. Yeah. Channels on Rumble. Helio Skeptic and Mayhem 100. I'll type those out in the chat. Make sure you guys go follow on Rumble. We're also on YouTube. Should be easy to find on YouTube. Just 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube should pop right up. But we are setting up on Rumble as well. And welcome back, Michael. And shout out to you for getting checked in. Let us know if you have questions for the panel or just some comments or whatever. The floor is definitely open.
I actually like Rumble. I'm starting to like it more than YouTube now because it's pretty easy to use and it works pretty well. So I'm starting to switch over.
What scientific evidence do you have for the flat Earth?
Oh, okay. That's a good question. Actually, it's a malformed question. You probably would want to know what science is first and what science isn't. And then maybe you could ask your question a little bit better. Well, you're asking for science. So you first would have to understand that science is a method that's used to determine cause and effect relationships through varying and manipulating an independent variable in a hypothesis test. So none of that's being done when it comes to measuring the surface of the Earth. In the same way that if you went to the shoe store to buy some new shoes, you're not seeking out a scientist and they're not conducting a scientific experiment and there's no scientific evidence of your foot. It's just, hey, what size is your foot? Let's measure it. Okay, this is what size it is, period. So it's kind of that's how simple it is. We're measuring the Earth. It's nothing to do with cause and effect relationships. So there's evidence for flat Earth. There's evidence. But if you're looking for science, you've got a category error. So I just want to make sure you kind of know what science is before you start asking people for science that you probably wouldn't understand it if it was given to you anyway. But
yeah, I see. What about the globe images from outer space?
Yeah, I mean, what if I showed you pictures of like Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster? Is that enough for you?
Well, you can say anything about any evidence that science brings about anything. I mean, you can say you can't trust it.
No, that's not what I asked you, though. I'm just asking you, like, would you trust if I presented you pictures of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster? Would that be enough evidence for you to just go, okay, all right, that's it? All right, cool. Bigfoot's real.
No, but how would satellites work?
Well, let's just go off of that. Let's go off of that. Like, so to answer your question, do people just accept pictures? And just like you said, you wouldn't. No, of course you wouldn't just go off of pictures. You want to make sure those pictures match reality. So, for example, if the pictures are showing you curved lakes and curved oceans, then you should be able to go out into reality, and there should be a curved lake and a curved ocean there, right? So, but the problem is,
So the Earth is too big for us to know.
No, that's not true. Like, regardless of the size that it's, I mean, first you would. It's kind of funny because a lot of guys will bring up, "Oh, it's just too big." But if I asked you, what size exactly do they claim it to be, would you know? It's okay if you don't, but do you?
I don't know off the top of my head.
So how do you know it's quote unquote too big if you don't even know what size it is? So that's important. You're going to want to know what size it is claimed to be, because it's not vaguely claimed to be quote unquote too big. But regardless of the size, hold on, let me just say this. Regardless of the size that it's been given, you can definitely break down that claim. So for example, if you claimed you were 6 foot tall, then that means that, say we were to meet up one day and I measured your height, then there has to be 72 inches there, period. Or that claim is false. So in the same way they've claimed the Earth is a specific height as well, that means there has to be a certain amount of curvature or drop over distance there. And it has to match that claim. And what the problem is, it doesn't match the claim. So we can go over some of the math and the numbers if you'd like to. But they're claiming the Earth has a radius of just about a little bit under 4,000 miles, which means that if you're 1 foot off the surface of the ground, say if you have a camera or you're laying down on your belly or something, you're 1 foot off the surface. That means the distance to the curvature of that claimed lake, or the curved lake that we're talking about, or the ocean or whatever, that means the distance to the hump of curve would only be about 1.2 miles away. So 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the surface is not quote unquote, that's not too big. That's something you can definitely test, something I've shortly tested, and I would recommend you test it at some point as well. So go ahead with your next question.
Have you asked the scientists about what they think of this test?
Yes, we have, and I would probably ask you, first of all, what is a scientist?
Somebody about this topic, somebody that studies the Earth, and I think that in cosmology too.
Okay. Well, what I would probably help you understand is that when it comes to these claimed sciences, they're not really actually doing this. This is not valid science. Like, one of the questions you'll hear from time to time is, are there any viable scientific hypotheses coming from any of the fields of astrology, cosmology, or astrophysics? We don't typically get an answer for that, because those aren't natural sciences where you're varying and manipulating an independent variable or your supposed cause. So again, this topic of the Earth and what is the Earth and what shape is the Earth and all this stuff doesn't really fall in the category of science. So just because someone like calls themselves a scientist or whatever doesn't make them like a perfect being or whatever. Like, this is just based on math. You don't need a scientist to measure your foot, like we covered earlier. Go ahead.
I understand that, but what do they say when you ask them those questions?
Yeah, that's a good question. We actually get a lot of people that come here. We just spoke with an astrophysicist a couple weeks ago. So we get people who come in who are PhDs or students. Never went to school. We get all types of people that roll through here. And really, what I've noticed is that the common idea is that there is some entity or there is some group out there somewhere that has the answers. They just don't know who specifically. So like when we say, if I go to you and I say, hey, who has the answers for this stuff? You'd be like, oh, well, the experts or the scientists, they know. And so we would go to an expert or a scientist and say, hey, we heard you had the answers. Can you tell us? He's going to say, well, actually, I don't specifically know. Someone else has the answers. And so that seems to be the common belief, is that, well, I don't know, but someone else knows. And what I'm here to tell you is that this vague panel of this vague entity, this vague group of people over in the corner somewhere that's claimed to have the answers, that entity probably doesn't exist. I wouldn't rely on this vague group of people, this shadow figures that have the answers. I would stop relying on that idea and go check for yourself. And that's what most of us did. It's not like flat earthers just fell off a truck one day and hit their head and never heard of the globe and just woke up a flat earther. A lot of us, myself included, were very passionate about the globe. I loved the globe. I loved outer space and everything. So, you know, it's about going to check and checking to see if that stuff is really actually true, and stop relying on these quote unquote scientists that you don't even know if you can even name one.
My next question is, how do satellites work on a flat Earth model?
Sure. Well, we can have technology in the sky, just not in outer space. So there's no issue with having some tech in the sky, bro. I mean, there's tons of stuff going on in the sky. I was just sitting out in my backyard thinking one day, like, damn, there's a lot of business that's being conducted in the sky with just planes flying everywhere all the time and all types of stuff going on up there. So we have technology in the sky. That's no issue. But you might be surprised to learn that, and I hate to break it to you this early, I don't want to spoil the party, but outer space is, as cool as a theme it is, it's just a theme. It's a fictional setting. Kind of, so like, you don't believe it exists? Outer space? No, yeah. So if you see you've probably seen pictures of like a flat Earth floating around in outer space and stuff like that. You've probably seen people present the idea to you as some type of disk in space. You can automatically know that those are all cap. And whoever's presenting that idea to you is basically lying to you, because there are no flat earthers, especially in this panel, the genuine flat earthers. There's not a single one that's talking about a Earth in space. So outer space is not real, but we can kind of go over why. And
is there anything else outside of the Earth?
Well, to answer that question, I would probably ask you, like, for what you think outer space is. Do you think anything is outside of outer space?
Outside of Earth, yes.
No. Outside of outer space.
I'm not sure.
Cool. That would be my answer to you as well. Because the way I look at the Earth is probably the same way that you look at outer space. Not this object that floats around in another place, right? You probably think that outer space is like the place that holds all the objects, like black holes and galaxies and the Earth and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like you can leave outer space and then go outside and take pictures of outer space from outside of outer space. So, and that's the way I look at the Earth too, bro. Is I don't think that the Earth is like an object that's floating around in something, and I don't think you can leave the Earth to go and, like, you know, outside of it. So, I mean, this is probably a lot at first, but yeah, I don't think the Earth is something you can leave to go outside of.
What if outer space has no end?
Yeah, I've had. There seems to be a split belief. There is, like, some people think it's infinite and some people don't. I found an article that said, like, we asked 5 experts if they think if they think outer space is infinite, and they got mixed answers. Some people say it is, some people say it isn't. So, I think when I used to believe in outer space, I thought it was infinite. I think. What do you think?
I think it would be infinite.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
But outside of the universe, I think it would be a place that's spaceless, immaterial, and timeless, which I would just call the spiritual realm, where God is.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
We don't do a lot of speculation here, to be honest, when it comes to this topic. We try to really stick to things that you can test. So we can test things on the Earth. You might hear some people speculate, like, oh, okay, you know how you said, like, oh, maybe there's a spiritual realm outside. You might hear a flat earther say something like that. Oh, maybe there's a spiritual realm above us, or whatever, who knows. But we try to stick to things that, like, okay, here's what you can test, and you should go test it. That way we stick to things that we know. And then on Sundays, we get into those speculation. We call it Speculation Sunday, where you can come in and be like, hey, guys, I think that maybe there's a spiritual realm or whatever.
Yeah.
But we try to condense those fun ideas to one day where we can let loose. But typically, when it comes to this topic, we really try to stick to things that you can test, like that 1.22 mile horizon claim.
Okay. Are most flat earthers Christians, if not all?
No. I've met a few people who claim to be agnostic. There's some Muslims, there's some Christians. It's just like if you took any group of people, right? Like if I just,
found some people are flat earthers, they use the Bible to justify their beliefs.
You'll probably hear that on the internet. The internet likes to say that, oh, they're flat earthers because of the Bible. But that doesn't apply to me, and it doesn't apply to probably a few people in this panel, although it might apply to some.
That's an interesting claim that they make too, because heliocentrism is a cult. It's a religion.
Yeah, but like even if you took any random group of people, like if you just took up your whole neighborhood, that you'd have a huge. No one would be all the same either, right? There'd be some Buddhists, there'd be some Christians, there'd be some agnostic, non-religious people. So it's not a flat Earth independent thing to be, different in terms of what you believe. So that's just true for any group of people.
Okay, that's all. Thanks for answering my questions.
No problem, dude. I mean, this is good. This is good, and I'm sure you'll come up with some other questions as well in the future. But we're here.
The thing that's another interesting thing is the Big Bang Theory came from a Catholic priest. There's a lot of religious ties to the paradigm of the globe model.
I should ping Mickey to get him back in here, but
yeah, he knows a lot about that.
Let's see.
That's the reason why I mentioned that, though, is because it is a very common claim that, you believe some kind of scripture, so that's why you're a flat earther. That is not the case at all.
I have a question.
Go for it.
How satellites work on the globe Earth model?
I think that's for you, Mike. If you want to answer that, Sasha might have a couple questions for you. If you're busy, no worries at all. He might be AFK, Sasha, but that's you got me thinking over here.
Doesn't matter even, but because maybe some people will answer like this, because they are orbiting around the Earth, and that's the answer. The same way you can say, okay, how the satellite works on the flat Earth. They are orbiting above the flat surface.
Yeah.
And that's all. Nothing special.
Yeah, this reminds me of a meme that I kind of thought of in my mind. I'll try to post a picture. I have a picture of a basket of loose cables. Oh. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, let me post it here if I can find it.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the Bible Truth Flat Earther. A lot of people, they don't even know what English means, so when they try and read it, they end up kind of, well, this is what it means to me, and then they make up their own interpretation because they're unlearned in the scripture, and they're sticking to just the English without studying to show themselves approved. Because we clearly have strong concordance, and we have study tools, so we can see the Aramaic, we can see, you can see the Greek, the Hebrew, the Roman, aka Latin, and we can study these things.
But look at this information. I'm sure that it's more Catholic, Christians who are heliocentric than opposite way.
That's true, they are. So that's the most common.
Yeah. That means it doesn't matter which religions you are, because Christians are more heliocentric than how to say.
And I've seen plenty of Muslims that are hardcore heliocentric as well, and there's Jews who are. So the religion's irrelevant. There's a lot of people who believe in whatever they believe in.
Yeah, there's a misconception out there that someone's trying to push this idea that like, oh, flat earthers are only flat earthers because the Bible or whatever, but that doesn't apply to me, and it also doesn't apply to some of the people I know, like my dad. Like he's staunch into the globe. He loves the globe and outer space, and he's very much into the Bible as well. So it's like, yeah, this isn't necessarily. Whoever's
weird,
pushing that idea, like, it's just not a good idea.
Yeah.
And even still, and the Earth isn't a certain way because of a book, the way the book says. So if anything, it would be the Earth that validates or invalidates the book. But that's if you choose to look at it that way. So if anything, like you're going to want to go outside and test what the Earth is doing itself, as opposed to like, well, this is what these guys say, so that's what it is, or this is what the book says, so that's what it must be. Like go and see if you can kind of check and see what the Earth is doing itself. Like, how does the Earth present itself to you? And check it out on your own.
But look at this point now. When you didn't start from that religious point, you started from the scientific point, and then you find out yourself that there is a written thing in the Bible about this, and that what then? When you grow up like one not religious person, and then with the years you find out that there are people who has in a book written the creation, and that creation somehow is matching with the reality. What then?
Right.
Well, it just seems silly, like, these Globers are trying to find some negative rational reason why there's flat earthers out there. So it's like, I guess they're super religious, or they had some trauma in their life, or, and then when they ask us, they're like, oh, okay, that's not it. I gotta find some other reason.
Our friend left. That was a drive-by.
Well,
little drive-by.
He's in the VC interview thing. He is a Christian glober, so he believes in the Bible but believes it's a globe. And I think that our conversation might have either been a little inflammatory or whatever to him, or possibly triggering. So that's probably why I left.
You talking about the Michael that we just spoke to?
Yes, he proclaims himself to be a glober Christian, and that's why I was like, it's fine. You have whatever worldview you want to here, but if you're going to make claims, you're going to have to prove it.
Interesting. I didn't know that about him.
I didn't say anything because I was going to allow him to convey his beliefs to you without speaking for him. But, I don't feel right telling somebody what somebody else's beliefs are. Like, let them speak for themselves.
I think that it's because of education, and then somehow people put that in with their mind in how to say in reality. Like, okay, I believe in God, I know everything, but the science proves this. That means that God made all this solar system and everything. In a way to work like that, how it's working, everything, size, everything. That I know people who believe that, and they're very, very religious, but they're believing this is the work of the God, this sphere. Even if it's never ever written in any religious about any sphere.
Those were some interesting questions, I will say. It was kind of like a quick little drive-by, hit them up, shoot them up questions. But It was like zero pushback, no emotions. I'm surprised none of you guys wanted to jump in. You let me have
I didn't want to interrupt you, bro. You were doing a good job, and I didn't want to speak over you.
Oh,
I
good,
thought they were
brother.
good questions. I thought they were well asked, and I thought they were well retorted. You did a good job.
Cool, awesome.
No, I like how you handle that, CB. That's cool.
Because CB, you can be, let's say, football player fan, and you like only football. You don't care about religions, politics, anything, but you love the football, and you are Manchester United fan, and that's it. But there is a water, and you're speaking about water, and people will ask you, are you flat earther because you are Catholic or Christian? No, I am Manchester United fan, but water doesn't want to care.
Yeah. Well, people try to put you in a box. They've got a box labeled crazy, and they're going to try to find a way to put you in it.
And
I love being called crazy.
And even football players, they're using ball, and still he doesn't believe that Earth is a ball because of water. And he is the football fan. He doesn't think about politics, about anything, only that.
Right.
No religious, not putting any kind of identification, even country, state, whatever, Are you color, whatever you want.
Right.
Sexuality, gender, education. No, man, I like football.
Right.
I'm stupid. I like football, but I also, when I travel, I know what is fucking sea level. That's all.
Yeah. Well, they want us to be a big group of entity of people who think a certain way. Well, they'll be surprised to learn that we're very different people. We're all independent volunteers. Go ahead. I think someone wanted to say something.
Hey, logically thinking about it, if there was a flood that covered the Earth, wouldn't the firmament contain that water? Like the biblical flood,
I'm not sure. Contain it or contain out?
Because I'm like, water does need a container, just like air.
Yeah.
And it is contained, at least. How it looks like. The land can contain the water also.
But if it covered all of the land like it did in the biblical flood, it would need a new container, which I guess would be the firmament. Because a flood on a globe, on a planet, makes absolutely no sense.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how a lot of them believe it. It's like to be a globe Christian, you kind of have to pick and choose things, right? What you believe.
Yeah, that's what got me, because I'm like, you cannot stay logically and intellectually honest by trying to pick and choose what you keep and what you throw away from the heliocentric paradigm.
Yeah,
like you'll go insane.
Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, well, I trust the book, but I also trust the experts." I've met a lot of people like that.
Because of experts, book can be very, very wrong, and because of book, experts can be also very, very wrong. It depends now who is wrong. There is a book about gravity, books, not only one book. And now let's see if book's saying the truth.
Yeah. Well, once you're done reading the book, you got to go out and into reality, into the field, do some tests there. And I think that's where people haven't done that yet, which I would recommend you do, regardless of what you believe, what your belief is. And, you know.
Maybe, do you know what is ironic? Ironic is that with science, with the years, that mean gas pressure, you're finding out there is a creator with the science, and that should be something like an opposite, something what is keeping you away from the creator, But somehow it is not like that. No, the fucking science proved me that there is a fucking creator, because there is everything. You need to be contained, and there is written, I will make this.
Well, I know we don't expect people to figure this out in one night, but I'm surprised that more people don't hear the gas pressure argument and sort of like have to pinch themselves afterwards. It's like it seems like a lot of people try to fight the gas pressure argument. They're like, oh no, well, it just could be a gradient. It's open. I was like, no, dude, that's the claim.
Oh, I made a claim, your claim in photos. You will see now. Okay? Your analogy.
Oh, the banana thing?
Yeah, I put it in a photos that people can get it.
Yeah, that was. I've been working on that analogy for a while.
Just a second. Fuck. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just responding to someone in the lobby. It's like, people always do this. They're like, well, so your idea is this, but it doesn't make sense to me. I was like, oh, well, what's your idea of flat Earth? Is to take a piece of cardboard and cut out a circle. Boom.
Oh, jeez. Pizza Planet Earthers.
Look,
let me tell you about why your model's wrong. Here's my... Sorry, Sasha, go ahead.
There is a banana that's Earth with a container. There is a banana. There is only container. You see that peel. There is only a gas pressure. That's banana. And there is a gas pressure gradient. There is a cutted banana.
It's kind of like you know that a cow exists because you have filet mignon.
Now you need to say, look at this cutted pieces banana. This is the air above the Mount Everest.
Yeah. You can have one piece of this, though, and know for certain, if you're familiar with a banana, that you have to have the rest of it in order to get the piece you got.
Yeah.
Well, the guy really didn't. He was kicking and screaming yesterday, wasn't he? I don't like. It's like I don't like your analogy. It's like, dude, it's a perfect analogy.
Oh, that's. You talking about that guy who kept on trying to go back to GPSs? Like I don't want to talk about that, and he kept trying to go to satellites.
No, that was Alexa. That was Alexa.
He said like a banana is not a liquid. It's not.
He's like, yeah, but the banana isn't gas. Like, no shit, idiot. It's called an analogy for a reason, you moron.
People don't understand parables. Like that's the problem, is they don't even understand parables at all. They're so obsessed with fiction that they don't understand morals and parables. They don't apply their fictionary mindsets to the real world, so there's no morals to the fictional stories that they create. Oh, jeez. An ISS defender.
Listen to this sentence. Everything behind 1.22 miles, it's optical. But water between two oil rigs is physical. Everything behind 1.22 miles is optical. But water between two oil rigs is physical.
Yes.
That
So
means that
Wolfgang is about to bring some.
that mean that not everything is optical behind 1.22 miles. It's also physical. For God's sake. And if something is physical, it cannot be optical if it's physical. Like Matthew said in one sentence, apparent building. What the fuck is that?
I know, dude. They're so dumb. What they're trying to do is confuse you. They're trying to trick people. They're trying to say, "Well, it's physical and I can see it."
Yeah, but
Like,
it seems like they're trying to create a speck of uncertainty. And with that speck of uncertainty, they can win their arguments.
And then they compare the curvature with the atoms. Do you see atoms? No. There you see. You don't see atoms, they exist. It's the same way. Do you see curvature? No. You don't see the curvature, but a curvature exists.
You see the cookies were eaten and that there's no more milk left, so Santa must be real.
Do we have satellites? Yes, we have satellites. Are satellites orbiting around the spherical Earth? Yes, they are orbiting around spherical Earth. Okay, Earth is a sphere.
Begging the question.
Whatever you do, do not measure the surface of the Earth. That's wrong.
Oh, dude, that's actually a really good angle. What if we just, like, straight up LARP as an anti-flat earther and be like, don't measure the curvature of the Earth. Like, don't even try. You shouldn't even just be a complete and utterly belligerent. Don't even try. It's a waste of time. It's like, Gasper, don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try. And then people are like, wait, no, because this guy's telling me not to try, so I'm going to try.
Yeah,
and then now what?
You will be totally confused. You will take a fucking, I don't know, whatever, and you will make observation, and then you will see what you see, and that will be your problem, because you will think that you're seeing what you're seeing, but there is a problem. You are not that. That's why you don't need to do that.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Watch for shadows or something.
Yeah.
Watch for satellites. Look at the moon, man.
By the way, I was joking. I literally can't. Like, I can't. There's no way that I could play that character because like, the truth is in me and I have to speak the truth. So I would be like, I'd be busting out laughing like the dupers. Like, I could not keep a straight face trying to do that. There's no way. There's no way at all.
Hey, what's up, guys?
And he's trying to.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, welcome. Yeah, Wolfgang is transitioning into. We're having somebody join in now to chat.
Yeah. So I've got a guy called.
Yeah, welcome, man.
Who's been defending the ISS. And I told him he needs to get on his mic. So, but he's saying, "Oh, if anyone else is jumping in, I'm not going to talk. So, be chill for a bit, see how it goes."
Cool. I'm pretty chill this morning. I think all the dogs are asleep. Don't worry. Me? No, that's not me. I'm not always. I try though. Trying to keep up with you, Wolfgang.
Shall we start with ISS? I have so many questions about ISS.
Nah, Sasha, you need to chill because I've already said to the guy I'll speak to him.
Okay. I only want one question: why people fading in ISS?
Yeah, that's one of my questions too, Sasha. Don't worry, he's going to get to it. Right, Plutus, I've just given you the VC verified role. Are you there? Plutus. Not working. Try leaving the chat and rejoining it. All right, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. All right, welcome.
Talking about the special effect.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just quickly give some context here. So, can you see the live stream voice text channel? The text channel just above this.
I have to look for it. Yeah, I see it. Cool.
You see it, right? Okay. So the first one I posted was this one here. This is of teleporting right? So you agree this is an example of obvious special effects?
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think anyone would deny that.
Yeah. So why are they using special effects on the ISS?
We have two options, right? Either they're doing it to convince us of something, or they're doing it for entertainment, right? This is assuming you think the entire SSS is like generated when they're actually in space. Their visual effects should be at a level where if they do something like that, it should at least look convincing. The fact they use like childish graphics when they bring it into the screen seems to imply this is like obviously for children, right? Especially when it's a child's toy as well. Like if their goal is to actually convince people of something, they're going about it horribly if this is actually sincere in its purpose. Which is why I think this is clearly for children.
Like if it's to be entertaining, I mean, you're in space, things float around. Isn't that entertaining enough? Why would they need special effects on there?
Well, there's a difference between like the concentrated thing, which is things floating around, right? In the video, you see the earth floating, you see the woman's floating, right? Cool. What they have now is they have a new element, which is something appearing from nowhere. That is different. Would you accept? And that's when the entertainment comes from something, because you assume. Okay, do you agree that most people believe the earth is spherical? That are going to be watching the stream.
Yeah, presumably.
Okay. So, and you agree that most people watching the stream would accept that things float in space, right?
Well, that's what they would be expecting, yes.
Okay, cool. So then, what the woman's doing isn't magical, right? It's not very entertaining. After you've watched the stream for a while, things just float. They get used to that.
Okay, so you're saying... So the ISS videos, it's more about entertainment? It's more about entertainment?
When they do things like that, which are clearly not meant to be realistic, yes, it's going to be for entertainment. Because that is just not going to be convincing people that the Earth is round, right? Either they're doing it to inform or they're doing it to entertain. And that can't be informative.
Right, yeah. And so, okay, so you're saying it's more for entertainment than anything?
Well, it's either that or it's informative, and do you think that's genuinely, like, and what would the informative value of that be? Do you want to try and, like,
I don't see any informative value in any of it.
Yeah, okay. And that's why I think it's for entertainment. I think we have those two options, and it can't be the former.
Yeah. Okay. So we agree. They're putting out entertainment and they're using special effects. Okay.
Yeah.
So the other one that I posted was this one here. This guy disappearing around a corner. So what's that about?
Again, I feel that's just like a silly, goofy thing. Again, either there's some reason their special effects have failed, but they failed in such a way they wouldn't actually fail. Like when special effects fail, they don't phase out; they stop. So either special effects have failed, or this is intentional. And again, if this is intentional, it would have to be for entertainment. So you can let special effect. Pardon.
What's the entertainment value of this?
Again, it's like a little Easter egg. Do you want me to like send you videos of people like editing in silly things in the background? It's not like uncommon for people to do that. And
So
again, if it's not entertainment, why do you think they're doing it?
So they're putting in little special effects, glitch Easter eggs in the ISS videos? Is that what you're saying?
It's either... Yeah, so either they're doing it on purpose, and if they're doing it on purpose, again, it's to inform or it's to entertain, or it's an accident. And if it's an accident, we wouldn't expect what we just saw. We would expect a break in the graphic. We wouldn't expect a slow, gradual diminishment of the graphic. What we would see is some form of glitch, and that's just not a glitch. That is very clearly intentional, which is my point about why I think it has to be for entertainment.
It's just a miss, and their special effects have... glitched, and they're just using special effects.
If they've glitched, it wouldn't glitch like that, which is what I'm saying. If they glitched, the man would have disappeared. There wouldn't be a slow... Like, if you go... Pardon?
Right? You don't know what...
I can't hear you. Let me raise you.
So obviously it's special effects. I mean, obviously it's special effects, because the man's fading out of existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the guy's fading out of existence. So it's special effects. So why are they using special effects again instead of just having him go around the corner?
What? Because going around the corner, would you accept that just isn't entertaining, right? Like that serves no purpose. At least like when we accept that this like graphic is either conscious or it's their special effects failing, right? Do we agree?
Well, it's obvious special effects. The guy disappearing.
No, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm saying either it's an intentional special effects being used or it's their special effects failing. I didn't say special effects weren't involved. So can you answer the question?
No, I don't see them using that intentionally, because this has only been found by people who are critically analysing ISS footage and finding...
People not getting something doesn't matter. So can you answer my question? So you think it's not intentional? You think it's an accident? Cool.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. To me, it's an obvious example of SFX, which... Could you show me where the people...
We don't disagree.
ISS...
Again, I already told you I agree with special effects. Why do you keep saying
Yeah. So but you're not really thinking, because prior to this, I'm sure you wouldn't have said, yeah, the ISS is loaded with special effects equipment. Because I've never heard the people on ISS or NASA saying, yeah, the ISS is full of special effects equipment because we're trying to entertain you guys. Could you show us where NASA are saying that or admitting that?
Okay, this is a misunderstanding. Okay, cool. You don't need special effects equipment or specific special effects equipment to do special effects, which is why I brought up CapCut. That is a mobile app you can download on your phone right now, which allows you to merge videos on top of each other and let the top video fade out. If you want, I can send you TikTok edits of children doing the same thing on their phones. This doesn't require special software.
Those are children on TikTok, not the people
that's my point.
taking
But Wolfgang, this is what you're missing.
a year saying that they're doing science in space.
Yeah, but this video isn't science.
Obviously, special effect.
Wait, no, you're not listening. This video they're doing isn't for science, right? That's not informing them, it's not giving them new scientific discoveries. They're not learning anything about the universe when Chris Hadfield sung Was It a Space Oddity? With his guitar. That's entertainment, that's informative. That is for the people on Earth. They're not doing that for themselves, you agree?
Yeah.
These live streams are not helping the NASA astronauts.
Well, how do you know that anything that they've shown you on the ISS when they claim to be doing their science experiments isn't just SFX?
I didn't say... I don't know why you're on this right now. I didn't say it wasn't. I was specifically saying when they're doing these videos, it's definitely not science. If you want to go on how I know it's actual science, that's a different point we can get to after we finish this. But I'd rather stay on this point right now. Because all I'm saying right now is their videos aren't science. So to come to videos and say... Sasha, no. So to come to videos and say, well, how all these billions being spent on science, but then why are they spent on special effects? My point is, this isn't special effects that requires specific equipment. 2 children could do this editing. 3, this thing is to entertain.
But it rules out the possibility of you saying the ISS is evidence that they're going into space and doing all these amazing things because they're using special effects.
Did
you get that?
What? No, but wait, I'm confused because when did I say it was? Now I'm confused because you sent GIFs, right? You sent GIFs about the ISS, and then you were saying, and then under those videos you said, actually, can you give me the ability to see the chat I was seeing earlier, which was, I think, the cognitive dissonance chat, because I need to quote what you said.
No, I can't right now, but which one was it? I can quote it for you.
Okay, so after you posted those images and GIFs, can you just recite, I think it was 4 or 5 lines, can you recite what you wrote?
Not really, but summarize the point that you think I made, and I'll tell you if that's what I said.
Okay, it was you asked a question do people think this is for children's entertainment? You said that with a few other lines. Can you find it? I think it's what I responded to directly, actually.
2 secs.
Sorry, I was more.
You said, how do you look at that GIF and not instantly understand that it is for children? And that was in relation to the teleporting cuddly toy. And I said, how do you understand the ISS? And I said, how do you understand
ISS? Sorry, that's what I was asking you for.
Don't interrupt me.
So,
how do you understand the ISS videos are using SFX and you're not starting to ask questions, right?
Okay.
And then you said lots of videos.
I was asking you to find.
You said lots of. Well, listen, it doesn't matter because that's not a good way to have a conversation. Just make your point.
No, but I asked because I was making a point about something you had said prior. I wanted to get that thing for myself. You said you couldn't let me guess for myself, so I asked you to find it. You are now doing everything except. Wait. Because what you had said earlier was relevant to the conversation. This right now isn't.
Yes, it is. This is the conversation. This is the conversation, right? The conversation is the globe believers come in here and say, "Oh well, what about the ISS? We see them in space. They're doing all these amazing things." Right?
I never made that argument. See, no, that's the issue. No, okay, actually. So, for Grass, can you, search? So, when he posts those images and GIFs, can you scroll down and, screenshot the paragraph of messages he sent, please? Please? I need to quote something. And, I can't see the chat to read it. Come on.
Which point you want to come? Can you say the point, please?
Yeah, just make your point.
So, I can't make the point if I don't remember what he said. It's
well, then it's not important. It's not
let's go back like this. You said you wanted to say something about ISS. Say that about ISS and make a point.
Yes, exactly. So what he said. Okay, I'm going to paraphrase it, and I'm going to butcher his point, sadly. But so he said something relating to. He posted some images of the ISS. He posted some graphics, and we'd use these to refute the ISS because, oh, you're going to say this for children, right? And my entire problem was the images he sent were very specifically for children. I didn't think that was sufficient reason for us to now denounce the ISS and because of its special effects. What I remember him trying to don't ping me twice. But what I remember him trying to convey was these videos on their own were not for children. These videos by their intent were not for children. They were actually just showing us that the ISS was an unreliable source of information. That's why I need a cite. That's why I need the quote for, because if I'm not, I'm butchering his point. But I'm specifically in this VC because I remember him using these as evidence of the ISS being fraudulent, and I just disagree. When it comes to the ISS actually being in space, we didn't speak on that, and I don't care to speak on that. What I care to speak on right now is the special effects involved, and if the special effects imply anything.
Okay.
Because you also
then I have a question for you. If you are in ISS, can you float because there is no gravity?
There is gravity. There's always gravity. Can you float?
No. Do you see the people floating in the ISS?
I just said yes. You can float. There is gravity.
Okay, great. That's great. I also saw so many of them, but I saw the guy with the rope and the string on the back, passing the behind. Why he has the string and the rope?
Right. So the one he's referring to is in live stream voice text.
Okay. Okay. So.
Okay. Yeah. So what that effect it's telling us? What ISS want to tell us that they cannot float? They need the string and the rope, or why is this effect? Yeah.
Okay. So this. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So the string. At least so is he pulling on the rope or string? Is he pulling?
No.
I don't know what's happening. I can't see it.
Guy moving across the screen, and he's got something sticking up at the back of his belt.
If I'm human, if I'm human, if I take a rope and if I put a string and if I put you like that,
answer my question.
I will tell you what I can demonstrate in real life. I can put you that you
I'm
go
not
like
what
that.
You can demonstrate now. I'm asking about the video. Okay, wait. Someone posted, I think. No, I just can't see the string. So the guy said it was attaching a thing on his back, right?
Yeah.
So the thing on it. Okay, cool. I can't really speak on it because the video's low quality enough on my screen. I don't know if it's on your screen too. I can't see the rope.
Okay. Of course.
You cannot screenshot my screen. I'll screenshot 1 second. I'll let you post it. I can see. I can't see it if you want. I can't see a string.
So you can't see the thing sticking out the back of his
I can see
belt?
the thing on his back. I can't see any material that's extended from it though.
Yeah. But what's the thing sticking out the back of his belt?
Can I ask?
I'm taking.
No, Sasha, chill.
Okay.
Okay, so I can't post the image. I can't see anything going. I'm taking word that it's a string. I just personally can't see it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, right, question for the panel. Who can see?
Sasha, wait, no,
Sasha.
Okay,
I want to ask panel.
Wait, Sasha, dead this off immediately.
Sasha, I'm gonna have to mute you because I already told you. Right?
Okay. You are not Wolfgang. Stop speaking. Okay, cool. Wolfgang, continue.
Right, so I'm talking about Harness 2, the image that I put there. I'll tag you in it in case you didn't see it. Right, so see there's something sticking out the back of his belt? Like,
yes, and I'll take your word. That's connected to string.
Well, what do you think that is?
I'll take one. It's like a zip line harness. I don't really care. Cool. So then, I can't see clearly enough to speak on it, but maybe it's just a given unidirectional movement. Like in space, like okay, from just from a perspective of gravity, like assume you're a globe right now, right? From a perspective of gravity, they're so weak, but like you have to push off of objects, move in a single direction. Like that would be there from our perspective to give unidirectional movement, right? Like the string would allow them a single direction of travel. Like,
okay, so you agree. Okay, so you're saying he might have a harness on, but it's for safety on the ISS.
No, not safety. It just allows them to move efficiently, right? Like you can only move one direction instead of going in multiple different directions. It provides a single plane that he could traverse through.
So the harness? Where do you imagine that harness is attached to?
No, again, it's attached to his belt. Obviously, what the other things is attached to, they're clearly off frame. But maybe they're attached to like walls on the ISS. I don't know. Again, I can't see shit. Too low quality.
But they're supposed to be floating in 0G, right?
No, yeah, they're floating as OG, but that doesn't mean they can move clearly in one direction, right? Like, if you're pushing off something, you'd have to accept your body has natural moments. So if you push off one leg, you're going to rotate in the direction of the leg that isn't pushing off. So to provide unidirectional travel, it would be easier if you had something anchoring you onto that plane, which is what that rope or line may allow them to do. It may just allow easier single direction travel.
So have you ever seen an ISS video where they're saying, yeah, we're on harnesses here for this reason?
No, again, I'm just saying what it could be. I haven't seen a video like this before. The main ones I've seen are mostly just like the little informative videos for kids, but
right.
I can't
Okay,
speak, and I also can't see the rope.
Okay. Well, what about? Okay, so here's another one that I'm about to post. What about this one? What do you think? What do you think is happening here?
That he grabs orange.
Why do his fingers seem to go through the lemon?
I don't know. It's probably not going to be visual effects though, because if it was like an overlay issue, it wouldn't be like a decrease in light intensity. The orange would just superimpose above his hand. Like there wouldn't. At least I don't think it's an issue with it meshing, because if it's meshing, either the orange would disappear or the orange would be invisible. Like this, like aspect of the luminosity decreasing wouldn't be an expected observation. Like,
But you see his finger go through it.
Yeah, maybe that's like the camera having low resolution. Oh, you mean it's going through it? Let me look again. Sorry.
Yeah, it does it a few times and it slows it down and zooms in. So watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's it. Okay. No, I watched the whole thing. I just wasn't looking at that specifically. I thought you were looking more like how the orange is visible through his hand.
Well, kind of the whole thing, like the interaction with the lemon and his hand is very strange, is it not?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you are looking at an observation made on one frame, correct?
Guys, can we stop loading a load of images? Because the people who are listening to this, I want them to see what GIFs and images we're actually talking about in the live stream chat.
Okay. So, let me count the frames one more time. And I'm pretty sure you're making an observation based on frame 1, 2. You're making an observation based on one frame, right? Like, that's the only time when...
Making the observation of his fingers going through a lemon.
No, lemon, alright, cool. No, I'm saying the only point where his fingers are not present of the lemon is one frame, and on the other frames, there's a merge of the two of them. Right, I'm saying the second is likely to be an editing issue. If it was, there wouldn't be like a slight visibility of the lemon or his finger. One would just be above the other. You wouldn't have an issue of them meshing into each other in such a way, but like they're both obscured. And there is a single frame where his finger disappears, but again, I think this is more just like a camera issue. Like, if they are editing this, they shouldn't run into that problem.
No, there's like a good few frames where the lemon is like phased in with his fingers before he clenches his hand and it disappears.
Yeah, I know. I can see what's strange, but I'm saying those frames aren't likely to be due to editing, because if it's editing, they would have to be on different layers. You can't edit two things on the same layer, right? So
yeah,
either
so
the
they
lemon's
be
in the
using
layer
multiple layers.
If it's editing, yes. So either the lemon's on the layer above his hand, in which case he wouldn't be able to grasp it. The lemon would stay above his hand the entire time, and we also wouldn't see the lemon become darker because of his hand.
Okay, but we agree. Right, but we agree
and if
that
the layer
this.
below, his finger would be visible the entire time.
Right, but it has to be some kind of layering because your hand can't go through a lemon.
No, again, it has to be a form of layering if they're editing it, but if they're editing it, this wouldn't be the expected outcome, which is what I'm saying.
Right,
I'm saying
but what
if
I'm
they
saying
edited
is
it, we wouldn't see this.
right, but whichever way you slice it, it's showing that when they're showing themselves manipulating things and things floating, they're using special effects.
No, okay, you've misunderstood me. So, let me start from square one. I'm saying it is not editing, because if it's editing, we wouldn't see an issue with these things merging into each other. There would just be a clear way, like the hand would clearly be above a lemon, or a lemon would be clearly above his hand. If you look at the second frame after his finger disappeared, we see them merge with each other, which isn't indicative of two things on the same layer. Right, but if they're editing it with
still an example
I'm
of
saying it
special
can't be an
effects,
edit.
is it?
No, so I'm saying no. I'm saying this isn't indicative of special effects. I think this is more an issue of, because of how cameras take images, which is they scan across on multiple different layers over a period of time. Either this is an issue of the camera's low quality, and then you're looking at frame by frame data, which is what this is. Like, this is going frame at a time after like the first quarter of a second. Or the camera is just really low resolution. I think it's more of like.
So you think they've got low quality cameras in the ISS?
I think their cameras are low quality if you look at them on this like frame by frame scale. But I think that's true for most cameras, especially at that resolution. Even
But
if you look at his hand in the video, you see how grainy it is.
Well,
yeah, like that's not high quality. Do we agree?
Right. So, but if they get like, what do they get? $80 million a day. Why do they have low quality cameras?
Again, the cameras aren't low quality unless this is like. I'm assuming this is far away, right? Like this wasn't center stage in a video.
I'm not sure which part of the video it is, but the videos, they've not got too much in them, so it would have been close to center stage. I mean, they're showing you him. This is the whole things are floating in 0G and we're grabbing them and playing with them thing, right?
You already posted a video thing. Let me go back to the guy like with the belt on his back. Like a lot of it, like at least the two videos you sent earlier. Sorry,
I sent
earlier.
No, the ones I sent originally was the cuddly toy teleporting and the man disappearing around a corner.
Yeah, so the man disappearing. Yeah, so the man disappearing around the corner, a guy with a zip line on the back. Those aren't center stage, right? Like those are clearly in the. At least they're not.
Yeah. Those should be in the background, or
yeah, that's what I'm saying. This
right,
low quality isn't indicative of foreground, so the low quality is probably not due to the camera being bad. It's just due to it taking up a smaller amount of the actual video. I just don't think this is foreground, so I think the low quality is more due to that than anything. Unless again, you think they're spending $80 billion to have shit cameras.
Yeah. But I mean, you can use any camera in the world, and it's not going to let your fingers phase through a lemon.
That's the issue. It's not going to cause your fingers to phase through a lemon, assuming there isn't a bleed in like frame data and like pixel data. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this like the resolution is low. We don't disagree on this. And I'm saying because of the low resolution, I think it's more likely there's going to be a form of pixel bleeding. In which case, the vision, like the image data between close pixels, like is going to in some way overlap and bleed on top of each other, rather than the ISS is spending billions on cameras.
I don't think it's a resolution issue, to be honest.
Then why is his hand so low quality?
I don't think his hand's that low quality. I mean, his hands, it's very clear that it's a hand grabbing a lemon. The issue is the lemon goes through his hand.
Okay, one second. Like, screenshot any given frame in that video and tell me with sincerity you think that is high quality. Like, like,
what do you mean by high quality? I mean, it's not.
So high quality for like billions of pounds or dollars, right? If you go to the Chris Hansen video, yeah, like if you look what they got for Chris Hansen, bro. Like, I know he pinged you on it. Like
when he's flying around in a monkey suit singing David Bowie songs.
No, look what I just posted. This. Like what I pinged you in. That camera, that gigantic piece of equipment, is not giving you that horrible camera quality from far away.
You just quoted Sasha's image of Don Pettit in a little studio. Is that what you quoted?
I don't care if it's in a little. That's not my point. My point is they have high quality cameras, and most high quality cameras are not going to lead to this horrible pixel quality from close up. So this is really far away.
So the hand going through the lemon is not a camera quality issue then. So how's it happening?
No, again, I think it's a camera quality issue because of distance. Like, again, my entire point is this isn't going to be close up. Their cameras are too good to look this bad from close up. Do you disagree?
Say that again.
I'm saying their cameras are too good to have image quality that bad from close up. Like, the ISS is not spending billions.
It's obviously
Have like a Nokia.
It's a clipped part of the video, but I don't think it's like a super low resolution clip. I mean, it's not a resolution image issue to me. I mean, when the lemon is going through his finger, you see a darkening of the bit that the lemon is layered with his finger before it closes the hand. So you can see an interaction there that is like layering, not resolution image.
Again, it's not good layering. So the main issue with it being layering is one, they're not reducing. So one, the actual like intensity of the orange isn't changing, right? If you look at a part of the orange that isn't blocked by his finger, that never becomes lighter or darker. So they're not changing the orange's values. Like that just isn't being done.
So if they're layering live, then it's very possible that that's just an issue with live layering.
Layering live. So
if it's a live video.
If it's a live video, they're just okay. What I've been saying from respect to this is like a video that's been stitched on top of another video and they've had time to edit it. If we're saying this is live, then there's no way this happened. If this is live editing, the orange is just not going to vanish until one frame it disappears, or the orange is going to be, or the hand is just going to completely block the orange straight away.
So you think they're maybe filming two videos and editing them together?
When they're doing editing, like if they're editing this and then this happens, it has to be that. If it's live, there's no way a mistake like this could happen, because this editing issue could only come about from this one editing issue could only come about from like them trying to merge two layers together, and you're just not going to be able to do that on live video. Like best case scenario for you is.
Do you think they've got like an editing suite in the ISS as well?
Not in the ISS. I think NASA would have an editing group, right? Like if you go to the monkey video again. Like, they clearly edited that one, right? If you go to the Chris Hansen video, they edited together an entire music video. So yeah, like, NASA definitely has editors.
Okay, so that's the lemon one. Let's check out this one now. So I've got another one. Have a look at this GIF here. This is Don Pettit drinking some coffee. Do you see that?
Yeah, what am I meant to be looking at?
Right, so watch the container and then watch the coffee at the end. Oh, you see it?
Yeah, it glitches out.
Right, so what is occurring there then? Here's just a still of the coffee clipping out of the container. What do you think's happening there?
Okay, let me one more time, because the GIF seems like pointing an extra frame outside the ISS. 1 moment. I wish I didn't do this frame by frame. Would make it easier.
I'm clearly trying to keep this thing on the page. Could you not? Right.
Okay, so yeah, there's an issue.
Wolfgang, sorry. What did I post it?
The green screen thing, which I deleted and then you posted again.
Yeah. What that video saying about?
Yeah, but Sasha, we're on this bit first.
Okay, I want to be on the point. What that video saying about?
Sasha, for fuck's sake.
Wolfie, I only want to be now human. What is that video saying about?
Right. No, we're finishing this one on the coffee, Sasha.
Can you tell me? Wolf?
No. Right. So the coffee one. Where am I? Now I've lost my place. Plutus. Did you see the coffee?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So if you look at the GIF to its end, right, it like goes back to NASA headquarters from what I can tell, and then that same visual glitch isn't present there. It's that like if you go. So the GIF repeats itself twice, and then it happens a third time, but it's in the background of a NASA base from what I can tell. And then the visual glitch shows the coffee outside the bag in a different place. So I don't think this is like an edit. And if it's an editing error, then they've edited it twice differently, right? So let me ping you in it. You post it yourself, but watch again when it goes to where it's in the background monitor. You'll see that the coffee bag the coffee itself is somewhere else. It's not in the bottom right of the bag, which seems to me to imply this isn't a video error.
So I don't understand. So why is the coffee clipping out of the container?
That's what I'm saying. It only clips out of the container in one perspective, and then in a different video of the same thing, it doesn't clip out, which is what I'm pointing at. I don't know what's causing it, but either NASA using a completely different video in the second part, or the editor specifically just with that single rendition of that single scene. I don't know what's causing it, but it's not going to be an editing error because that isn't this issue isn't repeated when the same video is played again. So I'm saying it can't
What
be
do
an
you
edit.
mean?
So
When it clips to the studio, you mean, or to the mission control thing?
Yeah, when it clips to the mission control, watch the bag. You don't see that issue when it clips. That's my point. The mission controller plays the same video, but we don't see the same error. Which is
I think it does, actually. I'll post it.
Wait, it does?
You see it.
Okay, sure. If you post it,
I think I grabbed a screenshot. Let me try to post it. I just need to crop it.
Thank you. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But at least what I'm seeing, it edits elsewhere. It doesn't show the same coffee bottom right of the bag.
But I don't understand still how you're thinking that. I mean, look at the image, coffee 1C that I posted. It shows the coffee in the shape of the container, but split out from the container. So an obvious layering, right?
Again, we accept that this video. Okay, so you're saying this video they edited this after the fact, right? Right? There's no mistake.
I'm just saying it's an example of obvious layering again.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so if you look at the one they posted, the coffee's in a different position. But anyway, yeah, if they've layered it, they've either done a horrible job on purpose, or they haven't layered it. And again, okay, first of all, the coffee maintains its shape, right?
They've been caught layering it.
No, again, you're saying they've been caught layering it, but why would they get caught like this? Because they'd have to be doing it frame by frame.
Well, because if you're putting out loads of videos, you're going to mess up from time to time, you know?
If you're putting out loads of videos or editing things frame by frame, I don't think in one video you're going to miss the frame by a solid 50 pixels.
Well, they've missed something because look, the coffee's clipped outside of the container. And you just agreed.
You're saying they missed something, but I'm saying this is a video issue because when they replay it, if you look at the video, if you look at the second image here, the coffee isn't in the same position relative to the bag. The coffee's glitched differently in the mission control video. So you're saying they edited the same video differently twice, which is going to be really weird. We just see that the coffee's already there when the bag's perpendicular to it.
Right, but that would just show multiple layering issues.
No, but again, it's not multiple layering issues because that disappears in a minute. So are you saying they've edited that bag in there to get caught? Because the bag wasn't there originally.
Saying they're using layering, they're using special effects layering, and it's glitched out, and it's made the coffee glitch out of the container, which is pretty obvious.
You're saying wait, but that's the issue. I'm saying when they repeat the same video, it doesn't glitch out in the same way, and it glitches out in a way that wasn't in the original video. So do you think they've edited the same video twice? That's
what I'm
trying to point out.
You saying has happened in the other one with the coffee?
I'm saying when it goes to the NASA mission control, the coffee glitches out 4 frames later when it's gone back to the man's face. So I'm saying the NASA video doesn't have the same editing mistake.
So it's layering in both.
Pardon?
So it would be layering in both those examples.
No, but then the issue is that they would have to have layered it differently both times. They would have to lay a different video for the NASA background if you're saying it's a layering mistake. Because the second video doesn't. Because the second video doesn't have a problem, so it can't be the same mistake. Right, you'd have to rip off that band. It would have to be.
Why is there? Whether there's one example of layering or 2 examples of layering, why are they layering the coffee?
No, but again, you're saying they're layering coffee. I'm saying they're not. I'm saying
you said they did layer. You agreed it was layered.
No, I'm saying from your perspective. I'm talking from your perspective. Sorry if you've misunderstood me. I'm saying from your perspective, if they are layering it, they would have had to layer it twice because these 2 different videos have what you would say would have to be different layering because they are different videos.
No.
So
it's obviously layered. Because the picture, the coffee.
You're saying it's obviously layered. No, again, you're gonna post the coffee thing again. I don't disagree, but the bag isn't where the coffee is. But I'm saying those are 2 different videos.
That it's layering thing. Because the coffee is in the shape.
I don't think it's layering. I think that's a camera issue. Because if it's layering, they would have had to layer the same video 2 different.
What camera issue? Take a cup of coffee.
Look at this. Okay.
The coffee outside of the cup.
Video. Actually, this guy like took an image I'm talking about. Look at this. This isn't present in the first video, right? And if you go back to it, it's looking at the big monitor, right?
Right.
So like, look,
So what's happening? What's happening in that one then? What's happening there?
So in that one, I'm saying they show different visual markers, right? The coffee bag is still there in the second one. I don't disagree. That's why I think it's a camera issue, because I don't think they'd be that lazy.
Right, but it's not camera issue, it's layering, obviously.
But again, so you keep saying obviously you disagree, but anyway, back to my point. I'm saying in the video they show the big monitor in the background, there's a different error going on. Do you agree? The error showing in the different second monitor part, which should be a repeat of the same video, has a different camera error.
Unless the layering technology glitches out multiple times doing different things.
But it's the same videos. You think it okay, let's
No, it's the same video, it's the same live video, but they'll be running the layering technology and the coffee's clearly glitching all over the place.
Oh, you think so? You think they're running the same layering technology in series, so in parallel? So you think they have two different?
They're just running the one video where they're layering the coffee, and it's glitched out on one side, and then they've been like, "Oh shit, go back to mission control," and it's still glitching out on the monitor behind them.
But it's a different glitch, which is my point. So how have they managed to make this different fuck up?
Well, I guess it's just glitching differently, right?
No, but again, that's my entire point. If it's glitching differently, why can't this be a camera glitch? What makes more sense?
Because
A camera glitch, or B?
Because a camera glitch does not explain the shape of the coffee moving to the right several inches, but remaining in that shape.
We can assume. Okay, so
no. Because then how would the coffee container go clear?
Again, that's what I'm saying. What I think is happening is what I think is happening is the color data is being copied accurately, but then the actual pixel positioning is being copied incorrectly. I think we've managed to get.
Is that coffee bag full or empty of coffee?
It's pretty much empty. It's got a drop of coffee. It's got a streak of coffee. Why?
So how is there coffee right next to it in a block?
Again, the coffee's right next to it in a block because the color data is being preserved, right? That's what allows us to see that it's
color data of what? The coffee's supposed to be empty. There's no coffee in the container.
So what do you think I'm saying? Wait, what do you think I'm saying? Because I'm confused. I'm saying there is coffee in the container, but then the color of the coffee in the container has been incorrectly translated in the camera.
I don't know what you're saying.
So
honestly, mad excuses for obvious special effects on the ISS.
Yeah, no, saying it's obvious special effects, but if it's obvious special effects, one, they wouldn't make this mistake. Two, they wouldn't make the same mistake differently twice in the same video.
How can you say that the government would make a mistake? You don't think the governments make mistakes?
I'm saying I don't think governments make mistakes like that that are that easy to prevent, no. I don't think the government's because again, your position is that NASA's an entire government cover-up, right? When the government's
my position here is that there's obvious special effects being used on the ISS.
No, I'm referring to overarching position. Do you think all NASA videos are edited to convince the public that it's real?
Where is it from? If it's from the vacuum of space, then yeah. If they're saying that they're on Mars, then yeah. So anything that comes from the vacuum of space, a second law.
Jedi, again, I join this conversation with explicit confirmation that it'd be one-on-one.
Sorry for just jumping into a public server and joining in the conversation, my friend. I'm just going to finish my point.
Yeah, I just told you're not going to finish your point because again, Wolfgang, you made a promise to me about
Come on, man.
We're just
no, because I was expecting
Give Jedi a second, and then we'll go back to it.
Okay, I just won't respond then. Continue.
You literally know what? No, if he's not going to respond, then what's the point of wasting my time in a public server where I've just joined the conversation?
Okay, Wolfgang,
hold on. No, you can finish your conversation, mate. I'm talking to everybody else. You don't have to listen if you don't want to. But I haven't finished speaking, you prick.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. If you want to waste your time with him, guys, that's fine. I'll just meet him in the fucking balcony. Seriously, how rude.
Yeah, he is rude, but we're getting him to kind of just embarrass himself defending all this obvious ISS fakery, which was really all I was looking for.
I've been pretty nice to you.
Yeah, I know. I
Just
know,
me
dude. Like,
to
listen,
Jedi.
I mean, but listen, you can't be like, oh, I'm only going to have this conversation, and if anyone else gets involved, I mean, that's just childish, right? I mean, unless someone's being belligerent to you, there's no reason why you can't talk to them.
Very childish.
I could, but then I'd want to speak to him at a different. No, Jed, again, I'd be willing to speak to you at a different point in time, but this is specifically one on one. I'm not saying I won't speak to you just not right now. And like Wolfgang,
Okay,
which is why I was like,
then
okay, I was speaking.
that's fine. Just don't address me again like a belligerent little child, please. That's very, very rude.
Yeah, that is
okay,
rude.
now you're insulting me. Like, come on, you can't.
Well, I mean, 2 seconds ago, you were trying to tell him what to do. I mean, we're ranking member
because
here,
he joined the conversation.
So hold on. You basically You just need to say sorry, and then you can crack on. Be a man, say you're sorry, and crack on. Can you do that?
Okay, Wolfgang, can you go?
There you go. So no problem.
Yeah, you need to be a bit more polite and show some manners, Plutus. I know it's
I
maybe a
told
bit
him it was a
stressed.
conversation, and then he like just
Well, we
wasn't
can have-
willing to respect one-on-one conversation, and then he like tried to act like it was his right to converse.
I mean, you engage with Sasha and me too, so I mean, come on, man. It's been a good conversation so far.
Yeah, sure.
I told Sasha to start multiple times.
That's all right. Listen, so the coffee thing. I mean, you already agreed it's an obvious layer. I don't know now if you're trying to change your argument and say it's like a camera glitch or something.
And that the last thing, just wanted to point out, at first you said there was just a drop or basically empty, and then you changed to say that there was coffee in. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that if you wanted to clarify your position.
No, don't mute him, guys. I'm speaking to him.
I haven't muted him.
Right.
Wait, so Wolfgang, I was want to after respond to what Creative said. So Creative, when I said it was like a drop, and I was just saying like the bag's predominantly empty. Like we see, there's only like a line of coffee around the outside. I didn't mean it was like actually empty. I was just referring to a small amount. Wolfgang, can you repeat what you said?
Well, so I was summing up that you agreed before that the coffee coming out of the container is obvious layering, but I don't know if you're now changing what you're saying and saying it's now a camera glitch.
Okay, so I was saying from your position it's layering, and I was explaining why I don't think layering makes sense. I've maintained it's a camera glitch. Right? I was just saying if it's layering, we'd expect X, Y, Z, and I don't think like these things happening, because if it's layering, I don't think we'd have 2 different errors. And if
So
it's layering, I don't think
could you show me some, like, what camera glitch is it that could take a glass of coffee and then have that coffee glitch out to the side and show an empty glass? Could you show me what kind of camera glitch that would be?
Sure.
Because I've never seen a camera glitch like that, where it empties a container and puts the liquid to the...
Well, it's not really empty the container, is it? All it's doing...
Well, it is, because we can see the container is empty. You said the container is empty.
Well, no, you're missing my point. I'm saying the only thing that moves is the color, right? Like, the orange color's moved. Like,
right, and the container is empty.
Like, either... but the container being empty is inconsequential. So either the camera's glitched the orange color away, or they've edited the color orange incorrectly, right? But either way, it's just the color that's being changed. It's not like they're aiming for
but you can't. Right. So out of those 2 options, either there's a layer on top that's glitched, or a camera has removed a liquid and put it to the side and emptied the container. But you can't show us any evidence of a camera glitch that can actually do this. So it has to be the layering.
1 second. Let's see if I can find it. Let me show you. I probably couldn't find any data. I can show you some other. Are you okay with like a mesh error where like causes someone's face like in?
No. Like you need to get like.
Data?
No, it needs to be like a glass of Ribena, and then the Ribena goes out to the side and empties the glass.
Okay, so all the red is just Ribena's purple. So then all the purple's like moved across.
Yeah, and the glass is now clear. Okay, sure. Well, I mean, you said that's what it is, so presumably you've seen this before and know what it is as a camera glitch.
Well, no, I was saying that's probably what it is as opposed to the other option, which is them editing the same.
How can you say it's probably what it is if you've never seen that before?
Because I believe there are two options. Again, like either they've done it intentionally or it's a camera.
No. You can't say whether they did it intentionally or not. You're not a mind reader. Either it's layering.
Again, the edit would be intentional.
No, either the layer. Yeah, okay, the layering. Yeah, so either it's layering,
that's
or
what I mean.
there's a camera glitch that can empty containers and then put the liquid at the side, which
that's what
no
I mean
one's ever
it's
seen.
Intentional. Okay, cool. So as long as you understand me right, so either they've consciously done a form of editing that has led to this problem happening on two different occasions differently, and then this color data still be incorrectly mapped after the bag has been removed from frame, right?
Or it's a camera. Right. Okay. So could you show us the possibility that it's a camera error? What would that camera error be called?
Again, my entire issue is I just think the first option is very implausible.
Right, okay, but if it's no matter how implausible you think it is, if your other alternative doesn't exist, that's what it is.
No, but I think your alternative. But my entire point is, I think your alternative is so unlikely would have to be something else. It's
right, but your alternative, the other alternative that you said, doesn't exist.
You're saying it doesn't. Okay, so.
Okay, well let's see it. Show us the camera glitch.
Okay, cool. I can't show it existing, I don't have it right now. But, so Foundation, right, we have two possibilities, right? I'm saying what you're saying is improbable, highly improbable.
Well, actually, we've only got one possibility right now, because you just said you can't show us the other possibility even existing.
I said I don't have it right now. It doesn't mean I can't.
Yeah, so that means we don't have that possibility.
Within logic, possibility justified by a lack of contradiction, but right now we have two,
lack of existence.
Description. Pardon?
Well, a lack of existence.
A possibility is defined by the lack of contradiction, a logical contradiction. That's what it means to something.
No. You don't get to go philosophical on your claim that this is possible.
No, that's all. No, but again, that's all.
If this is a camera glitch, then there should be plenty of examples of this happening due to a camera glitch. So you'd be able to tell us what it is.
Not necessarily, right? If I said there was a car crash in the 1930s.
What's made you assume that that's possible then if you've never seen it?
I keep repeating this. The reason why I think it's a camera glitch is I think the chance of it being an editing error is extremely unlikely. My entire point is I don't.
But you thinking it's unlikely is not evidence that it's not what's happening. And you saying it could be a camera
glitch unlikely is evidence of an editing error happening.
Right, no, but you saying the alternative is possible when you can't show us evidence that that alternative even exists or has been recorded ever is nothing. That's not an option. If you can't show...
The point you seem to be missing here continuously is my entire point is we have your position, which is an editing error. I'm saying it being an editing error is extremely unlikely, right? And then I'm using this to justify it's more likely to be a camera. You are then pointing out, right, that there's no evidence of it being a camera error, so then it has to be an editing error. Unless you have, while I've been talking, justified why any recollection or any citation of NASA editing the same video differently twice in such a way that it shows two completely different edits, right? Well, the frame data is maintained even after the original thing causing the error has disappeared. You have also not given me a reason to assume it's an editing error, right? My entire point is the traits required for it to be an editing error just don't seem realistic to me. So the alternative I provide...
Literally the only option. You can see it's clipped out. You agreed the container is empty.
It's devoid of orange pigment. It's devoid of orange color. Yes, so that's what it means to be empty.
There's no coffee in it.
Okay, this is the misunderstanding. The shape of it having coffee is preserved, right? It's still got that bulbous bottom shape. Cool. You disagree? It's not like it was actually empty, right? The bag still has a gap in it. I'm saying the liquid coffee...
The bag is empty, bro. The coffee is in the shape of the bag, outside of the bag.
Yeah, so the color that shows this value... Okay, imagine it's water, right? Actually, so imagine water is completely colorless, right? We wouldn't be able to... We would say it's empty, right? We wouldn't be able to visually tell that there's water in the bag, but it wouldn't indicate there's no water. My entire point is, the physical traits of being coffee that we're able to, visualize and observe is only the color. So as soon as the color is lost, it may appear that it's empty, but that doesn't show us that it actually is. If there was water in this bag, you wouldn't know that it had water in it, right?
Coffee, and the color is glitched out of the container.
Yes, which is my entire point. I think it is a color glitch.
Right. So
I'm just like,
there's no glitches in cameras that make colored liquids jump out of containers and show an empty container.
you sure there are no glitches in cameras that cause colors to move?
Oh, okay. Well, could you show us one then, like you were asked for 10 minutes ago?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Let me just show camera status.
Yeah, camera where the liquid jumps out of the container,
No, you keep
empties the
saying liquid. Okay, you need to dot liquid. Again, it's just for color right now. Like, even
Okay,
just
so it's not
visually,
even
the only
coffee.
indicator is going to be color. I don't know we keep saying liquid.
So it's not coffee. It's just a color.
Wolfgang.
So you see it as a
Wolfgang, I
layer.
don't think you understand. Okay, I don't think you're listening. Wolfgang, the thing that is allowing us to tell there's coffee in this bag is color, right? If it was colorless, we wouldn't know there's coffee in the bag. Do you agree? Like, if this was water, we wouldn't be able to tell, even if it was in the bag.
But it's not water.
No. Answer the question. If it was a glass of water,
if it was liquid in a form of water that clipped out of the container, then that would still be an obvious example of layering.
No, but again, but this is the issue, right? My entire point is, if it was water, we wouldn't know if there was anything in the bag, but there would still be liquid in the bag.
Right, but that's not equator because that's not what the image is.
No, wait, no, because now we're getting to what I'm saying. Wolfgang, so I'm then saying, right, even if... Okay, water is colorless, right? So the only visual data we have for water may be like refraction or like some distortion. But then for coffee, the visual data we use is the color. So when the color is moved, there can still be coffee in the bag, which would maintain like the shape of the coffee, right? Like the bag would still be imprint of a coffee there, but the color would be missing. And my entire point is there can still be coffee in that bag, but we can maybe see from the physical like traits of the bag, like maybe have there's still like a larger amount of space, which would represent where the liquid is in the bag. But then, because the color...
It's empty.
Okay, the only way you are going off to say it's empty is a lack of color, right? You are saying there is no color here, so I can't see anything in the bag. But my entire
you're saying the coffee's
if it was water, you would say it's empty, right? Like if it was water, you would have the same reasoning to say it's empty, but it wouldn't be empty. My entire point is the lack of visual color data isn't enough to draw this conclusion, because for water, you would be drawing an incorrect conclusion, which shows that foundationally, like the color being missing doesn't show that it's empty.
Wow.
Okay.
Right. That's brilliant. This is proving, by the way. Sorry, guys.
So none of these things make you question the legitimacy of the ISS footage. Is that what you're saying?
These things specifically, no. There may be things that are out there, but like these things, like a bag moving, like a bag's color moving, no. Like a man wearing
not a bag moving, a coffee glitching out of a bag.
Yeah, my bad. The color in a coffee like glitching, no. Like a man having like a harness on his belt, no. Like a child's toy being edited into a video, like with Smash Bros. Graphics, no. Like a man disappearing into a background with like some goofy 2010 like visual editing, no. Like
so that doesn't make you think they're using special effects.
Like at least the ones you sent originally, I could do those.
Okay.
Like
so when you see
like these specific things on
guys floating blobs of water around, do you think that's real?
Blobs of water floating around, it could happen.
Right, but how would you know it's real if you know they're using special effects?
How would I know it's real? But again, I wouldn't know if it's real.
Okay.
I don't believe. Okay, wait. I think you misunderstand my rationale. I don't believe like they're in space because they like edit themselves with like blobs of water.
Right. Okay.
You can do that in planes on Earth right now. Like there are planes that don't need the atmosphere that can do that. I don't think that's proof of anyone.
I just wanted to gauge how your brain was functioning, but that's fine. So overall, you're a believer in the globe, yeah?
Yes, I believe in a globe.
Okay, what percentage would you say you're confident that it's a globe? Like you're...
Well, I think belief says it all, mate.
Shit. No, you could believe in something about like shit. I believed Arsenal was going to win the league until like February.
Right. Okay. 0 to 100. 0 being I don't think so. 100 being I know it's a globe. What would you say?
99, 100. Oh, it's very high.
Sorry, Let me ask you a comparative question, my friend. How sure are you that you're talking to us on Discord right now? On a scale of 1 to 100, how sure are you that this is happening right now? You're sitting down on your
Okay,
computer.
so
Yeah.
okay, so so sure. Like in a logical sense, not certain. Like in a practical sense, which I answer the original question, I'm certain. Brass beef,
Right.
like with beyond the shadow of logical doubt, no, I'm not certain. But like I don't think that's informative.
What's making you uncertain that you're speaking on Discord right now?
No, just like in a logical sense, right? I could be tripping balls. I could be like on my bed, zoned out, dribbling. Like this could be a hallucination. Like outside me when I say I'm not 100% certain in that manner.
So
but
if
like
you're not
functionally, I'd bet my lungs on it.
Okay, but if you're not certain that you're on Discord right now, how can you be so certain that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Again, like okay, so I'll repeat this. Like I answered his, and like I think I said this originally too. When it came to answering it the way I answered your question, I said I was certain. When it came to like in an abstract sense, am I certain? I said no. When it comes to the Earth being global, like a globe in way I answered this question, I'm not certain in that manner. I thought I like made that clear. My bad.
So you wouldn't say you're certain that the Earth's a globe?
Functionally, yes, I'm certain. Like logically, like about to say that to God, no, I wouldn't.
Logically.
Yeah, like
Go
so
on,
to say
explain that
so sure, like modality, right? Like possibility, necessity, and possibility. Like from that, no, I can't like denounce the logical possibilities of like I can't do all that. Like that's like
I'm
the
not even
limitation.
bothered what you think.
What?
Right.
Anyway.
So you're not certain that it's a globe, but you're.
No,
I don't know.
yeah,
Are you
very.
You're very certain it's a globe. Okay. What would you say is the thing that convinces you that it's a globe?
Okay, so mostly, like even in terms of science, just like historical account, like the issue is I think like the probability of everything
Mostly
like
the
coming into place in
flatness?
such a way that like people believe the Earth is a globe. I think like the requirements of that are so improbable if they're lying, but it just leads me to believe the Earth is a globe, right? Like I couldn't imagine people convincing everyone that like the moon was made of cheese and people believing it. It's just one of those things where I think like the effort required to convince people of a falsity on that scope is way too much for me to believe this thing is actually not the case.
There must be some kind of like empirical evidence for the globe rather than just I can't believe people would lie about it.
No, it's not okay. One, not really. That's not like most people don't function in that manner. Like, if you go to the average if you go to the average person, the average person isn't doing scientific tests, right? Like they're going off of. I think it's reasonable to say this thing is false.
Okay, so you're saying it's not really based on empirical evidence; it's more based on you can't believe that people would lie about it.
That many people would lie about their empirical evidence. Obviously, I haven't done the test myself.
Well, what empirical evidence are you thinking about?
So literally, just okay. One, I think like most nations are so, especially during the Cold War. I think like most nations would have a vested interest, like disproving, like a lot of the things, like for example, people being shot into space. Like I think there'd be vested interest in disproving that, like if that didn't happen, right? Like, and that's like a lot of reasons. Like people being shot into space, like is like foundation where things like
empirical evidence, though.
Just word salad.
No, but again, like Jedi, like you complain about me insulting you.
Don't shush me. Don't shush me, mate.
No. You complain about me insulting you, but now you're insulting me. Come on. I was even speaking to you and you insulted me.
Please, he wasn't insulting you. You need to chill.
I don't know. Like saying word salad seems to be a slight, but okay.
Would you like me to explain? Because it sounds like everything that you've said has had no substance to it, mate. I'm sorry,
There's no
but
substance to you. My bad. I don't really care.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, can you give us some fucking cowbell, man, instead of walking around and skirting around the fucking issue? So it's an enjoyable conversation for all of us.
It's like sensory experience, right? Like I believe people that were fired into space, I don't think they would have lied about their experience. And I think if they had lied about their experience, I think like Russia would have been very quick to point out, but no, Neil Armstrong didn't go onto the moon, right? Like that was like a gigantic part of Russia losing the space race. When like the first man was shot into space by Russia, I think the USA would have called out if he lied about being shot into space. Like all of these things that are linked to the globe and like linked to space, for like no one to ever point these things out as wrong, like that's.
What are you talking about? We're here pointing it out. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Don't talk to him, mate. You're not Wolfgang. Don't talk to him.
So no, I mean, listen, we can have a conversation with everyone, Plutus, and everyone's going to be take turns. It's not just like one type situation the whole time, right? We've spoken for a while, to be fair, and everyone's been okay. So
okay.
Single rule? Other than these ideas about, well, there can't be this many people lying about it, like, what actual positive evidence for the globe are you thinking about that makes you confident?
So positive evidence to the globe. One, like a lot of the space launches, right? Actually, let me not even do that. So, I was about to say something else. I was like, so a lot of it is like a lot of the physics used in like other areas, which has to be true, like electric fields, magnetic fields, right? Like those things, those are the case. Like our phones don't work without them, our computers don't work without them, right? Like a lot of those.
Pick one. Don't say 20 things. Just pick one.
Fields, fine. Fields in physics, it doesn't really matter. Like it's not the main point I'm getting to right now.
Fields in physics. What do you mean?
Yeah. So what? You don't know what a field is?
Well, we just want you to explain what you're talking about, mate.
So
I mean, it's very vague and ambiguous.
Field. So fine, electric field, like a region of space in which like there is a force acting upon a charged particle towards like a certain point, right? Like that attractive or repulsive force. Like that would be an example of field. When it comes to magnetic
what does that mean in relation to Earth being a ball? That's what I'm trying to get at.
As I was getting to. I was like, a lot of the science that show these things are true, right? Like our device require them to be true. A lot of the science in those things is very closely linked to a lot of the science using like gravity. Like a lot of our science is very close.
Can you give us a scientific experiment that proves your ball Earth then? Being as there's lots of fields at science, can you give us an experiment that you suggest that proves the shape of the Earth, please?
What? I didn't say any. Again, I wasn't. Okay, I think missing. I'm saying like we have things in physics that are true that are linked to gravity, and then gravity seems to be very.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that seems to imply it's ball Earth. Like if you agree with the first part, which you have to, right? You're talking to me on Discord.
Okay.
And then the only thing that is in contention is how these things link to gravity.
Would be able to give a scientific experiment for the gravity that you just mentioned, then wouldn't you? Being as you mentioned fields of physics and blah blah blah, science and shit.
Fields,
awesome. Yeah. Would you be able to give a scientific experiment that proves gravity? I asked you about the ball Earth, which was. I don't care. I just want a scientific experiment that proves anything that you say right now, mate.
Oh, okay, so sure. Turn on your phone, right? Actually, so plug your phone into a wall and like charge it. Like when you see the flow of electrons.
Globe proof.
Yeah, when you see the flow of electrons, right, which implies like
flow of electrons is not a globe proof either, bro. Come on.
I'm not saying it's a globe proof, but it'd be nice.
Well, that's what I asked for. I asked what is the thing that you're thinking.
So you asked me why I believe this thing. My entire point is like a lot of our science is closely linked to each other. You asked me for like an experiment to show the science, right? As part of the science, like these like charges work because of the science of the electric field.
No, not regarding that. Right? You can give me a scientific experiment for fucking anything at this moment. We're asking you specifically regarding the Earth being a ball spinning in a vacuum of space. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves anything that you've claimed? Okay, you've spoken about gravity, so have you got a scientific experiment that proves that?
Sure. I guess you. So drop a ball, right? It's gonna be crazy. Drop a ball from your hand and like just measure the time till it hits the ground.
Do you think that's a scientific
Hold on, Wolfgang, please, mate.
Well, no, it's not.
Hold on. Sorry, dude. Dropping something isn't a scientific experiment. Excellent. Hold on. Dead. Don't interrupt me, mate, please. Let's have a cordial conversation. I'm just trying to point out to you that when you pick something up and drop it, that's not a scientific experiment. Being as I asked you for a scientific experiment, you're not giving me what I asked for, so you can understand my frustration. So, can you give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity? Do you know what a scientific experiment is? Being as you just give me dropping something.
Scientific experiments is just like a test done in certain conditions to justify a hypothesis being true. But,
there you go. So what you just gave me wasn't that.
Just not going to.
Dude, what you just gave me wasn't that. Then was it? Was it?
Was I have to talk to other niggas? I'm not about to talk to you if you keep that tone. Okay,
dude, dude.
No, there's no dude.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Mate, what you just gave me wasn't a scientific experiment, which you just mentioned.
You asked me what an experiment was. I told you what it was. I directly asked. If you want to experiment now,
I'll just mute you. Yeah, no, I wanted an experiment in the fucking beginning.
Okay, cool.
Good. So you should have given me that then, shouldn't you? Not your bollocks about dropping something.
Telling you this.
Good. Give me a scientific experiment that proves anything that you say.
Any level of condescension. So if you want to convert.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, darling. Would you like to give me a cute little experiment, please, for any of the bullshit that you're suggesting?
Because I'm really not in the mood to someone on the dole trying to speak to you at any level of basic levels. Okay. Cool. Alright. So we got it now. Cool. So.
Good. Can you give me a scientific experiment?
If you give me a second. Okay. Cool.
Good. Go and get me a scientific experiment.
So in relation to so to narrow it down, in relation to gravity causing acceleration, in regards
a scientific experiment. Listen, I'll tell you what regards to. I'll say it again for the 5th time. Can you give me a scientific experiment that empirically proves gravity, please?
No, but in what context? That things accelerate? What part of gravity? Just that things accelerate?
Hold on. This is where I'm going to start asserting that you don't know anything about science. In science, we ask questions, what causes phenomena to happen? So if you're going to assert gravity, you better give me a phenomena first. So what is your observed phenomena? If you're going to start giving me an experiment for gravity.
I don't think
not giving me what I want, sunshine.
What gravity are you asking for? You're asking for the trait of gravity in which things will fall down to a point of mass. You're asking how the rate they fall down is proportionate to radius.
I've just asked you.
Proportionate to the mass of an object.
Stop speaking so fucking fast.
To gravity. Just narrow it down.
Just ask. Yeah, a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You have to give me a phenomena, so you can start there.
Which trait
the
of gravity?
Phenomena, the fucking my God.
Well, why don't you define
phenomena?
Why don't you define it, and you can tell us what you're trying to.
So the issue is gravity, for different experiments, different traits of gravity are for example, how mass would affect something, how its radius away from an object would affect
phenomena. Phenomena. The first question in the scientific method, something happening. So can you give me something happening? I don't know. It's your fucking claim. This is your claim of gravity, so you better start proving it then, hadn't you?
I said gravity seems to exist because other fields in physics seem to work and they're pretty close to gravity. You're asking me a different question which I hadn't made originally. You're asking me to prove gravity exists. I'm then asking you which part of gravity, because there are lots of things related to gravity that may be proven, how maybe if gravity follows the inverse square law, maybe if gravity affects time, maybe if gravity is proportionate to mass. I'm asking you because there's no experiment that will show you all of those things simultaneously. So which trait of gravity that is commonly held by physicists do you want an experiment in regards to? Because I'm not going to be able to give an experiment that shows every single given trait of gravity. So to narrow it down, all I'm asking is the bare minimum, which is narrow down what you're asking me a slight amount on which trait of gravity.
Yeah, 6th time. Naturally observed phenomena.
Please provide the natural observed phenomena for gravity, sir.
That's what you got to do. Lots of word salad, mate. But now we just want you to give the observed phenomena for it.
It wasn't word salad. It was me asking.
It was. Can you give the phenomena, please? I've asked you 7 times now.
Question. If I'm not asserting something, it being word salad is very fucking surprising to me. But
yeah, good. What's your naturally observed phenomena? What's your phenomena?
Okay, then sure. Okay. So acceleration.
Awesome. What's your cause of acceleration?
Okay, I was about to sequence when I muted. So I guess I can solve how acceleration is constant. Okay, there we go.
No. So very quickly, you've given me acceleration. Awesome. What's your cause of acceleration?
The cause of acceleration would be gravity. That seems to be understood.
That's fine. Brilliant. So you have a cause and effect relationship. Your independent variable is gravity. Your dependent variable, your naturally observed phenomena, is acceleration. Brilliant. You can now start your experiment. Can you vary and manipulate gravity for me, please?
Okay. 1 second. First.
You also have to prove gravity in the first instance before you can use it as an independent variable, because it must be physical for you to manipulate. So, being as you've already proven gravity, apparently.
I'm sorry. No. Sorry, I've got really fucking dry. So no, you could use a null hypothesis, right? So we could start this with the understanding that gravity is not true, and then we could do test to see the observations that would occur if gravity is low. Wait, and look at gravity would be low.
No, you're wrong.
No, okay, I'm not doing this. You're going to shut the fuck up when I'm talking. And then we can do an experiment
you're wrong.
to show if expected observation that'd be the case if this force didn't exist hold true. Right, we could do that as a starting point.
Force.
Force is again really. It's not. But we could do experiments see if
good. That's what I want.
Gravity didn't exist.
That's what I want.
True. So then we wouldn't need to start with the position of gravity being true. Again,
hold on. We're trying to prove it first, mate. We're trying to prove it as the cause of something. Apparently, we're trying to prove it as the cause of your acceleration, right? In a scientific experiment, you must vary and manipulate what you presume the cause of the effect to be. So, therefore, as you've declared gravity as your independent variable, it must be physical, and you must be able to vary and manipulate. So, can you give me gravity, please, so I can vary and manipulate it so it causes acceleration, so I can falsify your bollocks?
Okay.
Can I interject, please?
No.
Can I interject?
No. Sorry. Lung. You
can. Jedi. Or whoever's debating this guy.
Sentence, bro. You got 5 seconds. 5. 4. Okay, cool. So anyway, so the experiment, right now, it'd probably just be a smooth out, experiment where,
oh, damn, give him a chance, Dad. Come on, man. That wasn't even fair.
Alright. So, dead.
Oh, sorry, I thought he was asking Jedi why he was...
Yo, dead.
Well, why did you count down for him? Just go ahead, Ash.
Yo, Dead, don't scientists say that there is no proof of gravity? Isn't that common knowledge? Isn't that what they all say? Or am I wrong here?
Christian, but I misunderstood. I thought he was speaking to Jedi.
Are you just gonna ignore the question?
No, I'm going to respond.
Okay, respond right now.
Go ahead.
Why are you ignoring me?
What? You will wait. So,
just go ahead and respond to Ash, please.
What is this, man? Come on.
He's not even really with us. He's kind of just hangs out here from time to time. So just answer his question, bro.
Okay, and now, so Ash, again, the traits of gravity. There are very few scientists that disagree with certain traits of gravity. Our friends the existence of the exchange particle, maybe, but no scientists are going to disagree with at least the traits of gravity we seem to understand, which is how gravity follows the Mesquel. No scientists worth their weight.
I'm talking about the proof of gravity, bro. I'm talking about evidence of gravity.
I'm saying we have proofs for traits we describe to. I'm asking evidence of gravity in what context? Because whereas evidence for it again, so you have evidence that it's proportionate to mass. You have evidence it's proportionate to radius. You have evidence for
it was a why are you saying all this? It was a yes or no question.
Again, I don't know. Again, you're saying scientists believe something, but I'm saying scientists. I very few scientists that disagree with lots of parts of gravity. And if there's some specific part you're going to point, I'm going to say they don't.
So is your answer no?
Again, unless you're pointing at some niche trait of gravity, probably no. The parts of gravity that I'm referencing, they won't disagree with existing.
All right, one more thing. 5 minutes ago, you said that you're not certain that you're talking in Discord right now, correct?
No.
Dead.
Okay, sorry, I just typed something. Yeah, logically, I can't prove without possibility of me being wrong, but I'm not on Discord.
So like they asked you before, right? What is that uncertainty? Why are you not 100% sure?
I'm not certain. It's just a logical statement, right? I can't denounce a possibility. Maybe I'm zoned out on my sofa and I'm hallucinating this. That's what I mean. It's not in a realistic sense where I say I'm not on Discord. That's what I was trying to convey.
Okay, but why does it matter if you're hallucinating or if this is if we're in a matrix or this is an illusion? It doesn't matter what it is. Even illusions, even schizophrenic people, right? Let's say there is a schizophrenic and he sees things that are not there. Those things that he sees are real for him. It doesn't matter what's happening, right? This is happening. And we all are here. You know it's happening. I know it's happening. It is real. Even if it's maybe not happening for you and it is for me, right? Only it's still real for me. But then again, it happens. It's happening for you as well and for all these other people. So it is real.
Okay,
it's always real. It's always happening. You are always 100% sure that this is happening. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the possibility of why it's happening. because that's what you're saying. Why? Well, maybe I'm not sure, because maybe this is happening. Maybe this. It doesn't matter why, right? It's happening. You can be 100% sure. What you're saying is nonsense.
So no, that just comes down to how you that just literally comes down to how you like understand certainty, right? So if there's a schizophrenic person that says there's a man behind them, even if they see the man there, I would say there is no man there. If you believe,
but there is a man there for him.
No, but again, that just.
But there is a man there, bro.
Again, like this just comes down to what you believe like existence or like certainty means about context. I don't describe hallucination as things that actually exist. But if you do, that's fine. We just mean different things.
My friend, they don't exist. My friend, they don't exist.
It doesn't really matter.
Yo.
I have definition of exist that is different to you.
But they don't exist for you, bro. But they exist for him.
That again, but
they exist for him.
I don't believe personal hallucination to exist. But this really doesn't matter to the conversation.
Like I said, I agree with you. They don't exist. They don't exist for you, but they don't exist for you, but they exist for him. I agree with you, but they exist for him as well. I mean, they exist for him. They don't exist for you. Yes, it's not your reality, but it's his reality. It's an example of two things that are true that can happen.
Wolfgang, this is why I wanted to one-on-one. Like, come on now. So anyway, Jedi, hello.
Oh, you want to go back to Jedi? You and him weren't getting along that well anyway,
Christian, but I told this guy it's just like a definition disagreement. Like he just defines existing differently to me. There's no.
It's not a definition disagreement, bro.
You are saying
it's just bullshit. Is what you're
I just
saying
wanted to ask a question. Like, have you been in a state like that before? You know, like totally like transed out, just like drooling on the. Have you been in a state like that before?
Due to sleep deprivation.
Okay, I'm just curious. Like, you know.
I see. If he thinks that's existence, that's fine. I just don't call it existence. There's no need for us to talk about that. It's like a conversation.
No, there is a need, because you're wrong about a simple thing. A simple thing in life, you cannot admit is happening 100%. So how can we even? So how can you even go debate flat Earth or anything if you cannot agree that something is happening 100%? You don't even believe in truth, bro.
Franco, you just remove those imaginary ends from his legs. I personally am going to walk in the other direction and ignore the crackhead.
Let him talk a lot, guys.
That's fine, but I really don't care to talk to you about if hallucinations are real. That is a conversation I just don't get.
You should, because you don't believe truth is real if you say that.
Hold on 1 second. Bro.
Fucking idiot, bro. Holy fuck.
Right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So, Spanko, I know that might seem frustrating to you, but you're just going to have to get used to the globe believers not agreeing with any kind of reality.
Yeah, I know. It's a defense mechanism.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take it back to what we were on before, which was I was asking Plutus, what is the empirical evidence other than I can't believe these people are lying, it's too much, blah, blah, blah. And I don't really want to go on to the gravity thing, because no matter what you say about that, dropping something on the ground isn't telling you what the shape of the Earth is. So could we get something that's like, observational, measurement, something verifiable? Because there must be something like this that's made you 99% certain the Earth is a spinning ball, Plutus, no?
Right, before he goes, I just want to say thank you for the unmute.
Bro, please,
personally, I think it's pointless to debate this guy who doesn't believe in truth, and I'll be back later.
Right,
maybe.
thanks, Ashley.
Thank you for the unmute.
Appreciate you stopping by, brother. Take care.
Right. Cheers, bro. So, Plutus.
Plutus, just relax. It'll be okay. Just chill out.
You understand
we're going to match you up some better dance partners. It's okay.
I didn't join Miss VC to speak about
just chill out. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I was just irritated.
He's just someone that comes by from time to time. He's not really even a flat earther, as far as I'm concerned. So
I was just really
chill out.
Okay, so did you hear what I asked?
About it being a ball? Okay, so I guess you can look at S waves and P waves, right? Like those a lot of the time just require the understanding that you have a crust and a mantle, to explain how the waves go around the globe like that. Like that could be one.
Okay, but can we make it something that you and us can have some experience with? Because presumably you haven't had any experience with P and S waves.
Again, if you don't trust science, you just have a fundamental disagreement. Because my entire thing is like, I don't believe science has these reasons to lie about all these experiments that seem to reach the same conclusion. If you're gonna
my word!
Wait,
Sorry,
okay,
sorry.
Jedi. No,
I know.
You're straw manning right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm jumping in, because you're starting to build assertions that aren't true. Hold on, I'll tell you why, so you can be educated. Because
also,
you
I didn't
said
say you don't.
It's just dead.
Let Jedi talk.
Can we just pass the mic, guys? Go ahead, Jedi.
Don't build a straw man out of us and state that we deny science, because the question I'm going to start asking you is what science is, because we understand what the scientific method is. Did you? Okay, well, restate it again, because you most definitely did. Scientists,
not science.
Okay. Crack on then, I'll let you go. And I will challenge you on your understanding of science in a minute.
You could have just asked me after I finished talking, instead of cutting me off to be wrong. That's irritating.
I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, I bet it is. I will challenge you on your knowledge of science in a minute.
Because I brought this up earlier. It was I'm pretty sure I said you don't believe in scientists. I personally don't believe that many people lying.
Okay, but this was exactly my point. My point was,
but anyway,
without relying on saying I can't believe these people are lying, we are looking for positive empirical evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, something verifiable. And you keep going back to, well, I've heard these stories about these guys, which I believe. And if you don't believe them, I can't believe you can't believe them. That's not what we're looking for.
I didn't say I can't believe you can't believe them.
Right. Okay. So give us something that it's not a question of belief. Give us something that's verifiable.
You have this fundamental understanding of my position. I trust scientists. I believe it's improbable that they're lying. Remember these preponderance of people quantified in these fields, having experiments and then fields of study, and then individuals seem to.
So where's the empirical evidence for the globe?
Or maybe
empirical evidence?
P&S ways, it seems show the Earth, model of the Earth, but we have.
When you say belief and trust, you're not talking about science.
Oh, but again, my entire point is I have trust in the fact that these people are doing.
Okay, so you said P&S waves, so the propagation of sound, right? So that requires a sphere, is that right?
No, it doesn't require a sphere. It requires the medium, right? It requires the medium that seems to be understood to this in a globe Earth model to be true, which requires a crust and a mantle, which would require different densities of the ground beneath us. Okay, I'm not saying it's direct.
I was good at it. It doesn't require a sphere. What's next?
Yeah, give us something that does require.
Okay, yeah, we're not doing this shit. Okay, so either I'm going to talk to everyone, but you won't mute me, or I'm going to go back to talking to just Wolfgang. But I'm not do this shit where you interject when I'm talking to ask me a question and then cut me off before I finish answering. That shit is really fucking annoying.
It's because you're not really answering the questions.
He asked me a question, I answered the question. He said, does it prove sphericity? I said, no, it doesn't. But it shows that this model, which seems to be consistent with a globe distance, which shows the existence of a crust and mantle, would be true. I started off answering a question and then he muted me. So don't say I'm not answering a question, because even he recited I answered a question.
Okay, so again...
So don't lie about what I'm saying.
Tangential, right? We're looking for direct empirical evidence of the globe.
If you want direct empirical evidence, then we have this fundamental disagreements how we determine these things to be true. I believe having a bunch of pieces that all lead to this one conclusion being true, which is replicated by experts in these fields, which I trust doing their experiments correctly. I think that is sufficient. Just globe. If you want to
what experiments have they done?
Again, S waves and P waves, which seem to show the current model we have of the globe being true, the way we interact with the Earth and we're traveling through it.
What do you have to say it under your breath?
Different densities of ground, which seem to exist with the Earth not being homogeneous below the soil. That seems be consistent, right? When we look at
none of those were experiments.
When we look at astrophysicists, right, doing experiments.
None of those were experiments, dude. None of those were experiments.
I was missed.
None of those, I know, but none of what you have just given me is an experiment.
Again, so Jedi, these are multiple different pieces of evidence that are leading me to believe a conclusion.
But none of them were an experiment I asked you for. Not one thing did you give me that was an experiment. I asked you for an experiment, you didn't give me one.
If that isn't enough for you, sucks for you, but we just have this fundamentally different way of determining things to be true. But
dude, you've talked and lots. Shut up. I asked you for an experiment. You didn't give me one. So why should I continue listening? Because I've asked you for lots of things and you've just waffled on about fuck all. I've asked you for an experiment, please. You were just about to point to astrophysicists and the amount of experiments that they've done. Awesome. Give me one.
So, Jedi, it's first of all, so this is very starting to piss me off. I literally said...
Give me an experiment, please.
I'm not talking now. I prefaced my statement by saying, I'm not aware of a single experiment that shows my entire point is very like these small experiments. They're like painting.
Give me a small experiment then.
I already told you that I'm not aware of like a single experiment that shows like neutrality.
So you can't.
My point is, when we have all of these pieces of information that are put together, it leads me to a conclusion that makes me believe it's more likely the Earth is round. I've told you I do not have a single experiment showing around Earth. If you do not like believe my position is like convincing for you, that is fine. But when I'm telling you, I personally might have like all of these small pieces of information leading to like a conclusion, and you disagree, that sucks to be you, I guess. I don't really
Hold on, before anybody else jumps in, please, thank you. I just asked you for a scientific experiment and you didn't give me one. Can you imagine my frustration then?
I told you I wasn't aware of one in the first sentence. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
That's fine. An experiment that proves anything that you say, but you don't have one.
Like the two neurons wrestling around in your empty fucking skull can't understand the language I'm speaking. So then you like try and ask me the same thing I told you I didn't have again. That's on you.
Plutus, I'm just going to mute you because you're not going to be sitting here talking shit because you're getting upset that you're getting called out on your bullshit, right? Nothing you have said, none of the little pieces of information have said anything about Earth being a ball. You already conceded to Heretic that P&S waves don't require a ball. Nothing you are speaking about is proving a globe. So don't be like, oh, just because you don't understand my little pieces of evidence adding up to a globe, not one thing you have said has pointed to a globe or proven a globe. Okay? So don't be acting like there's some kind of misunderstanding on our part. We are repeatedly asking you for something that's going to evidence the Earth being a ball, and you're repeatedly saying shit that isn't anything to do with that. So you'll get one more chance, and if you keep spiraling out and talking shit and trying to insult people, you'll just be banned. Okay? So if you want to have a conversation, you're going to have to calm down, take a breath, and show some respect and manners, okay? So either get the experiment for whatever you were just talking about, or actually provide some evidence for something that proves a globe. Don't just say, P&S waves, I believe it. I can't provide anything for it. It doesn't prove a globe, but that and all the other things prove a globe. No, you get specific, and you tell us how these things actually prove a globe, right?
And I wanted to say something real quick to Dead, real quick, brother, is just remember... Well, just remember who you're presenting to. There's also people listening on Rumble and YouTube and people in the chat who just listen and learn. So you could be helping a lot of those people who are also globe earthers. I noticed you were saying things really quickly under your breath and stuff like that. Well, make your case, and you might be helping out people on your side as well. So, like, think of it when you're in court. You're not trying to convince the defendant. You're trying to convince the jury, the judge, and the public. So just keep that in mind. It's not necessarily for us. It's for the people listening as well.
Possible. Like, I don't really care to convince anyone except us. If people are listening, that's fine. They're people listening. I don't.
Okay, but all right, fine, that's fair enough. But we want to hear too. But when you're like people,
okay,
if you're saying the evidence really quickly,
that's fine.
So like, we want to hear you. If it's time,
okay. But yeah, so it's just like if you're trying to like tell me to speak in a way convincing to the audience.
I'm not saying I'm just saying we want to hear you, brother. It's like you were saying it under your breath and very quickly, as if you don't want it to be addressed or anything.
So, Wolfgang, I don't know why you keep asking me to like provide a single experiment when I say I don't have one. My entire point is like I'm convinced to have a model that like requires like our understanding about like multiple layers of the Earth, which is what S-waves and P-waves prove. Do you disagree with that? I don't know. Like I'm also confident that engineers that's like building rocket ships aren't like lying, and like there are equations that seem to factor in gravity. Like,
but again, you're doing the same thing. You're saying a bunch of things which aren't actually proving or evidencing a globe, or at least you're not telling us how they are, and then you're just skipping on to the next thing. Pick one. Tell us how it relates to Earth being a ball and how we can verify it for ourselves.
My entire point is I don't think they individually evidence a globe. I may have.
So you don't have any evidence for the globe.
I don't. See this. Is what irritates me. I've said this multiple times. I don't have any singular piece of evidence that alone shows a globe.
Okay, well then why are you saying you're 99% confident then?
I keep saying this multiple times, and when you keep asking me the same question, I've made it very clear. To my knowledge, there is no singular piece of evidence that shows a globe. Whenever you ask me about a question, it irritates me because it shows that you haven't been listening to what I've said.
You're saying it's such a.
I
said you just need to name one
without you listening.
Okay, but we're hearing you. You're saying there's a stack of evidence. We're just asking you to pull maybe one thing out that we can take a look at. Why does it have to be so ambiguous and vague?
And also, you saying oh, I don't have a single thing, or I already said there's no evidence. Don't get on at us for that. You're the one that said you were 99% certain. So it's very reasonable of us to expect that you would have some evidence.
It's not after I've told you I didn't have a singular piece of evidence multiple times. That shows you haven't been listening.
Right, so what is the evidence?
Wait, okay, yeah. So I'll just speak to Creation back. Can you have this conversation for him? Every time he cuts me off and asks me a question I've already said, it irritates me.
I think you just need to slow down and take a couple deep breaths, my man.
No, he asked me the same question I'd answered twice prior.
I know, but I'm just going to ask you the same thing, and so is Elijah,
did you hear
and so is Jedi.
Creation back, can you at least hear the words I'm saying enough to
I have heard. I already addressed it.
Okay. So, Creation back,
I know you're saying there's not one single piece that's going to prove it for you all overall, but you're saying that there's an overwhelming, not overwhelming, but there's a lot of things, right? And you could kind of stack up. We're just asking you, why don't we just take one and we'll go through it one at a time? Is that so hard?
Okay, so we can start with S&P waves. They show variance in the Earth's density. The density of the Earth, the material the Earth's made of below the crust. Yeah, so it shows because the waves act differently under different conditions. That's what that shows. When it comes, and then we can look at atmospheric pressure, which seems to show a gradient.
Can we address that maybe, or do you want to move on? I mean, could you maybe explain to someone that is not familiar with P waves and S waves, what is that?
So S waves and P waves are just waves of sound that go under the Earth. Right? They're just progressive longitudinal waves. But when they are moving through the Earth, because they are waves, they're affected by the material they travel through, right? And when we map out their movement, it seems to show they're moving through different densities of things. And also, I can't remember if it's S waves or P waves. When they move through, they're able to move better through this material, which seems to show, I can't remember if they're transverse or longitudinal. That's something we haven't looked at this in a while. But at least the way they propagate through the Earth seems to imply that the Earth isn't wholly solid, at least not completely solid, which again, on its own doesn't prove that Earth is a globe, but it does prove that the Earth is a homogeneous below the crust. Shows that it has different material makeup, or at least different state makeup.
That's stunning. Yeah, but it doesn't show the shape or the movement of the Earth, does it?
See, Creation, do you see why this is irritating me now?
Well, you two are getting along in the dance floor. It's all right.
Sorry, I do apologise. Can I apologise?
No. It's not even you cut me off. Creation, you see what you just said? This doesn't prove a globe. I hadn't made that evidently clear multiple times.
So you can imagine why we're fucking bored and frustrated then, being as all we've been asking you is proof of the globe, and you are not giving it us. I can imagine how you're frustrated because you can't answer the question, can you? You're just going to give us sideshow shit. This is not answering the question. You can't answer the question directly, can you?
Just let him get it out.
I'm talking to you now. I'm done talking to Jedi. I just want to say what that man just did is why I don't want to talk to him. But yeah, Christian, do you at least agree with why S waves at least prove that the Earth is homogeneous below the crust and S waves and P waves? It has at least slight variance in
you can't validate what your fucking signal's passing through.
Yeah, that doesn't equate.
Jedi, he requested Creation Bear, and the more we talk, the longer we're gonna waste energy. Please.
No, you're right. I'm wasting my energy, dude. You're fine.
Thank you. So don't waste any more talk to me.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, you don't have to fire.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. No, but he didn't insult me while I wasn't talking to him. That's not my fault, for now.
Yeah, don't challenge me on my shit.
As a layman, I would want to go into the field and maybe try and validate.
What do you mean don't challenge me? Hyde Park. We can any son there will beat. I'm joking.
Come on,
I'm
dude.
kidding.
Come on. You didn't want to engage with them, and now you want to engage.
Yeah.
Just.
I know, but yeah, what were you gonna say?
As a layman, I would want to go into the field and try and validate whatever the P waves and S waves are telling me. As far as from my limited research on that, it's based on a lot of simulations and things when they have to do this during earthquakes and that kind of thing. So,
yeah,
as far as I'm aware, the deepest anyone's ever physically dug into the earth is like less than 9 miles. Yeah, it would be still within the claimed crust area, which was like I think 25 miles claimed to be. So, just there's those two things you can put side by side: is what's actually been done physically on the earth, and then what's been kind of simulated and all that. So
what's been done physically on the Earth, like staying within the crust, is consistent with like what the waves show about the Earth's makeup. Though it's not like the borehole went so deep it should have passed through the crust, yet it was still showing crust. It's not like there's contradictory evidence here.
No, but I'm saying is like the claim is the crust, and that claim hasn't necessarily been validated even in the field. Who's to say that what's happening at 25 miles when only say 8 miles has been explored?
Again, like we have models for it, which again I don't think any of this gives certainty. I think it gives like a reason. I believe it's true. Like again, if you want like without shadow of a doubt, there isn't going to be anything for that. But then like when we have
there you go.
Elijah, what?
Well, it's okay, man. Relax.
No, time out. No, I do have to say something.
No, not you, Elijah. I'm talking to him.
What's wrong with me saying? I'm asking him what's wrong with me saying. There you go. In the tone that I said it.
Before you want to say something, but then you said "there you go" again, and I was just confused.
We're both agreeing with you.
No, I said there you. Yeah, I said there you go. That's all I said. See, so you might need to relax.
I was gonna say you gotta take a few deep breaths, man.
Sorry, I was even frustrated.
It looks bad on the live stream. That's all. I'm just.
No, I was literally just confused by why you were saying "there you go." I thought you were gonna like.
You're confused because you're not relaxed.
No, it's not bad. Just like normal people say "there you go" will like make a sound in a conversation we're about to say something.
Well, what does normal people have to do with my intention?
No, that's why I was confused though. Like, you did something that wasn't expected. I'm not saying like that's all. But anyway, so back to Creation Bear. So yeah, Creation Bear again. Like I agree, the models don't give us certainty about the Earth's makeup. They like point us in a direction, and then like maybe when we look at. So again, like I agree that like models seem to function well for that, right? And then like maybe when we look at.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. No.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
Are you beyond a shadow of a doubt sure of that?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt, no.
Why?
I haven't been fucking measured in is it a year?
When you measured yourself, that's what. When you measured yourself, was you beyond? Okay, when the nurse measured you and you looked at the metric and accepted, okay, this is the metric and standard we're going to use to give me a number to whatever metric my body is. Were you 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt that was the case?
No, I don't know if I don't know if like the device was set up on wall properly. I don't know if like the numbers were painted on properly. But
if they were, but if they were, then would you have been?
If everything was set up and I wasn't hallucinating, yes.
Okay, because I'm just like, it's interesting because there are things that we're beyond a shadow of a doubt sure of. I'm beyond a shadow of a doubt that I'm drinking a bottle of water right now. Well, not right now, but I just did take a swig. And it's like when we talk about this conversation, no, I don't have schizophrenia. And even if I did,
I'm saying you could be.
Even if I did have schizophrenia, if someone punched me in the face and I started bleeding, I would know that was the case. That would be a ridiculous argument, right?
And what if you woke up and your nose wasn't broken? Like, what if
no, objectively, my nose is broken. You know, I can go to the hospital. I would get a hospital bill, right? If you literally, we're not talking about if you had a psycho episode. We're talking about if someone literally punched you in the face. That would be something that, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you knew happened.
So it's not a psycho episode?
Unless you question, you know, the status of reality. Which means, if you do question the status of reality, then the word reality itself is null and void, and has no definition.
Okay, and again, like, as long as you're saying, if you're not hallucinating when it happens, it's fine.
Let's be honest, though. You wouldn't really conduct business in this type of way. You wouldn't.
No, again, that's why I like said.
You know what I mean?
That's why I said that's why I specifically said functionally, in like for all intents and purposes, I'm certain. in a logical sense, I'm not. Like, again, I do not act
So
as
so
if
you
my
do
name
think
is
that there's
actually
a
like Joe Biden. I don't. It's
so you
possible, but
do
do I act?
so you agree that there are things that are beyond a shadow of a doubt. You're just saying hypothetically speaking, if you weren't sure, but we're talking about being sure about certain things. Like I'm sure 100% that I've eaten before because the law of entropy exists, and had I not eaten, I'd have
Unless the
died
universe
at
was
some
made
point.
last Wednesday. Actually, unless the universe was made 10 minutes ago, right? Like, it's possible to like, create these scenarios,
No,
unless
but
you're
these are
making.
No, but
hypotheticals
that
that
I
you can
wanted to say
create in
something
your.
there. You
Yeah, go
can't
ahead.
cash those in. Oh, it's okay to you can make those hypotheticals, but you can't deposit them. No one's going to cash those. They have no value. You can't.
No, I
You
know.
would never. You would never. That's why you would never conduct business in this
That's
type
why
of
I'm
way.
like saying
So
this
what I
like
would say is just keep that same energy when you're conducting business or speaking with, whatever. You would never be like, so during this business deal, I might start hallucinating, and then I won't hold up the contract. I'm just saying, keep that same energy, dude.
No, but the reason why I'm saying this is, I like prefaced when I said I was certain, that's what I was using, but I was saying in like the logical sense, but I don't exist in the world and I wouldn't be certain. It's not like I act as if I'm not certain that I'm real. But
that's what I'm saying is keep that same energy, bro.
No, but I
Yeah,
have.
okay.
The issue is, one time I brought it
Let's
up,
take it.
I made it sure, like I clarified that that's not how I act. Yeah, so then why are we talking about this?
So let's ask another question because this is important because we're just talking about if you can know beyond a shadow of a doubt things, because the chair that I'm looking at is a chair. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, that's a chair that I purchased and it's right
It'd be
there.
weird to
Okay,
act as if it was.
so now if I went to the bank and I said, "Let me get $1,000,"
Mm-hmm.
and they started speaking like you, what if this was a reality that you didn't have? I would be really fucking upset because I know that I input energy and I know
I don't
that
disagree.
What if I did give you the $1,000 already?
I'm not saying that you. I'm not saying that you don't disagree or do disagree. What I'm saying is, we're talking about hypotheticals when the shape of the Earth is objective, not hypothetical.
No,
Right?
okay, I see where the confusion is coming from. No, when I said that, when I said in relation to the S waves and P waves, it was like the S waves and P waves don't start me to this conclusion, as in they like imply something, but then also the Earth could still be flat and the Earth could still have that topography. It was in a different context, which was
Yeah, I know. I'm not debating with you or arguing that point. Like, I totally get your point, but the thing is, we have the choice to bring conversations into subjectivity or objectivity. So I've asked you, are things objective? You obviously agree. You said, well, I was just, making a certain, I was making a certain point, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, I get that. But now that we've established that there's a difference between hypotheticals and objectivity, Creation Bear just wants us to talk about objective things. So when we talk about what is the evidence for the curvature of the Earth, or any of these claims that are being made, it seems like there's a justification that only goes into the realm of hypothetical and positive and probability.
Yeah,
kind of
so
thing.
that's not what I meant when I said it back then. So no, it was just that I wasn't saying like in the context of I'm not certain I'm sitting on the chair. I was in the context of there's someone tapping on my shoulder. It could be my mom, it could be my dad, it could be my girlfriend, it could be my brother. But then maybe I saw my dad out there and then I'm saying it could be my dad. The context is these things are all somewhat reasonable. I mean, it's just me guessing which one I think most reasonable. It's not the example of am I hallucinating? It's more we have all of these things that could work, and I'm trying to pick out which one I think works the best. I didn't mean in the context that I was referencing way before my conversation. If Creation Man misunderstood me, that's my bad. But I wasn't trying to speak.
No, you're good.
Okay.
So as it relates to the Earth, do you think everyone is hallucinating because things may or may not be, since there's no objectivity to the claims?
I think everyone could be hallucinating. Would I ever act as if they all know? Do I believe they all know? If I was also put my life on a position, I would say they wouldn't be.
But you have no epistemology for it because we're speaking about subjective things. and as far as our road to knowledge as to how we're going to determine the shape of the earth, if there's no objective way to determine that, then yeah, it could be just about anything that anyone dreams up.
Okay,
Even if it's a mass
I was
hallucination,
misunderstanding.
you know that there are points
I'm
in
not saying the shape of the
there
earth is
you know that there are points in history all over the place where
like mass
people have
hallucination,
experienced
like the
mass
dancing thing. I'm
hallucination.
aware.
hmm or because of bigotry, like a form of mass hallucination would be racism
I'll say,
through the form of bigotry. Think about it. Think about the definition of
okay, I'll say,
bigotry and what you would have to do if you were to look at a certain color before judging them based on their actions, before knowing them personally. You already start speaking to them, through the scope of what a group of individuals in your mind would do, and that's where racism begins and all other forms of communication breakdown. So that's
like
all we're saying. It's
your
like,
prejudices can like affect how you interact with the world. I don't disagree at all.
yeah. So it's like, if you're saying that the Earth is an objective shape, then we need objective facts about it, not maybe, possibly, potentially, could be.
No, okay, no, the facts are objective. It's if the facts lead to the conclusion that is up in the air. It's like the fact that the Earth has multiple different layers, that is true. What I'm saying is, does the Earth have a multiple layers mean that the Earth is definitely a sphere? And like that would require other things. And that's what I'm saying.
But
Like, we have this one
how do we know
observation.
that there are multiple layers?
Yeah, I was going to ask that too. How did you don't just, that's
Again,
not
that was based on
automatic.
X waves and P waves. No, again, based
Yeah,
on X
but
waves and P waves. I thought we would
what's
go off from that
interesting.
statement and then we tell them to have that statement.
What's interesting is
When I said
that
it,
what's interesting is that when we were in school, in our workbooks, they show us the layers of the earth down to the core. And for some people, these teachings, they had them in the 80s and the 70s. And then, there came a time when the Russians actually, drilled a hole and realized everything that we learned in those textbooks are actually untrue, because they couldn't get the composition right, because they guessed. So, objectively, the facts that we learned in the textbooks weren't true. And to this day, still, it's the same situation, because you got to make assumptions about the composition. I'm sorry, you have to make assumptions about the composition to come to a conclusion about the PNS wave.
I just checked. The Russian no. So there are parts of the Earth where the Russians could have dug below the crust. They only dug like 12 kilometers. The average density of the Earth's crust is 30. Like they didn't dig so far they would like violate any laws.
Yeah, no, I mean, within 8 miles, they made predictions about the property, the sediment, and they were wrong about those 8 miles.
Wait, what predictions did they make?
I could get a PDF for you. Just take me some time. This is like old stuff that's behind paywalls and shit like that for some reason. Almost as if, people don't want us to find out that there's no meat on this bone.
I don't know, like any studies under paywall, though, right? Like if I tried to look at any study regarding even like gender studies, there's going to be some scientific journal making me pay like £10 for it.
Yeah.
Like they just highlight this for like geological studies.
I'm sorry, Creation Bear, you got to continue y'all's conversation.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you were trying to present some things. You were going to say something about gas pressure, I think, after the P waves and S waves.
Yeah, like the decrease in gas pressure is like you move up, right? Like that seems to be consistent with like how things would interact with energy increase if there's like some attractive force, right? Like we would expect that most particles would be low energy, cause them to be closer to the surface, and then we'd expect there to be less higher energy particles, right? And then as we slowly go up, there would just be less and less and less, which would reduce gas pressure. Like that in some way like implies there is something that would like proportionate to distance away from like a specific Damn.
I do challenge that, because as
Okay,
far as gas laws, there's no energy loss, so that like kind of
So what do you mean?
contributes to permit. Being
What
less
do you mean by
particles.
energy loss?
Yeah, being less particles doesn't mean that there's less energy in the particles themselves. So, as a
No,
matter
so
of
you
fact,
misunderstood me. Okay.
there's a first law of thermodynamics violation above our heads, according to the globe. And it obviously the first law being directly energy related. Well, all the laws of thermodynamics being energy related. So, the gases above the the layer that we live in are actually moving faster, which is also like the opposite of what you said.
No, yeah, sorry, you misunderstood me. Yeah, my entire point was we're going to be less high energy particles.
Would you give me a chance to
My entire
repeat
point was we're
exactly
going to...
what you said? Would you give me a chance to repeat
Okay, so
exactly what
my
you said
entire...
so that we know, that?
Yeah.
So you said I misunderstood you. So if I can repeat you verbatim, would you make the same statement?
I couldn't repeat it verbatim. You could say, and I could tell if it was close to what I said.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
based on what you said, you definitely weren't important.
if I can repeat what you said, then would you think it was still unreasonable to say that I didn't understand you?
If you could repeat what it said accurately, then yeah, I'd say it's reasonable to say you didn't understand me. But then it may just be like, maybe I have to reword it in a way that like makes my point I'm trying to convey more clear.
So you're gonna try to reword it, or do we want to? Because I know that my rebuttal to you is justified. You're saying it's unjustified because actually I didn't actually respond to what you said. That's what a
makes
misunderstanding is.
sense. No, the reasoning makes sense, but it's more like, is the reasoning a response to what I was trying to say? If you understood what I said, if you heard what I said, but then you said that, then I would need to speak in a way in which you understand the point I'm trying to convey. Because
So you
what I
said,
was trying to say,
the particles have more energy closer to the Earth rather than further away from. Hold on.
No, they have more energy far away.
But you just said the opposite. So if I get on the live stream and I, quickly go screen record what you said previously, and it's exactly the opposite of what you're saying now, then what? Where do we go
Then
from
I would
there?
have misspoken, and then that's on me for speaking correctly. If you want to vouch, I've said that before. There's, I think his name is Maharaj, I spoke with.
So how is more energy up there supportive of your premise or your thesis?
So more energy up there would like imply there's a greater amount of energy required to be further away from this like attractive force, right? Like if the more energy like causes things to be further away, that seems to imply with less energy or like less resistant to this like attractive force of gravity. Like what it implies is that like work has to be done to like avoid this attraction, and if more energy allows you to be further and further away, that would also imply that the strength of this thing would decrease. Like it implies that with more energy, you're able to better combat this thing, which is show a relationship in which more energy means like you're able to go further away to the point where you're better able to like counteract this force, right? Like the potential difference of a particle between like the Earth.
I got you.
Okay.
So my rebuttal to that is gravity doesn't affect the entropy of gas or the energy of gas or the propagation of pressure. You can't say I agree because you just...
Okay, I disagree with that part. I agree. The energy of gas doesn't come from gravity. It comes mostly going to come from the sun.
No, what I'm saying, the entropy of gases aren't affected by gravity at all. But you're saying because of gravity, the way that the gas is set up here is the way it
you
is.
said entropy. That's my bad. So I don't think the energy of gas is coming from gravity. You're saying the entropy of gas?
I didn't say it came from gravity. You said that gravity has some sort of role in all of this. Yes or no?
Yeah, I said gravity is an attractive force.
Right. And my response to that is that the entropy of gases that are not affected by whatever people think gravity is whatsoever.
Okay, then it's my bad. I misunderstood. I thought you were saying the energy. That's completely on me. Okay, but yeah, so Elijah, like, for your friend, the entropy is in like why we're in this position, like when we could move it to a more disordered position, right? And that's just because, like, if I have a magnet, right,
Well,
like
it's
I
not
have a bunch
disorder.
of
That's like a miss. That's a miss. For some reason, people think that entropy is defined as like order to chaos. That's not true.
Oh, thank goodness you addressed that.
entropy is just described as like okay. Anyway, like functionally, in the context of this, it would be the way gases act. Specifically, like in conditions like this, they will like propagate and try and like at least cover material. Like they tend to not act in very ordered systems. Like that's why when you compress gas, the exertion of force is like greater too. It's they seem to
compressing it
function such
by decreasing
they
the
seem to function in
volume of the
such a way in which
container.
they try to propagate themselves over the largest possible area.
Yeah, when you
Right.
compress gas, that they're in a higher energy state because, well, there's less volume to fill.
No, I wouldn't
But
describe myself in a higher energy state, right?
well, that's what it is. When you look at
No, it's not just that,
when you
right?
look
If
at the
I have a
gas
room,
laws, Gay-Lussac's law, why are you saying no? Like, do we have to
so
get
yeah, I'm saying like
citations?
the
Again,
volume alone.
you're
The
on the
volume
live.
alone is.
You're on the live.
I know.
And I don't
I know.
want
You
you
can
to
check.
contradict yourself. And I'm not trying to bring the conversation there.
You can check the live. I don't really care. You can check the live, but so like specifically, like so the gas laws only cause temperature increase if you kept everything else the same, right? Like for example, if you like had a balloon full of air and you had like a room full of air, right? It's like open the balloon. Alright, so you like just made the air as like have as much gas as like the air around it, right? That balloon would be the same temperature as the room, right? Like even though
Yeah,
the volume is
true.
decreased, temperature is constant. You'd have to
what
you'd have to keep the other traits like particle amount and temperature. Like you'd have to keep these other parameters used like to make temperature or energy of particles change. Like it doesn't
I
change
know,
on
but
its own. It
but
requires
the
the
thing is,
maintenance.
the sun, great, but the
No,
whole
not the
thing
sun.
is that's what gives the energy to the gas particles here. That's why we have storms and seasons and yada yada yada.
Elijah,
But in it,
right now,
but in
do
it,
PV
but
equals NRT? Do
say
PV equals
again.
NRT? Rearrange that for temperature. Decrease volume and temperature increases. You don't need the sun to increase temperature.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
No, that's what I was saying. It's not
Energy
such
is
specific.
still. Hold on. I hear what you're saying, but we understand that in the summertime, you want to put less air in your tire because it's going to be more inflated and you'll have a blowout. Like, so, yes, the energy from the heat on the outside of the air in the tire is most definitely affected by the temperature around it. Now, I do understand what you're saying about, decreasing the volume and thus, you have faster interactions with the gas molecules without any energy having being input. That's great. None of this is sequitur to a discussion about gravity.
So, in relation to the discussion about gravity was again, it's not related to the gas laws, which one because I brought from. It has bring up atmospheric pressure. Then I think, what's his name? Creation was it? Then creation I brought up gas laws. I think by mistake referencing me talking about pressure. All I'm saying is, which is you can work this out too, like the velocity required to maintain in a certain position a gravitational field. You are going to be able to move further away from gravitational field with more energy. Like it wasn't gas law specific. I don't know how we got to this either beyond like him saying that. So all I'm saying is
because I said that gravity doesn't affect the entropy of gases, like with your example in
I was
a balloon.
referencing entropy.
Because that's my rebuttal to you. That's why I referenced it.
Oh, you think that's refutation? Okay. Can you repeat the thing in context then? Because I completely misunderstood you the whole time.
Well, like in your example, you have the balloon and then you have the room. Gravity doesn't play a part in any of that.
Gravity doesn't play a part in
So thus my point being that gravity doesn't. There's no way to validate or justify saying that the entropy of gases,
gravity doesn't play a part in what?
aka the entropy of gases, meaning gas moving from a higher dense area to a less dense area. Now, that's the situation that we supposedly have between us and the vacuum of space up there. A higher density area and a lower density area. However, in that paradigm, in that story, there's a second law of thermodynamics violation because no one has ever experienced gravity causing gas pressure, ever.
Okay, the reason for that is okay. When people would have it, the issue is right within like an understanding of gravity would cause minimal pressure from gases, but it's going to be minimal primarily just because of how weak gravity is as a force, right? Like it's like saying no one's experienced.
You know you're going in a circle.
Wait, can I finish?
I've rebutted this point, so we're going in a circle. You know that. You know that.
Rebutted this point when I didn't understand what you were trying to convey. I'm not to respond to what you're trying to convey. I'm trying to tell you that this.
Now you're just repeating what you said the first time anyway.
What was I going to say?
Because you think that gravity plays some kind of role, regardless of how minute it is. And I'm telling you, there's no way to justify you believing that.
So one, it's just not going to be it's like a few issues. One, that's not going to be contradiction to gravity, right? Like we have this hypothesis, right? The way to disprove any given thing in physics is to show that it doesn't work, to show a contradiction. You saying it's unprovable doesn't mean. That's right. It doesn't like mean anything. You have to like show a contradiction of its existence. Even like you saying there's a lack of observation. If we can like justify this by saying it's so weak, an observation isn't likely to be made, that would still be sufficient to like not disprove gravity.
No.
It's like when you.
That's a burden of proof.
No, wait.
No, dude, is that listen? You're putting the burden of proof on him, right?
We can speak.
Listen, you're saying our claim is valid unless you disprove it. That is a burden of proof.
No, I'm not saying our claim is valid.
That is exactly what you said.
The claim isn't defeated.
I've listened to your nonsense for like fucking 20 minutes now. I've had
don't listen. I'm not requiring what you say, Mr. VC. I haven't even said anything to you.
Why don't you take a position?
Instead
of taking a position.
Until contradiction is shown.
Okay, I'll disprove it. I have a vacuum chamber on Earth. I insert gas. It doesn't sink to the bottom. Okay, it's done. Over.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, in our conversation, he's contradicted himself,
Dude, he keeps switching his position. That's what's irritating.
That's what makes it. That's why he's contradicting himself, because he hasn't stood on a position. Because every time I rebut that position, he goes, "No, that's not
your position," and then mold your position to some new globe craziness.
Yeah, I don't know, but you know, I thought it was a reasonable conversation. I got what I wanted out of it. I will bow out. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Elijah. I didn't even want to jump in here. I just couldn't take that no more, man. The burden of proof reversal, that's like, you know.
Okay, so to the man with a retainer, remove it from your mouth when you're talking. I can barely understand you. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have an actual argument? You're gonna fix your
against
problem?
what you said? So
yeah.
So you have a vacuum chamber.
Vacuum chamber on Earth's surface where the gravity is strongest. I insert a little bit of gas on it. Does the gas sink to the bottom? Does gravity hold the gas away from the vacuum?
I think the gas will not sink to the bottom. No.
We know this. Yeah. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Doesn't this? Okay.
Anyway, yeah, it does, because is Earth's atmosphere being held by gravity away from the vacuum of space?
Okay, wait. It's like let me just from like. Wait, I'm going to ask you to interact with this from a position of someone that believes in the globe. Like, try and explain to you why this.
I don't need you to explain anything to me.
Explain to you why no one that believes in the globe would be convinced, right? People that believe in a globe do not believe that all gas on the Earth is like brought to the surface in such a way there is no glass and like the top of gas on the top of anyone's head, right? The position that people hold isn't one that like implies that all glass gas on the Earth, or all gas is just brought down to the surface instantaneously through gravity, right? That's not going to convince anyone, because no one's perspective on gravity's effect on gases entails that every gas particle we brought down to the surface of an object. So when you say there's some form of refutation, I don't know what you're trying to convince, right?
I don't care if it convinces anybody.
Gravity, just by virtue of believing in gravity and existing on Earth, that's clearly not going to be a position that anyone holds. Why did you tell me this?
What are you talking about?
Of gravity would call all gas.
You said that gravity is holding the gas to the surface of the Earth, right? Outside of the Earth is a vacuum, right?
Okay, so yeah, so no.
Yes, okay. So we have gas held back from the vacuum by gravity. So we can make a vacuum chamber and insert gas and see if the gravity can hold it away from the vacuum. It can't. So your claim can't be demonstrated. And you have a concept in your head, and you try to get us to disprove your concept that you have no evidence for.
Okay, so cool. Okay. So the entire point is, right,
No. Address what I said. I don't want to hear your fucking spiel of bullshit.
No, again, you asked me to address what you said, but I'm trying to explain why what you're saying doesn't make much sense from the perspective of a globe existing. I'm trying to address what you're saying, but then with your fucking retainer in your mouth and your false teeth, you keep cutting me off.
No. Indio, we need clips. Let him finish.
Oh yeah, I know. This is the best you can do. This is great.
The best you can do. Get some fucking teeth.
Because the thing about him that he doesn't. The thing about him
bitch.
No, right?
You got owned, bitch.
Shit, nigga.
Don't
you got owned, bitch. I got your nigger swung between my legs, bro.
Hold on. Look, none of that matters, because while we're in the heat of this, I'm counting the clips that I can put him side beside himself. And it's not like it was a different day or a different hour. He'll say one thing and I'll rebut it. He'll take my position and still try to justify his premise. And it's anyone can hear that when you put it together in a clip. I don't care what he says. I'm going to respond, then he responds. I'm going to respond, then he responds. And it's these are just clips, bro. It's nothing to get, and because if we don't let them speak, then we don't have a clip. You know what I'm saying? All that shit with him saying, retainer this, retainer that, in lieu of him contradicting himself, is even better. Why are you disrespecting this man who's done nothing to you? If you had not retaliated, I guess what? Yeah. So I don't know, Dad, man. I don't know what you think you're doing, but I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself with some level of intellect. But you kind of did get wrecked. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, the butt hurt. The butt hurt.
And the cognitive. So what? Okay, so what? No, bro. No.
So, do you have a reputation?
Bro, no. Wait. You already cut me off when I was talking once. You can wait.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you have a reputation?
I'm going to respond to what you said. If you want to ask your question, ask your next question after I finish talking. You can wait. So,
I'll just kick you the fuck out.
There's no.
See you later, bitch. That's it. That's the end. He's not going to tell me what he's going to do.
You don't go into someone's house and tell them what chair they can and can't sit in.
Sorry to ruin the party.
No, it's all right.
I mean, did you want to keep going? Oh, I'm Dan him. You can drag him back here.
Man, I woke up, not a good mood, put my headphones on, that guy raised my blood pressure.
I mean...
It was so annoying, man.
The only thing that irritated me is him switching positions. That's what, really was irritating me.
But yeah,
Elijah, like Elijah, like you said, you refuted him, and then he took your position once he knew you were correct. I mean, that's nuts, dude. I'm not letting anybody get away with it.
Like twice, and then he wants to have a conversation about how I'm right, like, which is going to take up more time. And it's like, look, man, if you don't have a TikTok, it's like, this guy sucks. If you do have a TikTok, you're like, oh, that's got to be 1,000 views at least. Like, you would be hype if that were the case. So that's what I'm trying to do here, right? Get the word out.
How long has that guy been here?
I just got in, maybe
like
30
2 hours
minutes,
or something.
40 minutes.
Yeah, at least an hour and a half. I've been listening to it.
Yeah.
Martov said he dealt with him yesterday or something. Oh, he was in Cogdis or something, I think. Let me see his track record. The other thing I didn't like, man, like, dude was just making endless claims, man. No one asked him for, like, evidence.
Well, no, Creation Bear, he kept Jedi was just about to be like, he was at his limit, and then Creation Bear, took over, and Creation was asking him for evidence. First of all, he already said, well, yeah, no, and basically, in my summarization, he is saying, yeah, this is not evidence. After he's like, oh, this isn't evidence of the shape or this, that, and the third. And I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, the whole layer thing, there's no proof. And he's like, yeah, I know. So it's like the conversation is over.
Well, it's like he would say, he's like, oh, they can't do any experiments that prove it. It's like, okay, then why are you believing something that cannot be experimented on and proven? Like, you're just believing it because they have a piece of paper that says so? That's not correct, my guy.
He wasn't even willing to say that, really. Like, he was doing this judo thing not judo.
Gymnastics. Well, they don't give me a reason to not believe them.
He was doing this, what's that form of martial arts, where you kind of just use the energy of the opponent?
Jiu-jitsu?
What
Jiu-jitsu. Yeah, but Aikido is better.
Jiu-jitsu. Yeah, that's all he was trying to do, but I wasn't giving him much energy. But he was running out of steam. Or maybe he wasn't. I don't know. These guys seem to have endless amounts of energy to just dump.
Yeah, it basically was like he was trying to flip you, but you would do like that WWE move where you just stand right back where you were and you flipped him in the process. You just reversed it on him every time, and he was not happy with that.
Look, he was trying to baffle with bullshit. That's the way I look at it.
Because if you tell me I don't understand something, I'm going to go, okay, that's reasonable. Tell me how I didn't understand it. Do you think it's justified if I can repeat what you said? And he wouldn't even go, yeah, sure, let's do that. Like, that's how you know people aren't willing to stand on their square.
Well, I mean, you might not understand what he said because it was word salad. If you really listen to what he said closely, it didn't mean anything. It didn't mean anything. He was just saying like buzzwords strung together. Didn't actually mean anything. He's just saying random physics words.
But he did make a couple of claims. He just backed out of them because when he said that there's more, he basically said there's more energy here and there's less energy there. And then he said, I misunderstood. And then he said, well, maybe I just worded it wrong. And then he switched to my position. And I'm like, well, that's still a first law of thermodynamics violation. And he didn't know what to do with it. So.
Then he tried the equation, right? And he doesn't have a b in that equation in the first place, right?
Right.
So, what are you talking about? But I'm gonna go back and listen to it. I'm curious, like how long he was doing those antics. If if anybody wants to know what sophistry is, that was it. Textbook example. I didn't even want to come in here. I got to go to the store. Y'all distracted me.
Holy shit, it's quiet here.
Yeah, Tommy Sutherland's 11 years old. He's so attentive in class, repeating what he's told. For a boy his age, he looks ready to fly. He also happens to dress just like Bill Nye. He enjoys learning about all the planets and such, though he'd rather be outside, experimenting much. There he could reflect on the theories they presented and ponder dark matter, alone and tormented. Tommy shines when his teacher calls for an answer, but believes something's amiss, something quite deeper. One night, reading about the curve of the ocean, he came across a rather impossible notion. Such horrible news, most would not survive. Could the earth be flat? Hidden by lies? He dug out his telescope from his pop shop, went to the beach to test the earth's drop. But what would arise as he gazed over the pier? The land and a boat that had just disappeared. Bewildered, he ran the numbers at hand. 8 inches per mile squared, but it did not stand. While alone on the beach, the sound quickened away. A quiet voice spoke deep inside. I created it all with you in mind. Tommy tried to talk, but he just couldn't speak. The years of indoctrination that made him weak. So he dropped to his knees and scrawled up in the sand, I am a new person and a part of your plan. He started a group, 2 friends and his dog. Together they searched for answers there in the fog. They didn't just shine a light on the academic crimes. They run tests outdoors most of the time, while other kids repeat theories like they won. This gang is about action, not to be outdone. They collect real data under the stars, planets and lights, close up rather than far. As the sun comes round, it's a perspective thing. The moon's its counter, very near we gleam. The family did just, you're crazy with no cred. These experiments you do, they're all up in your head. Science ignores facts, unable to debate. You are not special, Tommy. You came from an ape. You are not worthy of this random round ball. Haven't you heard, homie? We discovered it all. His anger echoing through the learned halls as Tommy backed slowly against the wall. The teacher before him was now a zombie slave, as Darwin called out from beyond the grave. He spoke from his coffin, making ghoulish demands. The cracking walls reached Neanderthal hands. The school fell away, it began to implode and creak. His mind sorta knew as he began to speak. Every line that had crept into the reams now was decoded, inspired by dreams. To escape the madness, he had reached for the door. Eyes open, floating over linoleum floors. Snow drifting down, hitting his hot face. Zombie teachers, they clung to their place. His voice was soft as he careened and quoted from a powerful internet meme. You sit on a throne of lies.
Sorry if I just walked into a moment of silence for the heliocentric model. Do apologise, guys. I'll be quiet and reserved.
Oh, I know. It's quite sad.
It is. It is. I'll light a candle in the corner. So what's going down, Flattown? Anything exciting? Is Dead gone? Thank God for that.
Yeah, Dead's still gone.
He was a card, man. Jesus. Lots
The
of people.
definition of lunatic is fucking. You look it up in the dictionary. It shows his fucking emoji.
Too right, man. Too right. It's been a while since I've heard somebody constantly talk so much. Like, just have to talk. But hey ho, lots of different personalities walk through our server every single day, so I can't be surprised now, can I? I'm still getting over the fact that FE Batman is only a Batman because he plays table tennis with a bat. I think that's still hilarious. But is anything interesting going on, Timbo, Scarebear? Anything exciting? T-Dubs?
Not at the moment.
I'm at work, man, so just kicking.
Fair play to you, mate.
One thing I'm curious about is when there's dead air in here, there's like, you'll have like 15, 20 people sitting in here not talking. And as soon as the bot starts to get played to fill the dead air, people start leaving. I don't understand. It's like, we'll talk then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, like some of us, like you said, some of us are at work, some of us are about to be on our way to work, so we have it on in the background.
I'm still trying to get my fucking head around TikTok. I am so old. It's killing me.
I'm not even going to attempt it, mate. I think it was Sheepdog the other day. He goes, "Oh, you should join Twitter on this group." And I said, I'm not going anywhere, mate. I'm staying right here. came across a simulation on a site that you can mess around with gas and a container, and you can even. It says you can change the gravity. So I was looking for where do I change gravity on this simulator? And then you go into, I think it's might be diffusion. There's different, different things, different icons you click on for different simulations, because you can set fixed volume, fixed temperature, all this different stuff. You go into one of them, and I think what they're talking about is just the density or the weight of the gas, or the larger the mass of the particle. So, yeah, and it doesn't actually change the entropy at all. It just changes the motion, the speed. I think I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't actually make the gas go down, go boom boom.
I see Banana has entered the chat. Good afternoon, Banana. How you doing? Tells me in one sentence that he can't join VC. Within 30 seconds, he joins VC. Brilliant. But thank you for joining the VC, mate. I do appreciate. I appreciate that you can't talk at the moment.
Probably a good thing.
Probably a good thing. But
after his last visit.
Well, I've got two people in the lobby at the moment that are refusing to come to the live stream and talk, even though Banana is in the live stream. He can't talk at the moment. Some guy's trying to talk to us about space. I'm asking for a demonstration of a violation of entropy. He's asking how that's got anything to do with it. Brilliant.
We have Borana or Bornana.
Refusing to talk. Can't talk at the moment. Just here to listen at the moment, Kim.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's fine. You do exactly the same thing that I do, mate. So I'm just letting you know that, yeah. Trying to bash that man around the head and he can't talk at the moment. But good eyes, Kim. Well done. Just like me. Looking
Taking a moment.
participant.
What? Okay. What's up, Jedi? That other guy today, he was he was something.
What, dead?
Yeah.
He's bloody idiot, mate. Fucking hell.
I was in the chat. I was like, "What is going on?"
Oh, he didn't want to talk to me.
Oh, I could tell.
That's
He
fine.
just
My question was too poignant for him, so he didn't want to talk to me. That's fine.
Well, he was just wanting to talk to himself. It seemed like.
He was crazy. But hey ho, they usually are, right? He only wants to speak to people in a safe space. Kind of really annoying that people. Sorry, it's kind of really annoying me that people don't like being challenged or what they say. Where have all the men gone?
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah.
Do you actually call that speaking to people? Good God, there's a load of fucking dribble.
Word salad. Techno babble word salad.
Yeah, he was infuriating. I was like, this dude is just saying a bunch of stuff. That's all he's doing.
I think Jedi would agree with me when I would say that guy was a cunt.
Oh, mate, yeah. Highlighted, bloody hell, underlined exclamation marks, and everyone point at the words and say, yes, that's exactly what he was.
Well, we know when Jedi is agreeing with an Aussie, man, there's something there.
Yeah. Yeah. Me and Timbo will agree on certain things. Definitely that he was a expletive word. Yeah, definitely. I still reckon that every time Timbo speaks, there should be didgeridoo noises in the background. Just has to happen. Why it hasn't happened yet, I don't know.
Well, I figured that dude dead. He was a religious zealot, and he was just trying to be like, you need to come back to the globe, because it all makes sense in the grand scheme. I don't have to give you individual anything, you know. You got to look at the bigger picture.
When asking for a scientific experiment of gravity, he asked me what specific attribute of gravity. Fuck, mate, I just want you to prove the fucking innocence in the first place, and then we can talk about what it does and fucking the minutiae of what it does. But just prove that it fucking exists. And when you ask somebody for a scientific experiment that proves gravity, and that instant reaction is to, well, if I drop something and I measure how fast it falls, that's a scientific experiment, that is. Proven gravity. Fucking pisses me off. It's nowhere near a scientific experiment. But hey-ho, people like him don't want to listen to that. They'd rather just talk all the way through. So the point gets completely missed and they can sleep at night. I think I'm going to have to work on my Discord/telephone voice so I stop scaring people away. Maybe I sound a little bit too harsh. So I was thinking of raising up an octave or so and speaking to people like this and welcome them to the server with lots of fluffy teddy bears, so they don't run away and they feel safe. So if there's anybody out there on YouTube that would like to join the server and have a lovely conversation with us flat earthers, don't worry, we won't hurt you, then please hit the link provided by Nightbot. Go and speak to one of our passive volunteers in the voice check and have a very quick conversation, and then you can come down here to the server and talk your fucking bullshit.
Yeah, what he said.
Don't worry,
please don't talk like that ever again.
I fucking hate myself, mate. I actually hate myself. Oh dear. Do you reckon anybody will come in though if I speak to them like that?
Oh, you might get the rainbow crowd in.
Oh, fuck. I don't want one of those they, them rainbow motherfuckers in.
This is not Jedi anymore. This is Jemima.
Yes. God, no, don't do that to me, man. Fuck's sake. Welcome to the channel.
That's kind of funny.
Sorry, I'm going to keep doing it. It's funny.
Quit it. No. Stop it. Bad.
I want 2 minutes with my tea.
It occurred to me that I commonly address people sometimes as ladies and gentlemen, and then I realized that when you say that, like, obviously you're excluding certain people. So if I say ladies and gentlemen, anybody else who identifies as that, yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm only talking to the ladies and the gentlemen.
Yeah. And
actually, put it clearly, to make it perfectly clear.
In fact, I'd only like to talk to the ladies and gentlemen. If you think you're not a lady or a gentleman, then you can quite literally go and talk to yourselves in the corner. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm not identifying as a freaking helicopter or something.
Apache. I'm an Apache.
There you go. That was the one. With the name.
I have a 30mm cannon.
The whole what really gets weird, it has nothing to do with the gender. The weird thing is when people are identifying as animals, and then I'm like, okay, so now we're just accepting furries, I guess.
Who's to say I can't do the same with age? I identify as a 200-year-old person.
I identify as something that is made out of matter that's existed from the beginning of time, and I am that old.
Ah.
You changed my mind.
Anyone who is pushing for their thoughts or their way of thinking on others without any kind of challenge or justification or afraid of scrutiny and challenging, those are the worst types of religions. And these
Agreed.
people, ironically, these people don't think that they're religious, but they follow the zealotry of a religion more than anyone I know.
It is quite passionate the way that they adamantly declare that what they know is real because, and then they just kind of go if statements. It's all imaginary crap. It's weird.
When you're dogging me for my sins, tell me who do you think you're talking to? Leave me alone.
Oh man. The amount of loops that people have to jump through in order to even attempt to grasp at the straws they're trying to grasp at. It's weird.
It's weird, but it's a common occurrence, mate, so it's not strange.
Yeah. Well, I say weird in the sense of power to control destiny. It's definitely weird. And thus these people are indeed controlled.
Yep.
My subjective reality determines your objective reality.
Yes. And usually it comes from a 99% earther. This dude, oh my man.
99%. Fucking hell, that's funny.
Yeah. Well, they're missing percentage of the Earth, so it's not a complete Earth, so their model's incomplete. But this guy right here in the lobby, man.
Michael?
Yeah. I wish he'd come and chat in the VC.
No, I keep
He's familiar with the Bible, and that seems to be, like, you look at his profile, it's got a verse on there and stuff like that. Which, using what people are familiar with is a good way to discuss something with them. So if somebody were familiar with the Quran, I would say, hey, you should talk to Shekel or Pumpkin Madame. I think that this guy needs to jump in one of the other rooms, like Livestream 2 or Chill Chat, and we should discuss 200 different Bible verses related to the subject, since that's something that he is bound to. There's no other way of putting it, man. Jesus Christ was a flat earther, and it was and is to come a flat earther.
No, not at all.
Like, just say, like, because he walked on we're all flat earthers, whether we believe it or not. But, alright, when you point up, that means something when we are standing on the floor. But if you're pointing off into the void, what does that mean? What are you pointing at? The void? Darkness? It's just weird. Like, just from the entire premise of where our perspective of where we are in this world. The globe is an atheistic model. The entire point of it was to use mathematics to form something that can basically excommunicate people from God. It doesn't matter about it. And it's all of them. Like, I could say Muhammad was a flat earther. Buddha, the Buddha was a flat earther. They like to call him the Buddha. So, like, all of them. It doesn't matter what religion or non-religion that you're in, they're all objectively flat earthers regardless. Even admittedly, including like Einstein and Newton and other stuff, because they're like, oh, well, yeah, we assume this, but we don't actually know about this, and this. Oh, okay, so we're right back to where we started then. Thanks.
Yeah.
To me, I look at all of these people as flat earthers in denial. There's no such thing as a globe earther because the globe doesn't exist. In the same way, I don't believe in atheists. I've never met an atheist that said, I'm 100% sure that there's no God. They'll always say 99% sure, thus automatically making them agnostic by definition.
Yeah, I understand that. You've got
So
some
you're Hey, welcome.
They jumped out, mate. As soon as I got anywhere close to unmuting them, they fucked off.
Well, I've got great news.
Let's hear it.
I have inherited cast iron from my mother. So I got 2 cast iron pans and 2 cast iron pots. I mean, come on now.
That's not just epic, it's legendary because there's lore with it. There's a story. It comes from somewhere. And that's awesome. Those are the best. What was that, man? I didn't hear you, sorry.
You are more fortunate than most. If you treat your pan right, you won't warp it, you won't crack it, and it'll last longer than anything you can buy made of non-iron. Plus, if you inherited it, did it come from your mother's mother, like your grandmother, and she get it, or did she purchase it in her lifetime?
My grandmother's mother. My grandmother gave my mom a bunch of stuff to store, and I just helped my mom move the other day. So, she was like, "I don't have anywhere to put all this," and I was like, "Give me all the cast iron, unless you want it." But she gave it all to me.
Yeah, that's a better quality cast iron than you can get today. You are more fortunate than me.
Somebody said that my son was going to be as smart as Einstein, and I was like, oh, hold on now. Let me tell you something. My son is already smarter than Einstein ever thought of being.
I was about to say, don't curse him like that.
Don't you put that evil on me.
This person that said it was my cousin, and I was like, yeah, Einstein said that there's bending and warping of space-time. Space-time. And my cousin didn't know that, of course. I don't feel like he has ever even thought about that kind of thing. And he was like, are you kidding me? Like warping of space-time? I'm like, yeah. So don't compare him to Einstein. And that stupidity.
The premise for a lot of modern sci-fi is all based off of all of that mumbo jumbo, like warp drives and crap from Star Trek.
Yeah, I don't know why, but just like for educational purposes of the things that they're trying to push agenda-wise today, every now and then I'll like watch something like I just watched that I've been watching Black Mirror, and I watched that episode where it was the USS Callister, and the shit that they were saying was so dumb. Oh man, it was dumb. And also it makes me think like that's space travel is going to be virtual reality for people. Like they're getting them all hopped up thinking that it's a real thing, but the only way they can experience it is VR.
Yeah. And I feel like if we knew what gravity actually was, we could actually make a machine to control it. And then we would be able to go into space, because then we could negate the Earth, make it into space, and then hang out.
It's
We wouldn't have to float around or anything.
what is wrong with it being just relative density and buoyancy to the certain medium? Like, I don't understand how there's something wrong with that.
There isn't anything wrong with that.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, these people, this is what you can manipulate. You can manipulate the density and buoyancy of things in certain mediums. Like, that's what that's what you're manipulating to prove that it is relative density and buoyancy to whatever medium. I don't know. Like, then why down? Why not left? These people are crazy.
Well, when it is left and right, you've got that fluid in motion. So now the centrifugal force has the stacking horizontal rather than vertical, or perpendicular to the axial rotation, and you can stick that axial rotation in whatever angle to the horizontal of Earth.
Well, here's the thing. Things don't just have energy for no reason. Energy has to be given to something, or like things aren't just up in the air falling down. Like you have to apply energy to put it up there in the air, period. Like, and then it seeks equilibrium with itself and surroundings. This is something that you can test and repeat. It's empirical that this is how things work, but people want to the bending and warping of space-time, or mass attracting mass, and all of it's just a bunch of convoluted bullcrap.
Yeah. It's made more complicated than it is. That makes it fancy. Fancy's cooler.
Well, they think that if they can conceptualize these things that are made up, then that makes them smart or more wise than others, or just enough for themselves to think that they're, wise or smart, or just to keep them in their minds. And this is where the mind virus comes from, because people will live in their imaginations and never really function in the actual reality. And that's our problem. Hey guys, the earth is flat and stationary, and we can prove it. And contained. Prove that too, just because of antecedents. I don't know. Just find it super odd that we're even here in 2023. We're finally challenging the thing that never was proven. Not that it wasn't challenged prior to us challenging it, but it seems like it never gained traction like it is now.
Yeah. I mean, there were magazines and newspapers pushed out back in the late 18s and early 19s that people still have today of, just describing the conversation between globe and flat. Like the Flat Earth Review.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying, it never gained as much traction as it has now. Well, I'm sure that it didn't need the traction back then. They didn't think so, because just like people are letting it go with the weirdness going on that we're having pushed on us today. Just like that, They had their Overton window that they were just working on the split ever so slightly until we've gotten to this point. All they needed to do was make people passive enough to the ideas that they were pushing to let it be in schools, thinking that they would just be able to tell their children, hey, this isn't right. But, that didn't work out, because these kids now, all you need is a couple of generations and for them to pass it on, pass it on, pass it on.
Yep.
I mean, you can't have your Hegelian dialectic without the Overton window. And they play the long game. They don't need you to change your mind overnight. They need to play the long game, and they don't mind playing the long game.
Is that what it's called, the Overton window?
Yeah, when they have their things that you'll agree to, even though you disagree with it, you'll agree to it, and they'll push that Overton window over a long period of time. That's why, think about it like this: they started with women, and women being promiscuous with both genders. And then they push that to men. As soon as you can get a little bit done, you can move that window and get more done for your agenda for people to accept over time. Please excuse my way of talking. I'm from the South. Okay, we have a way of talking. Yeah.
I grew up in the South. I'm from the South.
I love it. We're simple around here.
Simple is good. Simple is good. I had a clip. You made me think, Kim, about the Overton window. I have a clip of Nick Fuentes saying how it's shifting, how people like flat earthers, and I'm attributing us to that clip, but how people have been speaking up and pushing back on certain things. Flat Earth being a big one, where people are pushing back against the mainstream idea, and how we're dropping red pills and stuff like that. I can play the clip here if you guys want to listen. It's not that long. So he's going to talk about some other people, but put yourself in there as well. How if you've been in this server, the people like Kim and Who else is in here? You know who you are. If you've been in here putting in the work, you've been dropping red pills and helping people out and shifting the Overton window. Here's the clip if you guys want to tune in.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us, and we're just freaking dropping these red pills. Like, bro, Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing because of that. But it's like the message is getting out. The signal's getting out. No matter what happens, it's like the message just keeps going because I'm a human red pill.
Well, when I hear stuff like that, I always put flat Earth in there a little bit. The message is getting out. People are dropping red pills. How could you not? We're totally winning. We're the best music, the best memes. No one's having more fun. So, yeah, you just got me thinking on that a little bit, Kim. But shout out to all you guys in the panel, keeping the energy flowing. I had to step away for a while. How did things go with our last friend? I saw Indio say he ruined the party. Tell me about that.
Don't know what happened, but I'm just going to agree with you that he was an idiot.
The guy ended up just switching to ad hominems when he realized he ended up agreeing with our points.
Here's what I noticed now that he's gone, Jedi. He's the type that, like, if he perceives strength, he doesn't want to really engage. I was giving the soft, I felt like I was...
You were coddling him a bit.
Well, it's why people come out of woodwork on ladies' night. They think the ladies are a soft target. They think they're an easy target. So I think he's looking for the softest, weakest target. And I'm like, I want a one-on-one with that person. I don't want any strong characters to speak up. So when Jedi was speaking up, you're a strong person. He's like, I don't know if I can do the man dance with him. So...
You should have been here about 10 minutes ago because I kind of addressed that. Because
he wouldn't have had to do the man dance if he just had respect.
True. Yeah, exactly. But I'm going to try and take on a new character where I speak a little bit softer to people and I offer them candy and sweets and here's a little. You understand? I feel sick.
Yes.
Yeah. The worst part is all you did was change your pitch ever so slightly, just ever so slightly. You didn't even put a lot of effort into your pitch change, and the difference is, oh Lord.
I'm not kidding. I genuinely think that's what, like, he's like, I think deep down he's like, I want you to speak nice to me. That's kind of how his mindset was. So
he expected you guys to be respectful and kind to him, but he was just a complete dick the whole time. Like, it's got to go both ways.
Yeah.
Hey, Sneeko's not a flat earther, is he?
I don't know.
He doesn't believe in the globe. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about both. Heard both things.
He's had some people on lately that have been getting him onto it, and he's been going deep diving, I guess, lately.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched any of his stuff, but like I don't like what he was saying about that Cuties movie. But
I did see that.
Yeah. But I don't know. I haven't seen his other stuff, so like I just saw what Charlie said about him on YouTube.
Oh, the clips. Watch my clips.
Yeah. This is a mag, you idiot. Pulls out his AR.
That was a funny moment. Yeah, but I was actually I was kind of curious, Jedi. Like, so you were saying that you might want to put on a little sugar-coated speech, and maybe he'll talk to you better. And I did notice that, like, he likes a little sweet talk, doesn't he? You gotta smooth talk him a little bit.
I would just like to add, he sounded very body like that one other guy the other night that came in and sounded like a bot. He sounded almost identical to him.
We've seen his archetype before. We've seen people just like that before. It's a certain archetype I'm not a huge fan of. You know, the kind of like, well, I could think of it this way, although I'm going to act another way, but it's a possibility I can think of it like, well, dude, if we were conducting business, you would never, ever behave in the way that you're behaving now. well, there's a possibility I might sign the contract, and then I might be in a dream, and then I won't hold up the contract. It's like, dude, I'm sorry, we're not conducting business with that mentality. It's just not going to fly. So I'm sure he doesn't talk like that in interviews or, with his girlfriend or anything like that, if he even has one. So
I say you're being generous.
maybe his boyfriend. Sorry, my bad. His boyfriend. But
That's why I like the Jedi soft talk.
Oh, it's like it's a defense mechanism to prevent from some of the stronger characters that are in here, and I don't say that in a negative way. I mean strong in a good way. Because it's a whole panel. It's an open, public, panel of people. So it's not like he was also trying to like mod you, Jedi. He was like, no, you won't speak. I was like, ooh,
Yeah,
don't do
it's like I
that.
say, you don't go into someone else's house and tell them what chair they can and can't sit in.
Yeah. I was like, Dad, don't do that. Don't. So
I get a good reaction from me when I just turn up into the server, say one thing, and you turn around to me and say, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it was
Did I
worse than
affect your belief? I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's all right. I mean,
You weren't being disrespectful though either.
No, but if we're being honest, if we're being totally honest, we've been talking lately about that speed dating and like dancing partner.
Yeah.
You and him were not getting along. Let's just, but it's like it's all right, man. I think if there was more respect, could have gotten over better. But it's like he didn't have respect for you, so you weren't going to handle the disrespect, and nor would I have, I guess, either. So it's just,
I didn't even sit down and the bitch pressed the red button. I've never felt so rejected.
It's like, get him out of here. Yeah, I had to leave, but so did Indio talk to him or something, or?
I think so, mate, but I had to bounce just before that. Maybe something else confusing, but I don't know what happened though.
I think I left right after you did, when Elijah was talking to him. I had to give him some credit for stamina, and the chat was flaming, bro. He was there. They were straight flaming this dude. Everyone in the chat's like, nope, trash. He's horrible. He's lying, liar. Like, the comments were real bad.
Yeah, there was no way for to get around to anything. Chat had him. Everyone in the VC had him.
I kind of felt bad, but I had to give him some points for stamina. It seemed like he had his stamina on point, so I'll give you that. Not a lot of people can handle, 10, 15, 20, 30, 45 minutes, an hour.
And not that many people are good at looping back around on themselves and getting away with it.
Yeah. So,
is he server banned, or was that like a cock diss?
I don't know what happened. I don't even know how did it end. You guys got to fill me in.
I'm pretty sure he ended up just getting muted because he was just being an asshole, and then he ended up leaving.
No.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Indio. Are we talking about Dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dead. He got banned by Indio because he was telling Indio how he was like trying to order around Indio. Man.
Oh wow. Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, he insulted Indio. He told Indio to put his retainer back in or something like that.
He said stop messing with your retainer and stuff, and Indio lost.
No,
you put some respect on Indio's name, man. That's
he was even saying that Indio didn't have teeth.
Wow. He was just trying to be hurtful, huh?
Yeah.
The disrespect. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, man.
There's one thing pissing me off, guys, and we all know how well that goes, but that was Indio. The level of disrespect is is getting me. All right, is these young men, they have no respect.
They think it's okay.
Right? Yeah.
I mean,
there's going to be no consequence for their actions.
Yeah. It's like, come on, guys. One thing I learned recently as is people who I heard this recently that I guess if you're willing to say no, right? Especially I mean, Discord, I guess that counts too, but like, especially in person, if you're willing to tell someone no, like, the historical implications of that would be perhaps you'd have to duel a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You might have to duel somebody based off of your stance. You're going against what they're saying. All right, we're gonna have to duel it out then. You know, old times. So it's like that same mentality. The people who are willing to say no here on Discord, in a way, you're almost having to duel it out with your mind and thing. So it takes a certain character to be able to push back like that. But yeah, disrespect, that's going to get you shot. So that's not going to fly. I could appreciate the back and forth for as long as it lasted, but to turn it into just straight insults, that's, no, not happening.
Sometimes I wish it was like about 200-300 years ago, so I could take my gloves off, slap the gentleman around the face, and say, "I'll see you tomorrow at noon."
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm glad you brought it full circle. Is like, if this was old times and we were in the street, like, you wouldn't be throwing those type of insults. Okay, so let's just take it easy with the insults before you get to catch a backhand.
Jedi would be the next Andrew Jackson. Anyone slightly inconveniences him. See you at noon tomorrow. Wait, what? All I did was give you the wrong soda. Don't care. See you at noon. Have your pistol ready.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah, that is the problem with like the internet. Is it's not like in a small town where you can't piss everyone off because then the whole village is mad at you. Like on the internet, you just go somewhere else after you burn your bridge.
Yeah. Just log out or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've built up a good reputation in my small town. Like I'm very happy about my reputation because even if people don't agree with me, especially when I've learned about flat Earth and stuff, there's one thing that I always get. I always get people who respect me because I've always earned it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yep. It matters.
Yeah, so it's crazy, like, to be saying stuff like that. If he said, like, to Indio to his face, bruh, like, come on, dude. If you're not gonna say it to my face, don't say it to me at all, right? Just set some ground rules. Jeez, and that's such a way not to address whatever, because whatever Indio is saying, I mean, sometimes when he's talking, I got to get my notepad out, start taking notes and stuff like that. So it's like, doesn't matter how it's said or who's saying it. It's about the information, guys. So it's like, unless dude's just straight hammered on the mic, which we've dealt with before. Not Indio, I'm just saying someone in general. It almost doesn't matter what they're saying as long as they're addressing the information. Listen to what they're saying, So it's about the only time I've had to say something. It's like, dude, are you not Indio? Just when dude's on here just hammered out the wazoo, you can clearly tell at that point. It's like, all right, dude, we're not focusing. Sorry, but if it's not that, that's just completely rude. So. But who knows? Maybe he said he was banned. Jeez. Maybe he'll be back under a sock account.
I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. That's for sure. But Elijah came in and raised a really good point about wasting energy and so on. And I took that really well. I agreed with him. The man was pissing me off. So it's about wasting energy and stuff. But I also need to remember that we do have control of this server. It doesn't need to turn it into a shit show. We can mute these people, and then it's going to be up to them whether they stay or go.
Right. Well, you guys, that we saw in real time, like, a couple people working together on someone like that. He's not your lowest level troll. He's not the lowest level. You're not just complete, you guys know. You're not a bumbling fool. although he was saying some really ridiculous things. You kind of have to be sharp to catch him on this stuff. And you saw us all work together. Wolfgang was doing his job. Then Sasha even got in a little bit. Jedi got in. I had to come in and pay a little good cop for a second. Then Elijah came in. So that's teamwork right there, guys.
CB, if we make a picture and we look the picture, for example, you, me, every one of us, and if we see the apple on the picture, we will say, apple, there is apple, look, there is apple. Then you will say, Sasha, there is apple, okay, there is. And all of us will say there is an apple on the picture. But then will be one person will say, the picture it's a little bit blurry. I don't know if it's that apple.
Yeah. He was kind of doing that, wasn't he?
Or second example, sound waves. Sound waves, this, that, this. Does that have anything to do with the ship? No. But I'm collecting all this data to have a sense for the globe. Data. Because doesn't give you anything about shape. That means what? Let's speak about, I don't know. I'm working in supermarket. If I'm working in supermarket, I am on the earth. If I'm on the earth, I'm on the sphere. That means earth is a sphere.
Yeah, I don't know why they start down a path that doesn't lead anywhere. Because he started off with the P waves and the S waves. We gave him a chance to make a case. And then he ultimately was like, well, I guess it doesn't really prove what I just said it would. It's like, well, then, dude, what the hell, man? You brought it up.
Yeah,
Sorry, have you got any scientific... Sorry, Sasha, go on, mate.
No, nothing. Go on.
Oh, I have nothing either, mate. I was just going to say, asking the gentleman for scientific experiments to prove...
I even forget it. Didn't give comment something.
Well, my favorite part was him openly admitting, well, there's no scientific methods that could, prove the Earth is round. Okay, then why do you still believe that, then, if you can't experiment on it?
And who were listening? Me? CB, you were repeating, like, okay, give me one of that. Jedi said, 10 times. Give me experiment. One. Only one. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he kept doing that thing from the clip that I play every now and again. I might have to find it real fast. But it's like he was doing the same thing where he was just speaking and speaking and speaking. I think Jedi even called us out, like, dude, you're just giving us word salad. You're just saying things, but you're not actually being specific. So that's why I had to come in and be like, dude, okay, well, give us one. Even though you guys were asking for one the whole time. Give us one! It's like, well, there isn't one. How is there a stack? How is there a collection of things if you can't pull one thing out in particular? Here's the clip, guys. This is exactly what he was doing to a T.
There's a plethora of reasons, actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m., and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there, and Google is free. The stats are very real. There's a lot of social issues that surround it. There's a lot of socioeconomic differences that impact that. If you want...
Notice how that's saying a whole lot while saying literally nothing at all.
And that's what he did. He said an awful lot, but it meant fuck all.
Yep. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that type of thing either. It's like, well, I mean, it's a good way to not really make an argument, because then if you do get down to the specifics, then you start to get exposed. We went into the P waves and S waves. I'm a layman. I'm not even a technical guy. And I was like, well, okay, well, you can either choose to go with the simulations or what they think is happening or what's actually happened. I guess I'll kind of just stick with what actually happened. So it didn't take much to slice through that argument. We didn't even put up a fight, really. It was just like, okay, you can roll with that if you want. But no one's really been that far physically. Oh, well, we have the crust. Well, how do you know there's a crust if no one's been that far? Well, P waves and S waves. Okay, but that's just like simulating sound and stuff based off of ideas. Yeah, I guess it doesn't prove anything. I was like, okay, well, that was easy.
Damn right, don't fucking prove. Like, I do apologise, but why the fuck have you been babbling about it for the last 5 minutes then? We asked you for proof or something. You go, oh, fucking hell, I'll just tell you a story and maybe it will get past you. No, your story didn't get past us. It didn't prove shit. You admitted it doesn't prove anything.
That was one
Which is
thing
what he did for the majority of the time.
Yeah. That was one thing that irked me too, is how he was trying to brush past it. He was trying to say it quickly or say it under his breath. No, P waves and S waves. It's like P waves and S waves. Like, you know, let the audience hear what you're saying, bro. Like, just, you're not trying to pull a fast one on me. There's people who might be listening to us on Rumble who are globe earthers who might learn from you. So if you're just going to quickly say it real fast, they're not going to hear you. He's like, well, I'm not trying to convince them. It's like, well, then who are you trying to convince then? Because you're not trying to convince us. Like, when you go to court,
you're not.
yeah, because you're definitely not. Yeah, but like when you go to court, right? If I sue Jedi, I'm not in the courtroom trying to convince Jedi. You know what I'm saying? That's not the goal.
Yep.
I don't care what he thinks. It's not about him. It's about the evidence I'm presenting to the judge. I'm trying to convince the judge or the jury and the public if they're, you know, if it's a big case. Sometimes I guess that matters, but you're trying to convince them, not the person you're suing or across the table. So if you're just going to speed past and say the evidence under your breath so no one can hear you, then who is your audience then? Because it's not us. And if you're saying you're not talking to the audience, then why are you? What's the point? Mumbling your evidence. Well, it's P waves. P what? P what?
So he was out of his depth in that area. Like when he was talking more about the ISS and special effects and all that, it sounded like he knew about that to some degree. So that was interesting to listen to. But like he quickly got lost after that.
Yeah. Well, I think what a lot of us have done, the benefit of having so many of us flat earthers, is that all of us aren't surface level on everything. A lot of us have gone vertical on certain topics, you know, like deep. We take instead of surface level, we've gone deep, you know, taking these topics into their depth. Oh, gas pressure, let's go deep into that. So what the problem is, a lot of them have just surface levels, barely scratched the surface level on a lot of these things, right? You know what they say, jack of all trades, master of none. Some of us have mastered certain things, and that's why all of us coming together, we work together. I'm not the most technical guy when it comes to certain things, but I can go really deep on certain things. But for them, it's like they can't really go deep on anything because it's like they have just all these surface level things. Like as he said, well, there's not one thing. It's a vague, you know, group of things that make me believe in the globe. So
I'm not a scientist, bro.
Yeah.
There was one point that I actually contradicted him because he actually was saying that the gas is of lower energy than up there where they would have higher energy. Okay, so I'll admit that, but regardless of that, the point still remained that he was just trying to make the point that gravity played a role. And the bottom line was there's no justification for that. And so he then began to say, well, even if there were no observations or no way that we could, basically justify that, that still doesn't disprove its existence, which was where Indio jumped in, was like, well, now you're trying to flip the burden of proof.
Okay.
And it's like, come on, fam. Like we already went through it. It's like you have the balloon and you have the room. The air is and the balloon is gonna fill the space. Like that's just what it is.
Yeah. So you guys got into gas pressure, and he was trying to say gravity and stuff. The usual.
Yeah, he was like, PV equals nRT, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just thinking, what does that have to do with what you're trying to claim? Because there is no V. There's no volume. There's just the air, and then there's the vacuum.
Yeah. I feel like that's the biggest one. Like the gas pressure argument is even like the astrophysicist, the higher level guy, they really struggle with this question. I can see how it would be difficult for them to swallow that. It's a tough pill to swallow, but the best thing they can do is point to the sky. That's what I've noticed. That's the best thing. That's not a good thing at all. But that's the only thing they do is point to the sky. Oh well, that's look, no container. It's like, well, that's not going to work because I can't just point at the sky and say, well, see, container. You wouldn't accept that either. So at this point, it's boiled down to the fact that they don't have a demonstration, and we can demonstrate gas pressure in a container all day long. It doesn't matter how high up or how low on the totem pole you are, you're not getting around that gas pressure argument. From my experience, I don't see anybody really having a proper rebuttal to that. The best, I mean, you might as well just pinch yourself after you hear that, because you just learned that basically outside is inside. So go and pinch yourself if you need to, but there's no really getting around that. Gravity isn't containing gases unless you want to demonstrate that. No one's going to do that. So,
well, globers just say, "Oh, that's misusing the second law of thermodynamics," but they can't go further than that. They can't explain why it is.
Yeah, they hear the word thermo and they're like, "Well, that must mean it because it's heat." It's like, you dummy, and that's what Google said. Oh man. Kim, you got an open mic. I'm not sure if it's intentional.
Oops.
No worries. Just letting you know.
Shout out to Elijah as well, buddy. You came in just at the right time earlier to remind me I was wasting my fucking energy. So I appreciate that, buddy, man. Shout out to you. Thanks for that.
Yeah, shout out to Elijah. He did come in at a perfect time. Because he wanted to target me. He's like, "Oh, Creator Bear, let me talk to him." Hey, listen, I'm just here, just keeping us on track, all right? I'm not, I don't got all the smoke for you today, if you want it back. But, yeah, Elijah did come in at a good time. Yeah. He also liked to talk about talking, or like conversate about the conversation instead of driving the point forward. I know there was a few times when like Jedi or Elijah would try to take the point and move it forward, and he would try to like, well, let's talk about why we've been talking about this and how we've been talking about it and what I actually said and what I meant was, it's like, dude, we already heard you. We already formed a rebuttal. We're trying to like go forward, not backward. Discuss about the discussion. You know what I mean? It's like, well, let's keep discussing. I'm an observer, man. I sit back and take notes and stuff. I watch these guys, how they move. He was that intellectual type. Oh, well, there's a possibility you might be not doing what you're doing right now. Really? That's why I asked him. I was like, well, do you conduct business like that? He's like, oh, well, no. Okay, then the hell are you talking about then? Well, there's a potential. It's like I keep talking about how these guys will, well, it's like called writing checks that you can't cash, right? So it's like you wrote a check with your hypothetical. Where are you going to deposit it? It's just not going to. You ain't depositing it with me, and I don't think you can go up to somebody and with your hypothetical and go like, cash it in with them. Well, what if you're really not? What if you're not really here right now? Who's going to buy that? Not me. What if you're in a daze? No, I'm here. That's what Elijah was like. No, I'm good. I don't have schizophrenia. I'm here. So it's an example of writing checks that you can't cash, that you can't deposit anywhere. These hypotheticals, I'm very, very cautious. I don't really try not to let people make these
That's brilliant.
hypotheticals.
That's brilliant. And as soon as you said these people are writing checks that they can't cash, I just imagine somebody coming into the server with a pile of Monopoly money and acting all rich. You haven't got fuck all, have you, Sunshine? You can try and spend that money here, but we ain't fucking accepting it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude.
Look at all my globe evidence. Monopoly money. Yeah, we ain't going to accept your Monopoly money as fucking evidence, Sunshine. I am so sorry.
Yeah. Those things have no value. That's what I keep trying to tell them. Their explanations, extremely low value. Well, you know what's high value? Demonstrations. Okay, because they want to explain things. Oh, let me just explain gas pressure, gravity. No, I don't need you to explain it. I need you to demonstrate it. Your explanations have no value. Sometimes they'll come in making questions rain like Monopoly money. That's what they do. They think they got a big stack, and they start taking their questions and just literally like making it rain questions. What about this? What about that? What about this? Oh, how does this work? None of those questions have any value to them, right? So same thing with these hypotheticals. They have literally no value. Is no one's paying any money for that or anything. So
yeah. So the only real reason that I brought him in was because in Caucus, I was just doing my usual of posting a bunch of random GIFs, and I posted a couple of the ISS ones, and he immediately started defending them. And it's rare that you actually get someone to go on mic and start addressing those. So I thought, okay, if you're willing to, come and explain the defense on voice. And I think, as annoying as it was, that would be good for normal people to hear who are listening on YouTube as to just how zealot-like and insane some of these defenders of the globe are. And CB, you did a good job of keeping the GIFs that we were talking about and stuff on the screen. So for the YouTube audience, I appreciate that.
no problem, brother. No problem. Yeah, no. If I saw you were trying to like say in the chat, you were like, "I'm sorry, guys." Like, dude, that was awesome. I enjoyed the conversation. It was kind of fun going back in time as well, because we don't often start off the conversation talking about like, "Oh, here's the fakery on the ISS." So it was like,
right. You don't really hear it very often. You don't actually hear them really engaging with those GIFs very often. So I thought this will be fun. This will be funny. It turned out to be less funny as he got more and more psychotic, but I thought it was funny at the beginning.
Well, but how often do they admit that it is CGI? That's rare, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, he was like, yeah, okay. I mean, he admitted a bunch of them. He's like, okay, yeah, obviously that's SFX, but... And then he has to go, I mean, he's already dug himself a hole there by admitting, right, it's SFX on the ISS. But the fact that they can then rationalize it, they rationalize it to themselves. Oh, but there's a good reason they're using special effects on the ISS. Which is just, like, the normal glober, the normal person who's not really looked into it, is like, wait a minute, what? They're using SFX on the ISS and this guy's defended. I mean, I just think it doesn't look good for the globe.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You see this in other examples. I call it, I don't really have a word for it, but it's funny how they'll go from, in one breath, they're the mainstream representative, they're sticking to the script, whatever the mainstream says, that's what it is. And then in the next breath, they turn into like a full-on conspiracy theorist. Well, there's a possibility they're faking it. It's like, wait, I thought you were the normie. I thought
it's funny as well because these guys would describe themselves as skeptics. They'd be like, "Oh, I'm a skeptic. I debunk flat Earth," but then they come and just start instantly defending special effects on the ISS, which is something you should obviously be very skeptical about. So I think that's funny, but yeah, just in general as well. I mean, these guys are just losing themselves in the argument. It's like whatever the position is that they have to defend, they'll find a way to try and defend it. And it was just example, the fact that we've got like 4 or 5 dynamite examples of it, and he just rattles off one absurd defense after the other. And he's like, oh, well, yeah, they use special effects. Like, okay, can you show us where NASA is explaining why they're using special effects? Oh, no, I've never seen that. Okay, so you're just claiming it. And then he's talking about a camera glitch for the coffee clipping out. And it's like, okay, well, show us the camera glitch that this ever happens with. Can't show us it. So it's just obvious, like, base emotional rejection of what he's being shown. So yeah, I'm not surprised he spiraled hard. I need to listen to the end of it because I missed the end of it when Indio went in, I guess.
Yeah, I missed the end too. Yeah, but I actually typed that in the chat. That's something I picked up on. I was trying to be the nice guy, but I did notice I had to type it. Dude, he was just saying anything. He was literally just saying whatever. If it sounds
funny.
he was just throwing it out.
It's funny how you've got to be friendly to these psychopath types to keep them just on the line. And I'm surprised he stayed on as long as he did. Like, I thought he was going to jump out as soon as Jedi was asking him for an experiment. He just immediately started going mad.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't want me to challenge him on anything that he fucking said. We spoke about this earlier. He didn't like me. He didn't like my cadence or timbre or whatever it fucking was. Maybe it was the smell of my fucking testosterone as soon as I walked in the room. But he definitely didn't fucking like it.
Oh man, he was getting so loud, and so I honestly thought it was a different person speaking. I was searching the list because he'd got so excited and high energy. I was like, "Who's this talking now?" It was just him.
Listening to back to the live, one thing I hate I got to get an official mic, and number 2, with somebody like that, I don't think with anyone it's enjoyable to listen to because he cuts in on every point that you're trying to make, and it's like just muddy.
Yeah.
And it's like you're trying to keep it together and you're trying to address this red herring that's going into, it's dumb.
Yeah, it gets ugly. That's true.
Yeah, then you have to end up policing his microphone for him and stuff like that. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Elijah. It is kind of frustrating. You don't want to have to use the mute button, but sometimes you literally have to do it to okay, so the audience can hear you, and then you can ask your question, and they can respond, and everyone can be heard. But yeah, I did notice that his stamina, he had plenty of stamina. It seemed like shout out to him for being the content for today. He wasn't the only guy, actually. Someone came in just before him. Literally 0 emotions. No emotions. 10 questions. Boom, 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 boom. We went through the questions and he left. It's like, okay, cool. Then this guy comes in, a completely different vibe. I'm glad you sent him in, though, Wolfgang. Made for a good session.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. At least there'll be a person on the chat.
I just wanted to say I did shout you out, Elijah. You might not have heard it, but you came at the right time, man, to remind me that I was wasting my energy. So I took that well, man. Thank you for doing that. Was wasting my fucking energy, man.
Yeah, like what you wanted, he wasn't going to give it anyway. Like, so lame. There's a thing.
Yeah. He already made his concessions.
Because the moment you guys start arguing, then he can talk through you faster. Like, the bottom line is he just has, points that he asserts are connected to his overall premises, that it's a globe, and because of that we have gravity, and because of that, blah 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 blah. And it's like he because he wasn't willing to speak to you, that would have just been a conversation that was extended that went nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, and they don't deserve that. Like, if he would have started doing that with me, I would have either muted him. Sorry, I would have either muted him or I'd have left. Because I know for a fact, like, what are we arguing about? I'm trying to calm you down and get you to the point, and you're running away from it.
Yeah.
Who likes that, Like he literally said in the conversation between you, Creation Bear, the entire time is that, well, I don't have any evidence. I'm just saying, like, we have facts without conclusions. What the fuck does that mean?
I know. I did notice that too. It's like, well, we know this is a fact, and blah blah blah. blah. It's like, wait, how do you know that's a fact, though? Elijah and I picked up on that at the same time. He's like, well, we know the layers are a fact. Not auto. That's not automatic, bro. What do you mean? We just know? No, you don't just know unless you present evidence for it. You ain't slick. But this comes up. His issue with Jedi is like this is something that comes up on Fresh and Fit sometimes. They'll say how, like, people in general, not just women, it's how you say it to them for some reason, not what you say, right? So, like, I don't know, for the scenario purpose, say, something's popping off, there's something dangerous going on, and I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here. And like, as opposed to like, all right, hey, something's happening right now, I need you to listen. Is it okay if I ask you to make sure you duck? Bullets are flying. Like, the message essentially is the same, but it's like they're like, but you didn't say it to me nice enough. I find that kind of lame. I think as men, we understand, like, it's not really about, you can say the information, you can yell it at me, whatever, but it's like, it's the information that I need to grasp, not the fact that you yelled. So it's like, people need to get over, like, folks like Jedi is listen to what they're saying, not how they're saying it. You know what I'm saying? QE, people do this with QE too. They're like, oh, well, he's being mean. It's like, well, what is he saying though? It's the information. So if you listen closely, you maybe won't get so triggered by the testosterone, like Jedi said. So, yeah.
Well, that cracks me up because, like, I can see someone not engaged with QE, but Jedi, like, that doesn't really add up to me. So, I don't know. I find that kind of funny.
English. He has that English voice. They hear that and it puts them at ease. Like their GPS.
Yeah.
Turn right at the next intersection, you fucking knob. And they'll be like, okay.
Jolly good.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you're right. Sometimes I do think that my accent intimidates some people, though, because it's English, and sometimes it comes with an air of authority. I've heard this explained to me before, so I'm not making it up. An English voice comes with some kind of learned type of timbre or cadence, like I was saying earlier. But it's not like I'm the nicest character in here. I lose my temper very, very quickly and air my frustration. But yeah, I don't understand sometimes why people won't talk to me, but I do understand that it can come across as a slightly threatening type of accent.
Depends what English accent too.
Yeah, I mean, if it's that one that you've got, then I don't know, mate.
Australian?
Yeah. I mean, if I was to come in here and speak like that, then it'll be slightly different, I guess. Maybe I should come in with a Liverpool accent tomorrow. So all day tomorrow, I'll pretend that I'm from Liverpool, and we can see how it goes.
British snobbery.
All right, Arkid. You wouldn't happen to have a scientific experiment that proves your gravity, would you?
Y'all should bring that guy back when QE's on. That would be funny.
It wouldn't last 10 seconds, mate.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't last long because he would try to throw some shade, and Kiwi would be like, supervised. I don't know.
Yeah, because he'd be like, just like him and Jedi were saying last night, fuck off. And when you get there, fuck off some more.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to say that. That's Quantum of Races phrase. I've got to say something else. Oh yeah, hashtag.
Well,
my one's
you're British, so you say
that's right. That's mine. No one else can say that.
What, the mute another motherfucker button? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, that's mine too. Yeah. So the gas will fuck off. That's mine. And
Okay.
mute another motherfucker button. That's mine too. Anybody says that shit, I want reparations, mate.
Every time you say it, I laugh, dude. The mute another motherfucker button. That's good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, dude, I love it. When people have their own little taglines and stuff, it's good branding right there.
Like fuck off and then fuck off some more, and then when you fuck off, get fucked.
Yeah, we know not everybody has a tagline or a little saying or a little, whatever. Some people do though. Flat Earth dude, all you have to do is say Mongos 3 times, and he'll appear. Freaking Mongos, dude.
Yep.
Jedi's got his ass fucked off. Y'all have heard me talk about my couple things, moving houses and water hills and gurus in the jungle and all types of stuff. So it's fun. It adds to the dynamic team. So come up with your own stuff, guys.
I noticed that Fear and Love has just jumped back into the server. It's got voice verified, but no Earth determining roles. Has anybody spoken to Fear Love?
I might know who that is. Maybe.
Yeah.
But no.
Fair enough, you've got control of your mic. You can join in the conversation if you wish to. Just going to double check that you have got voice verified and I wasn't hallucinating. Fuck me, I was actually hallucinating. That's crazy. I haven't even got any voice verified roles. That's brilliant. Guess what I've just done? Fear and Love, you've got control of your microphone. I am FE Jedi. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. What brings you here today? I'll keep your microphone open for about 20 seconds. If you don't speak, then I'll ask you to go to voice checking number 1 so you can have a proper conversation with one of our moderators to get you the voice verified role. If you want to speak, my friend, the microphone is open. You can introduce yourself, tell us why you're here. Walk, calling Fear and Love. Come in, Fear and Love. Walk, calling Fear and Love. Come in, Fear and Love. I used to love Walk and Mindy as a kid. So Fear and Love, unfortunately, that opportunity for you to speak has just gone. If you wish to speak in the future, you can go to the lobby and ping one of our golds or moderators from there. Or you can go to VC check-in number 1, ping somebody from there and wait. I forgot what the word is, interview. There you go. But yeah, sorry guys to interrupt. I thought we'd just try and speak to a new person for a sec.
All good, brother. All good. All good. No apologies needed. I wish you guys could have been here for the conversation we had with the other Glober that was just before Dead or Pulis or whoever that guy was. He was like kind of a blank canvas, the type of person asking questions where you can sort of put your own spin on it. But it was dead silent. Everyone let me cook, so it was just me and him. But it is nice when you get someone that's kind of open and lets you drive a little bit. You know what I mean? The last guy. Okay.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the last guy didn't. He was throwing so much stuff out there. You have to sort of pick up pieces as you go, and not able to sort of steer the ship in probably the way you would want to with a guy like that. So go ahead, Scarebird.
Oh no, I don't even think it's steering the ship at that point. You're just stuck in a tsunami of his bullshit.
Yeah, he's just like throwing a tantrum, and you're like trying to clean up after him. So yeah, but the last guy was a little bit more open. Was like, hey, so how does this work? And I mean, it was weird because like the whole panel was dead silent. No one was saying anything. But like that's the type of person when anyone can get in and say, hey, this is what I think about this. So hopefully we'll get someone else that'll give you all some practice on the mic. I've been talking about how you guys get some pickup lines. Have some pickup lines ready. You don't want someone to just roll in here and you're like, hey, so how's the weather? You know? So have something ready to go when they pop in here. Give them a question to think about. Hey, is your house moving? You know what I'm saying? Right away, they're like, wait, ooh, is my house moving? Hold up.
I think gas just fucks off is up for grabs if anyone wants it.
That would be a good pickup line. So yeah, man. Homework's due tomorrow. I'm gonna need to see some answers in the chat or pickup lines.
I heard y'all had a discussion on logical fallacies. Did anybody record that?
Oh, do you know what? Because it was on live stream, yeah, it is recorded somewhere. Surely that's right, CB, yeah?
Okay, but it's just buried in the 12-hour, or is it like its own clip?
I don't know if it's in its own clip. We could possibly get onto one of our clip experts, couldn't we, CB, and ask them to clip it out? Because I was thinking that at the time, it was a really good conversation. We did go through an awful lot of things, so it would be cool to maybe clip it out. I would definitely like a clip of that, to be honest with you, so I can put it up on TikTok. That'd be brilliant.
Yeah, we'll have to shoot a message out to the Clip Kings out there and see what they got for us. Currently, there's nothing. I don't have any. Yeah, I got a spot on my server right at the top called Clip Kings for baked goods, Clipcord, and TEOS. So you can find their clips there. The most recent one that's posted is Jedi with Wolfgang and Lexa, but I'm sure they'll throw the today's clips in there sometime.
Stunning stuff.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, that logical fallacies chat was awesome.
I missed that one. When was this? How long ago?
Maybe about 2-3 days ago. Not long.
Oh, okay. There's a link to my server if you guys want to join in. Kind of keep an eye on. I challenged the Clip Kings out there to store their stuff. I know some of them have YouTube channels and whatnot, but like if you put something in the live stream voice text, it's like an ocean. That thing is getting washed away, and you better know how to find it later. So what I've done is created a server. I did this a long time ago before I got gold. So I was jealous of the golds and their ability to use the bot, the memes and the stuff like that. So I started grabbing the memes and putting them in my own server. And I made different categories: gas pressure, sun, blah, 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 kind of how we do it here. And so over time, that server's built up. Now I've got a section for FE friends. Some of my friends that join in the server and post. If you need a channel to put stuff where you don't want to lose it, or you need somewhere to copy and paste from easily, my server's set up just for that. It's not really a place we go and hang out and text and talk. It's an archive. And so the Clip Kings, they've been storing up all their clips over in my server. So if you guys want to find them, you can access them there. And they've got their own section. And if you need a section, let me know. But yeah, links in the chat.
That's the name of your server, the Clip Kings?
Creation Bear's Den is the name of the server, but our Clip Kings are Clipcord, Baked Goods, and TEOS UK. So I gave them a little section of the server called Clip Kings and a role called Clip King. So yeah, shout out to the Clip Kings out there.
They're the best.
I was wondering, so I wanted a place where we could post photos and videos that we take of the horizon with like long range, like the P1000, and like with a drone. But I don't want it to get buried in like a mountain of other posts. So your server may be good for that if we don't have a place on the server.
Yeah, that's exactly what my server's set up for. Just I don't even like I said, it's not like I mostly have it as a backup for 24/7 for people like, okay, I need to copy and paste this real quick, as opposed to like scrolling through your phone or whatever trying to find it. It should be there, tagged with a name. So yeah, if you need a channel or something, just let me know. You can have a channel and start posting your own stuff. There's like 3 people. What I've noticed, there's like 3 or 4 guys from 24/7 that have a channel over there, and they just post all their stuff in their channel, and that way they can like use it in lobby or use it in another server or whatever. The goal is to get things out of your notes section on your phone and your camera roll, get it out of there and put it in somewhere where other people can find it, and you can reference it pretty quickly as well. Copy, paste, boom, done. So yeah, that's the idea behind the server. You guys are welcome to join.
Brilliant. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out.
Yep, links in the chat. 34 minutes past the hour if you'd like.
Hey, CB.
Yo.
I saw Hell's Paradise. I binge watched like 12 episodes or something like that.
Let's go.
It's really good. I like it.
Someone else said that too. Rob Bearded Dora said he watched it and he thought it was fire. Yeah, awesome. Very nice.
It's been a while since I watched stuff like that.
I'm glad I turned you on because I know you were like, this new stuff's for the kids.
Well, the reason why I liked it is because it's not really for kids. I mean, it's pretty gory. It's pretty graphic.
It's deep, bro. Yeah, for sure. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Glad you liked it. There's another clip that I wanted to get out. I don't think I did, but I need to record it. But it was a beautiful moment. He's saying, I need to record. I don't want to talk about it until I get the recording. But yeah, you reminded me to do that. So the show's deep, man, and it talks about how perhaps I don't want to say it until I get the clip, so I'll stop talking. I'm sorry.
Well, here's the question: do you watch dub or sub?
Both, but I do prefer the dub. If I'm being honest, I really like Gabi Maru and Sangiri's voice actors on there. Very, very good. I'm a big fan of voice actors, bro. I love the voice actors for American dubs. So I follow some of the. I can tell who's voiced other characters and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm a big fan of American dubs.
Sorry to interrupt, guys.
Sorry, remember your fault. I'm sorry.
Fine, remember your fault, mate, because you'll probably have to start up a conversation in a minute when this person doesn't talk to us. So, Mitso, you've got voice verified. Welcome to our server. We're just chatting, mate, and I always like to make sure that new people that jump into the server have an opportunity to speak, because you might be here to ask questions or you might want to know something. So, Mitsos, whatever the rest of your name is, you got control of your mic, my friend, but no Earth-determining roles. So we're really curious what you think the Earth is. So you can unmute yourself, my friend, if you want to, and engage with us in a conversation. Maybe tell us why you're here and a little bit about yourself. Don't feel the pressure, though, my friend. I realise that I can sometimes be intimidating. So maybe I'll use a voice like this. And how are you, Mitsos?
Good evening, all.
Hello, Mitsos. How are you?
First of all, let me introduce myself once again, because I'm here I was here in this server like 2 months ago, I think. I don't come here very often, you know.
Okay, buddy, well, we appreciate you coming back, for sure.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm from Greece, Europe.
Nice.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, my name is Dimitri. You can call me Dimitri if you like, or Mitsos, whatever. It doesn't matter to me.
Cool. Nice to meet you, Dimitri.
Yeah, really nice to meet you, mate. So, can I ask you what you think the Earth is and why you're here?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was told by a friend of mine here in Greece that the Earth was flat. And first of all, the reaction, the first reaction we always do.
Hell no.
Yeah, right. I was laughing at it, and then I thought about it because he showed me some video clips, some pictures, and we did a conversation about it. And I have a tendency, and mostly I have a tendency to sit down and listen carefully what the other person has to say to me. I usually do that because I want to know, not just believe. I want to know.
That's good.
Yeah, and we talked about it. Yeah, for a few days I was negative about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But then I thought about it again. Then I started searching on my own through the internet. Pretty much anything possible. Even the negative ones, I sit down and listen to them. And the positive ones. All of them. And then I had my own conclusion. And I said to myself, fuck man, this is real.
Nice.
Everyone hits that point. Once you finally see it, or at least get into it and are curious, you're just like, oh my god, like the potentiality just unlocks.
I'm curious, Dimitri, what made you finally realize the truth? What was it?
I said this again in this server right here. The first thing that struck my mind was the rocket, the Go Fast rocket.
Okay. So you saw that and you're like, whoa, that's interesting.
Yeah. First of all, I thought, because they teach us in the school, like, there is no friction in space. That's what they said, right?
Yeah.
And then I saw this rocket go up, and then it suddenly stops. And I said, what the fuck is going on here?
Okay.
Why did this happen? I mean, if there is no friction, why the rocket stopped spinning? This is odd. And then I realized something different is going on.
Yeah.
Is he talking about that small rocket that had a
bunch
camera?
of guys? Yeah, the horizontal side cameras. And the cameras
if I remember correctly, it was launched from Nevada desert.
Sounds about right.
Is that it?
Yeah, I too found that video to be quite interesting, and that was one of the first things as well that to me was just like, that doesn't make sense. That's not possible.
Wasn't there also something on that video that showed, like, or maybe this is another one, the moon or something like that? I can't remember.
It is the same video, and it's after the rocket hits whatever it supposedly hits. They also had a horizontal camera, so you could see, supposedly the horizon at the point the rocket was at, and they could see like the sun, but it was tiny. It wasn't large like it's supposed to be. It was even smaller. It almost looked like just another star in the sky.
Yeah, and it was like supposed to be, if the Earth was a sphere, it would have to be on the other side, right?
Yep. And the location of the location of the sun, based on how everything was working, the sun should not have been in that position it was.
I think you're confusing the moon. Because the sun is directly overhead the camera when the camera faces directly up, and the sun is overhead because it was about 11 o'clock noon whenever they launched it. And then whenever it goes horizontal, they see the moon, and the moon is supposed to be over Australia.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video I think he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct. Whoever said that. Was that Jimmy?
Yeah. Yes. That's like one of the favorite videos I like pointing to.
Here we go. I believe that's the video he's talking about, if I'm not mistaken, the Go Fast rocket.
It goes up about 72, 73 miles and stops.
Yep. Just and you actually hear it hit something is the thing. Like that's what gets me in that is it's not just that it stops. It's an audible like collision of something.
To me, it sounds as though it plopped into a different fluid, like
That's it.
Like it hit water.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I know some people say they hear it sound as if it hits a solid object.
Yeah,
but
well, how fast do you think that rocket was going to just stop like that all of a sudden? Like
that's what I mean, without any kind of damage as well to it.
Well, I mean, you see bits of fiber floating off around it, and then falling with it. But like, there was fracturing to the fiberglass from the sudden torque.
Does anybody remember Pinky?
Go ahead, Jenna.
Does anybody remember somebody called Pinky Bandinsky?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, he's DMing me at the moment. He wants a conversation about stuff, but because, the server's quite harsh and they don't like globe earthers coming in, he's worried that people are going to shout at him. So I'm trying my best online text voice to try to entice him into the server. See what happens, mate.
Well, everything remains calm as long as that individual stays calm. Everything is based on their actions and how they are, interacting with us.
That's a fact.
We like to keep it calm into a talk and a conversation. That's the whole point.
You get what you put out, right? You give good energy, you get good energy back.
Mm-hmm.
If you're giving out good energy and dudes in here are just swinging at you, that doesn't seem to match very well.
Yeah, especially when that Go Fast rocket was up there, just seeing like how flat everything is. You're like, yeah.
Those are kind of videos that got you thinking back in the day.
Yeah.
As a 2023 flat earther, it's not something you need to lean on, I would say, but it's the kind of stuff that when you're starting to look into certain things, like, oh wow, that's interesting.
Well, physical evidence like that is always very powerful, right? Like when you see. The
average person lacks critical thinking.
That's not physical evidence.
That's not physical evidence?
No.
Well, of what though? What would what would it be evidence of? Like how?
Yeah, maybe I said it wrong. I don't know. It's visual evidence, I guess you could tell. Yeah, there you go. Of whatever, of flat Earth. Of the firmament?
I would be specific in this sense and saying it is more evidence of that what they are stating and we are being educated about being above us is not correct. That way you're not making a claim to anything, but you're saying what they're stating is not correct.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that train as opposed to like this. Look, it proves firmament. Like I don't know.
But I can't fly up there. I can't fly up there and knock on it and be like, "Yep, that's glass." Like I can't do that.
Right. I don't know if you can make that. Maybe you could make that conclusion, but I think I'm a little more hesitant personally.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though. Like we can't go up there and physically experiment on it, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. But for that reason, I'm kind of hesitant about like propping up the Go Fast. But like I said, when you're first learning, it's pretty interesting. So to our friend here, what else? Dimitri, you said you saw the Go Fast. So what other kind of things? I think Jedi was asking you. What kind of stuff got you?
The zoom in camera.
Zooming in, yeah.
That's a good one.
Watching the ships on the sea level.
Yeah, because they say boats go over the curve when you're standing at the beach. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, this is all evidence, right?
Yeah, they're still trying to cope with that one because you go like, well, you zoom in. They're like, well, it hasn't gone over the curve yet.
You cannot deny it. You can see it with your own eyes.
Right.
I mean,
They like to use refraction as their excuse in that circumstance.
Yeah. They come up with all kinds of excuses. Oh, look, you just zoomed in and there's the boat. Oh, well, it just hasn't gone over the curve yet. It's like, but 2 seconds ago you said it went over the curve because we can't see it with our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're just thinking too deep.
So why I said that before was why I said that before was like because rocket goes up, it's spinning, and then it stops spinning, and that's the only motion you see stopping. Now their claim is that they've got buffers that stop the spin of the rocket. Now we can't prove that that's not true.
Can
You know
I
what I mean?
ask a question? I mean, we cannot prove it. You cannot prove a negative or disprove a negative. But I'll say, like, they could just say, they could take apart the rocket when it comes down and be like, all right, where's the buffer?
Well, who's got access to the rocket?
Everyone's going to make that argument, like, at some point. A good faith argument sense here, though. Like, if you just pulled down the rocket, took it apart, with whatever body the person needs, that would conclude for them that sense of authority. Take it apart and be like, yeah, there's no buffer. Then, if there is, there is. If there's not, there's not.
So, can we all agree that it's not really evidence?
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Thanks, Jedi.
No problem, buddy. I've got no way of verifying that shit to be true. What the hell?
I mean, are there rockets that have buffers? Have we seen it before? Like, is this a thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
I watched a lot of videos lately from David Weiss. It's quite interesting.
He's a good entry point into it, I think, or he's a good hook to get people into it.
Sometimes his presentation is perfect. Sometimes not, because there are a lot of skills out there,
Yeah.
They interact with him in a very negative way. I don't like that. Interrupting a lot,
Yeah, a lot of globies will do that when they come in here and start talking, debating, and getting their mind blown. They immediately start throwing names and ad hominem attacks around and stuff like that. For example, the last guy we had in here.
Right. They're not all bad, but yeah, a lot of people do get triggered. Their emotions become intertwined with their thinking process, and it doesn't seem to go well. If you can leave your emotions out of it, it's typically a better conversation. And what's really funny about that, I have this running theory about the difference in performance between men and women when it comes to this topic. I think we can all agree it's pretty common. It seems to be a common understanding that women tend to be the more emotional gender. But for some weird reason, when it comes to flat Earth or talking about it, the guys are way more emotional for some weird reason. For this topic, they get way more triggered and invested and emotional about this topic. So I just find that funny that it's almost like the reverse of what you would expect.
I think you're confusing emotion with passion, maybe.
Well, I don't know, Kel, because a lot of them lack the passion. You hear them come and ask you why it matters that the Earth is flat. Well, they're actually getting triggered by flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you guys are so stupid. I don't know if that's passion.
You're talking about the globers. You're talking about the
Yes.
Oh yeah. They're super emotional, but that's because they have that feminine mindset, like you said. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, kind of weird. It's just you'll hear a gal come in and we've heard girls speak to QE and they have the whole QE experience and no one gets banned or muted or whatever. Then a guy comes and speaks to QE and he's like, it's just, you guys have seen it before. They get triggered by him or the topic. So,
oh yeah, they bring out the retainer.
Or that, yeah. So it's they get more emotional, and it's just funny. If you can leave your emotions out of it, you'll have a better experience all around.
I think Huey's a bad example because like I've heard him sometimes get really upset. I don't know.
No, but but see the thing, you got to hear the other. That's all people tend to hear though. Like they haven't heard. It's like with Fresh and Fit. They're like, oh, I've only seen the clips. It's like, but you got to watch the full show. You got to see the full QE experience. It's not just that. There's also you've got to hear him when he's speaking to. Like I can remember him having a conversation with someone like Owlishness, a girl. I don't remember her getting muted or banned or anything. It wasn't the same. It was not what you would expect, right? So it's it's the whole thing. You get what you put out. If you bring good energy, you typically get good energy back. If you leave your emotions out of it, what is it? What do I look like getting super emotionally invested in a conversation with someone who's not?
You think if a glober talks to another glober, do you think they have that same reaction when they talk to a flat earther?
No.
Of course not, right? Like,
no.
So what's the point?
It's the topic. Yeah, it's the topic that gets some.
If somebody different is talking to somebody else, then obviously, but if you're a person who it doesn't matter, and you're just, you're stoic, it doesn't matter who you're talking to, right? You're always going to be the same person.
True. I'm just giving out word to the wise, like advice for someone out there that's a glober that wants to come and speak here. You leave your emotions to the side. You'll have a much, much better experience. If you bring some smoke, you might get some smoke back. All right. So you can expect that.
Yeah, emotions are. I don't know.
It's not where the information
cloud your mind.
Yeah, it's exactly. You gotta. It's almost like you really got to present evidence like you're presenting it to a judge. Make a case like you're presenting it to a jury. Being emotionally charged isn't necessarily going to aid that process. So stick to the information. So I feel like a lot of them are also confused who their target audience is. I have to constantly remind them, look, you're not necessarily here to try to convince me per se. In fact, we're the ones who have already sort of made the transition. We went from one position to the other. You guys are still stuck in the old position. It's like you don't need to like coach me on what I used to believe in. So if anything, I'm not your target audience. It's the people listening on Rumble and YouTube and there's a lot of people that just listen, lurk in the background, don't type, don't talk. They're just,
that's right. I used to do it initially on Rumble. And then I finally joined the Discord.
So like, remember, keep those people in mind as well. You're also making a case to them. You got to think about it. Like if you're in a courtroom, the defendant or the plaintiff you're not trying to convince that person. They almost have nothing to do with your case in terms of like, you're not turning to them and going, well, see, do you accept the evidence? It's not for them. It's for the judge, the jury. So remember that keep that should be your framework. Because you'll hear guys go like, oh, well, I would tell you my evidence, but you wouldn't believe it. It's like, well, imagine saying that to a judge.
Yeah. Then what do you actively know is wrong with your evidence?
Yeah.
There are different approaches. For instance, when you take the example of Solomon, he took an emotional approach to both women and the child. Remember? If anyone knows the story. So he was able to make the distinction between both parties presenting their case. Both claim to be that this is their child, but it was not. So therefore he took the emotional approach, who would actually sacrifice his child in order to not hurt it, because he was about to cut it literally in half, and
yeah.
So, but we do not have this type of judgment anymore.
Yes,
rarely.
No, you're right. Yeah. I think there are multiple approaches. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. And sometimes the emotional route, like from our side, can be a very good thing. I talk about how it's like important to establish a connection with someone. and that sometimes comes on an emotional level. Like, I have to connect with you. Like, you guys, I hate to keep calling out Jedi. I don't think he's in the panel anymore anyway, but he wasn't really vibing with the Dead or the last guy, Polis or whoever he was. They weren't getting along. They weren't established on an emotional connection. And so the information, whatever information Jedi wanted to share, and welcome back, by the way, it necessarily, he wasn't even going to listen to it. So sometimes, like, that emotional connection, like you pointed out, Ripcord, is very important. So I'm glad you brought that up. There's lots of different approaches. It's good to work on them too. Yeah, it's good to work on all of them. So, yeah, man, there's no cheat code. There's absolutely no cheat code. As much as I think the Black Swan and lots of these arguments are good, like, if we just ran through the panel, Amish says it, I say it, Heretic says it's going to connect better each time with someone. Like, if someone's in here, I might not be connecting with them, so maybe Heretic's the right person to say it. So it's not like you can just enter the cheat code no matter who you are, and it is that's it. So sometimes establishing the connection is important. Go ahead.
I'm the worst person for everybody. They hate me.
No, I disagree with that.
No, it depends on the person. Even though two people might agree on one topic, the person who is at least the least able to bring the angle that is needed for the person who hears it to understand it may actually hurt the case overall.
Right. It's like on the dance floor, right? You're just stepping on each other's toes. You're not no goals getting. You're not getting anywhere. The performance, people are watching. It's like you guys have two left feet. So sometimes it's better to find a good partner.
It's like two cooks stepping upon one another.
Yeah, right. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's good to be aware of that. Today we got to see that play out in real time, how important that is. So, just, be mindful. And I think, Heretic, you're joking, but you should speak up more often. I think sometimes you are the guy. Unless it's that one guy with plumb bobs.
I mean, if you have people who are really stubborn, you put in quantum eraser, and for the people who are very lighthearted, you put up Helio, for instance, or it depends on what situation. But usually, those people actually step up and know their part.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has a skill.
Are you guys having any kind of discussion, or can I bring in Rocket Man?
You can bring in Rocket Man, or
bring him in.
I'm trying. Hold on.
Perfect timing, Heretic. Just as you were talking about.
Who's that?
Someone that doesn't like you.
Yeah, people who hate me.
Okay.
We summoned Rocket Man.
Our blob straight lines. Fuck you, Heretic.
The guy argues up and down. Rocket Man's another one that argues up and down that an arc is a straight line.
I don't like that the conversation has evolved. It's gone in reverse.
About light right now, and E equals MC squared with how to calculate wavelength of photons. How to calculate imaginary things with an imaginary formula.
You got to think from the globalist perspective, the people they've been debating, the flat earthers, they've improved. They've gotten better over the years. I can say that personally. When I first got into flat earth, compared to now, I'm a much better flat earth. We've clearly gotten more advanced. The arguments have gotten more fine-tuned. It's way better than, say, 2015. But it's like for them, I hate to say it, but it's almost like they're getting worse. They're going backwards. Now they're like, they're changing definitions of words. Their old arguments, they don't even argue for those anymore. Now they're arguing for things that we argued against their arguments. They're siding with us. They're getting worse. Now straight is not straight. Level doesn't mean level. You know what I'm saying? These guys are getting worse. Oh, well, I'm not sure if I'm on Discord. Dude, if it was the other way, I'm just glad it's not the other way around, okay? I'm glad I'm on the right side of this thing. Holy smokes. These guys aren't even sure if they're on Discord. That's who. If I told you in 2017, like, hey, look, I know you guys are arguing against each other. Flat earthers, in 5-6 years, these guys aren't even going to be sure if they're on Discord. You'd be like, what? Like, clear, like these guys have devolved. They talk about evolution. These guys they must have hit a peak somewhere because they're going downhill. Dude, they're getting worse and worse. It's crazy. Yeah, I would not have expected this.
It's just mental illness.
He wants to only talk about de Broglie wavelength or something.
Oh my god!
So he's taking it down to something that I can't pronounce, and it has nothing to do with anything.
Hey, I want to go on Joe Rogan's podcast, but Joe, I only want to talk about this one thing.
Only this specific thing only.
Bro.
Wait, what happened? I'm not in on this. What happened?
No, there's
the Rocket Man lobby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And this is what they do. They want to set up the parameters. They do. I've said this for a while. They have horse blinders on. These globers have a very hyper focused, very limited timeline of thinking. They do this with gravity. I'll give you an example. When they think of gravity, they're going to ignore everything that happened up until the moment when that object drops. Say the ball, right? Drop a ball. They're going to ignore what happened before, aka you picking it up, right? Nothing was happening, and then you picked it up. They're going to ignore that, right? And then they're going to ignore the back end too, right? Where it goes back to equilibrium. Well, look, it dropped, it fell. Hyper-focused timeline, this very limited view. That's what they do. He's trying to set up a conversation. Well, let's put the hyper-focused timeline, this very limited perspective, on this one topic. Yeah, but you're not considering all the things that might be attached to that. I have this meme I made I took a picture of a basket of loose cables. Just a basket, bunch of wires, USB, box chargers, all types of stuff. Well, not all of them connect, but some of them do. I could take a USB and plug it into the box. I can take this and plug it into that. But the problem is they're all sitting in a